Chapter 931, Yiqing Following. Mingyu was afraid that Hai Shui, who had already been persuaded by Gu Mingxing to accept her, would oppose it again and try to break them up. Gu Dongxing was also a bit hesitant. Yang Meiying was not only his mother's romantic rival who had framed her, but also, when he was a child in the Gu family, although she didn't dare kill him, she abused him in every way and tried every means to force him to leave. He was only 5 years old, not even 6, when she drove him to run away from home, and he was almost abducted by human traffickers. It could be said that Yang Meiying was the common enemy of him and his mother. He absolutely did not want her to attend his engagement ceremony, let alone have her host the female guests in his mother's place. But Gu Ming waved his hand grandly and said, "We won't let your Aunt Yang attend either. The engagement ceremony will be held at the hotel. I'll have your 2 aunts come to host the female guests." It's settled. Gu Ming's mother had 3 children. The first 2 were girls, but when the eldest daughter was 18 and the second daughter 15, Gu Ming's mother became pregnant again. However, his father passed away before he was born, which also caused his mother to have a difficult labor. Not long after Gu Ming was born, his mother also died. Gu Ming was raised by his 2 older sisters. After they married, Gu Ming grew up in his uncle's home. Gu Ming was pleasantly surprised. "What, Dongzi is getting engaged? I thought this kid only knew how to lead troops and fight battles, not about love between men and women. Has he finally come to his senses? That's great. Which family's girl is she? Our Dongxing is a dragon among men. He can't settle for a girl without background or ability. She gets carsick and can't make it in time, and Yang Meiying doesn't get along with Dongxing, so I'm asking you and second sister to come and help handle this." Well, that works too. But such a big event as Dongxing's engagement, shouldn't his mother come? Today is Sunday. In 10 days, that's the next Wednesday. She should be able to make it in time. But Gu Ming firmly refused. It's only natural for a father to pay for his son's engagement. I say, Brother Ming, Dongxing is already 26. Why bother with an engagement? Just get married directly. However, even though they didn't want to invite Hai Shui back, others wouldn't agree. Gu Ming paused for a moment before saying, "I've met the girl. She's good-looking, capable, and cooks well. She's just a bit young, only 17 this year. So we'll have the engagement first, and they'll marry when she turns 20. Mingyu thought it over. It was fine that Yang Meiying wouldn't attend. As for hosting the female guests, since the banquet was at a hotel, there wasn't much to do, right? Although she still felt something was off, seeing that both father and son insisted, she had to agree. She took out 10,000 yuan and gave it to Gu Dongxing to hand to Gu Ming as the expenses for the engagement ceremony. Yes, she rarely came home. On one hand, it was because of Yang Meiying. On the other hand, Uncle Gu was very patriarchal. When Gu Ming was forced to divorce, she had come back to intervene, but Uncle Gu said that married daughters should not meddle in their natal family's affairs, or else they shouldn't return to their parents' home. After exchanging pleasantries, she directly brought up Gu Dongxing's engagement. "Big sister, Dongxing has found a partner. I want to hold their engagement ceremony in 10 days. So, I'd like to ask you and second sister to help arrange it. Is that okay?" After Gu Dongxing left with Mingyu, Gu Ming called his eldest sister, Guing. However, after Gu Ming married Yang Meiying, they basically stopped coming back. Even if there was something, they only communicated by phone. Guing was still a bit hesitant. "Uncle often says we married daughters can't meddle in our natal family's affairs." That's why she was unwilling to come back. But when it came to her nephew's marriage, she definitely had to go and discuss it with her brother. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ming immediately changed his clothes, picked up his bag, and walked out. Yiqing, who had been hiding well not far from the door, quickly crept out and followed him. Today's update ends. Thank you for subscribing, tipping, voting, and leaving comments. End of this chapter. Chapter 932, Yiqing Eavesdrops. Yiqing followed Gu Ming to the old friend's tea house, and then saw Gu Dongxing's 2 aunts enter the tea house one after another. She followed them in but was stopped by the tea master. "Are you here to buy tea or drink tea?" Yiqing pointed at Gu Ming and the other 2 who had just entered. "I'm here to drink tea, of course. I want the private room next to theirs." The tea master led her to the room next to Gu Ming's. She ordered a pot of tea, poured herself a cup, and walked out onto the balcony. This room shared a balcony with the other private room. However, if someone wanted to discuss important matters, closing the door to the balcony would suffice. The door had excellent soundproofing, making it impossible for the neighbors to hear anything. But Gu Ming and the others were discussing Gu Dongxing's engagement ceremony and had no intention of hiding it, so the balcony door was naturally left open. Standing on the balcony, Yiqing easily overheard most of the conversation next door. "Ming, what's that girl's name? What does she look like? What's her personality like? What about her family background? Is she good enough for our Dongxing?" It was the voice of Gu Dongxing's second aunt, Gu Qin. Gu Ming was a bit exasperated. "Second sister, you've asked so many questions at once. which one should I answer first? Still, he answered seriously, her name is Jiang Mingyu. She's very beautiful, seems straightforward and unpretentious. As for her family background, I hear she's an orphan. But she's very capable. She's a student at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine and cooks well. She's just a bit young, only 17 this year. In my opinion, she's more than a match for Dongxing. Yiqing felt a blow from outside the balcony. More than a match for Dongxing? So young? Gu Qin was dissatisfied. By the time she's 20, Dongxing will be 30. Don't even mention those two, Guing scoffed. Back then, when our Dongxing followed his mother to the countryside, the Yi family didn't take him seriously at all. Otherwise, how could they have married Yiqing off? What engagement? She's already been married once. When she got married back then, the engagement was already void. Even if Yiqing wanted to come back, our Dongxing couldn't take her, right? Otherwise, people would think our Dongxing had no one else to choose. Yiqing, on the balcony, clenched her teeth. Even if I've been married, I'm still a virgin, why can't I renew the engagement? The people in the next room couldn't hear Yiqing's thoughts. Gu Qin said angrily, the Yi family simply doesn't take our Gu family seriously. They had an engagement but married their daughter off without a word. Then, when she got divorced, they wanted our Dongxing to marry their twice-married daughter. That's a character issue. Ming, you need to be careful from now on. Don't get too close to the Yi family, or you'll be deceived and harmed by them. Gu Ming. Am I that easy to fool? Alas, who says it isn't so? Guing sighed. But it's hard to find someone who isn't afraid of Dongxing's cold face. Yiqing felt like she had come here to eavesdrop just to be tortured. Good morning, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 933 Yiqing stirs the fire. Chapter 933 Yiqing stirs the fire. Chapter 932 Yiqing stirs the fire. Alright, enough of that, let's get back to the main topic. Guing said, Ming, are you sure you want Gu Qin and me to host Dongxing's engagement ceremony? Of course. Gu Ming said, Dongxing's mother is easily swayed, and he doesn't want her to handle it. As for young Meiying, he doesn't like her, and he can't let her take charge either. So, I have no choice but to entrust it to you two, big sister and second sister. Gu Qin found it strange. Why do you say big sister is easily swayed? Could it be that if Dongxing has made up his mind, big sister would still oppose him? In her heart, she always regarded Haixue as her big sister-in-law. You know how it is. After your big sister returned to the countryside, she's never been able to let things go. She's always thinking about finding a high branch for Gu Dongxing to latch onto, so she can step on young Meiying one day. Earlier, she wanted Dongxing to marry Yu Ruhui, but Dongxing firmly opposed it. Later, when she found out Yu Ruhui was remarried, she dropped the matter. If she finds out that the eldest daughter of the Nan family wants to marry Dongxing, she'll likely use every means to force Dongxing to agree. So we have to keep the news of Dongxing's engagement ceremony from her and not let her attend his wedding. By then, the deed will be done, and even if she opposes, it'll be useless. Yiqing, listening from next door, was burning with rage. Yiqing spoke in a tone of affectionate longing. Hello, godmother, it's Yiqing. I've missed you so much. Yiqing, Godmother, you're not coming to the capital? Didn't they say brother's engagement ceremony is in 10 days? How could you not come? Don't tell me they're letting Yang Meiying host it. No, Gu Ming and the others wanted to keep it hidden and prevent Gu's mother from coming. She would make sure she found out and then. When she heard that Gu's mother had once wanted Gu Dongxing to marry Yu Ruhui, she felt a surge of hatred. Yes, she was just like Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu, not a good person either. She would take revenge. She would take revenge on all of them. Haixue, what happiness could I have? I'm fine at home. Why would I go to the capital? Yi Ruhui, that hypocritical and snobbish woman, was already married, but after hearing one of Gu Dongxing's speeches, she immediately divorced and clung to him. Why wouldn't she accept her, but was willing to accept Yi Ruhui? Could it be that all her kindness toward her was fake? Fake. What's more, even after marrying into the Sun family, she had remained a virgin, while Yi Ruhui had long been used up. Yiqing pretended to console her. Godmother, don't worry. Yiqing, I'm fine, godmother. Congratulations. When will you arrive in the capital? I'll come pick you up. Haixue's voice carried a hint of surprise. Oh, it's Yiqing. Godmother misses you too. She was about to invite her to visit, but then remembered Gu Dongxing's words and changed her tone. How have you been lately? Gu's mother could accept a woman like Yi Ruhui, so why couldn't she accept her? Compared to Yi Ruhui, she was the one who had been betrothed to Gu Dongxing since childhood. Haixue was instantly furious. What? My son's engagement, and it has nothing to do with Yang Meiying? They didn't even notify me? I'm going to buy a ticket right now. Yiqing sneered inwardly as she left the old friend's tea house and walked to the street, finding a public phone. Haixue, my son's engagement ceremony doesn't even invite me. How could I not be anxious? It must be that Jiang Mingyu, that fox spirit, who's been whispering in his ear, bewitching him so much that he doesn't even want his mother anymore. Although she had accepted Jiang Mingyu as her daughter-in-law, there was still a knot in her heart. At the first sign of trouble, she immediately blamed Jiang Mingyu. Listening to the furious voice on the phone, Yiqing pulled the receiver away slightly, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Jiang Mingyu, just wait for Haixue to come and wreck your engagement ceremony. Even if you've taken Gu Dongxing away, you'll never earn godmother's recognition in this lifetime. Trust is a big problem. End of chapter. Chapter 934. The kindergarten's land was taken away by someone. Mingyu did not know that Yiqing had found out about her engagement. Yiqing had even called Haixue, whom they had tried so hard to keep in the dark, and added fuel to the fire, successfully reigniting Haixue's anger and dissatisfaction toward her. She brought Gu Dongxing back to the small courtyard in Yang'an. Gu Dongxing planned to stay here for the next few days. Mingyu took him to see the courtyard near Hohai, but since Yang'an was closer to the college and had a livelier atmosphere, Gu Dongxing preferred staying there. In truth, deep down, he still considered that courtyard as belonging to Jioha, only temporarily being kept for him, and that it would eventually have to be returned. So, he decided to stay here instead. Still, this trip had been quite fruitful. Not to mention anything else, gaining Gu Ming's support and blessing for their marriage was the greatest achievement. As for the Nan family, Mingyu truly did not care. Because, ever since she learned that the matchmaker was Nan Mingju's so-called aunt, Ganhua, she had understood. The so-called alliance between the Nan and Gu families was never the Nan family's intention. It was entirely Nan Mingju's personal action after seeing Gu Dongxing. However, just in case, Mingyu still asked Luda to have Lishan and Luxue keep an eye on Nan Mingzu and Ganhua. Entering the courtyard, Mingyu led Aunt Chen into the living room. Aunt Chen, is there something you need? The person guarding the entrance to Jiang Mingyu's small courtyard was Aunt Chen from the street office. But today, Aunt Chen had come looking for her, so there must be something. Aunt Chen, this is my boyfriend, Gu Dongxing. Dongxing, this is Aunt Chen from the street office. She's very kind. Upon hearing that he was Mingyu's boyfriend, Aunt Chen immediately became enthusiastic. He's a good kid, but you look quite a bit older than Mingyu, don't you? You'd better treat our Mingyu well. Aunt Chen glanced at Gu Dongxing, hesitating as if she wanted to say something more. Since Gu Dongxing rarely had time off, Mingyu simply asked Huang Zifeng to inform Vice Dean Huang that she wouldn't be attending classes, nor did she plan to cultivate. She intended to spend this half-month holiday with Gu Dongxing. As for the engagement, she would leave everything to the elders. They just needed to show up when the time came. Mingyu quickly opened the courtyard gate. Aunt Chen, it's you. Please, come in. But just as they arrived at the entrance of the Yang'an courtyard, they ran into an acquaintance. Gu Dongxing smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Aunt Chen. Only then did Aunt Chen speak. Mingyu, you remember, right? We bought that piece of land. You gave me $1 million, and we built 2 rows of 2.5-story staff dormitories at the far end, a Grimm's fairy tale-style kindergarten a bit closer to the entrance, and planned to put up a long row of storefronts along the street side to rent out, using the income to support the kindergarten. Mingyu had completely entrusted the kindergarten's reconstruction to Aunt Chen, telling her to just follow the plan they had agreed upon and only report back if something major happened. She had told Aunt Chen before that if she needed anything, she could come find her here. She would usually be here every Sunday. If it was urgent, she could call the school. Mingyu thought for a moment, then said, yes, but that's only a temporary plan. The area wasn't bustling yet, and there weren't many children, so she had planned it this way. But in the future, this area would become a busy district, and the simple storefronts along the street would definitely be torn down to make way for high-rise buildings. Aunt Chen said, it's been over 3 months since we started rebuilding. The staff dormitories and the kindergarten at the back are already finished. We were just about to move the children in, and then tear down the old buildings along the street to build the storefronts. But yesterday, someone came looking for us, wanting to buy the land along the street, including half of the kindergarten's playground. However, he also promised that from now on, the kindergarten would be supported by them. This chapter ends. Chapter 935. Move the kindergarten out within 1 month. Mingyu was startled. Who is it? What do they want our land for? I don't know exactly who it is. The land allocation was decided by Director Chiao from the street office. They've already decided? Did they ask her, the owner? Reply to them, no, Mingyu said. Aunt Chen sighed and said, Director Chiao from the street office initially thought it was the street kindergarten's land. Someone treated him to a few drinks and he agreed. Mingyu sneered, this land has never belonged to the street office. Aunt Chen sighed again and said, I told Director Chiao that this place was never the street kindergarten's. It used to be an abandoned factory of the match factory. Later, the match factory wanted to sell the land to pay the workers for their buyout severance. The street office couldn't come up with the money, so a private individual bought it. From now on, the kindergarten is privately run. You still want to give the land to someone else? Do you have the right to do that? But honestly, this person is dreaming, wishful thinking. Mingyu thought for a moment and asked, does he know how much money is in the kindergarten's account? Anshin quickly took out the business license. It's been approved. A private welfare kindergarten, with the legal representative being Yuxing. Address: Yang'an Community. But Director Chiao said that this kindergarten belongs to the street office. Has the street office agreed to its conversion to private? Miss, I was wrong before. I only thought that since the kindergarten was still running, the children's learning environment had greatly improved, and the fees hadn't increased. Why not go along with it? Anshin paused. But I didn't consider that the street kindergarten was collectively run. Now that it's converted to private, it needs the street office's approval. So, Mingyu sighed inwardly. Someone was coveting this land and wanted to seize it. They were using the excuse that the kindergarten couldn't be privatized to scheme for free possession of her land. Later, Mingyu had deposited another 1 million into the account. Since the previous building wasn't finished yet and a third of the costs hadn't been paid, the kindergarten's account still had over 1.1 million yuan. So when the street office director asked her, she told him. She felt a bit guilty. Director Chiao asked me, and I told him. But to build 2 rows of 12 small dormitory buildings, such a beautiful and multifunctional kindergarten, and a row of street-facing shops, 1 million didn't seem enough. The original street kindergarten had no money, even paying the teachers and staff salaries was difficult. But after Mingyu handed the kindergarten over to her, she first gave her 1 million for construction. You, sigh. Mingyu understood Aunt Chen's mindset. Although the kindergarten had been converted to private, she hadn't fully adjusted to the change in ownership and still thought of it as belonging to the street office. She changed the subject and asked, has our business license been approved? But converting it to commercial land cost another 600,000. Sigh, that money was wasted. Adding the 100,000 paid to the match factory, we spent 700,000 on this land. It's not worth it. Wouldn't it have been better to keep it as allocated land? Over 16 mu of land for only 700,000 yuan, which is just over 40,000 per mu. It's an incredible deal. Mingyu held the business license and smiled. No, the money was well spent. Anshin, go tell Director Chiao that we haven't converted the street kindergarten from collective to private. We're running our own separate operation. I bought the match factory's land to build a private welfare kindergarten, but I didn't take over the street kindergarten. Have him prepare a place for the street kindergarten and move it out within 1 month. End of chapter. Chapter 936, Being Generous at Others' Expense, Part 1. Mingyu snorted inwardly. Wasn't Director Chiao trying to use the pretext of converting the neighborhood-run kindergarten into a private one to swallow her kindergarten? Fine, they could each run their own. When the time came, she would make him come begging her to take in the children from his neighborhood-run kindergarten. Anshin was a bit anxious, but where can our neighborhood office find a place? She immediately understood and smiled. Good. Brilliant. I'll go tell him right now. Mingyu pointed to the phone in the living room. I have a phone here. You can call him directly. Oh, look at me being confused. It's Sunday. He shouldn't be at the neighborhood office. Unexpectedly, Anshin said. He is there. He's a bachelor with nowhere to live, so he stays at the neighborhood office. Oh, nowhere to live, so he stays at the neighborhood office? Was he using public office space for private purposes? Then, Anshin got through to the neighborhood office. Director Chiao, I just found the owner of the kindergarten land. She said she bought the plot herself and doesn't agree to give the street front land to others. Director Chiao, it's different. Even though I'm in charge, it's entrusted to me by others. Our neighborhood-run kindergarten might be entrusted to me today, but maybe someone else won't entrust it to me tomorrow. What do you mean? Director Chiao didn't understand. I reported to you back then, asking if we could buy the match factory's land. You said, where would our neighborhood office get the money to buy it? I asked you then, what about the neighborhood kindergarten? You said, find a place, and if we can't, finish this semester and stop running it next semester. Director Chiao, that land isn't our neighborhood office's territory, it's the match factory's territory. The match factory went bankrupt and had to sell the land to pay the workers' severance pay for buying out their seniority. Aren't you the one managing the kindergarten? Director Chiao was puzzled. Director Chiao seemed a bit angry. She won't give it? Fine, then tell her the neighborhood-run kindergarten can't be turned into a private one. Anshin said, I told her that. She said it doesn't matter, she'll run her private kindergarten, and we'll run our neighborhood kindergarten. She won't take over any of our kindergarten's assets. Director Chiao recalled, oh, back then our neighborhood kindergarten really had no money. But now the kindergarten. How's that possible? That land was originally our kindergarten's territory. Director Chiao was furious. It means, let us find a good place and move the neighborhood kindergarten out within a month. Anshin said. Anshin interrupted Director Chiao. The current neighborhood kindergarten still has no money. The over 1 million yuan in the kindergarten's accounts that I mentioned earlier isn't our neighborhood kindergarten's money, it belongs to the private Mengmeng kindergarten. No matter how much money the private Mengmeng kindergarten has, it's not the money of our Yong'an neighborhood kindergarten. So, the match factory land you mentioned. That land was bought by the legal representative of Mengmeng kindergarten. She spent money to build new kindergarten buildings and staff dormitories on it. She only kept the outer plot for her own use. Now you want to give away her land to others. How could she agree? Director Chiao was speechless, but still insisted, but that doesn't mean we can turn our neighborhood kindergarten into a private one. Even if our neighborhood office has no money, we can raise funds. Besides, those children are all from our neighborhood kindergarten. Can they recruit children from elsewhere? End of this chapter. Chapter 937, Being Generous at Others' Expense, Part 2. Aunt Chen really wanted to crack open Director Chiao's head. Running a kindergarten wasn't about making money, it was about constantly pouring money into it. What did he expect the children to do? Every year, who was the one running around raising funds for the kindergarten? It was her. Director Chiao just moved his lips. Director Chiao, do you think fundraising is that easy? Every year at Children's Day, don't we go out to ask for donations? At most, we can scrape together 1,000 or so yuan. What good does that do? Besides, didn't I just say? They're not turning our neighborhood-run kindergarten into a private one. It's that our neighborhood kindergarten can't keep going, and they're kindly investing to run this kindergarten properly for the sake of the children, taking in the kids from our neighborhood. I just can't figure it out, Director Chiao. Why would you give away the land they bought? That land doesn't belong to our neighborhood office. Director Chiao was a bit confused too. I had a few too many drinks back then and forgot. But since I've already given it away, I can't go back on my word, can I? Otherwise, who would respect him, Xiao Deyong, in the future? Aunt Chen immediately said, look, that land was private, and you still forgot and gave it away. If this kindergarten stays under the neighborhood office, who's to say you won't, after a few drinks, wave your hand and give away their staff dormitory next? Or even, in the end, give away the land where the kindergarten's already been built? So, how can they feel at ease letting the kindergarten on their property stay under the neighborhood office? Director Chiao was left speechless. Even the little stools the children sat on and the water they drank were brought from home. Director Chiao couldn't find words for a moment. He felt something was off, but he couldn't refute what Mingyu said. Earlier, he had mistakenly treated the Mengmeng kindergarten as belonging to their neighborhood office, which was why he'd spoken that way while drunk. But that kindergarten was originally the neighborhood's, Director Chiao insisted stubbornly. Because the neighborhood kindergarten was so shabby, not even beds for napping, the children were dropped off in the morning, picked up at noon, brought back in the afternoon, and taken home in the evening. Thinking back carefully, the land belonged to the match factory, the buildings belonged to the match factory. It seemed that, aside from the broken cement slide and some worn-out toys, nothing actually belonged to the neighborhood kindergarten. When Aunt Chen heard Mingyu's words, she was a bit stunned. Mingyu said coldly, so, don't say I turned a collective neighborhood kindergarten into a private one, because I never took over your neighborhood kindergarten. I simply started another kindergarten on my own. As for your neighborhood kindergarten, I didn't take it over. So there's no issue of turning collective into private. Mingyu grabbed the phone directly. Director Chiao, right? Let me ask you, what property in the old neighborhood kindergarten actually belonged to the neighborhood office? He even seemed to have let it slip that the kindergarten had over 1 million yuan in funds. Director Chiao thought to himself, maybe that guy who said he'd take over the kindergarten and support it was after the kindergarten's money. But he'd already said it out loud. Could he take it back now? His pride wouldn't allow it, and that guy wouldn't let him off either. He racked his brain for a long time, couldn't think of anything else, and could only fall back on the same argument he'd used with Aunt Chen. But the children are from our neighborhood. Good morning, everyone. 10 chapters today. End of this chapter. Chapter 938, Being Generous at Others' Expense, Part 3. Mingyu almost laughed. You've got it wrong. The children don't belong to your street office, because they are people, not property. What I asked about just now was property. As for the children, which kindergarten they go to is up to their own parents. I won't compete with you for them. I'll take in as many as I can here. If I can't recruit any children, it's fine to leave this place empty. Director Chiao grew anxious upon hearing this. If that were really the case, their street kindergarten wouldn't even have any children to accommodate. How could it continue to operate? Mingyu continued, our Mengmeng kindergarten will have nursery classes, hire teachers who graduated from early childhood education programs, provide lunch for the children, and have places for them to nap. The costs will be very high. Since kindergartens are essentially a welfare service, the fees collected aren't even enough to pay the teachers, let alone cover their housing or other benefits. That's why I decided to build a row of simple storefronts along the street to rent out, temporarily using the shops to support the kindergarten. Director Chiao immediately found something to say. Someone has already agreed to take over and support the kindergarten. That way, you won't have to worry about the kindergarten's affairs. It saves you trouble. You're a college student. Why bother with so many things? Just agree to it. Minyu sneered. They'll support it? Right now, they're agreeing to take charge for the money in the kindergarten's accounts and for my land. But when the time comes, if they don't put in any money or even spend all the money in my kindergarten's accounts, what can we do? Throw stones at the sky? Besides, I've already put so much money into the accounts and built storefronts to support the kindergarten. We can easily solve this ourselves. Why rely on others? Let them hold our lifeline. Director Chiao was choked up for a moment, then said, but I've already agreed. The money in Mingming Kindergarten's accounts is mine, and this land is mine. What does your agreement have to do with me? Minyu was getting a bit angry too. But Director Chiao tried to continue. There's no but. The things aren't yours, so you have no right to agree. My turf, my rules. If you want to make decisions, go spend a few $100,000 to buy your own piece of land and then make decisions. There's other land in this area. If you put up $100,000 or so, you can get a piece of allocated land. With another $1 million or so, you can build a high-end kindergarten for the street office. Director Chiao, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Let me reiterate. Your street office should figure out a way as soon as possible to move your kindergarten out within a month. By then, if you want to give away your street kindergarten's land or money to someone, that's none of my business. But my land and my money, please don't give them away. I'll say it again. You have no right. Director Chiao was stunned. If Mingyu could see him, she would surely notice how red his face was. But even though she couldn't see him, she could imagine it. Director Chiao quickly interrupted her. Xiaojiang, that won't do. Where am I supposed to find a place to move the kindergarten? That's not my problem. You're the street office director. Since you say I can't turn the street kindergarten from public to private, then you solve the kindergarten's land issue yourself. Director Chiao was truly panicked now. No, Xiaojiang, the street kindergarten was originally inside the match factory. You can't drive the children away. If the children don't want to leave, that's fine too. They can choose to join my private kindergarten, Mingyu said. It can't be turned from public to private. This chapter ends. Chapter 939, Being Generous with Others' Assets 4. Mingyu interrupted him. There's no conversion from public to private. All the property of your street-run kindergarten can be taken away. I don't want a single cent. So there's no such thing as turning public into private. But the children. Only property is divided into public and private. Children themselves have no such distinction. And as for deciding whether the children go to your street-run kindergarten or my Mingming kindergarten, I'm afraid even you don't have the right to choose. It's up to the parents. Director Chiao's legs went weak. What choice was there? The street-run kindergarten didn't even have a location, while Mingming Kindergarten had built a new, high-standard kindergarten with classrooms, activity rooms, playrooms, and dormitories. Where would they go? Was there even a need to choose? He muttered gloomily. After all this, our street kindergarten has basically been swallowed up by your Mingming kindergarten. Mingyu sighed. This was what Director Chiao couldn't accept, wasn't it? With the street-run kindergarten gone, it would be a blot on his record. Director Chiao, why can't you think differently? The original purpose of our street-run kindergarten was to relieve the worries of families in our street and to ensure the nation's flowers receive the best care and growth. As long as that goal is achieved, does it matter who runs the kindergarten? Besides, your street office has no money. The kindergarten has been moved around constantly, facilities are incomplete, the children can't even have lunch there, and they have to be picked up and dropped off at noon, causing a lot of trouble for parents. My kindergarten hasn't increased fees. Not only does it provide lunch and let the children nap, but it also has indoor and outdoor activity spaces and equipment, so they can play even on rainy days. Can your street-run kindergarten do that? So, you gave away the land by the roadside. Mingyu slammed the phone down heavily, snorting to herself. If it were your own money buying that land, you wouldn't be so quick to give it away. Mingyu interrupted him. I've said it before, my territory, my decision. I don't agree. So please stop being generous with others' assets and giving away the land I paid for. Mingyu smiled. I started the kindergarten precisely to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. From this perspective, even though the street-run kindergarten is gone, the children in this street are getting better care. The parents are happy, and they'll be grateful to you as the street office director. Director Chiao was puzzled. In that case, aren't you losing money? Of course, buying up the entire match factory site was also to get the roadside land for shops. On one hand, I wanted to use it myself. On the other hand, it's fair to say that without the roadside shops, the kindergarten would struggle to survive. You agreed to give away the land on your own. Please go explain to that person yourself. The land doesn't belong to your street office. You have no right to give it away. And tell them to stop coveting this land. Director Chiao quickly interrupted Mingyu, but they agreed. Aunt Shin also sighed. Director Chiao is just like that. After a couple of drinks, he'll say anything. If you get angry at him, you'll be furious with nowhere to turn for reason. Mingyu smiled slightly. I was really angry just now. It's ridiculous. He casually gives away other people's things. Why doesn't he give away his own? I suppose he's used to handing out public property, isn't he? Aunt Chin was silent. That was indeed a habit. Mingyu exclaimed, it can't be true, can it? This chapter ends. Chapter 940, A Midnight Visitor. Aunt Chin nodded. Actually, the street office had also run a garment factory before. When a leader came, he would immediately offer gifts. If he drank a few more cups with someone, he could sell the garments at a bottom price. Our street office factory was supposed to be self-financing, but the workers' wages couldn't be paid, and in the end, it had to shut down. Mingyu couldn't help asking again, does this person usually give away his own things so generously? If that were the case, how would his wife agree? Oh right, he had no wife. Aunt Chin couldn't help cursing. He holds onto his own things tightly. Mingyu smiled again. So, this person is being generous at others' expense. She was now very glad that the kindergarten had been established as a private enterprise. Otherwise, once the kindergarten thrived, it might become another target of his generosity. Perhaps one day, he might even give away the entire kindergarten. After Aunt Chin left, Gu Dongxing came out of the room and asked, do you want me to investigate who wants your kindergarten and cut off that hidden hand? Mingyu curled her lips. I don't need to investigate to know it's definitely Nan Mingzhu causing trouble. Since she can't get back that 1 million, she's come after my kindergarten instead. But she's dreaming. Gu Dongxing found it strange. How does she know this kindergarten is yours? Mingyu thought for a moment and said, let's wait until they come to us. Anyway, the property deed is in my hands, and they can't take it without my consent. Maybe after that Director Chiao talks to them, they won't come looking for me. That's not surprising, Gu Dongxing said after thinking. I'm afraid she won't let go of the kindergarten easily. Mingyu was frustrated. Yesterday when Aunt Chin came, she had forgotten to activate the formation. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have been able to knock on the door. There were also over 8 acres of land near the main road, which would become prime real estate in the future, very valuable. But she had bought it with proper procedures. If others wanted to take it, they would have to see if she agreed. Although she might not have been able to buy this land without the pretense of running a kindergarten, formal rules hadn't been fully established at that time. This piece of land was a full 16 acres, and less than half of it was actually used for the kindergarten and staff dormitories. However, Mingyu was still thinking too simply. Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu. Are you sure you don't want my help? Mingyu smiled. I know, but they have no justification. The kindergarten is a welfare project. I started it purely to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. As for her future profits from that land, that was none of anyone else's business. Chapter 941, Selling Sex and Soliciting Prostitution. Gu Dongxing thought that even if he went inside, he could still see what was happening outside, so he said, be careful, and then slipped into the palace. Mingyu cast a protective spell on herself and went to open the courtyard gate. As soon as the door opened, a man in a peaked cap held handcuffs in one hand and reached for Mingyu with the other. Mingyu sidestepped to dodge the peaked cap's grab. Who are you? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? The peaked cap was startled that his sneak attack had failed, then muttered a curse. Damn, this is creepy. He lunged at Mingyu again. The two who followed kicked open the door of the room where Gu Dongxing had stayed, but when he entered the palace, he had swept all his used bedding and items into his ring. So the room was empty. Mingyu decisively released her innate aura, suppressing the man about to attack her. Jiang Mingyu. This time, unlike when she had suppressed the peaked cap with a quick burst, she held the pressure on the 3 men until cold sweat broke out on them, and the 2 plainclothes men nearly fell to their knees, before she withdrew her presence. Clinical medicine student at the Beijing College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The peaked cap, after being suppressed by Mingyu, was no longer as arrogant, but he still asked routinely, what's your name? Mingyu looked at them fearlessly, her aura spreading again, pressing down on the 3. Cultivation? This person said cultivation? Both plainclothes men looked at Mingyu with disbelief. The peaked cap stared at Mingyu as if seeing a ghost, but he dared not make a move or answer her question. Why does a student live outside? Identity. The peaked cap took out his work ID, showed it to Mingyu, and then asked again, what's your name? The tables, chairs, and beds were kept only because they were antique carved pieces made of rosewood, and Mingyu couldn't bear to discard them. The 2 plainclothes men searched thoroughly but found nothing, then walked over to the peaked cap and whispered, no one found. At this point, all 3 realized they had hit a hard target. Actually, because Ma Depeng had once stayed there, all the daily necessities had been thrown away by Mingyu, so aside from tables, chairs, and beds, there was nothing else in any of the rooms. The 2 men searched the other rooms as well, but found no one, and except for the main eastern room where Mingyu lived, all the other rooms were empty with bare beds, lacking even daily items. Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Mingyu said coldly. but she only released it briefly before withdrawing, then spoke again. Do you think wearing a peaked cap makes you law enforcement? Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? You kicked down my door without a search warrant. What's your purpose? This is the courtyard I bought. To make it easier to practice, I stay outside when I'm free. The school has agreed to this. Tell me, what are you doing here? The three remained silent. Mingyu's aura pressed down again. Speak. Why did you break into my courtyard in the middle of the night, kick down my door without showing a search warrant, and what exactly are you here for? Cold sweat finally dripped from the peaked cap's forehead. He braced himself and said, someone reported that you're harboring prostitution here. End of chapter. Chapter 942, Playing the Mantis Once. Prostitution? Solicitation? Nan Mingyu broke out in a cold sweat. If Gu Dongxing hadn't entered the imperial palace, would they have arrested her as someone engaged in that kind of profession? Then, wouldn't the story of her engaging in a degrading trade be exaggerated, spread to the academy, and make her the target of her classmates' contempt? Or even get her expelled? Nan Mingyu was certain that the Gu family would then jump out again, opposing her, this prostituting woman, from entering the Gu family, right? Perhaps the rumor of Gu Dongxing soliciting prostitutes would even reach his mother. Gu's mother would definitely not let her son marry her either. In this era, even if you were engaged, you couldn't live together. If caught, it would either be labeled as prostitution and solicitation, or as engaging in improper relations between men and women. She was now immensely grateful that she had made Gu Dongxing avoid this. Nan Mingyu asked coldly, who reported this? Who reported it? The informant's identity was confidential. How could it be leaked? Besides, they genuinely didn't know. Seeing the three men's evasive eyes, Nan Mingyu increased her pressure again, this time bearing down on the officer in the peaked cap. Tell me, who reported it? The officer could no longer withstand Nan Mingyu's pressure and fell to his knees with a thud. It was a phone tip. We don't know who reported it either. A phone tip? Nan Mingyu stared at the officer. You dispatch officers just because someone makes a phone call? And you break into a private residence to make an arrest? Nan Mingyu shouted, I'm asking you, what was the phone number of the tip? He said to Nan Mingyu, you rest first. I'll go check it out, and then disappeared into the night. Arresting people for prostitution and solicitation, and they actually barged into someone's home. Moreover, it was obvious that among these three, only the officer in the peaked cap was a real public security officer. The other two were likely hired security personnel. If something went wrong, they could just shift the blame onto the security guards. It was 23 **********, a public phone, the officer said. But she didn't need to investigate to know that this was most likely Nan Mingyu's doing. She just wanted to get evidence, but she hadn't expected Nan Mingyu to cover her tracks so cleanly. If they were conducting a vice raid in a hotel or shop, that might be understandable. But today, they had entered someone's home to do it. When did the police station ever respond to calls so readily? It's true. Because, near the end of the year, cracking down on vice springs and fines, the officer said reluctantly. Gu Dongxing appeared beside Nan Mingyu, his face filled with barely contained anger. The phone number, Nan Mingyu said through gritted teeth. But this time, she had wronged Nan Mingyu. One officer and two security guards quickly fled. They had never known that a young girl's aura could instill such fear in them. Oh, so it was for the money. The person who reported them had exploited their weakness, which was why they responded so quickly. Nan Mingyu snorted. Reporting from a public phone made it impossible for her to trace. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of them, Nan Mingyu roared, get lost. Nan Mingyu had originally planned to wait until they left her house and then investigate who these three would report to. Seeing Gu Dongxing take action, she decided not to bother. Gu Dongxing followed the three men out. Not far along, he noticed someone was watching them. He immediately abandoned the three men and switched to tailing the person who was watching them. Thus, the three men walked ahead, the person watching them followed behind, and Gu Dongxing followed the watcher, creating a scenario of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. And Gu Dongxing was that oriole. End of this chapter. Chapter 943, Yi Qing's Downfall 1. Those three cicadas showed no signs of anything unusual. They went straight back to the Yangon police station. The lights in the police station were still on. Clearly, someone was waiting for the three cicadas to return with the results of their raid on the alleged prostitution and gambling den. Deputy Chief Qin, we're back. Deputy Chief Qin looked at the three cicadas and, seeing no one behind them, asked with some surprise, didn't catch anyone? There was no prostitution or gambling at all. One of the three, a man in a peaked cap, poured himself a glass of water and drank it down in one go. Deputy Chief Qin found it strange. Didn't the informant say that den was incredibly bold, with men and women drinking and laughing every night, and suspected it was a brothel? That was all a lie, the man in the peaked cap said angrily. That courtyard only had one female student living there. Could it be that the prostitute was that female student? Didn't you bring her back for questioning? Gu Dongxing's face fell the moment he saw Meng Yu. He told her, the one causing trouble this time is Yi Qing. That mantis saw the lights in the police station's duty room go out, then left that place and walked toward a corner, where there was a bicycle. He pushed the bike out, mounted it, and rode away. But he didn't notice that someone was following him. When Gu Dongxing saw that face, he was instantly furious. Deputy Chief Qin was taken aback. Really? His eyes turned to another plainclothes officer. One of the plainclothes officers said, "It's true, cousin. All three of us were almost crushed to the ground. This was my first time encountering someone who could scare people to death with just a look and overwhelm them with sheer presence." Hearing that Yi Qing was the one causing trouble, Meng Yu was somewhat surprised. The door opened, and a face appeared from inside. The consequences of his anger were naturally not something Yi Qing could bear. "How could we bring her in?" the man in the peaked cap said, wishing he hadn't been on duty that day. That female student's presence was astonishing. Just her aura alone forced us to back down. And that female student's room was spotless, without even a trace of a man's scent. It really was just her living there alone. Deputy Chief Qin understood. We were used as pawns. Moreover, that entire courtyard only had one person at home. The other rooms had only empty beds, not even daily necessities. It didn't look like anyone lived there at all. He rode the bicycle for about half an hour until he reached a small courtyard and knocked on the door 3 times, 2 light knocks and 1 heavy one. After the 3 men left, Deputy Chief Qin cursed under his breath, "Damn it, if I find out who used me, I'll make sure they regret it." He closed the police station door and rested in the duty room. Meng Yu waited indoors until the next morning before Gu Dongxing returned. It turned out that Yi Qing had been keeping an eye on Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu. She naturally knew that Jiang Mingyu had come to the capital to study, but she was aware of Meng Yu's abilities and didn't dare approach her. However, she used the Yi family's channels to find out that Jiang Mingyu often stayed off campus at Yang'an. When news of the Nan family's real and fake daughters spread in high society, she heard it too. But she didn't connect the Jiang Mingyu she knew with the Nan family's eldest daughter, Jiang Mingyu, mentioned in the rumors. She simply thought it was a case of the same name. Earlier, she had received a notice from Aunt Chen about Gu Dongxing coming to the capital. After that, she went to ambush him outside the Gu family home, followed Gu Ming, and learned that Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu were to be engaged in 10 days. After calling Hai Shui, she came to the Gu family again that night, hoping to see Gu Dongxing. Next chapter update time, 8 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 944, Yi Qing's Fate, Part 2. However, Yi Qing did not see Gu Dongxing. Instead, she received a report from a child outside Yang'an that Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu had entered the courtyard in Yang'an and not come out. So, Yi Qing's eyes darted, and she came up with a malicious idea. She made a report call to the police station, trying to have Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu caught in the act. Yi Qing's goal was to have both Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu punished for prostitution and solicitation. As long as Nan Mingyu was punished, the Gu family would no longer accept her. And Gu Dongxing would also be punished as a result, even affecting his image and harming his career. He would surely be disheartened and dejected. At that point, she could take the opportunity to comfort Gu Dongxing and win him over. However, she didn't expect that both Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu were cultivators. Not only did they have their own spaces, but even without them, they could casually set up a barrier or leap into the air to conceal themselves. Thus, her goal was doomed to fail. Gu Dongxing held Nan Mingyu and begged for her forgiveness. "Wife, I was wrong." Before, Gu Dongxing only saw Yi Qing as a sister, truly just wanting to help her. He hadn't realized that not everyone is worth helping, especially someone like Yi Qing, who had long lived in the environment of the Yi family. Those who stay near ink get stained black. How good could she be? But perhaps he was truly wrong. From the very beginning, he shouldn't have personally gone to save her, but instead helped her through other means. This time, he truly recognized his mistake. Yes, he shouldn't have given her hope. Although he only saved her and had Xiaomeng cure her illness, he himself didn't know when he had given her hope. "Wife, from now on, I will definitely keep my distance from any woman, and I absolutely won't let you suffer because of me." Nan Mingyu chuckled inwardly. She already knew that Gu Dongxing truly had no feelings for Yi Qing, only wanting to repay her grandfather's kindness by helping her. "Gu Dongxing, I hate you, and I hate that Jiang Mingyu too. You gave me hope, only to destroy it. You're so cruel. As long as I still have breath, I won't let you off." Once she couldn't grasp that lifeline, she naturally turned dark quickly. "I sent her to a mental hospital," Gu Dongxing said. He remembered what Yi Qing had said. "I had already fallen into the abyss and accepted my fate. Why did you come to save me? You saved me and gave me hope, but then you shouldn't have abandoned me, pulling me out of one abyss only to drop me into another." "How did you deal with her?" she asked. The consequence of Gu Dongxing helping the wrong person was being hated and bringing trouble to himself and his wife. He was naturally very frustrated. If they weren't cultivators, both he and Xiao Meng would have been done for this time. She was beyond redemption. But Yiqing, having been schemed against by her stepmother in the Yi family and oppressed by the Sun family after marriage, had been under prolonged injustice and was already at her breaking point. When she encountered Gu Dongxing as a lifeline, she naturally clung to him desperately. Nan Mingyu's mouth fell open, unable to close for a moment. She hadn't expected Gu Dongxing to be so ruthless toward her. Did you really lock her up in a mental hospital? She was his childhood playmate, someone he had once been betrothed to as a child. He had gone out of his way to save her, even bringing down the Sun family for her sake. He had also brought her back to Haijia village, introduced her to his mother, and even had his mother accept her as a goddaughter. But now he had sent her to a mental hospital? This chapter ends. Chapter 945, Yiqing's Fate, Part 3. In Yiqing's life, the only meaning left for her existence was revenge. Moreover, her mindset was so twisted. All her tragedies were originally caused by her stepmother and the Sun family, yet she didn't seek revenge on them, the ones who had harmed her. Instead, she sought revenge on him and Xiao Meng, her two saviors. She sought revenge on him because he gave her hope but didn't marry her. She sought revenge on Xiao Meng simply because Xiao Meng was his fiancé, blocking her from attaining happiness. In truth, even without Xiao Meng, he wouldn't have wanted her because he had never loved her. It was one thing for her to target him, but she dared to lay a hand on Xiao Meng. That was something he absolutely would not tolerate. Yet killing her was impossible. Not only was this a society governed by law, but even on the path of cultivation, one couldn't accumulate too much bloodshed. Unable to kill her and unable to let her go, in the end, he had no choice but to send her to a psychiatric hospital. What if someone discovers she's not actually mentally ill? Mingyu asked. Gu Dongxing smiled slightly. Since I've locked her up in a psychiatric hospital, I naturally won't let her mind stay clear. Mingyu suddenly thought of Nan Ming, locked in the underground storage of her space. She had a two-life feud with him and was determined to kill him, but for some reason, she could never bring herself to do it, so she just kept him locked up. She had given Yiqing a second life, yet Yiqing didn't know how to cherish it. She only dwelled on fantasies of what she didn't deserve, even seeking revenge on her saviors. In these 3 years, she had only lived in the torment of illness. It would have been better for her to die outright and find release. But if he didn't say it, he feared his little Meng would think him cruel. Recalling the words Yiqing had been lured into saying, Gu Dongxing felt a bit reluctant to speak. He truly couldn't fathom how the once gentle and obedient girl had become so vicious. Maybe he should make her stupid too and throw her into a psychiatric hospital? You don't need to pity her. Someone like her seemed pitiful but was actually utterly detestable. Gu Dongxing had turned her into a fool and locked her in a psychiatric hospital. It was entirely her own doing. But you don't know, she had an even more vicious plan. Seeing Mingyu's expression, Gu Dongxing thought she pitied Yiqing, so he said, this time, she wanted to ruin both of us. But in the end, we're engaged, so at worst, you'd get a punishment at school, and I'd get a demerit at most. Mingyu was stunned. Yes, before this, every major hospital had said she wouldn't live more than 3 to 5 years. You disrupted her mental state? Mingyu was a bit surprised. In fact, when Gu Dongxing first brought Yiqing to her, she had already noticed that Yiqing's vitality was only enough to sustain her for 3 years. Gu Dongxing's eyes showed ruthlessness. Her life was originally only 3 to 5 years. I brought her to you to cure her illness. You could say her life was given by you. Since she didn't want to live well, then she had to live poorly. Getting us caught for prostitution and solicitation today was just an appetizer she prepared. She also planned to hire a bunch of thugs to ambush you on your way back to Yong'an Hutong. Mingyu was shocked. Yiqing hated her, her savior, so much that she would hire people to gang rape her? What had she done wrong to Yiqing? Regardless, she was her savior. Just because her lover was Gu Dongxing, and because Gu Dongxing loved her and not Yiqing, Yiqing would treat her savior like this? Jiang Huayu had also once hired people to gang rape her, and she had turned the tables, letting those thugs rape Jiang Huayu instead. But she had never saved Jiang Huayu, so Jiang Huayu seeing her as a rival was understandable. Yiqing, however, owed her second life to her. She was even more despicable than Jiang Huayu. End of chapter. Chapter 946, A Trap Mission? Gu Dongxing also hadn't expected Yiqing to change so drastically and become so malicious. He held back again and again, but still said, she not only wanted to harm you, but also wanted to harm me. She planned to bribe a pregnant prostitute to cause trouble at our factory, claiming the child was mine. She wanted to make me lose respect for my subordinates, ruin my products so no one would buy them, drive me to bankruptcy, and then, when I was down and out, she would pretend to stand by me and never abandon me, making me feel grateful to her. Nan Mingyu almost had to admire Yi Qing. How could she come up with such an absurd scheme? Was she planning to tear down someone's palace, build them a shack, and then expect them to be grateful? This Yi Qing was truly a one-of-a-kind oddity. Fortunately, this time she slipped up and was discovered by Gu Dongxing. Otherwise, with such a venomous snake lurking around, even as a cultivator, she couldn't guarantee she'd keep her divine sense active at all times. One misstep, and she might get bitten. Forget it. Gu Dongxing had turned her into a fool and thrown her into a mental hospital. That was a punishment worse than death. This trouble was brought by Gu Dongxing, and now it was ended by him. That was fine. Nan Mingyu remembered the kindergarten plot and was about to go check it out with Gu Dongxing when her phone suddenly rang. Nan Mingyu quickly answered, frowned, and said, "It's for you." She picked up the phone, and a clear voice came through. "Little sister, it's me. I'll call and tell them for you. You can go ahead without worry." Nan Mingyu suppressed the unease in her heart, but she still felt a bit unsettled. Just then, the phone rang again. Gu Dongxing answered, responding with a series of yes, and right, then hung up. He reached out and hugged Nan Mingyu, wishing he could press her into his body. "I'm sorry, wife. I have to leave immediately for a mission. It's a request from the Dragon Group to the Folk Culture Research Association. They've already bought my ticket back. It might take a month, so the engagement will have to be postponed for now." Sigh, since he had joined the Folk Culture Research Association, he was bound to encounter things like this. And through it, he could also build his reputation in society. It turned out to be Brother Cheng Jioha. "Brother. Thank you. Please let my father know." There was a hint of coldness in Gu Dongxing's eyes. After all, the person who wanted the kindergarten street front land wouldn't easily give up. He had originally planned to avoid a direct confrontation and let Director Chiao handle the refusal. But now, feeling irritated, he decided to go and vent his anger. Nan Mingyu felt a little disappointed but could still understand. In our hearts, we're already engaged. The ceremony isn't important. Go ahead, I'll be fine. Gu Dongxing left and Nan Mingyu grew restless. She couldn't calm down to practice, couldn't focus on reading, and finally decided to go check on the kindergarten as originally planned. "Little sister, go tell your husband right away that he doesn't need to take on that mission. He's not a public official. I've already taken over his mission. Let him stay and focus on arranging the engagement with you." "Brother, is the mission dangerous?" She suddenly realized why she had been feeling restless, because she had heard Gu Dongxing say it was a Dragon Group request mission. The last time they caught a flood dragon, it had been a mission requested by the Dragon Group from the military. And that time, it had clearly been a suicide mission targeting Gu Dongxing. Today's 10 updates are complete. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, votes, tips, and comments. Your support is my motivation to keep writing. End of this chapter. Chapter 947, Following Along. According to Gu Dongxing, after that mission, no one was found to be behind the sabotage. Even the order for him to carry out the mission was simply relayed to him after the task was assigned, claiming it was a request for help from the Dragon Group, specifically naming Gu Dongxing. He suspected that someone within the Dragon Group wanted Gu Dongxing dead. But there was no evidence. Moreover, that place had indeed claimed 2 Dragon Group members. This time, it was another Dragon Group assistance mission. Could it be another trap, just like last time? How could she not be worried? "It's all right, little sister. If there's danger, my brother-in-law is stronger than me. I definitely won't let him go in my place. This time, I'm setting off with the Dragon Group members. Your brother is already an innate master now." He lowered his voice. "Your brother is also a cheer-refining cultivator, little sister." Nan Mingyu quickly instructed, "Brother, don't forget to wear the magical robe I gave you. And wear that protective talisman. If you can't secure an invincible position, go into the space house." The protective talismans were exchanged by Nan Mingyu using merit points, mainly because she was worried about Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jioha encountering danger during their missions. So she had exchanged several protective talismans, which were essentially jade plaques engraved with defensive arrays that would activate automatically when attacked. As for the space house, it contained defensive arrays. However, the one she gave him was a bit too large and couldn't be concealed. "Don't worry, housekeeper sister." Cheng Jioha joked with her. "Hurry and intercept him. Don't let him board the train." The train station was always crowded. This time, Nan Mingyu didn't dare descend directly into the crowd, because this wasn't the exit passage where everyone was focused on heading home and wouldn't notice others. She couldn't risk being seen. Thinking that the Dragon Group had specifically named Gu Dongxing for this mission, could it be that they only wanted to disrupt his engagement ceremony with her and deliberately sent him away? If so, it might not be a trap to harm Gu Dongxing. Regardless, she had to intercept Gu Dongxing first. Soon, she spotted Gu Dongxing queuing to enter the station. What frustrated her was that a girl was following beside him. That girl was Chu Jinjin from Hong Kong. Therefore, she descended into a restroom, put away the 5 Elements fan, and then walked out of the restroom, simultaneously spreading her divine sense to search for Gu Dongxing. Nan Mingyu was deeply moved by her brother's help. She suddenly thought again. His leader had originally given him half a month off, but he had rested for less than 3 days, and now he was taking on a mission for Gu Dongxing. Nan Mingyu directly leaped onto the 5 Elements fan in the courtyard, activated the concealment array, and then flew into the sky, heading toward the train station. Nan Mingyu then remembered that yesterday, she and Gu Dongxing had left that girl at the hotel and hadn't bothered with her since. Now it seemed she intended to follow Gu Dongxing again? Nan Mingyu thought for a moment and decided not to meet Gu Dongxing. Instead, she sent him a telepathic message. Dongxing, Brother Chung just called. He's taking over your mission. You don't need to go. Gu Dongxing swept his divine sense and immediately detected Nan Mingyu. He quickly replied telepathically, Xiao Meng, has Jioha really gone to carry out the mission for me? That's a Dragon Group assistance mission. Well, Jioha is also an innate master. That mission shouldn't be too difficult for him. Nan Mingyu then remembered that the last mission involving the Flood Dragon was also a Dragon Group assistance request. That Dragon Group assistance mission had been a setup to harm him. Could this one be the same? She quickly asked, what exactly is the mission? How about we go together and take a look? Good morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 948, Suspicion Comes from the Dragon Group. Gu Dongxing was both tempted and hesitant. Tempted, because every Dragon Group mission was no simple matter. Hesitant, because the task had already been assigned to Chung Jioha. If he brought Nan Mingyu along, it would somewhat violate discipline. Moreover, since he was to be engaged in 10 days, Chung Jioha had taken his place to carry out the mission. If they followed along, what would happen to the engagement ceremony 10 days later? Nan Mingyu seemed to read his thoughts and transmitted her voice again. Let's take the 5 Elements fan and go invisibly. If there's no danger, we'll come back. Gu Dongxing thought about his cloud-shaped flying device, which, though fast, couldn't turn invisible like the 5 Elements fan, so he agreed. All right, I'll say a few words to Miss Chu, and then we'll leave immediately. Nan Mingyu didn't intend to listen to their conversation and waited in the train station parking lot. Before long, Gu Dongxing came over. Nan Mingyu casually asked, is Miss Chu going to take the train? Gu Dongxing nodded. I told her I spotted someone who looked like the person she was looking for, so she naturally wanted to take the train right away. Nan Mingyu paused. Did you give her your mother's address? The two walked out of the train station and ducked into a deserted alley. Nan Mingyu took out the 5 Elements fan. Once they were on it, she activated the concealment formation and ascended into the sky. Thus, not only did Chu Jinjin go to Haijia village in vain, but it also led to Haishui developing a serious misunderstanding about Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu. That is a story for later. On the 5 Elements fan, Gu Dongxing told Nan Mingyu about this Dragon Group mission and his connection with the Dragon Group. However, what Gu Dongxing didn't know was that when Chu Jinjin arrived at Haijia village, Haishui had already boarded a train to the capital after receiving a call from Yiqing. Gu Dongxing was not a member of the Dragon Group, yet he had been summoned by them several times, and there was a reason for that. Once, while in the mountains on business, he discovered that the area had dense spiritual energy and entered to cultivate. There, he encountered 2 people being attacked by 3 foreigners. His former military identity compelled him to help the 2 Chinese defeat the 3 foreigners. Gu Dongxing nodded. Yes, although whether to acknowledge the kinship is up to mother, it's still good to let them meet. When Gu Dongxing had previously interrogated Yiqing with magic, he hadn't asked about this aspect, so he didn't know that Yiqing had called his mother and revealed the news of his engagement to Nan Mingyu in the capital. When there was a mission, the Dragon Group would call him along. He treated it as an opportunity for training. But unexpectedly, those 2 Chinese were actually Dragon Group ability users, and the 3 foreigners they drove away were also ability users. From that day on, he was targeted by the Dragon Group. The previous mission to kill the Flood Dragon was the only time he went on a solo mission. No, not exactly solo, because old Zhou, who was chasing arms dealers, was also there. But regardless, it was the only Dragon Group mission he had undertaken without other Dragon Group members, and it was the first suicide mission assigned to him. After finding no issues elsewhere, Gu Dongxing suspected that the conspiracy came from within the Dragon Group. Someone in the Dragon Group wanted him dead. Or perhaps someone had asked the Dragon Group to kill him. Hearing Gu Dongxing's suspect, Nan Mingyu recalled what Ganhua had said at the time. Aren't you afraid something will happen to your fiancé? Could it be that the Nan family had managed to find out about the Dragon Group's mission? In other words, was the person harming Gu Dongxing connected to the Nan family, or more specifically, to Nan Ming? This chapter ends. Chapter 949, Why didn't Gu Dongxing come? Minyu thought of how Nan Ming had used Jiang Huayu to deal with her eldest maternal uncle, and her heart raced. Could it be that Nan Ming had found out that her fiancé was Gu Dongxing, and so he wanted to eliminate him first? It seemed she needed to find time to enter the space and interrogate Nan Ming. Gu Dongxing continued, "This mission is to investigate strange occurrences in a mountain village. That village is deep in the southwestern mountains. The livestock there have been dying inexplicably. It started with chickens and ducks. After they all died, it moved on to cattle and pigs. The cause of death is unknown. However, after the creatures died, not a single drop of blood remained in their bodies. The villagers panicked and locked up all the livestock securely at night. But no matter how well they were locked, the livestock would still die. In recent days, people have started dying as well, also with all the blood drained from their bodies. Panic has spread through the village and many villagers have fled." Gu Dongxing looked at Nan Mingyu. "The villagers suspect this is the work of a vampire, so the case has been dubbed the vampire case. The public security forces couldn't solve it, so the case was handed over to the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group was too busy, so they asked the Folk Culture Research Association for help, requesting my involvement." Nan Mingyu frowned. "Another personal request?" Gu Dongxing nodded. "This is the second time I've been personally requested. But this time, the mission isn't for one person to carry out alone, it's a team of 5. Thinking back to the suicide mission Gu Dongxing had been assigned last time, Nan Mingyu felt a bit worried. Could this be another trap? But she thought, let's wait and see. If someone in the Dragon Group really wanted to harm Gu Dongxing, Ching Jioha reporting to the team leader, "Gu Dongxing was busy arranging his engagement during this period, and I happened to be on leave, so I volunteered to take his place." However, Ching Jioha didn't know any of them. The others also looked at Ching Jioha. One of the leaders, a Foundation establishment cultivator, frowned at him. Why didn't Gu Dongxing come? The two flew to the destination, Mali Township, but the Dragon Group members had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, the helicopter carrying Ching Jioha had just reached the capital. 4 men and 2 women came up from below. Among these 6 people, there were 2 cultivators, 2 ability users, and 1 man and 1 woman who were martial artists. However, when Nan Mingju saw him, she asked in surprise, "Why is it you? Where's Gu Dongxing?" The Foundation establishment cultivator asked, "Our team is composed of ability users and cultivators. We specifically requested Gu Dongxing because he is a Shantian-level ancient martial artist. What abilities do you have?" These 2 were Nan Mingju, a 6th-level martial artist, and her shadow guard, Di Ding. After she had chosen her shadow guard, she liked to show off, so she kept him by her side as a bodyguard. "Should we go take a look first?" Nan Mingyu asked. Gu Dongxing shook his head. "Our purpose here is only to observe and protect Jioha. Don't alert the enemy." Ching Jioha felt displeased that the Foundation establishment cultivator looked down on him, but he maintained a respectful demeanor, reporting to the team leader, "I am the one who taught Gu Dongxing his ancient martial arts techniques. Moreover, I am also a Shantian-level martial artist." Upon hearing that Cheng Jioha was Gu Dongxing's master, the Foundation establishment cultivator figured he was at least no worse than Gu Dongxing. With that, he decided not to hold them accountable for the unauthorized substitution. His expression finally softened, and he extended his right hand to Cheng Jioha. "Welcome to join us on this mission." Seeing that the Foundation establishment cultivator had agreed so readily to Cheng Jioha replacing Gu Dongxing, Nan Mingju grew anxious. End of chapter. Chapter 950, You'd better understand your position. Ching Jioha was here, which meant Gu Dongxing wouldn't be coming. She had gone to great lengths to get Gu Dongxing to join this event, and she herself had shamelessly rushed over, but she never expected that this damned Cheng Jioha would so quickly replace Gu Dongxing in the activity. She had brought Gu Dongxing here for 2 reasons. First, to go on a mission together with him, and second, to make things happen between them, forcing him to marry her. If he didn't come, why would she even bother showing up? That Foundation establishment cultivator was already introducing the people behind him to Cheng Jioha. Li Guoqiang, Wood Element Ability, Level 3. Zhao Chuanxiu, Fire Element Ability, Level 2. Jian Yujie, Water Element Ability, Level 3. I'm surnamed Feng, named Dongqing, a Gold Earth Dual Spiritual Root Foundation establishment cultivator. Ching Jioha found it strange. The woman who had asked about Gu Dongxing as soon as she arrived, and the person beside her, hadn't been introduced yet. Ching Jioha, Ancient Martial Arts Practitioner, Innate Realm. Ching Jioha didn't reveal that he was also a Qi Refining Level 6 cultivator. After finishing his self-introduction, he asked Nan Mingju, and this is Nan Mingju of the Nan family, here to observe, to gain experience. The person beside her is her bodyguard. Hearing the words Nan Mingju of the Nan family, Cheng Jioha immediately fixed his gaze on her. So, she was the one who had impersonated his own sister and taken the position of the Nan family's legitimate eldest daughter, that Nan Mingju. Indeed, the reason this dragon group activity specifically called for Gu Dongxing was because of Nan Mingju's doing. She had sent Ganhua to propose marriage at the Gu family. The Gu family elders had all agreed, but Gu Dongxing refused. Those useless Gu family elders couldn't even suppress Gu Dongxing, and he even gained Gu Ming's support, managing to set an engagement with Jiang Mingyu 10 days from now. She wouldn't allow it. She absolutely wouldn't allow them to formally get engaged. So, she contacted the person Nan Ming had told her to reach only in emergencies. Coincidentally, a report came in about a bizarre incident requiring Dragon Group support, and thus, this Dragon Group operation included an order for Gu Dongxing to join. She said to Feng Dongcheng, Captain Foam, wasn't it agreed that Gu Dongxing would come along? Why not let this Qing Jioha go back and switch with Gu Dongxing? Then I won't go either, is that okay? Nan Mingju said. He completely ignored Nan Mingju's suggestion to send Cheng Jioha back and swap him for Gu Dongxing, directly pointing out that she shouldn't meddle in the team's personnel matters. Feng Dongcheng was the leader of this operation team. He glanced contemptuously at Nan Mingju and said, Miss Nan, we are a special operations team of the Dragon Group. We're here to carry out a mission, not to go sightseeing. You'd better understand your position. But why, when Gu Dongxing had been explicitly named to join the mission, had it turned into Cheng Jioha? Feng Dongcheng then said, it's fine if you don't go, but your bodyguard has to go, because you're occupying one spot, and we can't reassign anyone now. Nan Mingyu had no choice. If her bodyguard went, she feared she had already offended the Nan family and wouldn't be safe without protection. In the end, she could only glare viciously at Qing Jioha before reluctantly following along. However, when she realized they had to climb a mountain, she regretted it again. Although she was a level 6 martial artist, her strength came from accumulated pills, and she herself hated hardship and fatigue. While she wouldn't fall behind, she was still unhappy. Suddenly, a mixed scent of wine and fruit drifted downwind to the back. She took a whiff and immediately felt her energy surge. She looked up and saw Cheng Jioha putting away his jade gourd. She quickly hurried a few steps forward and reached out to grab his jade gourd. You're carrying wine? Let me see it. This chapter ends. Chapter 951, I mind. Qing Jioha raised his hand, pulling away from her touch, and said with disgust, sorry, I'm a man, and I've already drunk from this. There's saliva in it. I'm not comfortable offering it to you. What Cheng Jioha held was naturally the spiritual fruit wine that Nan Mingyu had given him. The fruits from the spiritual fruit trees in Nan Mingyu's space couldn't be sold, and she couldn't finish them herself, so she had brewed a large amount of spiritual fruit wine. Qing Jioha was now cultivating constantly, even while walking on the road, circulating his inner energy. But the spiritual energy in the mundane world's air was thin, so he had to rely on the spiritual fruit wine to supply spiritual power for his cultivation. This jade gourd was also a gift from Nan Mingyu, containing 1,000 jin of spiritual fruit wine. With him saying that, would a young lady still have the nerve to ask for more? Nan Mingju was a bit annoyed, but she had caught the scent of the wine drifting downwind just now and knew that the wine in the gourd was something good. She wasn't about to give up. She stomped her foot and said in a commanding tone, I'm thirsty. You're my cousin, so just let me have a sip, okay? I don't mind your saliva. I mind. Qing Jioha shot Nan Mingju a disgusted look. Besides, I don't have a cousin like you. Li Guiqiang, having done a good deed without reward, snorted, do you think you can just drink anyone's water? Could it be that she really wasn't a true member of the Nan family, as the rumors said? Had he recognized Jiang Mingyu? Was that why he was helping Gu Dongxing this time? He emphasized the word water, turning an ordinary statement into something with a suggestive edge. The crew-cut-haired Li Guiqiang handed over his own canteen. Drink mine. Diding quickly handed over his canteen. Miss, this is the one I brought for you. It hasn't been drunk from. Nan Mingju slapped his canteen away. Do you think I'll drink just anyone's water? She cast a venomous glance at Qing Jioha's retreating back, but quickly put on an angry expression, stomped her foot, and followed after him. Diding didn't understand. Why did the miss want water but refuse his? Could she have taken a liking to that Cheng Jioha? No, that wasn't right. Wasn't she fond of that Gu Dongxing from the Gu family? No way. Though Cheng Jioha was strikingly handsome, he was still the Nan family's nephew. He and the miss were cousins. How could he be a match for her? And clearly, that Cheng Jioha didn't acknowledge her as his cousin. Nan Mingju was furious. The Nan family hadn't denied that she was the eldest miss, so how dare he deny her identity? If he acknowledged her as his master, wouldn't that be disastrous? He watched Nan Mingju's back, torn between hope and fear. Li Guiqiang, feeling guilty under her glare, averted his eyes and quickened his pace to catch up with Cheng Jioha. Qing Jioha, having said his piece, sped up, overtaking the others to walk at the very front, leaving Nan Mingju behind. Nan Mingju glared fiercely at Diding, refused to take his canteen, and walked on by herself. Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu, trailing far behind, watched all this with amusement. Nan Mingju was truly arrogant. She still thought that, whether in the Nan family or at school, others would fawn over her for being the Nan family's eldest miss. She probably assumed that with just a little kindness, Jung Jioha would come running after her like a lapdog. But her own Jioha brother was a dragon among men. How could he be won over so easily by someone like Nan Mingju? Thank you all for your support. That's all for today's update. Chapter end. Chapter 952, Those Who Come Shall Not Return. After seeing Nan Mingju participate in this operation, she somewhat understood that the request for Gu Dongxing to join was likely Nan Mingju's doing. However, she was somewhat interested in the operation team leader, Feng Dongcheng, from this dragon ancestor group. Although she suspected that the order to harm her fiancé had come from the dragon group, it was clear that Feng Dongcheng was unaware of this. He had only heard that Gu Dongxing's ancient martial arts were taught by Cheng Jioha, so he immediately agreed to let Cheng Jioha replace Gu Dongxing, without caring about what Nan Mingju might think. Still, one thing was certain, today's mission did not seem designed to trap Gu Dongxing. But since Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu were already here, they did not plan to leave just yet. Instead, they wanted to follow and observe from behind. After all, there were still 10 days until their engagement ceremony. The group finally arrived at a remote mountain village. Seeing the advance team enter the village, Nan Mingyu was about to lower the cloud and quietly follow, but Gu Dongxing stopped her. Don't go down yet. Let's watch from the air. Nan Mingyu then stayed put and together with Gu Dongxing, they stood in midair on the 5-element span, extending their spiritual senses to explore the village. But wait, hadn't they said almost everyone in the village had fled? Why were there still so many people here? Captain Feng quickly said, no need to trouble yourselves. Let's first talk about the strange case in your village. Village Chief Wei put on a kindly smile. How can you just eat dry rations? I'll have someone cook a meal right away. As it happens, I caught 2 wild pheasants today. I'll have my wife kill them and cook them for everyone. Nan Mingju muttered, saving face at the cost of suffering. Seeing strangers enter the village, someone soon came out to inquire, then reported to someone inside. Afterward, a man in his 40s came out to greet them. It was dinner time, and smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. Voices of men and women returning home, the coughing of the elderly, and the crying or laughing of children could be heard throughout the village. Oh, I see. Welcome. Please come into the village office. Captain Feng interrupted her. We've already eaten dry rations on the way. No need to trouble yourselves. Nan Mingju immediately said, do you even need to ask? We climbed over 5 hours of mountain roads. Hello, I'm the village chief of Shanbei village. My surname is Wei. May I ask who you are? Village Chief Wei welcomed everyone into the village office and poured tea for each. You haven't eaten yet, have you? The village had about 60 to 70 households, making it a medium-sized village. Most of the houses were brick-fronted with tile roofs and earth brick walls at the back, with a few thatched huts serving as outhouses. Clearly, this village was not poor. Hello, Village Chief Wei. We are comrades sent by the higher-ups to investigate the strange case in your village. This village was nestled at the foot of a large mountain, with a mountain behind it, a vast expanse of paddy fields in front, another mountain range in the distance, and a small river beside it. It was a picturesque little village. Seeing that Captain Feng insisted on not eating, and even the tea he had poured remained untouched on the square table, Village Chief Wei paused for a moment, then said, all right. So, Village Chief Wei began to speak. Just as Gu Dongxing had told Nan Mingyu on the way, the village first discovered that chickens and ducks were dying from blood loss. No matter how well they were locked up, they would be found dead by morning, drained of blood. In just 3 days, the village's hundreds of chickens and ducks had all died. After the chickens and ducks were gone, it was the turn of the cattle, sheep, and pigs. The same as the poultry, they would be fine when checked at night, but by morning, they were dead. Again, not a single drop of blood remained. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 953, The Scale of Burial Accessories Keeps Increasing. The public security officers arrived and even stayed in the village, but the pigs and cattle continued to die, and they could not find any trace of human interference. Although the entire village was panicked, it wasn't yet chaotic until yesterday morning, when a widowed woman in the village died under the same circumstances, triggering widespread terror. Nan Mingju interjected, didn't you say everyone had fled? How are there still so many people in the village? Village Chief Wei glanced at Nan Mingju and said, originally, after the death was discovered yesterday morning, the villagers did scramble to escape the village. But he paused for a moment before continuing. Everyone who tried to flee ended up wandering back to the village. Everyone was astonished. Nan Mingju asked again, couldn't they escape through the mountains? Some did think of escaping through the mountains, but no matter which direction they took, they always ended up back in the village. The village chief looked at Nan Mingju, a strange smile forming on his face. In short, not a single person in the village has been able to escape. Nan Mingju's heart pounded at these words. Do you mean we can't leave either? The village chief shook his head. When the second cow died in our village, I wanted to go out and report it. But just as I was about to leave, my leg suddenly twisted, making it hard to walk the mountain paths. As they spoke, several more people arrived at the team headquarters. Village Chief Wei introduced them. These were all public security officers, 2 from the township, who had arrived first, and 2 from the county, who came later. This village has no telephone, and no one can leave it. So how was the situation reported to the outside? Everyone was puzzled. Captain Feng's face darkened. Does your village have a telephone? Village Chief Wei nodded. None of the public security officers who came to the village have ever left. This place is essentially a one-way trip. Village Chief Wei gave a bitter smile, but in reality, ever since the strange vampire-like incidents began in our village, none of us have been able to leave. Not just us, even outsiders who come and can't get out. Impossible. Nan Mingju shouted, her mouth wide open. Village Chief Wei shook his head. Only the brigade headquarters has a telephone. We don't have one here. But we can't even reach the brigade headquarters. I tried to have someone else deliver a message, but no matter who tried to leave the mountains, something went wrong. This dragged on for 2 days, until yesterday, when the first death occurred. Everyone wanted to flee the village, and that's when the phenomenon of being unable to leave no matter which way you went began. At the same time, a deep sense of fear rose in her heart. If no one could leave, did that mean she couldn't leave either? I wish that were impossible. Everyone exchanged glances. Not a single group had managed to leave? Including your group, 3 groups have come to our village in recent days, and none of them have been able to leave. I asked my son to go out for me. He hadn't even made it halfway when his leg got caught in a wild animal trap, and he couldn't go any further. The dragon group sent people. They were the 3rd group. Captain Feng's heart sank. The village chief hadn't sent word of the village's situation to the outside, yet the outside had received reports and sent people one after another. What infuriated Captain Feng most was that before his team arrived, no one had told him that everyone who entered never returned. In midair, Jiang Mingyu felt another surge of anger rise within her. She realized the entire village was shrouded in a layer of black energy. Someone had clearly set up an evil ritual array around the village. The highest cultivation level among this group was a foundation establishment cultivator, Feng Dongcheng. Such an evil technique was far beyond his ability to handle. Even if he managed to escape using an escape technique, his subordinates would likely not get away. Chapter 954, Walking into the Trap. Gu Dongxing's identity as a cultivator had always been well concealed, revealing only his innate level martial arts skills. And as an ancient martial artist, even an innate level master, once inside such an evil formation, he would still find it impossible to escape. In other words, this mission was once again a relatively one-way trip with no return. Previously, Nan Mingyu had thought that since the dragon group allowed Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiohe to take their places, and with Nan Mingyu accompanying them, this mission might not be a trap targeting Gu Dongxing. But now, she was 100% certain that this was still a trap aimed at Gu Dongxing. However, Captain Feng didn't know this, so letting Qing Jiohe take on the mission was merely his own decision. The person who wanted to kill Gu Dongxing was truly ruthless. Last time by the South Sea, to lure Gu Dongxing to his death, they even sent old Zhou and his crew as sacrifices to accompany him. And this time, they had actually dragged a group of Dragon Group members along as sacrifices for Gu Dongxing. After all, every member of the Dragon Group was a treasure, yet now 5 of them had been sent at once to die alongside Gu Dongxing. Even Nan Mingju had become a sacrificial victim? The scale of the sacrifices was getting higher and higher, and Nan Mingyu's anger was rising more and more. Who exactly was this person, going to such lengths to eliminate Gu Dongxing? Was it because Gu Dongxing was her fiancé? Nan Mingyu had previously suspected that the person trying to kill Gu Dongxing might be the Yang family. After all, with Gu Dongxing around, young Mei Yang's 2 sons had always lived in his shadow. Although his spiritual sense was also very strong, he couldn't refine it as finely as Nan Mingyu could. If he extended it, it would be hard to avoid being detected when probing the formation. She split her spiritual sense into extremely fine strands and slowly spread it in all directions. She had long noticed that when she refined her spiritual sense, even if it landed on a person, it wouldn't be detected. As a cultivator, he naturally understood that he had entered a formation. Gu Dongxing sighed inwardly. Let's stay put for now. Slowly explore with your refined spiritual sense later. Don't skin like usual, let it seep out gently, touch lightly, and don't alert the enemy. But Nan Ming was still in her space, and now an evil formation had been set up here to lure Gu Dongxing in. This instantly cleared Nan Ming of suspicion. Captain Feng soon caught the faint scent of blood in the air, along with a thin black mist enveloping the entire village and its surroundings. Yet he felt the Yang family didn't have enough power to set up such a large-scale scheme at the South Sea. He also suspected Nan Ming might be behind it. After all, Gu Dongxing being her support posed a threat to Nan Mingzhu. I'll be careful. Then, should we go find the formations right away? Perhaps Nan Ming was just a pawn of that person. I'm not afraid. I'm just wondering why we didn't notice the formation here at all. Nan Mingyu squeezed Gu Dongxing's warm, large hand in return. The person who set up the formation is very skilled. He probably had the formation's gate open before, and only closed it after we entered, Gu Dongxing said. Thus, the entire village was soon under her spiritual sense. So he could only explore the village's interior, not daring to extend his spiritual sense too far and touch the formation. Who exactly was this person? Suddenly, a large hand grasped Nan Mingyu's small hand, and a surge of energy flowed over, melting her anger like boiling water splashing on snow. However, she and Gu Dongxing were still on the Five Elements fan, hidden from view, so the enemy didn't know there were 2 more people inside the formation. But for now, they couldn't think of a way to break this evil formation. Just as he wanted to eliminate the Lang family, it made sense for him to want to get rid of Gu Dongxing. Thus, they had unknowingly entered the hidden formation. Don't worry, I'm here, Gu Dongxing transmitted telepathically. They had been following Cheng Jioha's group at a low altitude, so when Cheng Jioha and the others entered the village, they followed as well, though the Five Elements fan's formation hadn't been retracted yet, and they hadn't landed. After forming her golden core and undergoing tribulation, she had reached the 3rd layer of the golden core stage. Her spiritual sense had multiplied, and its range had expanded from 10 li to 20 li. Like old Zhou last time, he was now filled with bitterness. Wasn't this walking right into the trap? He was about to say something when he noticed Nan Mingzhu picking up the tea poured by village chief Wei and drinking it. He was secretly furious. How could this Miss Nan have no sense of caution? At a crime scene where everyone was a suspect, how could she dare drink tea poured by someone else? Before he could stop her, he acted quickly, knocking over Nan Mingzhu's teacup. The tea spilled onto her shoes, and the coarse porcelain cup clattered to the ground, shattering into several pieces. End of chapter. Chapter 955, If you want to die, then drink. Last time, Regiment Commander Zhou and Gu Dongxing cooperated to capture the dragon and catch the firearms dealers. In a small fishing village, they fell victim to a scheme by the villagers, watching helplessly as the enemy tied up all their own people without any way to stop it. Because the dragon group was involved in that incident, the matter was naturally reported back to them. Since then, members of the dragon group have become more cautious when carrying out missions. Unless they are certain something is harmless, they cannot eat or drink anything provided by the locals at the scene. When Captain Feng said, "We ate dry rations on the road," the dragon group members understood that the food and drink in the village were not to be consumed. But Nan Mingzhu was not a member of the dragon group, so she did not grasp Captain Feng's meaning. Having been refused water by Cheng Jioha on the road, she stubbornly refused to drink from others and had brought no water herself. Thus, she was truly parched and didn't care whether the tea was safe to drink. She picked it up and was about to drink it. At that moment, the tea bowl was knocked over by Feng Dongcheng, the leader of this operation. She thought Captain Feng had done it accidentally and was very displeased. Captain Feng had to apologize. "Sorry, my head felt a bit itchy. I raised my hand to scratch it and didn't expect to hit your bowl. But it's fine, I still have water in my canteen. You can have it." Yes, just now, Captain Feng had pretended to accidentally knock over her tea bowl. But this time, she was certain it wasn't an accident. He had deliberately knocked it out of her hand. Nan Mingzhu held the bowl, but ultimately dared not drink. Finally, she turned to Diding and asked, "Where's the water?" Cheng Jioha shot her a glare and turned his head away. He entered the last house in that row of buildings. Going through the front door, he walked straight into the courtyard and then into the backyard. "Why did you knock over my bowl?" She looked up angrily and saw Cheng Jioha's cold gaze. "Are you all being too cautious? What reason would the village chief have to poison everyone?" Nan Mingzhu refused to be convinced. When village chief Wei saw Nan Mingzhu about to drink the tea but had it knocked over by Captain Feng, his eyes flickered. He quickly said, "It's fine, I'll pour you another bowl." Cheng Jioha said coldly, "If you want to die, then drink. There are plenty of bowls of tea on this table." Village chief Wei, "Don't rush to pour tea. Please go and call those public security officers over first. Then we'll go together to look at the bodies of the chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and people that were drained of blood." Only then did she notice that in front of each person sat a bowl of tea, the very ones the village chief had just poured. Earlier, everyone had been holding their bowls, but now they had all set them down, and the tea inside remained untouched. Although Captain Feng had told him not to pour tea, he still poured Nan Mingzhu a new bowl before walking out. Village chief Wei paused for a moment, then said, All right, I'll go call them over." Nan Mingzhu picked up the bowl of tea and was about to drink when someone knocked it away. Nan Mingzhu glared fiercely at Qing Jioha, then looked around. Her heart sank. Are you suspecting that this tea is poisoned? If you want to die, go ahead and drink it, Qing Jioha said. After Village Chief Wei left the team headquarters, he headed straight for the tallest row of houses at the back. The houses were built against the mountain, so the backyard's mountain wall was more than 2 meters higher than the ground of the backyard. He opened a door in the wall of the backyard. This wasn't a stone mountain, but a dirt mountain. Thus, houses built against the mountain often had such a hole dug in the backyard to store sweet potatoes, taro, and other staples. But after Village Chief Wei entered, he disappeared. What Village Chief Wei didn't know, however, was that a trace of Meng Yu's refined divine sense was attached to him. This chapter ends. Chapter 956, A Powerful Man. After Village Chief Wei entered the cave, the first section was still a dugout earthen tunnel, but after walking over 100 meters through the earth tunnel, it connected to a rocky cave. Twisting and turning through the rocky cave for at least 300 meters, Village Chief Wei entered a large karst cavern. The cavern was over 300 square meters wide, with the highest point reaching 15 to 16 meters tall. Lamps were lit inside, illuminating stalactites of various shapes and forms. At the innermost part of the cavern was a pool, and in the pool grew a golden lotus, bearing a golden lotus seed pod. It was clear that the pod would take a long time to ripen. The water was emitting steam, clearly hot, but Meng Yu's spiritual sense distinctly felt that the air in the entire cave was extremely cold, as if even her spiritual sense could freeze into ice. In the middle of the pool was a large rock, and on that rock sat a man cross-legged. He appeared to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a strikingly handsome, almost demonic face. But his lips were a dark purple-black, and the cold air in the cave emanated from this man. Seeing this man, Meng Yu's heart jolted. This man should be the master of the evil formation shrouding Shanbei village. This man seemed extremely powerful. Fearing he might detect her, Meng Yu dared not bring her spiritual sense too close. Even so, she could sense that his aura was stronger than hers. Could he be the hidden hand behind Nan Ming? So, sir, the first 2 groups were all drugged by me, then sent here for you to enjoy. But this group, I'm afraid I won't be able to bring them to you. Because the cave wasn't far from the village, Meng Yu's spiritual sense could hear Village Chief Wei's words. Moreover, the person behind Nan Ming should be on Nan Mingzhu's side, and would absolutely never harm Nan Mingzhu. Because her spiritual sense had discovered several male corpses piled on the other side of the mountain spring pool. The bodies were wearing public security uniforms, their faces sallow and bloodless. And this man was steeped in evil aura from head to toe, clearly practicing the demonic path. At that moment, Village Chief Wei cautiously walked to the edge of the pool, bowed respectfully to the man across the water, and said, Sir, this time 6 people have come, 4 men and 2 women, all young and strong. Sir, I feel that the people who came this time are very powerful. I estimate you'll need to act personally to take them down. Sir, will you go yourself? Needless to say, they must have let their guard down around the village chief, drunk the tea he poured, been knocked out by the drug, and then sent by Village Chief Wei to this man to be bled. But after hearing the village chief's words, she was shocked. This man eats people? No, he drinks blood. As soon as Meng Yu's spiritual sense touched them, she could feel that the blood in those male corpses had been drained. However, they seemed very alert and didn't drink the water I poured. One girl wanted to drink, but the leader knocked it over. No, she had guessed before that the person behind Nan Ming was a member of the Nan family itself, and the Nan family practiced the righteous path, not the demonic one. She recalled that this case was called the vampire case. The village's chickens and ducks had all died, drained of blood. The village's cattle and pigs had also been killed, their blood similarly drained. Then, a bachelor died, his blood also drained completely. So, the one who drained the blood of those chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and even the bachelor was this man sitting on the stone in the hot spring. Meng Yu deduced that this man must be afflicted with some kind of cold poison, requiring him to drink hot blood and soak in a hot spring. Thank you to all the lords who subscribed, tipped, voted, and left messages. Chapter end. Chapter 957, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. The man saw Village Chief Wei offering to have him take action, but he did not agree. Instead, he tossed out a bottle. Figure it out yourself. Take this bottle and open the lid when you get close to them. As long as they inhale it, they'll fall unconscious. Then bring them to me one by one. Village Chief Wei was a bit hesitant, but what if? He was somewhat afraid of that Captain Foam. What if those people weren't all together? He felt that if even one person wasn't knocked out, he'd be in trouble. Just pour out the medicine. There's no what if. If there is, then I'll drink the blood of your villagers to heal my wounds, the man said coldly. Nan Mingyu understood now. The reason village chief Wei was acting as an accomplice was because this man threatened him with the entire village. If he didn't obey, the man would drink the blood of the whole village. And now his plan was to report the situation here, get higher-ups to send people, then knock out those investigators sent by the higher-ups and deliver them here for this man to enjoy. Yes, I'll find a way, village chief Wei quickly said. But in his heart, he was full of despair. He was just an ordinary person. How could he deal with people who clearly looked very powerful? The man suddenly laughed. I thought they'd at least send the provincial public security first, and then the dragon group from this mortal world would dispatch ability users or cultivators. But I didn't expect that by the third batch, they'd already sent ability users and cultivators. Their blood, carrying cultivation, is what I need. Nan Mingyu analyzed this and understood. This man was not the mastermind behind the attempt to harm Gu Dongxing. First, this man was not from this realm. He must have been chased out of the immortal sect and fled to the mortal world. As Nan Mingyu listened to the man's words, she suddenly understood. Second, he was poisoned and needed to absorb the blood of cultivators to neutralize and heal his injuries. That's why he set up this place with a blood array to lure the dragon group's cultivators from this realm into his trap. That way, he could ensure that after consuming cultivators' blood to restore his cultivation, he could still escape back into the immortal sect. This man set up a grand array to attract dragon group cultivators, likely unafraid of this realm's cultivation administrators. She had heard from Gu Dongxing that the highest cultivation level among this realm's administrators was the golden core stage. So, this man's cultivation was at least above the golden core stage. Third, this man didn't dare openly seek out cultivators, but instead used this method to lure the dragon group's cultivators in. This indicated that his current power was restricted. On the contrary, it seemed that the person who wanted to harm Gu Dongxing was trying to use this man to kill him. In other words, the person who wanted to kill Gu Dongxing had somehow learned that this man was setting up an array here to fish for cultivators and drink their blood. So, they used the pretext of sending the dragon group to handle the vampire case to dispatch Gu Dongxing. This order came from the dragon group, so this person was either a member of the dragon group or someone who could command it. No, the dragon group wouldn't easily follow someone else's orders. They had repeatedly assigned suicide missions to Gu Dongxing. So, this person must be within the dragon group. Nan Mingyu was furious. Last time, it was killing a flood dragon. This time, it was walking into a trap. Even if he survived this time, they would still assign Gu Dongxing a third, fourth suicide mission. And Gu Dongxing, having once been a soldier, always prioritized the people's interests above all else. As long as it was a mission to stop harm to the people, he would definitely accept it. Nan Mingyu's heart was filled with anxiety. What could she do to stop the dragon group from issuing any more suicide missions? Dear, good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 958. Invisibility broken. That's not right. In her previous life, Gu Dongxing only carried out one dragon-killing mission, not this current suicide mission. Come to think of it, in her previous life, he ended up marrying Jiang Huayu, and Jiang Huayu belonged to the Naming faction. So, was that why he was never assigned another suicide mission later? But in her previous life, he had no involvement with her, so why was he still assigned a suicide mission once? Could it be that the suicide mission to kill the dragon in the South Sea was really orchestrated by Gu Dongxing's stepmother, Yang Meiying? Mingyu's mind was still racing when she suddenly heard the man say again, also, you've got it wrong. The ones who came this time aren't 6, they're 8. Hearing this, Mingyu was shocked. Had she and Gu Dongxing been discovered too? Haha. The man suddenly burst into laughter. I thought it was already good of them to send me 2 ability users, but I didn't expect they'd send 4 cultivators. Haha, heaven helps me. Village Chief Wei was puzzled. Sir, we only hosted 6 people. Where are the other 8? The man chuckled twice. You didn't see them because 2 are hiding inside a concealment artifact. With your mortal eyes, naturally you can't spot them. Haha, if we were outside, I wouldn't have seen through it either. But unfortunately for them, they're inside my bloodthirsty grand array, trying to hide their forms, unaware that their every move is like a clown performing right before my eyes. By now, Mingyu had no illusions left. Among Qing Jioha's group, the only obvious cultivator was Feng Dongqing, along with 2 ability users and 3 ancient martial arts practitioners. I attached my divine sense to Village Chief Wei's body to get into that place. I feel that cave should have some kind of formation set up. Gu Dongxing nodded. You go to his backyard and wait for him. As soon as he comes out, seize the poison bottle. I'll go meet Captain Feng and the others to brief them on the situation. But in reality, Qing Jioha, that ancient martial arts practitioner, was also a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refining. And she and Gu Dongxing were cultivators too. Add them up and that made 4 cultivators, didn't it? She had thought that by hiding with the 5 Elements fan, they were invisible to the other party. Little did she know, he could see them clearly. Mingyu nodded. I'll add a bit more divine sense to check. If possible, I'll snatch the poison bottle after he enters the array. In other words, that bastard planned to devour everyone inside the array, including the entire village. Gu Dongxing was stunned too, but only for a moment before he immediately sent a telepathic message. We can't let Village Chief Wei pour out what's in that bottle. Minyu relayed the intelligence she had gathered through her divine sense to Gu Dongxing. He suspected that the contents of that bottle didn't need to be near someone to poison them, just opening it inside the array would make everyone in it fall victim. Minyu figured that since they were already exposed, there was no point in hiding anymore. So she said, "All right, I'll follow your lead." She lowered the 5 elements fan to the ground, opened the formation, and Gu Dongxing stepped out, heading toward the team headquarters. Meanwhile, Minyu rode the 5 elements fan to the backyard of Village Chief Wei's home. Village Chief Wei walked back with the bottle in hand, looking troubled. He muttered to himself, "I'm sorry, Comrade Feng. I don't want to harm you, but I have no choice. If I don't, our whole village will die. For the sake of over 400 lives in our village, I have to sacrifice a few of yours. When you reach the underworld and file a complaint, don't name me. Name that demon who set up this bloodthirsty grand array in our village instead." End of chapter. Chapter 959. No one will survive within the Great Array. Minyu listened to Village Chief Wei's words, feeling deeply disgusted. He was acting as a lackey for evil and still trying to find an excuse. She now understood that the claim about the whole village being unable to leave was false. At the very least, Village Chief Wei could leave, otherwise, how could he have entered this cave? Her divine sense could perceive that this cave was already beyond the range of the Great Array. Also, who was reporting the various situations to the higher-ups? Wasn't he curious that he only had one bottle and could drug the entire team? If he couldn't, then he himself would be in danger, because every person who came was stronger than him. If he could, then the drug must be extremely potent. Moreover, that man had clearly said there were 2 hidden people, so they couldn't be hiding in the team. Since they weren't in the team and could still be drugged, that meant the drug's potency remained terrifying even after spreading beyond the team. If this drug leaked, would it drug everyone in the entire village? Even himself? Or had Village Chief Wei already been controlled, unable to think at all? Although the 5 elements fan's concealment formation was useless against the blood-devouring array's master, it was still effective against ordinary people within the array. Thus, no one saw Minyu enter the backyard of the village chief's house. Just as Village Chief Wei entered the storage room through the passage, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and his whole body went dizzy. Before he could cry out, Minyu covered his mouth, silencing him. Immediately after, Village Chief Wei collapsed to the ground. Minyu quickly caught him to prevent him from falling, while tossing the poison bottle in his hand into her space. If an ordinary person were entangled by a strand of Insha silk, they would find it hard to escape. If this bottle of Insha silk were released within this great array, not to mention the villagers, even you cultivators would be unable to resist. Truly, no one within the great array would survive. Minyu supported Village Chief Wei, momentarily unsure how to handle him. After thinking it over, she swept her divine sense around and, seeing no one paying attention, decisively used spirit stones to set up a barrier array, tossing Village Chief Wei inside it. Insha silk is made by torturing people to death, forcing them to generate intense resentment and malice, then refining them along with their souls. This bottle of Insha silk contains at least 10,000 souls refined from those tortured to death. Killing him wasn't an option. Not only was he the only one who could currently enter and leave the Great Array, but the person in the cave would come looking if he didn't show up or took too long to deliver people. Throwing him into her space was also impossible. Everything within this array could be detected by that demonic cultivator. If someone suddenly disappeared, he would surely notice. Good master. At that moment, Xiaotao was studying the poison bottle Minyu had tossed in. She opened it slightly to take a look, then quickly sealed it shut, exclaiming in shock, "Master, this isn't poison, it's Insha silk." Minyu was puzzled. What is Insha silk? Xiaotao, take a look at what poison is in this bottle. Minyu was shocked. Even we cultivators can't resist it? Using 10,000 lives to refine it, didn't this person fear the heavenly tribulation? Xiaotao sighed. Master, it doesn't attack the physical body, but directly assaults the soul. Someone with a strong soul like you or the master might resist for a while, but given enough time, even you would struggle to escape its harm. As for the rest, none of them could withstand even a single encounter with it. In other words, if she hadn't seized this bottle in advance, they would all have died today. This was the true power of the blood-devouring array. Minyu drew in a cold breath. Indeed, the mission assigned to Gu Dongxing by the Dragon Group was a suicide mission. End of chapter. Chapter 960. They were treated as food. It was very clear that every person in this entire village had been treated as food by that man. Mingyu was extremely glad she had come, otherwise, brother Jioha would have been doomed. Her brother, who doted on her so much, if he died, she would never forgive herself. Moreover, if her brother died while carrying out a mission in place of Gu Dongxing, would she and Gu Dongxing still have a good life? She would feel guilty for the rest of her life, wouldn't she? Fortunately, this bottle of Insha silk had fallen into her hands. Xiao Tao said again, there is a divine sense left on the bottle's mouth. As long as village chief Wei brings the Insha silk into the Great Formation, the owner of the Insha silk can open the seal on the bottle cap on his own and release the Insha silk. Fortunately, as soon as you got it, you threw it into the peach blossom space. The owner of the Insha silk couldn't enter the peach blossom space with his divine sense, so he couldn't activate it. However, I have now removed the divine sense from the bottle's mouth for you. Mingyu didn't know what to say, she was just so relieved. Earlier, she had found it strange. That man's aura was powerful, but he was clearly suffering from severe cold poison that restricted his body. Why, when he heard that so many people from the dragon group had come, including a cultivator, was he not afraid but instead extremely delighted? Could it be that this formation of his was not just a trapping formation but also an attacking formation? She had never imagined that his trump card was actually this bottle of Insha silk. And not only them, but the entire village's people had been treated as food by that man. How were they supposed to escape this formation? Mingyu thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Village Chief Wei had previously followed the cave out of the Great Formation. Did that mean if she took him, she could follow that same cave to get out of the formation? Mingyu recalled that before, when Village Chief Wei had finished walking through the earthen tunnel and entered the stone tunnel, he seemed to have knocked on the stone wall a few times. Captain Feng and the others were still waiting for Village Chief Wei to call the two groups of public security officers who had arrived earlier. Because it was taking a while, Nan Mingju was already getting impatient. Unable to leave the formation, she had no choice but to return to the team headquarters. The mountain cave wasn't just a single path, there were many branching tunnels. As long as she could get out of the formation, she could carve out her own path. She suddenly understood, this cave was not without a formation. The reason Village Chief Wei had been able to walk out earlier was that the man had opened a door in the formation. At the time, she had thought he was just knocking unconsciously, but now she realized it was a signal to that man to open the formation. She quickly brought Village Chief Wei back out and led him toward the cave. Realizing that she would have to alert the other party to open the formation, Mingyu immediately decided to turn back. She didn't think that knocking on the wall like Village Chief Wei would work. The other party would surely scan with his divine sense, and only open the formation if he recognized her. However, just as she reached the junction between the earthen tunnel and the stone tunnel, she encountered resistance and could not move forward no matter what. What's going on? Didn't the public security officers who came first stay in the village? Why has it taken so long to find them? Captain Feng was only a newly Foundation establishment cultivator, and his divine sense could only extend 30 meters. So he could only see Village Chief Wei walking toward the highest row of houses and going inside. He couldn't see what was happening in there. But the situation in the village was unusual. Because the attempt to escape the village had failed, the villagers were terrified. Every household had its doors shut tight, and no one came out. When he knocked, no one answered, and he couldn't find anyone to ask for information. So he simply led his people to try walking along the mountain path, only to find that they really couldn't get out. They had no choice but to wait for the village chief to bring the public security officers who had come earlier. Maybe those officers had already discovered something? The chapter ends. Chapter 961, You've all been fooled. The village chief had left his son at the team headquarters to accompany them, but this young man seemed to speak little. Aside from the obvious information already known, they couldn't pry anything out of him. Captain Feng asked him, Xiao Wei, can you take us to see the carcasses of the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs in the village? Xiao Wei stared at the ground. The chickens and ducks have been eaten, and the pigs and cattle have been salted into cured meat. Nan Mingzu found it strange. You dare to eat things that have had their blood sucked by those monsters? Xiao Wei looked at her oddly. If we don't eat them, what else would we do with them? Aren't you afraid they're poisonous? Throw a couple of pieces to the cats and dogs to see if they're poisonous or not. Captain Feng keenly caught onto something. The cats and dogs weren't bled? Xiao Wei, at first it was the chickens and ducks, so naturally the cats and dogs were fine. Gu Dongxing, however, was very displeased. Who told you to carry out the mission for me? This was a suicide mission. If he and Mingyu hadn't come, Cheng Jioha would have died without a doubt. How could he be happy about it? Weren't you going to get engaged to my sister? Gu Dongxing didn't even spare him a glance, instead looking at Jioha and Feng Dongqing. Xiao Wei looked at her as if she were an idiot. The first batch of chickens and ducks weren't poisonous, so naturally the later pigs and cattle wouldn't be either. With the sound of his voice, Gu Dongxing walked in. Nan Mingju was left speechless. Feng Dongqing and the others were all shocked. A suicide mission? That meant this mission wasn't just impossible to complete, but would also cost them their lives? Hearing this, Xiao Wei jumped up to run away, but Captain Feng quickly grabbed him. Xiao Wei tried to open his mouth to shout, but as soon as his lips parted, something was stuffed into his mouth, and he was silenced like a rooster with its neck wrung. Yes, they hadn't said anything because, as soon as they arrived, the village chief had drugged them with a bowl of tea and sent them away. They hadn't had a chance to speak. It's just an engagement ceremony, not a wedding. At most, I'd need to go back on the engagement day. Did you really need to take on the mission for me? Do you know how dangerous this mission is? He looked at Feng Dongqing. This is a suicide mission. Nan Mingzhu asked again, so with the later pigs and cattle, since there were no dogs to test them, you still dared to eat them? As soon as Cheng Jioha saw Gu Dongxing arrive, he was very puzzled. Didn't I call and tell you not to come? Captain Feng's heart sank. The bodies from the bloodshed are physical evidence. Didn't the first group of police tell you to keep them? They were eaten or cured instead. A voice rang out. Of course they didn't say anything. Because they didn't have time to. They were drugged by the father and son, and sent straight into the hands of the one who set up the evil formation. Nan Mingzhu jumped up. Brother Gu, are you here to find me? Xiao Wei kept his head down, staring at the ground. The police didn't say anything. When Nan Mingzhu heard the words suicide mission, she was stunned. Impossible. How could we die? Brother Gu, don't scare me. Gu Dongxing still ignored Nan Mingzhu and looked at Feng Dongqing. Captain Feng, you should have noticed that the entire village has been set up with an evil formation. The whole village can only be entered, not exited, right? Feng Dongqing nodded. Village Chief Wei mentioned it before, and I sent 2 men to test it. Indeed, we can't get out. Gu Dongxing asked again, when you took on the mission, did the higher-ups tell you that neither of the 2 groups that entered Shanbei village ever came out? Thank you, dear readers, for your support. This chapter ends. Chapter 962, Why can't she learn her lesson? Feng Dongqing shook his head. No. He only said that the township and county bureaus had sent people to investigate, but they couldn't clarify the case. It felt like it involved the mystical arts, so they asked our dragon group to send people. Gu Dongxing sighed. You've all been tricked. The person who sent you here didn't aim to solve the case, he aimed to send you to your deaths. What? Sent to their deaths? Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had heard. Every member of the dragon group was a treasure, how could anyone send them to die? Exactly, Gu Dongxing said. And that includes me, because I was also named for this mission. It's just that Deputy Commander Cheng took my place. Everyone stared blankly at Gu Dongxing, and Cheng Jioha looked especially incredulous. A mission that sent people to die? Impossible. Nan Mingzhu shouted. She knew very well that this time, she had gone to Nanming to discuss matters and made a phone call. She had called the other party, requesting that Gu Dongxing be assigned a mission to prevent him from smoothly getting engaged to Jiang Mingyu. It's called the Blood-Devouring Array. Gu Dongxing looked at Feng Dongqing. Captain Feng has heard of this array's name, hasn't he? Nan Mingzhu asked, what's it called? Gu Dongxing sighed. I know you don't believe me, but listen to what I have to say, and you'll understand. What she didn't know was that while that person was indeed Nanming's backer, he mostly used Nanming. He didn't care about Nanming himself, let alone her, Nanming's already exposed illegitimate daughter. The entire operation team stared at Gu Dongxing in shock, still refusing to believe him. Do you know what this array is called? Gu Dongxing said firmly, I'm certain. This array is called the Blood-Devouring Array. As the name suggests, once the array is set, all living things within it become the blood food of the one who set it up. Feng Dongqing's face finally changed. Are you sure? As soon as Nan Mingzhu heard this, she panicked. Then we're going to die? I don't want to die. Brother Gu, you have to save me. Everyone shook their heads. He recounted how, worried about Cheng Jioha, he had followed behind them. When they entered this village, he discovered the array and then found out about the person who had set it up. After learning that Gu Dongxing had already been assigned the mission, she had requested to accompany the dragon group for training, hoping that by following Gu Dongxing, she might show him her abilities and make him change his mind about their engagement. But how could something she herself had orchestrated end up harming her? Since that person was the one Nanming's steward had told her to contact, he should have helped her, right? How could he send her to die? As she spoke, she lunged toward Gu Dongxing, trying to embrace him, as if she were terrified and seeking protection. Didn't covered her eyes. Why can't the young lady learn her lesson? Back at the Gu residence, when she was kicked into the courtyard, she should have realized that Gu Dongxing didn't like her. Yet she still dared to lunge at him. Sure enough, Gu Dongxing decisively kicked her away. Come near me again, and I won't hesitate to send you to your death ahead of time. Nan Mingzhu stared blankly at Gu Dongxing. She could feel the killing intent radiating from him. He really wanted to kill her. She stared at him blankly, resentment burning in her heart, but she no longer dared to provoke him. Chapter end. Chapter 963. Should we change the target? Upon hearing Gu Dongxing's words, the village chief's son struggled desperately, making muffled sounds through his mouth. Gu Dongxing said to Feng Dongcheng, "Let him go. When I came here earlier, I already set up a formation within a formation around the area. He can't hear what we're saying here." He? Feng Dongqing frowned. The he you're referring to is the one who set up the formation? Do you mean that the person who set up the formation earlier was watching our every move? Gu Dongxing nodded. But after I arrived, I set up an isolation formation before coming in. So now, he shouldn't be able to see what we're doing or hear what we're saying. Feng Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then pulled out the rag stuffed in Xiao Wei's mouth. Xiao Wei quickly spat a couple of times, and then shouted at Gu Dongxing, "You're lying. He said that as long as my father could lure you here, he would spare the whole village." Huh, you actually believe that a demon would keep its word? A voice interjected, and then a breathtakingly beautiful girl of about 17 or 18 appeared before everyone. Gu Dongxing introduced her. "This is my fiancé, Jiang Mingyu." As soon as Cheng Jioha saw Mingyu, he became anxious. "Little sister, why are you here? Didn't I call you and say I was taking over the boss's mission? It's one thing for Commander Gu to come, but why did you follow along?" Gu Dongxing hadn't expected Cheng Jioha to be so furious. He didn't know what to say. Then, Cheng Jioha turned and roared at Gu Dongxing, "How are you acting as her fiancé? How could you bring my little sister to such a dangerous place?" This sentiment, this sense of loyalty, moved both of them deeply. Yet, knowing there would be danger, he still came to take his place. Do you think I don't know how dangerous this mission is for you? When the dragon group assigns you a mission by name, it's never good. Last time, they sent you to kill Jiao and you nearly lost your life. Now they've named you again, how could it be anything good? I took your place out of kindness, afraid that if something happened to you, my little sister would be heartbroken. But you actually brought her here? What kind of man are you? Neither Gu Dongxing nor Mingyu had expected that Cheng Jioha had taken on this mission for Gu Dongxing because he sensed danger. Or perhaps he had long suspected that the Dragon Group's assignment of Gu Dongxing was nothing but ill intent. The Dragon Group members and Di Ding were all moved by Cheng Jioha's actions. Knowing the danger and still coming in his place, what kind of brotherhood was this? Even Nan Mingzu looked at Cheng Jioha, her heart racing. A man like this didn't seem inferior to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing was as hard as iron toward himself. Should she change her target? But in the next moment, Gu Dongxing nearly jumped up and roared back. "You knew it was dangerous, and you still dared to come in my place? Do you realize that if something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? What would Shameng think? Think about it yourself. If you died, could we still get married and live peacefully ever after? You're being reckless, acting all noble and loyal, but did you think about us? We swore to live and die together. What do you mean by running off to face death alone? Do you know you're putting us in a position of being disloyal and unjust?" Cheng Jioha's anger instantly deflated. I didn't think that far ahead. Besides, we might not necessarily die." Mingyu smiled bitterly. "Brother, if we hadn't come, you really would have walked into a death trap. You would have definitely died." This chapter ends. Chapter 964, Lingering Fear. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe her, Mingyu sighed. Earlier, Captain Feng asked the village chief to find the police who arrived first and inquire about the situation, didn't he? After the village chief left the team headquarters, he didn't go to find those who came earlier. Instead, he entered a storage room in the backyard of his house. There was a tunnel there, leading straight to a large cavern inside the mountain. I attached my spiritual sense to the village chief and followed him into that cavern. Mingyu recounted what she had seen and heard while her spiritual sense was attached to the village chief in the cave. Nan Mingzhu really wanted to snap at her. What spiritual sense? Who was she trying to fool? Did she think this was a world from a novel? She had once read a novel called The Legend of the Swordsman of the Shu Mountains and knew that it mentioned spiritual sense. So, she felt like scoffing at Mingyu's claim of attaching her spiritual sense to the village chief. But before she could speak, she heard Feng Dongqing's shocked voice. What? You're saying those two groups of people who came in earlier are already dead? He had thought this formation only trapped people. He hadn't expected the police who arrived first to have already died in the line of duty. Mingyu glanced at Xiao Wei. This was an agreement the village chief made with the devil to protect the entire village. Whenever outsiders came, he would put sleeping drugs in the tea. Once they fell unconscious, he would send them into that cave, letting that demonic cultivator drink their blood to heal his injuries. The water in the pool kept bubbling with hot steam, but I sensed that the air in the entire cave was extremely cold. I felt that the coldness in the cave came from that man. Village Chief Wei was scared at first, afraid that if he couldn't poison everyone in one go, he'd be in danger. That man said, "There's no if. Just pour out the potion. If there is, then I'll drink the blood of your villagers to heal." The village chief got frightened and agreed. On the other side of that man, there were several corpses of young men in police uniforms. I touched them with my spiritual sense and found that all their blood had been drained. The one on top still had some warmth on him. Healing. Mingyu nodded. At the innermost part of the cavern, there was a pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a large rock, and on that rock sat a man cross-legged. He looked incredibly handsome, with a pale face and lips that were a dark purplish black. Nan Mingju's scalp tingled. She had been so thirsty back then that she had lifted the bowl to drink. Luckily, Captain Feng happened to scratch an itch and knocked her bowl over. Everyone thought back to the tea the village chief had poured for them when they first entered the village, and a wave of lingering fear washed over them. Thank goodness they hadn't drunk the tea village chief Wei had offered. Mingyu continued, the village chief said that since the people this time didn't drink his tea, the man decided to act himself. He gave the village chief a bottle and told him to open it after returning to the team headquarters. For everyone's safety, we naturally couldn't let the village chief open the bottle, so we decided to seize the poison bottle. To avoid alarming that man, Dongxing came over to inform you of the situation, so you wouldn't act rashly. I stayed by the cave entrance, waiting for the chance to take the poison bottle. As soon as the village chief came out of the cave and entered the storage room, I subdued him and took the poison bottle from his hand. Mingyu held up the poison bottle. But do you know what poison is in this bottle? Everyone stared at Mingyu. Nan Mingju couldn't help but sneer again. What poison could you possibly recognize? Chapter 965, Nan Mingju seizes the Insha bottle. Feng Dongqing, however, knew that Mingyu's question meant this poison was unusual, so he couldn't help asking, what poison? Mingyu ignored Nan Mingju entirely and looked at Feng Dongqing instead. This bottle doesn't contain poison. It holds the most sinister and vicious Insha threads. At the mention of Insha threads, Feng Dongqing's face turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't speak. Gu Dongxing and this girl were right. If they hadn't come, they would have walked straight into a death trap. Nan Mingju was puzzled. What's so bad about Insha threads? It's just a small bottle. If they try to release poison, we can just dodge it. This village is big enough. Surely we can avoid such a tiny amount of poison. A tiny amount? This was refined from tens of thousands of lives. Dodge? Inside this evil formation, where could you possibly go? Feng Dongqing smiled bitterly. Insha threads are made by torturing people to death, forcing them to generate intense resentment and malice, then refining them along with their souls. Insha threads attack all living things indiscriminately. Their victims died under torment, so they harbor extreme hatred for life. If even a single thread latches onto an ordinary person, escape is nearly impossible. If this bottle of Insha threads is released, every living creature inside this formation will be attacked without discrimination, their psychological shadows magnified infinitely until they are tortured to death by the threads. Xiao Wei listened, his eyes wide open, his terrified gaze unable to look away. The worst part is, death isn't the end. Their souls will be dragged out by the Insha threads, devoured, and become part of the threads themselves. He swept his gaze over the group. In other words, if Commander Gu and classmate Jiang hadn't arrived in time, this mission of ours wouldn't just be a suicide mission, it would be a total annihilation mission. We would have suffered the destruction of both body and soul. How's that possible? How could it be indiscriminate? All living things inside the formation naturally included the entire village, including his own family. Mingyu was pleased. Earning a favor from the dragon group was no small feat. All right then, I'll come find you, Captain Feng, if I ever need anything. She was also planning to investigate the dragon group to find out who was targeting Gu Dongxing. Nan Mingju, however, felt a bit resentful. Jiang Mingyu had only grabbed a bottle, yet everyone was indebted to her for saving their lives. She approached Mingyu, pretending to be curious about the Insha bottle in her hand. Seeing that Mingyu was focused on talking to Captain Feng, she suddenly reached out and snatched the bottle of Insha threads. Caught off guard, Mingyu let it slip right into her hands. End of chapter. Chapter 966. Was she courting death? As soon as Nan Mingju got her hands on the Insha bottle, she opened the lid. I don't believe it. What's so formidable about some Insha threads? Those so-called vengeful spirits are nothing but feudal superstition. The moment the lid was opened, several wisps of black smoke drifted out. Nan Mingju's mind was momentarily seized. But immediately after, her body stiffened, and the bottle in her hand was snatched away, the sealed lid quickly screwed back on. However, even though the bottle was capped, the few wisps of Insha threads that had escaped when the lid was opened could no longer be retrieved. Once the Insha threads emerged, they sought to devour living beings. They were most inclined to pick on the weak. Seeing Nan Mingju frozen in place, they moved to invade her sea of consciousness and consume her soul. But suddenly, a burst of white light radiated from her body, blocking the black Insha threads. Unable to invade Nan Mingju, the Insha threads immediately turned to the weakest person in the team, Xiao Wei. As the Insha threads invaded Xiao Wei, he immediately clutched his head and screamed in agony. Nan Mingju watched with her own eyes as strands of black smoke drifted toward her, only for white light to emanate from her body. Then, The black smoke veered toward Xiaowei, who began writhing on the ground in excruciating pain. She was utterly horrified. So this was the Insha thread? It completely defied her understanding. Seeing her frozen in place, it was clear that when Mingyu had snatched back the Insha bottle earlier, she had also sealed her acupressure points. He could only pick her up and retreat. She screamed in terror. Thus, she truly knew nothing about the matters of the cultivation world. Ding quickly came over, intending to pull her back. But now, seeing those few wisps of black smoke drifting out and the dragon group members all on high alert, she too began to feel afraid. Ding carried Nan Mingju and rushed to the Five Elements fan, casting a pleading look at Mingyu. Miss. She was not a cultivator, for she had no spiritual root, destined to remain forever in the mortal world. Nan Ming had never taught her anything about the cultivation realm. Watching the black smoke drift toward Xiaowei, entering his body through his facial orifices, and seeing him scream and thrash while the dragon group members kept their distance, she finally realized that the black Sha threads were truly something sinister. Looking at Jiang Mingyu, then at Nan Mingju, he finally confirmed that Jiang Mingyu was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. But his loyalty now belonged to Nan Mingzu, and he could not let her die. The formation of the Five Elements fan activated, shielding everyone, and the fan immediately rose a meter higher. Having spent enough time in the Nan family, he knew that the main Nan family was actually a cultivation clan. Their descendants had a certain probability of becoming cultivators. Earlier, when Mingyu mentioned divine sense, she had inwardly scoffed, thinking Mingyu was playing tricks. Later, when she spoke of Insha threads forged from vengeful spirits, she hadn't believed a word. But now, Mingyu had already taken out the Five Elements fan, enlarged it, and floated it half a meter off the ground. Everyone, quickly get on and take cover. Feng Dongqing promptly led the dragon group members to take refuge on it. When Ding saw Mingyu stepping onto the Five Elements fan and hovering in the air, he realized that Jiang Mingyu was a cultivator. Mingyu didn't want Nan Mingju to be devoured by the Insha threads either, as that would only empower that man. So she activated the formation of the Five Elements fan and allowed Ding, who was carrying Nan Mingju, to enter. Once they were on board, Mingyu casually tapped a few acupressure points on Nan Mingju, finally allowing her to move. She quickly distanced herself from Jiang Mingyu, regarding her with extreme wariness. She had never known that Jiang Mingyu was such a formidable person. Given everything she had done to her in the past, was she courting death? The fact that she hadn't done anything to her, was it simply out of disdain? Thank you for subscribing, tipping, and for your votes and comments. Thank you to all dear readers for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 967, The Indestructible Insha Thread. Sure enough, Mingyu looked at Feng Dongqing. Isn't this mission to handle the bloodsucking case a matter of the supernatural or the Xianmen? Why did you bring two mortals along? Feng Dongqing was quite helpless. They insisted on coming, and Deputy Leader Zhang agreed. Besides, in the past, hidden families have sent people to accompany us on missions for training. How could I refuse the Nan family's request for training? Mortals. When Nan Mingju heard Jiang Mingyu's words, she felt another wave of embarrassment. So, in Mingyu's eyes, she was just a mortal. The opposite of a mortal would naturally be an immortal, meaning Jiang Mingyu was an immortal? And when Mingyu said she brought two mortals, was she referring to herself and Ding? Could it be that everyone else was an immortal? Even Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiohe? She looked at the expressions of the others. They didn't seem surprised at all by the strange fan Mingyu had produced. Their gazes were fixed on Xiaowei, who was writhing and screaming on the ground, their faces showing only wariness. But not a single person went over to save him. No, that team leader Feng said he couldn't refuse the Nan family, so did that mean these immortals also feared the Nan family? As the young lady of the Nan family, wouldn't they dare not do anything to her either? The Insha thread has already entered his body. How can you save him? Attack it? It has no physical form, just a mist-like state. Even if you scatter it, it can still regroup. Feng Dongqing snorted, because once the Insha thread latches on, this is the only way to save someone. Can't you use another method to save him? What he didn't say was that even if she went over, she couldn't save Xiaowei, because while the Insha thread could transfer, it wouldn't transfer completely. Feng Dongqing gave her a cold look. You released the Insha thread. If anyone should save him, it should be you. Feng Dongqing sized her up and pointed at the silver necklace she wore. You are an ancient martial arts cultivator. The energy in your body is stronger than Xiaowei's and more appealing to the Insha thread. If you take off this protective artifact and walk over to him, I believe the Insha thread will sense that you're a more delicious target than Xiaowei. They will leave his body and transfer to yours, and Xiaowei will naturally be saved. Feeling safe again and somewhat uncomfortable with her earlier inferiority, Nan Mingju couldn't help but try to assert herself. Why isn't anyone going to save Xiaowei? Shouldn't the dragon group prioritize saving people? Besides, it's now inside Xiaowei's body. Even if you beat Xiaowei to death, you can't hit it. Of course, this time she didn't dare to provoke Mingyu, Gu Dongxing, or Cheng Jiohe again. Instead, she asked Feng Dongcheng. But even she didn't notice that her tone had lost its earlier arrogance and willfulness, even carrying a hint of respect. Nan Mingzhu choked for a moment, then asked petulantly, "How do I save him?" When Nan Mingzhu heard Feng Dongqing's words, clearly telling her to die in Xiaowei's place, she immediately lost her composure. "How can you be so malicious? You want me to die?" Nan Mingzhu was frightened. "Isn't there any other way to save Xiaowei?" She said save Xiaowei, but what she really meant was to kill the Yinsha thread. However, her intuitive impression of the Yinsha thread was that it seemed indestructible. She now regretted it. She had only wanted to prevent Mingyu from being smug, so she snatched her bottle to expose her. But how was she supposed to know the Yinsha thread was so terrifying? Good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 968, Wishing to Die Immediately. Captain Foam already said it, if you want to save him, go ahead yourself. Mingyu glanced at Nan Mingzhu with disdain. So, are we just supposed to let it devour Xiaowei and then come for us? Suddenly, she recalled that earlier, the Yinsha thread had first attacked her, and only after failing did it go after Xiaowei. In other words, as long as she wore the silver necklace that Nan Ming had given her and forbade her from removing, the Yinsha thread posed no real threat. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, within this great formation, there were still many people for the Yinsha thread to feed on. But her relief came too soon. Seeing Nan Mingzhu's expression, Mingyu understood her thoughts. She let out a cold laugh. Don't think that amulet around your neck is all that powerful, it's merely the lowest grade defensive artifact. If all the Yinsha threads in the bottle were released, your defensive artifact wouldn't last 3 minutes before being corrupted. Thinking about how she had nearly released all the Yinsha threads just now, Nan Mingzhu's face turned pale again. She regretted it, but there was someone who regretted it even more than she did. He had helped that great figure, and the great figure had promised not to harm him. But now, that great figure's Yinsha thread had been the first to latch onto him, tormenting him to the point where he wished he could die immediately. They left the dragon group members alone and came to torment him instead. They didn't care whether he was the village chief's son, they only knew to pick on the weakest first. Xiaowei's mind was being churned by these black smoke-like things, causing him indescribable pain. In truth, he had selectively forgotten that earlier, he had brought out tea laced with sleeping drugs, intending to give it to the dragon group members. It was only because Feng Dongqing, after hearing about the South Sea fishing village incident, had grown wary of those from the crime scene that he refused the poison tea, thus escaping being drugged and carried off to be offered to that demonic cultivator. The one who regretted even more than Nan Mingzhu was naturally Xiaowei. Xiaowei thought of his father again. Where had he gone? Why hadn't he come to save him? Hadn't he made a pact with that great figure to spare the villagers' lives, especially to protect the lives of him and his father? Why wouldn't the great figure order these Yinsha threads to stop? He said he would lure others here to heal the great figure and then spare the villagers? His father had been deceived by that great figure, deceived. The villagers would all die first, and only then would it be the dragon group's turn. Those public security officers were all tall and sturdy, with the heaviest one weighing over 200 jin. He had dragged them, carried them on his back, and barely managed to deliver them one by one. That meant, if this entire bottle of Yinsha threads were opened, with their tendency to pick on the weak, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be the villagers. That great figure had also praised his strength. He had harbored murderous intent toward others, yet now he blamed them for not saving him, truly a rare sight. Thinking of every visitor, perhaps he hadn't personally poured the drugged tea to knock them out, but he had definitely carried them one by one to offer to that great figure. He was going to die. After signing the pact with that demon, with the promise that he wouldn't harm the lives of him and his father, the great figure had given his father a bottle of Yinsha threads. And then, he was the first to be tormented, about to be devoured. And these dragon group members just stood by, watching him suffer. None of them came to save him, just watching as the Yinsha threads tortured him. The Yinsha threads his father had brought back from that great figure, the first person they tormented was him. Clearly, this girl's claim about the Yinsha threads indiscriminately attacking everyone was false. He remembered his companion joking that he looked pretty, but it was actually an insult, saying he looked like a girl. He remembered his girlfriend always complaining that he didn't have enough money. Hadn't she come looking for him all these days because he hadn't bought her that dress she wanted? He remembered his older sister, already married, but always coming back to take things, and when she left, she'd say he didn't go out to earn money. She looked down on him for being timid, didn't she? And his younger sister, who was always home, had somehow vanished this time, probably because their father knew about the village's danger and wouldn't let her come back. He was the son meant to carry on the family line, yet his father had only given his sister a chance to survive. Often, a thing seen from one side appears good, but from another side, it becomes bad. So, whether something is good or bad, or even whether a person is good or bad, depends entirely on which perspective you look from. End of chapter. Chapter 969. Are you sure you're not saving it? Xiao Wei began to blame all his relatives and friends, one by one, as all his negative emotions erupted and magnified to the extreme. He was resentful. He was unwilling. Why did everyone treat him this way? Why had everyone wronged him? What had he done wrong? But just then, the few strands of black silk transformed into the police officers he had carried on his back to be delivered to the adults for their enjoyment. They directly seized his soul. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. You weren't killed by me, it was my father who drugged you. I only followed his orders and sent you to the adults. The one who killed you is the adult, not me. No, let me go, let me go. You deserve to die, don't bite me. I'll kill you all. A surge of resentment rose from him, and his soul quickly turned dark. If I'm going to die, let's all die together. Let's all die, he screamed, charging at the fastest speed toward Mingyu and the others. The pain made Xiao Wei unable to see clearly who he was crashing into. He just needed to hit someone. He hated them. These people all hid behind that fan and refused to save him, so he wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. But just as he charged toward them, he missed completely and fell hard onto the ground like a starving dog lunging for filth. Captain Feng shouted, "Attention, Dragon Group members. Physical attacks are useless against this kind of Insha silk. You can only attack with spiritual power." Nan Mingzhu watched Xiao Wei's miserable state and thought to herself, if she hadn't had the defensive necklace given to her by Chief Steward Nan Ming, would she have ended up like Xiao Wei, a victim surrounded by onlookers? She absolutely did not want to become that thin. When the Insha silk appeared, attack it immediately with magical techniques. I'll use an earth wall to separate it and try to condense metal spiritual power into a blade to cut it. Half an hour later, Xiao Wei's body was nothing but skin wrapped around bones. No one knew where his flesh and blood had gone. Look, isn't Xiao Wei thinner than before? Someone called out. Everyone realized this was the effect of the blood-devouring formation. In the entire formation space, as long as anyone bled, the blood would be taken by the formation. Besides blood, energy was also absorbed. Everyone looked closely and indeed saw that Xiao Wei's body seemed to have shrunk. Moreover, he was visibly thinning at a noticeable rate, soon becoming as gaunt as a stick. If before he had been a handsome young man, now he looked like a consumptive ghost, still shrinking toward skin and bones. He finally stopped moving, his entire body reduced to a skeleton dressed in clothes. But he was still struggling, screaming in agony. From his frantic movements and hoarse cries, one could imagine the unbearable torment he was suffering. Yet, as soon as the blood flowed out, it vanished eerily. After Xiao Wei fell, he struggled to get up again, but the pain made it impossible for him to stand, so he fell once more. His chin hit the threshold, and blood immediately began to flow. If the Insha silk hasn't been destroyed, Li Guiqiang, try using with spiritual power to form a wooden bottle to trap it, and Zhao Chunqiu, use fireballs to burn them. Jian Yujie asked, what about me? She was a water elementalist, and her attack methods weren't very effective. Gu Dongxing suddenly spoke up, after burning them, immediately doused them with water. Everyone found it strange, burning them and then dousing them with water. Are you sure you're not saving it? End of this chapter. Chapter 970, Invincible Insha Threads. Mingyu noticed that Captain Feng had not assigned her, Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiohe to any tasks. Could it be that he couldn't see that the three of them were also cultivators? The gruesome scene continued. The energy within Xiao Wei's skeletal frame was still being drained. After even the last trace of energy was extracted, Xiao Wei's bones cracked and turned into a pile of powder. But the clothes he had been wearing remained completely intact. Xiao Wei was gone. Even his soul had been assimilated by the Insha threads. If it rained or a wind blew at that moment, washing or scattering the pile of powder away, there would be no trace left of Xiao Wei in this world. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Xiao Wei transformed from a young man into a pile of dust. Was this the killing method of the Insha threads? It was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Nan Mingju was even more frightened because those strands of Insha threads had been released by her. Moreover, the Insha threads had first targeted her, only turning to Xiao Wei after being blocked. In a sense, Xiao Wei had been killed by her, or rather, he had died in her place. When Xiao Wei's very bones turned to dust, the few strands of Insha threads finally appeared. But just as they emerged from Xiao Wei's remains, a wall of earth in the shape of the character field suddenly rose from the ground, separating them. Immediately after, small blades formed from metal spiritual power swung down, slashing at the isolated Insha threads. Zhao Chunqiu, who had been prepared with his fire ability, immediately released a large fireball and threw it into Zhao Chunqiu's wooden bottle. Half an hour later, the fire gradually died out. He could only keep raising the grave. However, as soon as they emerged, they were trapped in a cage formed by Li Guiqiang's with spiritual power. Moreover, the cage kept shrinking, eventually forming a wooden bottle that trapped the Insha threads. Suddenly, the raised grave collapsed with a crash and the few strands of Insha threads drilled out again. But no matter how many times the metal's spiritual power slashed them, the Insha threads would always reassemble. They also ignored the earthen wall formed by Earth's spiritual power and gathered together. Zhao Chunxiu, hurry. I can't hold on much longer. The earthen wall collapsed decisively, burying the few strands of Insha threads. Moreover, Feng Dongqing kept moving more earth over, raising the grave of the Insha threads. They seem to have grown a little, Nan Mingju said. But Feng Dongqing kept his eyes fixed on the grave. Since the grave was formed from his earth's spiritual power, he could sense that the Insha threads were still struggling to break out upward. Seeing that no part of the Insha threads was exposed anymore, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Insha threads weren't so hard to destroy after all. Feng Dongqing himself also threw out a fireball, joining it with Zhao Chunxiu's wooden bottle. It turned out that Feng Dongqing had 3 spiritual roots. Feng Dongqing's expression was grim because Nan Mingju was right. Perhaps because the earth was Yin in nature, the Insha threads that had been buried in the earth were not only unharmed, but seemed to have grown stronger. Everyone had the same thought. This time, they should be able to burn the Insha threads, right? But just as the fire went out, the last fist-sized fireball suddenly scattered, releasing a puff of black smoke. Using wood to fuel the fireball burned inside Li Guiqiang's wooden bottle for about 10 minutes. Finally, even the wooden bottle itself caught fire. The flames surged into the air, scorching the Insha threads inside the wooden bottle. It even seemed like hissing sounds could be heard from within. Not good, it's still there. Feng Dongqing was frustrated. After regaining their freedom, the few strands of Insha threads danced around Meng Yu's 5 elements fan. They seemed to sense the direction of life force, trying to find an opening to drill into and extinguish that life. Finding no way to enter the formation of the 5 elements fan, they tried to drill out instead, because they could sense even more life force outside to devour. But when Gu Dongxing had entered the team headquarters, he had already set up a formation around the area. So the Insha threads drifted around for a while but could not escape. This chapter ends. Chapter 971 Backlash. Chapter 971 Backlash. Chapter 970 Backlash. Gu Dongxing said anxiously, Jian Yujia, why didn't you release a water ball? Jian Yujia let out an "oh" and then shot a water ball toward those strands of Insha. However, a few strands of Insha had already scattered, and her single water ball could only manage to drench 2 of them. A hissing sound was heard as the 2 intertwined strands of Insha emitted white smoke and began to dissipate. Suddenly, a clap of thunder rang out, and a bolt of lightning struck the black smoke, causing green smoke to rise. After the green smoke cleared, the mass of smoke dispersed. Then, the group discovered with surprise that the original 4 streams of black smoke had been reduced to 2. But where had the thunder come from on such a clear day? Immediately after, 2 more bolts of lightning struck, heading straight for the remaining 2 strands of Insha. This time, everyone saw clearly that the lightning had been released by Gu Dongxing. The members of the dragon group stared at Gu Dongxing. Was he a cultivator? And moreover, a cultivator with a lightning spiritual root? Had he asked Jian Yujia to release a water ball so that the Insha would become wet and conductive to electricity? Of the over 10,000 bloodthirsty Yin souls he had refined, only 12 had retained their consciousness. These 12 Yin souls had all signed soul contracts with him. The remaining bloodthirsty Yin souls, lacking consciousness, were naturally unqualified to contract with him and were thus placed under the management of these 12 contracted Yin souls. He had just been about to leave that cultivation family when his cold poison suddenly flared up, so he grabbed a disciple from that family to drink his blood. Just as the Insha were being destroyed, the demonic cultivator in the cave suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew into a rage. Who destroyed 3 of my bloodthirsty Yin soul leaders? Moments ago, he had been enjoying the blood and energy sent by the bloodthirsty Yin souls through the formation, assuming the village chief had succeeded. Though there was only one person's blood and energy, since the first had come, a second and a third would follow, until all the blood and energy within the bloodthirsty formation were delivered. If these 3 bloodthirsty Yin souls had been ordinary, it might not have mattered, but unfortunately, they were 3 leaders among the dozen or so strongest he had ever refined. Originally, he had accidentally contracted cold poison while practicing the cold art and needed to drink hot blood to suppress it. But, unexpectedly, while he was using blood and energy to heal his wounds, 3 of his bloodthirsty Yin souls had been destroyed. The Insha formed from Xiaowei's resentful spirit had not yet been refined and was not contracted to the demonic cultivator. The 4 strands of Insha were turned to ashes by Gu Dongxing's 3 palm thunders. Yet now, having just consumed one person, 3 of his contracted bloodthirsty Een souls had been annihilated. As a result, his divine soul had been damaged. He had gone to a cultivation family to seek out an old friend from earlier years, hoping to obtain a fire yang fruit to relieve his cold poison. Unexpectedly, that friend had left the immortal sect and gone to the mortal world. To his surprise, that disciple not only neutralized a third of his cold poison, but also increased his cultivation. So, he grabbed another disciple and took him out to drink his blood. He discovered that this cultivator could boost his cultivation, but could not neutralize his cold poison. Thinking back, the first cultivator had once released a fireball, indicating he was a fire attribute cultivator. He was overjoyed. Since a fire cultivator had neutralized a third of his cold poison, if he found 2 more fire attribute cultivators, he should be able to completely resolve all of it. However, before he could capture any fire attribute cultivators, the higher-ups of that cultivation family discovered him and launched a deadly pursuit. Left with no choice, he used an array-opening talisman to escape into the mortal world. End of this chapter. Chapter 972, Not Mind Being a Blade in Someone Else's Hand. The demon cultivator did not find his friend among the immortal sects, but encountered him in the mortal world. From that friend, he learned that there was a boiling spring in the cave behind the mountain village that could suppress his cold poison. After arriving here, he discovered that the boiling spring could indeed alleviate the cold poison in his body, but to suppress it, he still needed to drink hot blood. Therefore, he began catching wild animals from the mountain to drink their fresh blood, but he dared not easily enter the village to disturb the villagers, let alone capture humans to drink their blood. Until that day, his friend came to visit him and told him that he could do it this way. He could send a fire attribute cultivator and a fire attribute ability user from the dragon group to dissolve his cold poison. Thus, he set up this blood-devouring grand formation and started drinking the blood of the village's chickens and ducks, then pigs and cattle, and finally even human blood. His friend had been out of the immortal sects for a long time and had already joined the dragon group, even becoming its deputy leader. He speculated that his friend likely wanted to use his hand to eliminate rivals. But no matter what, as long as there was a fire attribute cultivator to dissolve his cold poison, he did not mind being a blade in someone else's hand. He noticed that 8 members had arrived, including 4 cultivators and 2 ability users, among whom were 1 fire attribute cultivator and 1 fire attribute ability user, enough to dissolve his cold poison. He was pleased. Could it be that his friend had not sent people to dissolve his cold poison, but had sent people to kill him? How could he not be angry, furious, and resentful? He quickly used his spiritual power to sense his blood-devouring Een souls, and was shocked to find that among the tens of thousands of blood-devouring Een souls, he could not sense a single one. Could it be that all the blood-devouring Een souls had been destroyed? No, only 3 of the destroyed blood-devouring Een souls were connected to his soul. If all 12 blood-devouring Een souls had been destroyed, he would not still be this relaxed, with only minor damage to his soul. Even if those blood-devouring Een souls were sealed in the Eensha bottle, he could still sense them. Moreover, he could open the seal on the Eensha bottle from a distance using his spiritual power and release the blood-devouring Een souls. Once he condensed his nascent soul, who would Qiu Chunshan fear? Therefore, his original plan of personally commanding the blood-devouring Een souls to besiege the dragon group members changed. Instead, he had village chief Wei bring the Eensha bottle into the formation, open it inside, release all the blood-devouring Een souls, and let them devour every living being within the formation. Afterward, he forced the village chief to sign an agreement, report the situation to the outside, attract the township and county police, and finally escalate it to the dragon group, leading to the dispatch of dragon group members. But now he could no longer sense the spiritual imprint he had left on the Eensha bottle. And now he had only just devoured an ordinary person, yet 3 of the blood-devouring Een soul leaders he had contracted with had been destroyed. Thus, he did not intend to follow his friend's advice of merely capturing the few dragon group members. Instead, he planned to use the blood-devouring grand formation to devour all the dispatched dragon group members and the more than 500 villagers in this village, thereby condensing his nascent soul. Whether cultivators or ability users, their physical energy was extremely powerful. Among them, 1 had already condensed a golden core, 1 was half-step into the golden core, 1 was at the foundation building stage, and 1 had just reached the late chi refining stage. Such a formidable lineup, combined with the energy from the more than 500 villagers of the mountain village, was enough for him to condense his nascent soul. Unable to sense his own spiritual power, he could not contact it to open the seal. What did this mean? It meant that his Eensha bottle had likely been isolated into a dimensional space. Without the blood-devouring Een souls, was his blood-devouring grand formation still useful? If the blood-devouring grand formation was useless, What could he rely on to dissolve the cold poison? What could he rely on to condense his nascent soul? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 973. Are there any other contingency plans? Xiao Chunshan decided to enter the Great Formation first, capture those 2 fire attribute cultivators and the ability user, and neutralize the poison. However, just as he resolved to act, his head spun with dizziness. This was a lingering effect of the destruction of the 3 bloodthirsty Een soul leaders, which had injured his divine soul. He had to temporarily set aside his intentions, sit in meditation to heal, stabilize his divine soul, and then capture them to dispel the cold poison. After all, those people were still within his bloodthirsty formation. He wasn't afraid they could escape to the heavens. But as often happens, plans change. By the time he stabilized his soul injuries and wanted to enter the formation to capture them, it was already too late. At the Shanbiakan team headquarters, everyone was still rejoicing. Oh, why didn't I think of it? These Insha entities fear thunder the most. Thunder is a treasure for purifying evil things, Feng Dongcheng said belatedly. But then he immediately felt something was off. Captain Gu, aren't you a martial artist? Have you also started cultivating immortality? Do you have a mutated thunder tribute spiritual root? Gu Dongxing, somewhat frustrated, let out an He didn't want to say more. He had originally intended to keep his cultivation a secret, but today, to destroy the Insha threads, it had been exposed. Zhao Chuanxiu suddenly realized, no wonder the leader of the dragon group specifically assigned you to assist us. So they already knew you were a thunder attribute cultivator. Did the leader know all along that we would encounter a bloodthirsty formation, and that this formation would be equipped with Insha threads? Several people chimed in to praise Gu Dongxing. Yes, Captain Gu is too formidable. With Captain Gu here, we're not afraid of the Insha threads anymore. Indeed, it's a good thing Captain Gu came. If all the Insha threads from the Insha bottle, over 10,000 strands, had been released, even if Gu Dongxing was a thunder cultivator, he couldn't have killed that many Een souls in a short time. Thus, everyone would still have been drained of blood and killed. Mingyu wanted to scoff. The dragon group leader didn't know Gu Dongxing was a cultivator. Rather, he knew someone had set up a bloodthirsty formation here, spreading a net to lure dragon group members to their deaths. That's why he specifically assigned Gu Dongxing, because he wanted to use the bloodthirsty formation to kill him. If Mingyu hadn't seized the Insha bottle, or if her action to grab the Insha threads had been a moment slower, allowing more threads to escape. These Insha threads are truly terrifying. If not for Captain Gu's purifying thunder, we wouldn't have been able to deal with them. They wouldn't even have had time to retreat into Jiang Mingyu's 5 elements fan formation before being attacked by the Insha threads. And once the threads entered their bodies, they could neither fight nor kill. That scene was terrifying to imagine, especially since they had witnessed the Insha threads devouring Xiaowei. This bloodthirsty formation truly lived up to its name. Mingyu seemed unwilling to stop dampening their spirits and added, also, the demon cultivator who set up the formation is still outside, watching us, waiting to use our blood and cultivation to heal his injuries. Who knows if this bloodthirsty formation, besides coordinating with the Insha threads, has any other contingency plans. The chapter ends. Chapter 974, let's conduct a soul search on Village Chief Wei. Thinking that everyone was still trapped in the bloodthirsty formation, recalling how the blood had vanished when Little Wei bled earlier, and remembering the evil formation master who used hot blood to heal his wounds, the group grew tense again. Then what should we do? Nan Mingyu asked nervously. Find the formation's eye, break it, then locate the formation setter and kill him. Feng Dongcheng said. Nan Mingyu smiled bitterly. Killing the demon cultivator who set the formation probably won't be easy. If my guess is correct, he is at least at the late-stage golden core level, or even possibly a nascent soul cultivator. Even if he is injured or poisoned, I doubt we can handle him. Captain Feng immediately made a decision. Then find the formation's eye, break it, and organize the villagers to evacuate. Organize the villagers to evacuate? Those villagers had already been herded into the formation by the demon cultivator, becoming his reserve blood supply. Would he just let you calmly organize their departure? If that happened, they would inevitably face the demon cultivator head-on. A group of rookies with the highest cultivation at the foundation establishment level, Nan Mingyu had concealed her cultivation, going up against a late-stage golden core cultivator or even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Did they stand a chance? Captain Feng was preparing to risk everyone's lives to save the villagers. Captain Feng glanced at Nan Mingyu. You're not part of this operation team. You can leave. Feng Dongqing was surprised. Can you open the formation and send out a communication talisman? Gu Dongxing looked at Captain Feng. Village Chief Wei colluded with the demon cultivator and drugged the public security officers sent here on a mission, delivering them to the demon cultivator for healing. He will definitely be sentenced to death later. Conducting a soul search on him now is just a work necessity. Captain Feng, give the order. Everyone turned to Gu Dongxing, but Gu Dongxing looked at Nan Mingyu. A soul search on village chief Wei should reveal the secret of how he leaves the formation. Nan Mingyu was startled. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, performing a soul search on someone would inevitably harm their spirit. And Gu Dongxing, having once been a soldier, would never abandon the villagers to save himself. Gu Dongxing said, "Captain Feng, I suggest the first priority is to find a way to report the situation upward. Moreover, it's best to report directly to the dragon head." He looked at Captain Feng. "You should have a communication talisman on you, right?" He glanced at Gu Dongxing, but didn't say it outright. Jiang Mingyu could leave, but Gu Dongxing could not. He had been specifically named for this operation. If he hadn't come, that would be one thing, but since he was here, he had to carry out orders. Qing Jiohe pulled Gu Dongxing aside. "The person in charge of this operation is Captain Feng." She was only at the third layer of Golden Core. Even if she could erase someone's memories, it would still cause slight damage to their spirit. If she forcefully conducted a soul search on village chief Wei, she would turn him into an idiot, essentially killing him. In other words, because the entire village's population was a burden, their danger had increased significantly. Gu Dongxing shook his head. "I can't, but the village chief can." The demon cultivator's cave is not inside the formation, yet the village chief and his son were able to deliver the drugged people to the demon cultivator's cave. Nan Mingyu understood. Their original purpose in coming here was to rescue the villagers. None of the dragon group members would allow the villagers to fall into danger while they fled themselves. Feng Dongqing was secretly shocked. This Jiang Mingyu could perform a soul search? That was a capability only Golden Core cultivators possessed. A Golden Core true person, yet not recruited by the dragon group or registered by the cultivator administrators to enter the immortal sect. Had she just recently transcended the tribulation? No, that couldn't be right. Judging by her age, she was at most 18. How could there be an 18-year-old Golden Core true person? Perhaps she had learned some special technique that allowed her to perform soul searches. But even so, he regarded Nan Mingyu with more caution and respect. This was exactly the effect Gu Dongxing had wanted to achieve. End of chapter. Chapter 975, Let's Search the Village Chief's Soul. At any time, when a team moves together and enters a relatively isolated and dangerous environment, when danger strikes, laws and such take a back seat. Moreover, when danger arises, the ones sacrificed are often the weakest, and those with the least background. Originally, the weakest person here was Nan Mingju, but because her public identity is that of the Nan family's young lady, she wouldn't be the one abandoned. As for Mingyu, although she is a Golden Core true person, she has always concealed her cultivation level. Therefore, they don't know how powerful she truly is. But in terms of background, the weakest on the surface is none other than Mingyu. Granted, this possibility is very small, and if she were truly to be sacrificed, he wouldn't allow it. There's no way he'd let his woman be sacrificed. But sometimes, arrangements aren't made openly. That is, without your knowledge, you might end up being the one sacrificed. However, if she could reveal some of her power, making Captain Feng wary of Mingyu, then when he considered who to sacrifice, he wouldn't think of her. Hearing Gu Dongxing say he wanted him to order a soul search on the village chief, Feng Dongxing sighed inwardly. Logically speaking, conducting a soul search on someone is equivalent to sentencing them to death. Such a thing cannot be done lightly. If he gave the order, then he would have to bear the responsibility. But if he didn't give the order, it would be difficult to get information out today, and thus hard to rescue the people trapped in the formation. Then, staring at Mingyu, he asked, "But where is village chief Wei?" Captain Feng immediately gave the order. "The rest of you split up to find the formation's eye. Jiang and I will go find the village chief for the soul search. After we find a way out of the formation, we'll figure out how to send a transmission talisman." Of course, in that case, he would have to seek his consent. She said, "Earlier, I took his inshell bottle and knocked him unconscious, then placed him in the storage room of his house. Not to mention that village chief Wei had already committed the grave crime of colluding with demon cultivators to kill public security officers. Even if he hadn't, sacrificing him, a village chief, to save everyone would still be worth it." Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu. Moreover, if they could find a way out of the great formation from the village chief's memories, they could save the entire village's people. That would also be a great deed. Feng Dongcheng said, "Village chief Wei colluded with demon cultivators, lured in and killed multiple public security officers, and continued to bring in others, intending to poison them and offer them to the demon lord for consumption. His crime warrants death. Besides, at this moment, to save the whole village, we must act out of urgency. Jiang, please conduct a soul search on village chief Wei." Naturally, Mingyu couldn't say that she had already locked village chief Wei in the isolation array she set up in the storage room. That isolation array was arranged with spirit stones, but she didn't know if spirit stones had ever appeared in this mortal world. Mingyu was a bit frustrated. If Captain Fong went with her, what if he discovered she had spirit stones? Well, if I'm going to perform a soul search, I can't have anyone nearby. How about I go alone for the soul search, and all of you look for the formation's eye? After I finish, I'll find Captain Fong. What do you think? As she spoke, she looked at Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing, catching her meaning, thought she had put the unconscious village chief into her space house and inwardly scolded her for not being more discreet. He said, Mingyu is right. Let her go alone. The more people searching for the formation's eye, the more eyes we have. Besides, Captain Fong using his divine sense to find the formation's eye is far more convenient than others. Captain Fong harbored some suspicion. This Jiang probably had something else she was hiding from him. End of chapter. Chapter 976, Nan Mingzhu shifts her target. After all, Mingyu was not a member of the Dragon Group, so Feng Dongchen couldn't treat her the same as the other team members. Besides, no matter what, she had to be the one to perform the soul search to learn the method of breaking the formation. Even if he suspected her, he had no choice but to trust her. After all, she was the only one here who understood soul search. Fine, then you go alone. The rest of you will split up to search for the formation eye. Nan Mingzhu couldn't help asking, what does the formation eye look like? Captain Fong glanced at her. I don't know. You don't know. Nan Mingzhu exclaimed. How are we supposed to find it if we don't know? Feng Dongqing's eyes showed a trace of disgust. If you don't want to search, you can stay here. But your bodyguard has to go. Nan Mingzhu refused. No, I can't stay here, and I can't go searching alone either. Then go with your bodyguard. But Nan Mingzhu wouldn't accept that either. No, my bodyguard and I don't understand anything about formation eyes. You're all either cultivators or people with special abilities. You'll definitely have a way to detect the formation eye. So we should split into groups to search. Captain Fong had no choice but to agree. Alright, then let's pair up. Nan Mingzhu looked around at everyone. When her gaze landed on Gu Dongxing, she paused. Just as everyone thought she wanted to team up with him, her eyes shifted to Cheng Jioha. She said in a coquettish voice, Brother Cheng, I'll team up with you. Mingyu was puzzled. This Nan Mingzhu had shifted her target from her own fiancé to her own brother? Didn't she know that she and Brother Cheng were both grandsons of the Nan family, making them cousins? But no, she called him Brother Cheng, not cousin. Mingyu suddenly thought of a question. So Nan Mingzhu didn't know she was actually a blood descendant of the Nan family? Was she doubting her own status as a miss of the Nan family? It seemed that Nan Mingzhu only knew she had taken over Jiang Mingyu's identity, but didn't realize she was also Old Master Nan's biological granddaughter. From the fact that Nan Mingzhu had sent people to Red Rock Village to try to ship her overseas, it was clear she understood the identity swap between them and knew that Jiang Mingyu was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. The Nan family head hadn't kicked Nan Mingzhu out because she was indeed a blood descendant, but he hadn't told her the truth either. After all, that day, when Old Long exposed that the female spy had used special methods to steal Old Master Nan's essence and implant it into her womb to give birth to Nan Ming, and Nan Ming admitted that Nan Mingzhu was his illegitimate daughter, everyone present except the Nan family head had been hypnotized by her forget-it command. Not to mention, her reasoning was hard to refute. Mingyu thought coldly, this woman sure knows how to pick her targets. First Gu Dongxing, now Cheng Jioha. Too bad, could her brother Cheng ever be fooled by her? So, after seeing that Jiang Mingyu was a cultivator and realizing she couldn't compete for Gu Dongxing, she had shifted her target from Gu Dongxing to Cheng Jioha. Mingyu said, everyone, let's hurry up and find the formation eye. I'll go find village chief Wei first. Then she left. Cheng Jioha gave Nan Mingzhu a cold glance and said, I don't need to team up with anyone. And stay away from me, I don't like you. With that, he walked off decisively, though he didn't forget to tell Captain Fong, I'll take the northeast direction. Nan Mingzhu was deeply humiliated. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. This chapter ends. Chapter 977, Making Him Pay When They Get Back. Although Cheng Jioha had not established a foundation and could not use his spiritual sense to discern blood relations, he still guessed that Nan Mingzhu was most likely also of the Nan family bloodline and related to him by blood. This was because, despite the Nan family clearly acknowledging Mingyu as Nan Yao's daughter, they still had not driven Nan Mingzhu away. Even if she wasn't of the Nan family bloodline, he wouldn't get involved with someone who had impersonated his sister's identity. Not to mention that this person had once attacked his sister. He hadn't struck back, only because he was leaving the opportunity to his sister. And his sister hadn't acted, only because she hadn't yet found a chance to eliminate her without dirtying her own hands. Gu Dongxing saw Nan Mingzhu's demeanor toward Cheng Jioha and realized she was now coveting him. He sneered inwardly. Cheng Jioha was someone who doted on his sister to the point of obsession. He dared to say that even if Cheng Jioha found a woman in the future, as long as Mingyu said she didn't like her, he would definitely break it off. If Nan Mingzhu hadn't offended Xiaomeng, it might have been fine. But now, she was dreaming. He said to Captain Foam, "I'll take the southeast direction." Then he left after Qingjiohe. With the three of them gone, Feng Dongcheng said to the remaining few, Li Guoqiang, "Take the northwest. Zhao Chunqiu, take the southwest. Jian Yujia, you come with me toward the center. As for you two, Miss Nan, just go at random." Saying random was essentially giving up on them. One by one, they left the team headquarters until only Nan Mingzhu and Diding remained. "Master, this formation disc can block even a peak golden core cultivator for half a day. If you place it at the junction of the earth cave and the stone cave, that demon cultivator won't be able to enter the formation for now." Nan Mingzhu really didn't want to go, but she had come under the pretext of training and couldn't disobey Captain Feng's orders. Reluctantly, she followed Diding out. Minyu's heart ached. A high-grade formation disc costing 1,000 merit points was far too expensive. After all, saving a person only earned 10 merit points. This formation disc would require saving 10 people to obtain. Diding sighed helplessly and said, "Let's go search too. Even if we can't sense it, the formation I must be something unusual." "Yes, master." "It costs 100 merit points," Xiaodao reported. Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu were cultivators, so she couldn't do anything to them. But Cheng Jiohe, a mere ancient martial artist like herself, dared to look down on her. Yet in her heart, she had come to hate Cheng Jiohe. "Xiaodao, quickly exchange for a high-grade formation disc for me. One that can be used immediately." When they got back, she would make him pay. Mingyu went to village Chief Wei's house, evaded his wife and daughter, and entered the storage room. Mingyu was frustrated. Spending 100 merit points only got her this much ability. Isn't this too shoddy? If that were the case, sealing the demon in the cave would mean they wouldn't have to worry about him coming out. They could even calmly search for the formation eye. If they couldn't find it, they could wait for the dragon group to send more people to break the formation. Xiaodao pouted, "Of course it's true. This great formation's range ends at the stone cave. As long as the stone cave entrance is blocked, that demon cultivator naturally won't be able to get in. However, this formation disc is mainly for external attacks. If someone inside knows formations, they could break it in half an hour. Even with brute force, a golden core cultivator could destroy the formation in half an hour." Good morning. Chapter end. Chapter 978, Village Chief Wei's Memories. Mingyu was startled by Xiaodao's words. The grand formation only extended as far as the stone cave? She had planned to send a message talisman as soon as she exited the formation at its entrance. If she only left the formation inside the stone cave, how could she send the talisman? Would the message talisman be able to pierce through the stone mountain? If it couldn't, then what difference was there from the formation? She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. As for Xiaodao's remark about breaking the formation from the inside being easy, she ignored it. Even so, Mingyu swapped in a high-grade array disc. After using her divine sense to confirm no one was watching, she inserted spirit stones into the array disc and set it up at the end of the earthen tunnel, at the entrance to the stone cave. Once the array disc was in place, she opened the isolation array she had previously set up to confine Village Chief Wei, entered it, then activated the formation of the 5 Elements fan. She lifted the still unconscious Village Chief Wei and brought him into the 5 Elements fan's formation. She refused to believe that, under the cover of these 2 layers of formations, that demonic cultivator could still know what she was doing. In truth, if the demonic cultivator really could see what she was doing, there was nothing she could do about it. Actually, Mingyu would have preferred to enter her space to perform the soul search. But thinking about how the demonic cultivator could observe the situation within the grand formation, she didn't dare take the risk. If she suddenly disappeared, the other party would surely guess that she carried a small world on her. That would put her in danger. Thus, she had to conduct her business within the formations. In reality, even if Mingyu hadn't entered the 2 layers of formations, the demonic cultivator wouldn't have known what she was doing. At most, he could only use the formation to detect the distribution of energy points and gauge the other party's cultivation level based on the strength of those energy points. He followed the demonic cultivator's orders to timely exaggerate reports to his superiors, adding as many supernatural and occult elements as possible to guide them into sending the dragon group. Other than that, he didn't have the time to constantly check with his divine sense. To be honest, although the village chief had drugged those public security officers and handed them over to the demonic cultivator to suck their blood for healing, and had even intended to drug the dragon group members, his original intention was only to protect the entire village's residents. Therefore, Mingyu thought that if she could avoid turning him into an idiot, she would try to preserve him. Because if she truly scrambled his consciousness, he would only be reborn as a fool in his next life. Village Chief Wei had previously had his soul injured by Mingyu's divine sense. He was unconscious, but his memories remained intact. Thus, when Mingyu's divine sense entered his mind, she easily retrieved his recent memories. His son had already been devoured and assimilated by the Insha threads, then purified by Gu Dongxing's palm thunder, leaving no next life. If the demonic cultivator truly used his divine sense to check, he wouldn't have been able to see the formation within the formation, especially since Mingyu had set up 2 layers. Most of what he told the dragon group was true. The only thing missing was his pact with the demonic cultivator. He followed the demonic cultivator's orders, and in return, the demonic cultivator promised not to harm the village's horses. As for the people sent by higher-ups, his task was to entertain them well, then drug their tea. After that, he would deliver them to the demonic cultivator's cave for his enjoyment. As the village chief, he had hosted countless officials over the years without ever making a mistake. Thus, no one would suspect that the village chief would drug the leaders sent from above. The public security officers, who had no guard up against the village chief, drank the tea he poured and collapsed one by one. Then, together with his son, he carried them into the mountain cave for the demonic cultivator to enjoy. And so, one batch from the township, another from the county, both groups of people who came were sent to hell by him. End of this chapter. Chapter 979. No talking. It wasn't until the dragon group arrived that village chief Wei tried the same old trick, but he didn't expect this group to be so cautious. They refused his tea. When a girl finally wanted to drink it, the leader knocked the teacup over with his elbow under the pretense of scratching his head. As for the method of leaving the Great Formation, every time he went out to report the situation, the demon cultivator would directly transmit instructions to him via telepathy. He would then go to the entrance of the stone cave to retrieve a jade token. As long as he carried that token, he could leave. But only one person could leave at a time. His entire family was inside the formation, so even if he left, he had to return. And once he came back, the jade token had to be returned to the entrance of the stone cave. It could not be kept. When he and his son brought people into the cave for the demon cultivator to enjoy, they would walk to the entrance and call out. Then the barrier at the entrance would open, allowing him to lead the people inside. After coming out, if he tried to enter again, the stone cave entrance would have a new barrier, making it nearly impossible to get back in. In other words, he had 2 ways to enter and exit the Great Formation. One was to use the token given by the demon cultivator to go out, and the other was to have the demon cultivator open the formation gate to let him into the cave. It took Mingyu over half an hour to extract these memories, and delving deeper only revealed his experiences over the past years. As Mingyu had perceived, this village chief wasn't exceptionally talented, but he was genuinely dedicated to serving the village, which earned him great prestige among the villagers. However, he had made one major mistake in his youth. He had fallen in love with a girl and gotten her pregnant, but his mother forced him to marry his current wife. He hadn't wanted to agree, but his mother threatened suicide, so he gave in. That girl, carrying his child, jumped off a cliff, leaving him guilt-ridden for the rest of his life. Are you sure you're not insane? No, he really had gone insane. What should village chief Wei call her? She suddenly felt that no title was appropriate. So, what should I call you? Village chief Wei looked at Mingyu with innocent, bewildered eyes, making her feel a pang of guilt. Mingyu nearly spat out blood. A man in his 40s calling a 17 or 18-year-old girl auntie. Their goal of finding a place to send out a message was basically impossible now. Oh, I get it. My mom told me that a woman's age is a secret. If I call you Annie, is that too old? Should I call you sister instead? Hello, sister. Where is this place? Is this your home? Who am I? Why am I here? Village chief Wei's eyes were full of confusion. But these memories left Mingyu frustrated. The village chief's method of entering and exiting the formation was completely useless to them. Mingyu was very annoyed. Don't call me auntie. Just then, village chief Wei woke up. Seeing Mingyu, he politely bowed to her and said, "Hello, auntie." However, he hadn't completely turned into an idiot. He only had the intelligence of a child around 5 or 6 years old. Mingyu sighed and released village chief Wei. Even though she had been very careful, his spirit had still been damaged during the soul search. Even though she already knew his mind was broken, Mingyu was still exasperated. Still, his intelligence wasn't just 5 or 6, it was at least around 10. No, actually, his reasoning seemed fine. It was just that his memories had stopped at age 5 or 6. She said sternly to village chief Wei, "Don't call me auntie, and don't call me sister. You don't talk." Village chief Wei quickly covered his mouth. His eyes showed both fear and curiosity, and it was almost cute. End of chapter. Chapter 980, Discovery of a Sinkhole. Mingyu quickly restrained herself from looking at village chief Wei. Regardless, although she had searched his soul, she hadn't turned him into an idiot. She had only made him lose decades of memories. That was already quite good. At the very least, even if he had to bear his responsibilities afterward, he wouldn't be a fool in his next life. Mingyu pressed her forehead, quickly withdrew the formation. put away the unused spirit stones, and collected the 5 elements fan. Only then did she open the storage room door and walk out. Village Chief Wei hurriedly followed her out. Sister, where are you going? Mingyu turned back and glared at him fiercely. I told you, don't call me sister. And don't follow me. Village Chief Wei, a grown man, stood frozen in place, not daring to move, as if he couldn't believe that after being so obedient and well-behaved, Mingyu would still intimidate him. Mingyu ignored him, quickly exited the storage room, leaped onto the courtyard wall, jumped outside, and ran a long distance before stopping. In that courtyard, Village Chief Wei was left behind, feeling wronged and shocked. How could this be? Mingyu first transmitted this soul-searching information to Gu Dongxing. Village Chief Wei said the Great Formation was lent to him by that demon cultivator with a formation token, which was later taken back. There's no other way to enter or exit the formation. By the time Mingyu arrived at the southeast corner, almost everyone from the operation team was already there. Nan Mingju was enthusiastically describing her discovery of the sinkhole. Seeing the empty house, she thought of going inside to see if she could find something to eat. So the two of them went to the woodshed to look for a cellar entrance, and they actually found one. After entering, they realized the house had been uninhabited for at least a few years. Looking at the slogans on the wall, Ding guessed it was a former sent-down youth house and said there might be food in the cellar outside the kitchen. On the road, they had already eaten all their supplies, and by now they were hungry. It seemed they couldn't eat at the villagers' homes. Moreover, after the village chief's poisoning incident, even if the villagers offered her food, she wouldn't dare eat it. It was Nan Mingju and her bodyguard who discovered a sinkhole in the sent-down youth house. Her large bag was being carried by Ding, so he couldn't take much. They hadn't brought much food or water either. A sinkhole. Did they find something? Nan Mingju had actually discovered a sinkhole, which instead earned her a great merit. Perhaps that sinkhole contained a path leading outside the formation. The team leader told us to look around randomly, so we wandered around. When we came here, we found a row of empty houses, thought it was strange, and came in to check. Mingyu slapped her forehead. Why hadn't she thought of going underground? Gu Dongxing told her, hurry to the southernmost side. This blood-devouring great formation was so vast, presumably it wouldn't extend deep into the ground. Therefore, digging a tunnel underground to escape should be feasible. In fact, she knew that Cheng Jiohe was checking from the north toward the east, while Gu Dongxing was checking from the south toward the east. So she simply ran to the southeast direction, hoping to run into either of them. It would be a bonus either way. But halfway there, she felt hungry. This time, she had only brought clothes and cosmetics, with very little food and water. Entering the cellar was naturally Ding's job. Once inside, he did find a few sweet potatoes left on a bamboo mat. However, when he picked up the sweet potatoes, he realized they had long since rotted, and a few had even sprouted pale green vines. He immediately sensed something was wrong. End of this chapter. Chapter 981, Exposing Strength. Ding thought, could there be sweet potatoes growing under those sweet potato vines? So he went and grabbed a broken hoe, loosely fastened it with a tree branch, and first scraped open that bamboo mat. However, as soon as he scraped the bamboo mat away, he discovered a small hole. That hole was originally only the size of a small teacup, but when he scraped it with the hoe, the top layer suddenly collapsed downward, and even Ding himself nearly fell in. After he stepped back and steadied himself, he scraped around the opening. Because the bamboo mat had previously held it together with its tension, the hole had only been as big as a teacup. Once the bamboo mat covering was scraped away, the surface soil around the hole fell in, revealing an opening as large as a washbasin. Moreover, although the opening was only the size of a washbasin, the space below was a full 6 or 7 meters in diameter. As for the depth, they couldn't tell, but it was certainly very deep. This sinkhole had not been discovered before. First, no one came here. Second, the cellar had previously been covered by a layer of bamboo mat, so no one knew about the sinkhole beneath it. After discovering the sinkhole, Ding inexplicably felt that this hole would bring them a chance of survival. So he immediately said to Nan Mingju, go quickly and call people over. Nan Mingju, however, thought the sinkhole was the array, so she happily ran off to find people. When everyone heard that Mingyu could actually see the bottom, they all looked at Jiang Mingyu with admiring eyes. Nan Mingju was a bit unconvinced. This sinkhole was clearly discovered by her and Ding, so why wasn't anyone praising her? Cheng Jiohe looked at Mingyu with some concern, while also glaring fiercely at Gu Dongxing. Captain Feng nodded. His full attention was now on the sinkhole, and he wasn't particularly concerned about whether Village Chief Wei could find a way out of the formation, because if he had set up this great formation, he wouldn't have let the village chief carry the method or object for escaping. Although this sinkhole was very deep, so deep that even he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't see the bottom, he believed that Mingyu should be able to see it. Gu Dongxing understood at a glance that he was blaming him for exposing Mingyu's strength. Feng Dongxing thought, since this Jiang Mingyu could perform a soul search on village Chief Wei and still preserve his intelligence, her divine sense must be extremely powerful. Perhaps she was an old monster recultivating, possessing the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. Mingyu nodded and looked very seriously at the sinkhole. Once one person was found, they naturally told another, and so everyone was called over. When they realized it was just a sinkhole and not an array, they were all somewhat disappointed. About 120 meters deep, Mingyu said. When Mingyu saw Captain Feng, she told him the results of the soul search. Captain Feng looked at Mingyu as she said this, because before she arrived, everyone had already looked, and no one could tell. Who will first see how deep the sinkhole is? Gu Dongxing rubbed his nose. At this moment, if Xiao Meng's abilities weren't exposed, could everyone get out? In the face of life and death, exposing strength became a secondary concern. If it really harmed Xiao Meng, he could simply erase their memories of these past 2 days. Captain Feng was very pleased. 120 meters. Can you sense again how deep the formation's barrier is below? Mingyu hadn't paid attention to that before, but when Feng Dongqing mentioned it, she quickly extended her divine sense down again. Then a joyful smile appeared on her face. At this sinkhole, the formation is only at ground level. But I estimate that at the edge of the formation, it's hard to say, but it won't be too deep. Not too deep meant they could dig a tunnel to escape. Mingyu, however, instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. Thank you, dear readers, for your support and encouragement. End of this chapter. Chapter 982, Please, Classmate Jiang, save the villagers of this village. Captain Feng laughed heartily with joy. I knew it. This formation is so large that it couldn't possibly encircle the underground as well. Now let's dig a tunnel from the village to rescue the common folks first. Nan Mingju pulled a long face. How long will it take to dig a tunnel? And if we dig, we'll have to remove the dirt. Wouldn't the appearance of that dirt tell others that we're digging a tunnel? If the one who set up the formation discovers our actions, he might reinforce and deepen the area we're digging, making all our efforts futile. What do we do then? When the others heard Nan Mingju's words, they realized it was indeed a problem. Mingyu's spiritual sense, however, continued to extend into the cave. Maybe we don't need to dig a tunnel. At the bottom of the collapsed pit, there's an underground river. This river leads outside the mountain, forming a waterfall at Stone Peak Mountain and flowing into a canyon. We just need to dig a sloping path down to the underground river, follow it out, and emerge at the waterfall. Gu Dongxing frowned. Xiao Meng, can the common folks really manage traveling through the underground river? Mingyu paused. It doesn't seem realistic. Some sections require swimming to get through. And there's one part that seems sealed off and needs to be opened. Opening the sealed section shouldn't be a problem with a flying sword, as long as someone can break through the rock. But the sections requiring swimming were indeed impractical. Actually, the hardest part is the exit. The current is strong, and anyone going out could easily be swept down the waterfall, Mingyu said with concern. Feng Dongcheng looked at Mingyu. How many people can your magic treasure hold? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, how about I handle the transport? Second, the common folks cannot be sent out while awake. They must be unconscious. And the task of knocking them unconscious and sending them to the educated youth house will be handled by Captain Feng. Feng Dongqing bowed deeply to Mingyu. Earlier, classmate Jiang seized the Insha bottle and saved all living beings within the formation. But if we don't get out now, everyone is still in danger. So please, classmate Jiang, save the villagers of this village. Mingyu, however, didn't want to expose even Gu Dongxing's magic treasure and quickly stopped him. No, my magic treasure can only be controlled by me. Mingyu turned to Captain Feng. If I'm to transport people, there are over 500 people in this village, and I can only take 10 at a time, which means more than 50 trips. So, I have a few requests. First, everyone here today must swear not to reveal anything about me, Captain Gu, or Deputy Captain Cheng. Otherwise, their cultivation will never advance again. Third, these 50-plus trips, back and forth over 100 times, will require a lot of spirit stones. I hope the Dragon Group can provide those. She thought for a moment and said, I can take 10 people at a time without issue. Commander, do you mean for me to use my magic treasure to send everyone out of this collapsed pit? Qing Jioha grew anxious. Earlier, forced by the Insha threads, his sister had revealed the 5 Elements fan, and that was only to the Dragon Group members and Nan Mingju and her servant. But if they used it to transport ordinary villagers, with so many people and loose lips, could they guarantee no leaks? Mingyu didn't know how many spirit stones existed in this world, but she guessed that ordinary ancient martial artists probably didn't have any, and even cultivators might not have many. That's why she dared not reveal her own spirit stones. How many spirit stones per trip? Mingyu, 6 per round trip. Good morning, dear readers. Chapter end. Chapter 983, Looks of Contempt and Pity. Captain Fong frowned. 6 blocks per round trip, at least 52 round trips, that was 312 blocks. It was a huge expense. But saving this entire village was still worth it. He thought it over and agreed very straightforwardly. Fine, I agree to all of it. Now, everyone, take the oath first. The crowd looked at Mingyu, thinking that if it hadn't been for Jiang Mingyu earlier, they would have already been turned into insha threads like Xiao Wei and vanished into thin air. Thus, no one objected to taking the oath. So, everyone present raised their hands and began to swear. I am currently trapped in an evil ritual array and need Jiang Mingyu, Gu Dongxing, and Cheng Jiohe to use their magical artifacts and spells to rescue everyone and the villagers from this predicament. I swear that after escaping, I will not disclose any secrets of Jiang Mingyu, Gu Dongxing, Cheng Jiohe, or Feng Dongcheng. Otherwise, may my cultivation never advance another step, and may I die under the 5 thunders. Sworn by Feng Dongqing, Li Guiqiang, Xiao Chuanxiu, Jian Yujie, Luo Yingxing. Mingyu carefully observed everyone with her divine sense and found that they were genuinely taking the oath, so she felt relieved. Mingyu saw that Nan Mingju wasn't moving and asked, "Why can't you go move people? What can you do then?" But while the others were swearing, Nan Mingju stood to the side watching them, a mocking expression on her face. "Can you trust it? I'm a person of my word. You just don't want your information leaked, right? If someone is trustworthy, they won't leak your info even without an oath. If they're untrustworthy, they'll spill it even after swearing. Because all that stuff you said about cultivation not advancing, dying under the 5 thunders, who believes that?" Mingyu, however, pointed at Nan Mingju. She didn't take the oath. Diding's heart suddenly panicked. He had sworn, but Miss Nan hadn't. Would something bad happen? He urged Nan Mingzu, "Miss, you should take the oath too." Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiohe also went along. Nan Mingju really wanted to say, "Why don't you go move people?" But she could only act aggrieved. "I'm a girl. You want me to move people?" Nan Mingju felt a bit guilty. Is taking an oath useful? "I won't take it, but I won't tell anyone about you." The dragon group members looked at Nan Mingju with contempt, then cast pitying glances at Diding. Feng Dongcheng said, "No problem," and announced to the crowd, "Everyone except Jiang, follow me to move people." Mingyu said disdainfully, "Can you even believe your own words? You not taking the oath is fine. I was worried that even if you swore, it wouldn't restrain you. Since you won't, I'll just erase your memory when we leave here. Of course, to prevent you from interrogating your bodyguard, I'll erase his memory too." With that, she walked off first. The dragon group members naturally followed her. Mingyu sneered, "Jian Yujie is also a girl." After everyone finished swearing, Feng Dongcheng said to Mingyu, "Let's act now." Mingyu smiled eerily, "You don't have to swear." She turned to Feng Dongcheng, "All right, let's start now. Take everyone to bring people here. It's best if they're unconscious before coming." But Nan Mingju reluctantly took the oath, though Mingyu no longer cared whether she swore or not. Such an unserious, unwilling oath meant nothing to anyone. Diding thought for a moment, and then followed Captain Feng. Nan Mingju said indignantly, "She's an ability user." "You're an ancient martial arts cultivator," Mingyu said mercilessly. Nan Mingju didn't want to go, but under the pressure of Mingyu's gaze, remembering that she was a deity while she herself was just a mortal, she had no choice but to leave reluctantly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's Friday again. Happiness beckons, ease spreads a smile. Wave goodbye to worries and troubles, welcome good times. Bid farewell to work's hardships, enjoy a happy weekend. Wishing you a joyful and carefree weekend. The chapter ends. Chapter 984. Disregarding the lives of the common people. As soon as Nan Mingju left, Mingyu set up isolation and defensive arrays around the row of educated youth houses. Feng Dongqing and the others went directly to the nearest house to the educated youth quarters. Outside the house, Gu Dongxing swept his divine sense and immediately knew the homeowner was a middle-aged man, with an elderly mother above and 3 children below, plus his wife, making 6 people in total. The middle-aged man was about 30-something, looking dejected. When he saw Gu Dongxing and the others enter, he only lifted his eyelids to glance at them, then lowered his head again, continuing to roll a cigarette using waste paper from his children's schoolbooks. The ground was already littered with cigarette butts. Beside him, a middle-aged woman was chopping pig feed, while a child around 10 and another around 7 or 8 were doing homework at a small table. By the stove, an elderly woman was cooking. Clearly, their arrival was not welcome. Wei Chenbin sighed inwardly when he saw his wife rushing to answer. Never mind her, he was tired of it too. Feng Dongcheng and the others were startled. They hadn't known that the people sent earlier had all been fed to the demon cultivators by the village chief. Nan Mingyu was annoyed. What's wrong with you? The 2 groups sent by the higher-ups have already died on duty, and you still say they disregarded the lives of the common people? If they didn't care, why did they die instead of you? The woman cut off Nan Mingju's words. I don't know what good intentions you have. All I know is that none of us in the village can leave, and the people sent by the higher-ups come in batches, one after another. They all just stop by the village chief's house, ask a few questions, and then leave on their own, never caring about whether we live or die. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd, quickly scanning them before fixing his gaze on Gu Dongxing. The people sent by the higher-ups didn't go back? The woman chopping pig feed immediately retorted, You're fine, but I'm not. Nan Mingju's words shocked the entire family. Nan Mingju was startled by his sudden burst of intensity, but then grew angry. She had actually been intimidated by a mountain farmer. What did I say? Do you have no ears to hear? Even the middle-aged man, who had been smoking all along, quickly lifted his head, staring at Nan Mingju. What did you say? Nan Mingju, who had followed behind, couldn't hold back her anger. Comrade, how can you talk like that? We came with good intentions. Feng Dongqing glanced at the few people and greeted the homeowner. Hello. Feng Dongqing found it strange. Why did this villager ask Gu Dongxing instead of him? Clearly, he was the leader among them. But Gu Dongxing was a regimental commander, accustomed to leading troops, and his authoritative aura naturally showed, influencing the villagers' judgment. Gu Dongxing, however, was alarmed by the villagers' intuition. Clearly, he had picked out the strongest among them to question. Among those present, Gu Dongxing's cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest, but he had tried his best to suppress his aura. How had this man identified him? Gu Dongxing had no choice but to step forward. That's right. After the situation here was reported, the higher-ups sent 2 groups to investigate. The first was Township Police, and the second was County Bureau Police. But none of them returned. As far as we know, they all died on duty, and the culprit is your village chief. Wishing everyone happiness and joy every day. Chapter end. Chapter 985 Persuasion. Chapter 985 Persuasion. Chapter 984 Persuasion. The whole family stared at Gu Dongxing in shock, as if they couldn't believe what he had said. Impossible. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Gu Dongxing, his eyes as if they wanted to devour him. Our village chief has always been highly respected and puts the collective interests of the village first. Gu Dongxing sighed inwardly. It seemed that this village chief truly held great prestige in the village, and this villager was very protective of him, unwilling to hear anyone speak ill of their chief, even behind his back. Gu Dongxing interrupted the middle-aged man. Your village chief does indeed put the village's interests first. He made a deal with the demon. As long as the demon didn't harm the villagers, he would drug the people sent from above and hand them over to the demon. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately softened. The village chief was indeed capable of doing such a thing. He quickly grew anxious again. Our village chief, this is... Gu Dongxing interrupted him again. What's your name? My name is Wei Chengben. Our people intervened in time to prevent the poison from being completely dumped into the formation. Otherwise, there would be no survivors left inside the formation by now. However, we cannot guarantee that the demon won't introduce another poison, so now we must evacuate the people as quickly as possible. Wei Chengben was very happy to hear that people could be evacuated, but when he learned that only 10 could be sent at a time and that they had to take a sedative, he hesitated. Can't they be sent out while conscious? Wei Chengben, listen. There's no time to explain everything to you now. Your village chief made a deal with the demon, but in truth, the demon did not keep his word. Just now, he handed a poison to the village chief and told him to dump it into the formation, intending to kill everyone inside and absorb your life force to boost his power. We have found a way to send people out, but there are 2 conditions. First, only 10 can be sent at a time. Second, those being sent out must take a sedative. Feng Dongqing stared intently at Wei Chengben. The path we have to take cannot be traversed while conscious. I am from the National Security Bureau. Here are my credentials. Don't hesitate, we don't have time to waste. If you don't want to die, you must listen to us. Wei Chengben looked at Feng Dongqing's credentials and made a swift decision. All right, I'll immediately organize people to come to my house. Wei Chengben left and soon returned with more than a dozen people from 2 families. Hearing that they could leave, everyone wanted to be in the first batch. Wei Chengben said, everyone, don't rush. There will be a second batch, a third batch, and even more. I believe the higher-ups will ensure our safety. Since the situation for the first batch is unclear, let my eldest brother and third brother take the 8 children from our 3 families out first. Seeing Wei Chengben give the opportunity of the first batch to others, Gu Dongxing admired him. Feng Dongqing also thought it best to keep Wei Chengben, as he could tell this man seemed very capable. However, he didn't approve of too many children going first. After the first batch leaves, there will still be tasks. To let the higher-ups understand our situation here, everyone must immediately split up and find places to call a person named Long Ho using the phone numbers I provide. I will also write down the content of the call, and everyone just needs to read it aloud. Feng Dongqing immediately took out a pen, wrote down the phone number and content, then handed it to Jian Yujie for her to copy. After she finished copying, she passed it to Li Guoqiang. In this way, 10 copies were quickly made. This chapter ends. Chapter 986. I don't give a damn whether she lives or dies. Wei Chemin saw that the first batch of people who went out still had tasks, so he no longer insisted that the children be in the first batch. However, since children attracted less attention, he still sent 2 children in the first batch. One was his 10-year-old son, Wei Daolong, and the other was his elder brother's daughter, Wei Jinjin. The 10 villagers carefully stored the phone number and message given by Feng Dongqing. Feng Dongqing then instructed, "You must all remember, once you're out of the mountains, split up and run. Find a place to make the call no matter what." Nan Mingyu set up the formation and waited. Before long, she saw Gu Dongxing and the others arriving with the villagers, some carried in arms, others dragged by hand. Feng Dongcheng, Gu Dongxing, Chang Jiugua, and Di Ding each carried 2 people. In this way, the 7 of them brought 10 people at once. Nan Mingyu also carried someone, but it was a child. Nan Mingyu had already activated the 5 elements fan, letting everyone place the villagers on its surface, which could hold exactly 10 people. All the villagers brought out were unconscious, but they had no injuries. Nan Mingyu didn't know how Feng Dongcheng had knocked them out. In an instant, the 2 of them, along with the 10 unconscious villagers, stepped onto the 5 elements fan and descended into the pit trap. The defensive formation activated almost simultaneously. Nan Mingyu suddenly shouted, "I discovered this pit trap. I want to be in the first batch too." Feng Dongqing handed Nan Mingyu a bottle. "Once outside, let each person sniff this. They'll wake up." Gu Dongxing felt uncomfortable hearing this. The way he said it made it seem like Nan Mingyu's first priority was him. Nan Mingyu also tried to jump down, but Di Ding grabbed her. "Miss, the formation on that artifact is already activated. Even if you jump, you won't get inside the artifact, you'll just fall to your death." Qing Jiugua said lazily, "Captain Feng, don't worry. Nan Mingyu is my sister. As long as I, her brother, am here, she will never abandon me." Di Ding said helplessly, "Miss, Jiang has already left. She was a girl, moving people alongside men. What was that about?" Nan Mingyu completely ignored Nan Mingyu. Gu Dongxing even pushed her aside and jumped into the pit trap himself, landing right on the 5 elements fan. Gu Dongxing suddenly glared at Feng Dongqing. "Don't worry, I won't abandon everyone just to save myself." Gu Dongxing was very worried. "I'll go with you to send them out." His face darkened. Amid Nan Mingyu's tearful farewells, Nan Mingyu and Gu Dongxing led the 10 people into the pit trap. Falling over 120 meters, they landed in water. He looked at Nan Mingyu, but she was assuring Feng Dongqing, "My brother is right. I don't care about anyone else in this world, but I will never abandon my brother." Feng Dongqing was afraid that if Gu Dongxing went out, he wouldn't come back, so he quickly said, "Is that necessary? There shouldn't be any danger along the way, right?" Nan Mingyu burst into loud sobs. "I don't want to stay here. I want to go back." Nan Mingyu turned back and transmitted her voice, "You're not anyone else. You and I are one." Gu Dongxing was immediately delighted. He wasn't just some number in Xiaoming's heart, he was one with her. He quickly enlarged the opening and let Nan Mingyu step onto the 5 elements fan with the 10 unconscious villagers, ready to enter the pit trap. "You really are heartless," Nan Mingyu said. The moment he jumped off the 5 elements fan, he had activated the formation. If Nan Mingyu had jumped then, she would have been shattered to pieces. Gu Dongxing snorted coldly. "I don't give a damn whether she lives or dies." Today's update ends here. Thank you to all who subscribed, tipped, voted, and left comments. Chapter end. Chapter 987. The 1,000-Year Carp Demon. Gu Dongxing deeply despised Nan Mingyu. If it weren't for his principle of not hitting women, he would have slapped her several times. She dared to claim that she had discovered the trap hole. Did she think others wouldn't know? In reality, it was the bodyguard who had found it. And even if she had discovered it, so what? That trap hole was so deep. Without Xiaoming, could she have gotten out? When the 5 elements fan touched the water, it transformed into a small boat, carrying the 12 people downstream along the underground river. The underground river was pitch black, but since both of them relied on their spiritual sense, they had no trouble seeing. The river had both deep and shallow sections. In the deep parts, the 5 elements fan sailed like a boat. In the shallow parts, it floated through the air. However, because they were unfamiliar with the underground river's conditions, neither of them dared to move too quickly. Finally, they reached the sealed-off area that Mingyu had discovered earlier. Gu Dongxing took out his flying sword, which danced in front of him, breaking open the cave wall. Mingyu piloted the 5 elements fan through the narrowest passage. Ahead, a fresh breeze greeted them as the 5 elements fan entered a deep water area. This stretch of water was no longer part of the underground river, but an underground pond. Inside this large cavern, half was water and the other half was dry land. Mingyu charged forward, and a thorny vine shot toward the carp. Mingyu sighed inwardly. Gu Dongxing was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He definitely couldn't defeat that carp. Mingyu swept her spiritual sense over the area and found that the pond was about 300 square meters in size. The pond itself was located within a naturally formed cavern. Gu Dongxing said, "I'll go first." He struck the carp demon with several palm-sized thunderbolts. Both Mingyu and Gu Dongxing tensed up. The stalactites inside the cavern were incredibly beautiful. Every treasure in the world was guarded by some spiritual creature. If there really was a treasure here, there would surely be a guardian. As soon as they landed on the shore, they saw a massive mouth emerging from the water, snapping shut right where the 5 Elements fan had been. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it, this was a 1,000-year-old carp demon that had formed its core. Could there be a treasure inside? Mingyu and Gu Dongxing exchanged a glance. Instead of feeling happy, they became more alert. No, that was just appearances. In reality, the cavern space was limited. This carp couldn't grow too large inside here, but its true form might weigh several thousand jin. As expected, the carp demon was very cunning. The palm thunderbolts couldn't land on it at all. It was a golden carp, with scales as large as a bull's mouth. The entire fish looked to be at least 300 or 400 jin. Suddenly, Mingyu sensed a dangerous feeling. She quickly maneuvered the 5 Elements fan to dodge toward the dry area. As soon as they landed on the shore, she stored all the villagers from the fan into her space. However, the 5 Elements fan's swift escape made the carp miss its bite. But what drew Mingyu's attention even more was the dense spiritual energy inside this cavern. Seeing that these 2 humans dared to resist, the carp demon grew furious. Dodging their attacks, it spat several large water spheres at them. Oh, it actually knew magic? Mingyu was surprised. She evaded its water spheres and sent another thorny vine flying toward the carp. This time, she attached her spiritual sense to the vine. The carp twisted its body to avoid the vine's attack, but this time, the vine pursued it relentlessly. Taking advantage of the moment when the carp opened its gills, the vine made a sudden charge and turn, piercing straight through the carp demon. Though the carp demon's gills were pierced and it felt no pain, it was deeply humiliated. Enraged, it hissed loudly, swung its tail, and sent a massive force crashing toward Mingyu. Good morning, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 988. Even if it means death, are you willing to take his place? But Mingyu was very shrewd. Her divine sense had long been watching its movements. When the carp spirit's tail swung over, she had already dodged quickly. However, the water in the cave was churned up by it, surging into the air and crashing against the cave walls with a loud roar. Because the cavern was vast, the sound was amplified by the echoes. Meanwhile, Gu Dongxing had already prepared his palm thunder. Taking advantage of the moment when its gills were pierced, he unleashed the palm thunder at it without restraint. Unfortunately, the carp spirit's cultivation was too high. The palm thunder struck its body, leaving only a few black marks on its scales. Seeing that physical attacks couldn't subdue the carp spirit, Mingyu pulled out her ultimate move, the Divine Sense All. As soon as it was formed, she shot it between the carp spirit's eyes. While Mingyu and Gu Dongxing were battling the carp spirit, someone else arrived at the bloodthirsty array. This time, only one person came. Feng Dongqing, who should have been happy to see reinforcements, couldn't muster any joy. Instead, he stared straight at the newcomer. What, don't you recognize me? Nan Mingju's heart skipped a beat when she heard this person's voice. It sounded exactly like the person who had helped her with her affairs. Report, Chief. This investigation mission only required a master, and Deputy Commander Chung Jioha is also a master. It doesn't matter who comes, so I agreed, Feng Dongqing said, bracing himself against the pressure. For some reason, he instinctively wanted to conceal the fact that Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu had come here. Therefore, he didn't mention that they had followed along. This time, to prevent Gu Dongxing from attending the engagement ceremony, she had used the phone number Nan Ming had given her for emergencies and made a request to the owner of that number. As a result, Gu Dongxing was specifically assigned to this mission. Deputy Team Leader Nan Gong looked at everyone one by one. When he saw Chung Jioha, he asked, "Is he Gu Dongxing?" Feng Dongqing quickly replied, "Report, Chief." Commander Gu Dongxing couldn't come due to other matters, so Deputy Commander Cheng Jioha took his place to carry out the mission. I approved it. Cheng Jioha clearly shared the same thought. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning that Gu Dongxing had also come. Was this person really the one who had helped her fulfill her wish? Cheng Jioha strained against the pressure with all his might. Report, Chief. Our commander only gets engaged once in a lifetime. To uphold the spirit of unity and mutual assistance among comrades, I took his place for the mission. Deputy Team Leader Nangong's eyes flashed with anger, and his aura pressed down on Feng Dongqing and Cheng Jioha. I assign the personnel. Who allowed you to swap them? He then snapped at Cheng Jioha. Who authorized you to take someone else's place on a mission? The others also saluted. Chief, good day. Ching Jioha quickly saluted again. Report, Chief. I am not Commander Gu Dongxing. I am Deputy Commander Cheng Jioha. With Team Leader Feng's approval, I am substituting for our commander in this Dragon Group operation. Feng Dongqing's mouth was full of bitterness when he heard the question, because this person was the one who had specifically requested Gu Dongxing. His surname was Nangong, and he was the deputy team leader of the Dragon Group. Chief, good day. Feng Dongqing quickly saluted. Deputy team leader Nangong glared fiercely at Cheng Jioha. Even if it means death, are you willing to take his place? Cheng Jioha looked straight ahead and said loudly, Report, Chief. I am willing. Nan Mingzhu suddenly stepped forward. Report, Chief. Although Deputy Commander Cheng replaced Commander Gu for the mission, Commander Gu was worried and followed closely behind. So, you don't need to blame Team Leader Feng or Deputy Commander Cheng. After speaking, Nan Mingzhu looked at Cheng Jioha as if seeking credit, expecting him to be grateful that she had spoken up for him. Little did she know that when she revealed Gu Dongxing's presence, Cheng Jioha shot her a glare filled with hatred. If you want to succeed, then start working hard from this morning. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 989, Nan Mingzhu regains her confidence again. As soon as Deputy Team Leader Nangong heard that Gu Dongxing had arrived, his eyes lit up and he asked, Where is he? Captain Feng replied helplessly, He escorted a few common folks out. Escorted common folks out? Deputy Team Leader Nangong stared at Captain Feng. How did he escort them? Just as Captain Feng was about to answer, Nan Mingzhu cut in. He has a girlfriend who has a fan that can carry people. The two of them used that fan to take those villagers out of the trap. But I was the one who discovered the deer trap. Ching Jioha and Feng Dongxing thought to themselves, it's over. Not only Gu Dongxing, but even Mingyu had been exposed by Nan Mingzhu. Seeing Nan Mingzhu's expression of seeking praise, Nangong commended her. You're Nan Ming's daughter, aren't you? You've done well. Nan Mingzhu never expected to hear him say she was Nan Ming's daughter. She was stunned. Nan Mingzhu was utterly bewildered. Could Nan Ming really be her biological father? She had wondered countless times whether Nan Ming might be her father. Because she could tell that in the entire Nan family, he was the only one who truly cherished her. Moreover, she felt that Chief Steward Nan Ming genuinely treated her like a daughter. He gave her anything good, and if she wanted something, he would go to great lengths to find it and bring it to her. But now, Deputy Team Leader Nangong had directly spoken the secret that she was Nan Ming's daughter, leaving her no choice but to believe it. When Nan Mingzhu looked at Deputy Team Leader Nangong again, she saw that his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Where was the hatred? Upon hearing the name Nan Shao, a clear flash of hatred appeared in Nangong's eyes, which Nan Mingzhu happened to catch, startling her. This Chief Nangong hated Nan Shao? That wasn't right. Nan Shao had died long ago, over a decade ago, and his body had never been found. And this Chief Nangong, it was said, had only emerged from the immortal sect less than 10 years ago. He didn't even know Nan Shao, so how could he hate him? Though she understood this in her heart, she still asked, Am I not Nan Zhao's daughter? She herself had always worried that her identity had been swapped with Jiang Mingyu's. If Jiang Mingyu was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, then what was she? Who was her father? But now, hearing Nangong say that her father was also her grandfather's biological son, and that she too was a young lady of the Nan family, her confidence immediately swelled. Could it be that Nan Ming really was her father? Yes, there is no hatred without cause in this world, and no love without reason. If she weren't his biological daughter, why would he treat her that way? But then, thinking that Nan Ming was merely the steward of the Nan family, a servant, she couldn't accept it. How could she be the daughter of a servant? Ever since Jiang Mingyu's words at the student hotel spread, the entire high society had been buzzing that Jiang Mingyu was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family, while she was a fake. Nan Mingzhu was overjoyed, really. Seeing Nan Mingzhu's expression, Deputy Team Leader Nangong thought she was worried about her background, so he said, Don't worry. Your father is also your grandfather's own blood, so you are still a young lady of the Nan family. I must have seen it wrong. Thank you, Chief. Her thanks were sincere. But Nangong thought to himself, as long as you don't blame me for sending you to your death. However, it seemed she had volunteered to come. He hadn't asked her to, but he hadn't stopped her either. Nan Mingzhu never imagined that the backing she knew as Nan Ming would watch her walk into death without intervening. End of this chapter. Chapter 990, Spare Me, Immortal. Feng Dongqing and the others felt uneasy as they listened to Nangong and Nan Mingzhu openly discussing sensitive topics about the Nan family right in front of them, without any attempt to conceal it. Such matters should not be discussed in their presence. After praising Nan Mingzhu, Deputy Team Leader Nangong turned and sternly criticized Feng Dongqing. How could you make such a foolish decision? Did you send anyone to explore this sinkhole beforehand? You led the villagers into danger like this. If their lives are threatened as a result, who will take responsibility? His voice was thick with anger. Feng Dongqing could not shirk responsibility by saying that Jiang Mingyu had used her divine sense to discover that the sinkhole led directly to an underground river, and that following the river would lead to a waterfall. He could only say, "It was my fault. Please punish me, Chief." In his heart, he felt even colder. Gu Dongqing had been personally assigned by him. When he learned that Gu hadn't come, he was furious. When he learned that Gu had left, he was still furious. It was clear that he had truly sent Gu Dongqing to his death. And they, too, had been sent as sacrifices. He just didn't know why he himself had also come. Was it out of regret to save them? Feng Dongqing dared not be too optimistic. Since he had sent them to die, he likely wouldn't let them off easily. Feng Dongqing lowered his head and replied yes. He could not resist. In reality, the thunderous energy of the palm thunder had already invaded its body, scorching the flesh beneath its scales, causing excruciating pain. Thus, whenever Gu Dongqing gathered his palm thunder, it would desperately dodge. Even the thorny vine in Mingyu's hand was dragged away by it as it struggled. It didn't know that although Mingyu's cultivation was only at the third layer of the golden core stage, her soul energy was immense. Everyone answered in unison, yes. Although Gu Dongqing's palm thunder only left a black mark on the carp spirit's body, the carp spirit was secretly suffering. On the other side, Mingyu and Gu Dongqing were still battling the carp spirit. Deputy Team Leader Nangong gave him a cold glance and said, "From now on, all of you will go door to door, comforting the villagers and reassuring them to stay safely in their homes and wait for rescue." But Minyu's divine sense spike was not like an arrow that could not be controlled after being shot. It was guided by her mind, pursuing the carp spirit. The carp spirit was bewildered. Clearly, the attacks of these two humans were not particularly powerful, so why did this unknown attack give it such a dangerous feeling? It only knew that it had to flee. If it didn't, it would surely die. At that moment, the carp spirit was dodging Gu Dongqing's palm thunder, unaware that Minyu's divine sense spike had arrived. Though it couldn't see the spike, it could sense an extremely dangerous feeling and immediately turned to flee. Deputy Team Leader Nangong walked toward the tallest row of houses. "I'll go negotiate with that person. None of you must act rashly." Although she primarily cultivated the wood immortal art, she had also occasionally practiced the witch god art, which focused on spiritual power. As a result, her spiritual power was not far off from that of the nascent soul stage. Because of this, when she had previously performed a soul search on village Chief Wei, she had managed to preserve his sanity. Otherwise, being subjected to a soul search by a golden core cultivator would surely have turned him into a fool. Moreover, this was only because it was Minyu's first time performing a soul search. Otherwise, she could have completed it without harming or minimally harming the target's soul. Powerful high-level cultivators could even perform a soul search without the target noticing. Realizing that her spiritual power was nearly at the nascent soul level, the carp spirit finally cried out to Minyu, "Spare me, immortal. Spare me." The chapter ends. Chapter 991, Let's make a contract. Minyu said, "Okay," and had Xiaodao exchange for 3 space jade bottles to store the stalactite marrow. Each bottle held about 50 jin. In the end, only a little remained at the bottom. Minyu took a few ordinary pill bottles, each capable of holding about 1 jin, and filled 9 of them. Then she took out a small bottle the size of a finger, scraped even the edges of the basin bottom with her hand to collect the residue, and filled more than a dozen small bottles. Gu Dongqing noticed that Minyu used 3 space bottles instead of 2 and realized she was preparing them for herself, him, and Cheng Jioha. Seeing that Minyu always treated her brother on equal footing with him, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. But thinking that the 3 of them had come together, and since benefits should naturally be shared with Cheng Jioha, he had no objections. However, he resolved inwardly to treat Xiaoming even better in the future, ensuring that Cheng Jioha would never surpass him. After Mingyu finished storing the stalactite marrow, she put away her own share and handed the other 2 portions to Gu Dongqing. "Keep my brother's share for him and give it to him when you see him." Gu Dongqing felt much better knowing that the items for Cheng Jioha would be given by him rather than by her. The 2 exited the water surface and flew outward on the 5 elements fan. Ahead was another sealed section, with Gu Dongqing leading the way and the fan flying. When they were nearing the exit, Minyu quickly placed the 10 people onto the 5 elements fan. As the 2 flew out of the waterfall mouth on the fan and landed at the foot of the mountain, an hour and a half had passed. They immediately released the 10 people and let them sniff the bottle Feng Dongqing had given them. The 10 sneezed and woke up. Are we out? We've come out of the mountain? We really made it out. We don't have to die? Realizing they were truly out, the 10 people hugged each other, crying and shouting. Then they knelt together to thank Minyu and Gu Dongqing for saving their lives. "Benefactors, we owe our lives to you. That leader was right. If we just slept through it, we would get out." Fearing they might forget what they needed to do, Mingyu asked, "What did Leader Feng tell you?" Wei Qingbian's son quickly replied, "Leader Feng said that if we got out, we should immediately split up and leave this place. The farther the better." Wei Qingbian's nephew nodded in agreement. Yeah. Leader Feng also said that after getting out, we should find a place to call the number he wrote on the paper and report the situation in the mountain to the person who answers. And also, the person answering must be someone called Long Shou. Wei Qingbian's eldest brother felt a bit awkward seeing the two youngsters eagerly speaking. "We'll do exactly as Leader Feng instructed." Seeing that Captain Feng had already arranged things, Mingyu said, "We still have to rescue others. Just do whatever Leader Feng told you to do." After a moment's thought, she took out some money. "You left in a hurry, so you probably didn't bring any money. Take 100 yuan each. If you encounter a vehicle on the road, use it to get a ride." Gu Dongxing watched Mingyu make these thoughtful arrangements, deeply moved by her kindness. He said nothing, just stood behind her in silent support. The 10 people were surprised that Mingyu was even giving them money. Honestly, in their rush to escape, they hadn't thought to bring any. With 100 yuan, they would have enough for transportation, lodging, and meals over the next few days. Food was cheap then, but lodging and fares were not. After seeing off the 10 villagers, Mingyu and Gu Dongxing rushed back into the waterfall mouth. The underground river path was the fastest way into the mountain. When they flew up from the sinkhole, they heard a voice shout, "They're back. The ferry is back." It turned out that villagers were guarding the sinkhole. Nan Mingju was the first to rush over. "Why did you take so long? I thought you had just saved yourselves and weren't coming back." Mingyu ignored Nan Mingzu and turned to Feng Dongcheng, who was hurrying over. "Captain Feng, what happened?" Feng Dongcheng pulled Gu Dongxing toward the nearby educated youth house and Mingyu quickly followed. Once inside the house, Feng Dongxing told them, "More people have come in." Seeing Mingyu's puzzled expression, he hesitated before adding, "This time, it's the deputy leader of the dragon group, Nangong." Chapter 992, Stalactite Essence. What Feng Dongxing didn't mention was that Deputy Team Leader Nangong was very dissatisfied with him for letting Gu Dongxing go. However, Deputy Team Leader Nangong seemed convinced that Gu Dongxing and his companion wouldn't return after leaving, so he didn't give any instructions about what to do if they came back. Instead, he went directly to negotiate with the demon cultivators. As soon as Mingyu heard the words, Deputy Team Leader Nangong, she sensed trouble and quickly asked, "Does the dragon group have a deputy team leader named Nangong?" Feng Dongxing sighed. "Yes, he joined the dragon group only in the last 10 years. Apparently, he's actually from the immortal sect. After coming out, he didn't plan to return to the sect for a while, so he temporarily settled in the dragon group. The dragon head gave him the position of deputy team leader. But he doesn't usually stay in the dragon group. He only shows up occasionally." What he didn't say was that the one who specifically requested Gu Dongxing's presence this time was Deputy Team Leader Nangong. Suddenly, Feng Dongxing recalled something. Once, when he had just returned from a mission, he heard Deputy Team Leader Lin sighing. The young man Xiao Lu beside him asked, "Deputy Lin, Deputy Nangong only specifically requested that innate master from the military to kill the flood dragon. Why are you sighing?" He overheard Deputy Lin say, "You don't understand." "Yes, you don't understand." But Deputy Lin did. Now, Feng Dongcheng also understood. The flood dragon killing mission that nearly killed Gu Dongxing back then was specifically assigned to him by Deputy Team Leader Nangong. Nangong felt as if he had uncovered something significant. That mission that almost killed Gu Dongxing was assigned by Deputy Team Leader Nangong. And this time, investigating the bloodsucking case in Shangjian village, with Gu Dongxing accompanying them, was also specifically requested by Deputy Team Leader Nangong. The flood dragon killing mission last time, without any unexpected intervention, was a death sentence. If not for Gu Dongxing's fiancé showing up, he would have died, either from the flood dragon's jaws or at the hands of the arms dealers. And this time, before coming here, he didn't know. But after arriving, he was certain that, without any unexpected intervention, this was also a death sentence. That unexpected intervention was Gu Dongxing's young fiancé, Jiang Mingyu. If she hadn't seized that insha bottle, all of them would have died this time. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This deputy team leader Nangong wanted Gu Dongxing dead. Moreover, to avoid arousing Gu Dongxing's suspicion, he always provided some people to be buried with him. If last time, Colonel Zhou and his men were the burial offerings for Gu Dongxing, then this time, the few of them were the sacrificial cannon fodder buried with him. Though these thoughts raced through his mind, for Feng Dongcheng it was only an instant. In that single instant, he made a decision. He suddenly stood up and said to Gu Dongxing, "You two leave immediately, go through the sinkhole, and don't come back once you're gone." Upon hearing Feng Dongqing's words, Mingyu realized that he understood something she didn't. Moreover, she had always suspected that someone in the dragon group wanted to harm Gu Dongxing. Now, hearing Feng Dongqing's words, she immediately understood. Her suspicion wasn't unfounded. Someone in the dragon group indeed wanted to harm Gu Dongxing, and that person was deputy team leader Nan Gong, who had come here today. Furthermore, she guessed that the man wasn't actually surnamed Nan Gong but Nan. He was very likely the mastermind behind Nan Ming, a member of the Nan family's main branch. The main purpose of killing Gu Dongxing, just like eliminating the Lang family, was to cut off her, Jiang Mingyu's, support. All of this flashed through her mind in an instant, and in reality, only a moment had passed. She immediately said, "Yes, Dongxing, let's go." Chapter 993. The farther, the better. Gu Dongxing, though a bit naive in matters of the heart, was sharp in other aspects. He quickly analyzed the situation and said, "If I leave, what about you all? Let's go together." Feng Dongxing shook his head. "He wants to kill you. As long as you're not here, he won't do anything to us." Xiao Ao, who was in the space, suddenly spoke up. That fire attribute cultivator and the fire ability user are exactly the medicine the demonic cultivator needs to neutralize his cold poison. Minyu suddenly recalled the scene of the demonic cultivator healing on the stone in the boiling spring and said urgently, "I secretly spied on that demonic cultivator with my divine sense earlier and discovered that he has a cold poison. He needs to absorb hot blood to suppress it. I suspect that deputy team leader Nangong has been colluding with the demonic cultivator all along. Sending you fire attribute cultivators and fire ability users here was essentially offering you as medicine to neutralize the demonic cultivator's cold poison." Hearing this, Feng Dongqing's face turned pale as he recalled the details. If deputy team leader Nangong wanted to kill Gu Dongxing, then those traveling with him would naturally be cannon fodder. But he had no conflict with Nangong. In fact, their relationship in the dragon group had been quite good. Yet Nangong still sent him here. Thinking back to that day, among the dragon group members at the base, he was the only fire attribute cultivator. As for fire ability users, there were others, but Li Guoqiang had once said behind Nangong's back that Deputy Nangong never carried out missions yet received more cultivation resources than anyone else. Thus, it was highly likely, as Jiang Mingyu said, that Deputy Nangong sent him and Li Guoqiang here to be delivered to the demonic cultivator as medicine to neutralize the cold poison. Realizing that he was not only cannon fodder, but also potentially the medicine Deputy Nangong was offering to the enemy to neutralize the cold poison, Feng Dongqing immediately made another decision. "All right, I'll go call everyone right now. Let's leave together." With that, he dashed out of the Educated Youth House to notify the others. Soon, everyone had gathered at the Educated Youth House. As soon as Chung Jioha saw Mingyu, he grabbed her shoulders. "You were gone for so long. Did you run into trouble? Are you hurt?" Mingyu felt touched. Indeed, while others only focused on whether she was fleeing, her brother noticed whether she had encountered trouble. "We had a little trouble on the way, but don't worry, brother, I'm fine. Besides, I was with Dongxing. Even if there was trouble, he wouldn't let anything happen to me." Gu Dongxing walked over with a dark expression and pulled Chung Jioha away. "Are you treating me like I'm dead?" Chung Jioha felt a bit awkward. "I was just worried. You were gone so long. Enough, no more talk. Everyone, get on the flying fan quickly." Feng Dongqing pulled his men over one by one and onto Mingyu's 5 elements fan. Seeing everyone about to leave, Nan Mingzu instinctively wanted to stop them. Now that she had a new backer and knew she was the true Miss Nan, she had become arrogant again. She knew that Nangong would not allow Gu Dongxing to leave. He had been displeased when Feng Dongqing let Gu Dongxing go earlier. Now that Gu Dongxing had come back on his own, and Feng Dongqing was letting him leave again, no, letting all of them leave together, this absolutely wouldn't do. It clearly went against Deputy Nangong's intentions. She had to find a way to keep them here. But she also knew she had no reason to stop them. Her eyes darted around, and she said, "If we leave like this, wouldn't that make us deserters?" Everyone froze. Leaving like this could indeed be considered desertion. Nan Mingzhu added, "The common people are still inside the Great Formation. If we abandon them and flee for our own lives, isn't that really being deserters?" Chapter 994. They are cannon fodder for burial. Everyone's movements came to a halt. If their actions were those of deserters, they couldn't leave. Not to mention what others would say about them, even they themselves wouldn't allow themselves to be deserters. Nan Mingzhu wasn't truly stupid. She was just used to being arrogant and didn't like to think things through. At this moment, she finally realized that Commander Nangong was Nan Ming's backer. It seemed he wanted to kill Gu Dongxing, and his purpose for doing so was likely because of Jiang Mingyu. A thought suddenly struck her. If Commander Nangong wanted to kill Gu Dongxing because of Jiang Mingyu, what if Gu Dongxing wasn't Jiang Mingyu's man? She urgently said to Gu Dongxing, "Brother Gu, break up with Jiang Mingyu. As long as you're willing to swear to be with me, I'll tell the commander not to kill you." Everyone looked at Nan Mingzhu as if she were an idiot. They all guessed that Nangong wanted Gu Dongxing's life. But could this really be said out loud like that? Moreover, calling her stupid, she could grasp the key point. Calling her smart, she couldn't even see the deep love between Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu, and she still dared to covet Gu Dongxing at a time like this. And just a short while ago, she was flirting with Cheng Jioha. Now she was turning to Gu Dongxing. What would others think of her? Besides, who did she think she was? Did she think Commander Nangong would listen to her? That he would spare someone just because she said so? Everyone knew that she herself was cannon fodder the moment she arrived. That Nangong was even planning to kill her. How could he listen to her and spare anyone? Despite everyone's disdain for Nan Mingzhu, her mention of deserters put everyone in a difficult position. If they stayed, they were cannon fodder. If they left, they were deserters. What should they do? Mingyu was furious. By saying this, Nan Mingzhu made it impossible for these people to leave. Whether they were from the Dragon Group or the military, they all prioritized the lives and property of the common people. Earlier, they only thought about becoming cannon fodder and wanted to escape as quickly as possible. But now that Nan Mingzhu had pointed it out so bluntly, could they still leave? Nan Mingzhu clearly didn't want them to leave. She wanted to harm everyone, especially her, didn't she? Because as long as Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jioha didn't leave, she absolutely wouldn't leave either. You are not deserters, Mingyu growled. First, this place is not your battlefield today, and you were not sent here as soldiers to fight. You were sent here as antidotes to suppress or neutralize the cold poison for the enemy. If you leave, the enemy won't be able to heal their bodies. If you stay, you're delivering medicine to the enemy, helping them recover and strengthening their power. Second, staying here does no good for the common people, it only adds a few more people to die. On the contrary, since you are the antidotes the demon cultivators want, leaving will draw their attention away, making the common people safer. Third, we've already sent 10 common people out of the mountains. They've split up and taken different routes to call the Dragon Head. With them outside, neither the demon cultivators nor Nangong will dare to massacre all the villagers of Shanbei village. So, our escape is a strategy, not desertion. Say no more, leave quickly. Mingyu spoke rapidly but clearly. Everyone suddenly realized, why had they been so bewitched? They hadn't even seen things as clearly as this young girl. Relieved, they jumped onto the 5 Elements fan. Seeing that everyone had boarded the fan and Diding was still standing behind Nan Mingzhu, Gu Dongxing asked him, are you coming or not? If you're not, then hurry up and get on. If you're not coming, we'll leave. Chapter 995, Is he a deserter? Diding glanced helplessly at Nan Mingzhu and said to Gu Dongxing, I have already acknowledged Miss Nan as my master. This meant that if Nan Mingzhu left, he would leave. If she stayed, he could not go. And it was clear that Nan Mingzhu did not want to leave. Mingyu knew that in the Nan family, a shadow guard who had acknowledged a master could never betray that master under any circumstances. However, they could dissolve the bond in the presence of the family head, but at a great cost. When Nan Mingzhu said she would plead with that person to spare Gu Dongxing's life on the condition that he break up with her, Mingyu understood that her guess was correct. The person behind Nan Ming was this Nangong. He was probably not surnamed Nangong but named Nangong, and he should be a member of the main Nan family from the Immortal Sect. Though it seemed unbelievable, Mingyu was certain that this Nangong was the true mastermind behind the tragedy of her past life and the hardships of this life. Although he had previously harmed her, Gu Dongxing, and the Ling family through schemes, she was sure that once Nangong returned, neither she, Gu Dongxing, nor Cheng Jioha would escape, and they would certainly die. Therefore, even if Feng Dongqing refused to leave, she had to take Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jioha away. She would not allow her beloved and her brother to die because of her. As soon as the last person, Feng Dongqing, boarded the 5 Elements fan, she ignored Nan Mingzhu entirely and immediately steered the fan downward into the trap hole. She only wanted to get as far away from that Nangong as possible. Nan Mingzhu suddenly shouted, wait, I want to go too. But Mingyu did not wait for her and continued to drive the 5 Elements fan downward. No, you can't just leave me. We were the ones who discovered this trap hole. You can't abandon us. Everyone was leaving her alone to face that mysterious person. Nan Mingzhu suddenly felt afraid. She was actually somewhat afraid of Nangong. Although Nan Ming had once told her to call that person when she was in trouble, and after she made that call, he had indeed arranged for Gu Dongxing to be sent to Shanbei village to investigate the blood-sucking case, and had also allowed her to join the Dragon Group's training as she requested, creating opportunities for her and Gu Dongxing to be together. She had not forgotten the incident with the Insha threats. If Mingyu had not seized the Insha bottle, she would have been devoured along with everyone else, body and soul destroyed. Clearly, this mysterious Nangong was not the one who would act on her behalf, as Nan Ming had claimed. On the contrary, she had a feeling that she was merely a pawn in his hands, one that could be sacrificed at any time. He had been willing to send her to her death so easily before, and she could not be sure that after everyone left, when she faced him alone, he would spare her life. Especially since she knew things others did not, for instance, that this dragon group operation had likely been orchestrated by that person, meaning the demon cultivator was probably colluding with Nangong. She could not guarantee that he would not silence her. With Mingyu, at most she would be given a hard time but not killed. So after weighing the pros and cons, she decided to follow Mingyu. Feng Dongcheng looked at Mingyu. Forget it, let them come down. After all, the two of them had been brought by him, and this trap hole had indeed been discovered by Nan Mingju and her servant. More importantly, he worried that leaving them behind might lead to unforeseen trouble, causing unnecessary complications for everyone. It would be better to take them along. Mingyu understood Captain Feng's concern. She reluctantly opened the formation and called up, "Jump down yourselves." Chapter 996. He is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Nan Mingju saw that Mingyu's 5 elements fan had already descended about 15 or 16 meters high and didn't dare to jump. She shouted loudly, "It's so high, people will fall to their deaths. Why don't you have the magic artifact rise back up a bit?" Mingyu sneered coldly, "You've already wasted everyone's time earlier. Now with this rising and lowering, how much more time do you want to waste? Right now, time is life. If you don't jump, we're leaving." Diding saw that his mistress had agreed to leave and naturally wouldn't allow her to go back on her word. Ignoring the rule of no physical contact between men and women, he decisively picked her up and leaped toward the 5 elements fan. He knew that this height wouldn't kill him, but injury was inevitable. However, compared to death, even getting hurt was worth it. So without hesitation, he jumped with Nan Mingzu in his arms. Gu Dongxing timely sent a light palm strike upward, softening their descent, allowing Diding to land on the ground completely unharmed. Without even having time to set Nan Mingzu down, Diding first thanked Jiang Mingyu and Gu Dongxing. "Let go of me." Nan Mingju's face was filled with fury. As soon as she steadied herself, she pushed Diding away and even kicked him, cursing, "Are you trying to die? Jumping from such a height? If you want to die, don't drag me along." Diding lowered his head, a look of humiliation in his eyes. His hands clenched into fists, suppressing the anger burning inside him. She completely failed to mention that earlier, because of her calling someone a deserter, everyone had wasted time. Later, when everyone boarded the 5 elements fan, she hesitated again, delaying everyone further. Only after the fan had descended into the trap hole did she say she wanted to leave, yet she was too afraid to jump. He carried her and jumped, and she still blamed him. No, once they returned, even if it cost him dearly, he would propose to the family head to dissolve the bond of servitude. Nan Mingzu felt that she should never have come on this training expedition. Originally, she was the lofty eldest daughter of the Nan family, but now everyone here was either a cultivator or a supernatural being. They all looked down on ordinary people with disdain. Even Jiang Mingyu, whom she used to look down on, had transformed into what commoners called an immortal cultivator. Someone she could bully before could no longer be bullied, though, in truth, she had never managed to bully her anyway. How could she accept this? Thus, the only person left for her to throw her weight around was Diding. Mingyu cast a sympathetic glance at Diding. Having a master like this, Diding was truly unlucky. However, since he had already sworn allegiance to Nan Mingju, breaking that bond would come at a great cost. But even if he had sworn allegiance, Nan Mingju shouldn't treat him this way. Wasn't she afraid that when she was in danger, a moment of negligence on his part could cost her life? And if she died, as long as it wasn't directly his fault, even if the Nan family punished him, it wouldn't be too severe, would it? Still, judging by Diding's expression, he would likely propose to Nan Cheng to dissolve his bond with Nan Mingju once they returned. Would any shadow guard be willing to swear allegiance to her in the future? Mingyu immediately slapped her own forehead. In her previous life, although Nan Mingju hadn't directly interfered in her affairs, it was Nan Ming who had targeted her for Nan Mingju's sake. And in this life, she had personally arranged for shadow guards to capture her at the Red Stone Stockade, intending to send her overseas. So, they were enemies, not friends. Why was she bothering to meddle in her affairs? The 5 elements fan landed on the water and entered an underground river. This underground river is treacherous. "Everyone, be careful," Mingyu said as she maneuvered the boat transformed from the 5 elements fan, speeding outward. Gu Dongxing sat at the very back, sending a palm strike toward the trap hole, causing that section to collapse further, blocking the passage. Chapter 997. She too is a pawn that can be sacrificed at any time. Over there, Mingyu and the others had just exited the range of the Great Formation. Over here, Qiu Chuanshan's eyes suddenly snapped open. He waved his hand, and a water mirror appeared before him, with countless red dots within it. But now all these red dots were ordinary small ones, not a single large red dot could be seen. Where are the people? Xiao Chunshan stood up in shock, but a wave of dizziness forced him to sit back down. Damn it. Just then, Nangong appeared in the cave, looking at Xiao Chunshan with great curiosity. What's wrong with you? Yes, he had only just entered here. At the entrance to the cave's passage, Mengyu had placed a formation disc. Nangong hadn't noticed it at first, only realizing there was an extra formation blocking his way when he stepped into it. If not for this formation, he would have discovered Mengyu and Gu Dongxing the moment they emerged from the trap pit. Perhaps, because Mengyu was a direct descendant of the Nan family, he dared not kill her. The Nan family's rules allowed conflict among clan members, but forbade killing. But Gu Dongxing he was determined to kill. However, as luck would have it, he stumbled into the formation Mengyu had set up, temporarily trapping him. Originally, Mengyu's intention was to use this formation disc to block Xiao Chunshan, the demon cultivator, from leaving the cave. But unexpectedly, it inadvertently trapped her enemy Nangong. This formation of Mengyu's was a high-grade one, obtained in exchange for 1,000 merit points. But Nangong was a formation master himself, so after some study, he managed to break it. He even collected the formation disc. Thus, when he entered the cave, it happened to be the moment Mengyu and the others fled into the trap pit. Xiao Chunshan stared intently at Nangong. Was it you who rescued them? Weren't they sent by you to detoxify me? Why would you then save them? Nangong said irritably, you tell me, why would I send them to you for detoxification, only to rescue them afterward? If I truly wanted to save them, why wouldn't I have come earlier? Why wait until they'd been here so long to do it? Xiao Chunshan paused, feeling ashamed. Yes, these people were sent by Nangong to cure his cold poison. If he intended to save them, why bother sending them in the first place? Moreover, they had been inside for half a day. If he hadn't been overly trusting of the village chief, letting him carry the Insha bottle into the Great Formation instead of throwing it in himself, everyone inside would have been devoured by the bloodthirsty In souls by now. Coming now, how could he possibly have saved them in time? He stared blankly at Nangong, at a loss for words. What are you gaping at? Go after them. Nangong shouted. Xiao Chunshan quickly tried to stand, but another wave of dizziness hit him, forcing him back down. He shook his head. I can't right now. I'm dizzy. You, Nangong looked at Xiao Chunshan suspiciously. Xiao Chunshan wanted to say that several of his bloodthirsty In souls had been destroyed, damaging his spirit. But the words caught in his throat. He suddenly remembered that the reason Nangong was so willing to help him, and even somewhat feared him, was because of those nearly invincible bloodthirsty In souls. If Nangong found out that all his bloodthirsty In souls were gone, would he still help him? The answer was no. So he could only force a bitter smile and say, I made a mistake in my cultivation, and my true chi reversed. I'm a bit unwell for now. In truth, he was afraid of the person still searching for him. He was currently hiding in this cave, which, for some reason, could block divine sense, preventing that person from finding him. Once he left, he would likely attract that person's attention. Chapter 998. What a needless worry. Nangong looked at him, as if trying to determine whether he was lying, but Xiao Chunshan's gaze showed no sign of evasion, appearing quite sincere. Nangong sighed and said, since that's the case, I'll help you hold them off. Xiao Chunshan's lips twitched into a smile. Thanks, brother. Nangong gave him a deep look before walking out. But Xiao Chunshan felt a pang of guilt from that glance. Nangong seemed to know something. Would he suspect him? Nangong indeed had his suspicions about Xiao Chunshan. How could someone he had locked inside the bloodthirsty formation escape? How strange. Could it be that his bloodthirsty In spirits were vegetarians? Earlier, when he entered the formation and saw Feng Dongqing and the others unharmed, he had already found it odd. Had he not released the bloodthirsty In spirits? And then there was his overly pale complexion, and that dizzy spell earlier. It didn't look like a chi reversal, but rather a sign of soul injury. Could it be that his bloodthirsty In spirits had turned on their master? Only that could explain why everyone in the bloodthirsty formation remained unscathed while he himself appeared injured. He had long coveted Xiao Chunshan's bloodthirsty In spirits. If Xiao Chunshan was being rebelled against, should he find a way to seize those spirits for himself? But without the control method for the Insha bottle, even if he got his hands on it, he wouldn't know how to use it. One wrong move, and he'd be devoured by the bloodthirsty In spirits instead. Forget it. He'd focus on capturing Feng Dongqing and the others first. Those people dared to flee, which meant they must have realized they were sent here as fodder. He couldn't let them go back. And then there was Nan Mingzhu. She must have figured out his collusion with Xiao Chunshan. She couldn't be allowed to leave either. As for killing Gu Dongxing, that had dropped to third priority. Mingyu led a group of people through the underground river. Fortunately, they had traveled this path before, so the terrain was familiar. The narrow sections had also been cleared by Gu Dongxing, allowing for a quick pace. In just over 10 minutes, the 5 Elements fan reached the waterfall exit. Mingyu said, ahead is the waterfall exit. I'm afraid I can't take everyone out together. There might be people below the waterfall. You'll have to go out on your own. The special methods of cultivators had to be kept hidden, especially here in the mortal world. Nan Mingju couldn't help but speak up again. It's only the short distance. Why did it take you so long the first time? Were you deliberately avoiding? She wanted to say that Mingyu and the others had hidden in the cave to avoid Nangong, but she suddenly realized Nangong wasn't here, and she had no leverage now. She quickly forced a smile and said, I'm just running my mouth. Don't mind me. Mingyu gave her a cold look. The first time through the underground river, there were many obstacles along the way. She said this to Captain Foam. Hearing this, everyone understood. The first time, they had to clear obstacles as they went, so it was naturally slower. Now, on the second trip, the path was already open, so they moved quickly. Of course, it was also thanks to the speed of Mingyu's 5 elements fan. Everyone's eyes turned to the fan, filled with envy. Under their admiring gazes, Mingyu put the fan away, much to their regret. Foam Dongqing hesitated but still said, I'm afraid that demon might chase after us. How about, classmate Jiang, you use the fan to take us away quickly. Gu Dongqing gave a wry smile. He's already here. If we all stay in the fan, we might get caught in one fell swoop. So, everyone should flee separately. Chapter 999, Capture Them First. What? The demon is chasing us. Nan Mingju was greatly startled. Although Foam Dongqing's spiritual sense couldn't see far, with his naked eyes outside the waterfall, he spotted a person flying toward them on a sword from a distance. His eyes suddenly narrowed. It's Nangong. Gu Dongqing actually called Nangong a demon. However, Nangong was clearly trying to use someone else to kill Gu Dongqing. Having failed twice in his schemes, he was now taking action himself. So Gu Dongqing calling him a demon wasn't wrong. When Nan Mingju heard that Nangong was catching up, she immediately regretted it. She hadn't originally planned to flee. He was clearly Nan Ming's backer, and Nan Ming had said she could seek him out if there was trouble, he could make decisions for her. But by running away, wasn't she implying that she knew about his collusion with demon cultivators and the secrets behind all this? A miscalculation. A complete miscalculation. Her eyes darted around as she looked at Jiang Mingyu and Gu Dongqing. I think it's better if we all go together. We don't have this kind of treasure. Only Mingyu had such a treasure. If she took everyone along, their escape speed could indeed be faster. Mingyu sneered. You should know that certain people's target is my Dongqing. I think it's best if you stay as far away from us as possible. But Gu Dongqing, however, said to Mingyu and Cheng Jioha, let's split up and flee too, in 3 different directions. No. Mingyu immediately objected. If her judgment was correct, that Nangong was from the main branch of the Nan family, then due to the family's rules, he wouldn't directly kill her. But for Gu Dongqing, there were no such scruples. Therefore, if they separated, Nangong would definitely kill Gu Dongqing. Was Gu Dongqing trying to sacrifice himself to ensure the survival of the others? Gu Dongqing said anxiously, Xiao Meng, let's flee in 3 directions, escape one if we can. Jioha, you take your sister and go. Qing Jioha also understood Gu Dongqing's intent. He looked up at Gu Dongqing. My sister won't abandon you, and neither will I. Don't forget, the 3 of us swore to live and die together. Qing Jioha turned to Mingyu. Besides, his cultivation level probably hasn't reached nascent soul yet. Or even if he has, he's just barely reached it. If the 3 of us attack together and coordinate, we might be able to take him down. Gu Dongqing felt helpless. He was already at half-step golden core, but facing that Nangong outside the waterfall, he sensed they had no chance of winning. He wanted to hold Nangong off with his own life, hoping that would allow Mingyu and Jioha to escape. But neither of them was willing to let him sacrifice himself. Foam Dongqing sighed, none of you need to sacrifice anyone. Nangong already knows we're hiding behind the waterfall. He's here to block us, no one can escape. Mingyu quickly extended her spiritual sense. Sure enough, earlier Nangong had only seemed to be passing by the waterfall, but now he was clearly heading straight for it. He had obviously found them. With such a powerful and terrifying figure blocking them outside, none of them could escape at all. Captain Foam, are you still hiding in there? Have you realized the demon's power is too great, and now you're abandoning the leader who's still confronting the demon to flee? Nangong's voice came through. With these words, Nangong pinned a label on them. Desertion in the face of battle. Everyone's hearts were thrown into chaos. They didn't want to be branded as deserters. Stay calm, stay calm. He's deliberately trying to unsettle you, Mingyu said. Foam Dongqing. Whether we stretch out our necks or shrink them back, it's a blade either way. If he attacks directly, we won't even have room to dodge. We might as well go out. Perhaps, with so many of us, he won't dare act recklessly. He thought that since they were no longer inside the bloodthirsty array, Nangong probably wouldn't dare kill them all outright. But he was thinking too simply. Chapter 1000, They're Coming. Minyu, however, saw it differently. You were sent here by him to heal and detoxify the demonic cultivator. As long as you're alive, you're a threat to him. By fleeing like this, we've clearly exposed his malicious intentions. So if we go out now, I guarantee you'll die quickly. Gu Dongxing clearly shared Minyu's view. I agree with staying put. At least we won't be surrounded on all sides. Feng Dongqing and the others felt their hearts sink at Minyu's words. It's all your fault for making us run with you, Nan Mingzhu said bitterly. Everyone was taken aback. Complaints? Did they regret running? Feng Dongqing said coldly, but if we hadn't run, we'd already be the antidote for that poisoned demonic cultivator. Running gives us a slim chance of survival, not running means certain death. So they had no reason to blame Jiang Mingyu and Gu Dongxing for urging them to escape. You can go back right now if you want. I'm sure Nangong will forgive your betrayal, Mingyu said coldly, staring at Nan Mingzhu. Nan Mingzhu shrank back. She just disliked Jiang Mingyu and was used to shifting all blame onto others. There was no way she'd go back to be medicine for that demonic cultivator. Gu Dongxing asked Feng Dongcheng, if you send out a distress signal now, how long will it take for the dragon head to arrive? If Nangong was, as he suspected, a member of the Nan family's main branch who had been sent out with resources and was temporarily serving as the deputy leader of the dragon group, then he had no attachment to the group's members. Sending a few of them to heal a demonic cultivator wouldn't bother him. But the dragon head was different. Every dragon group member was precious to him. He'd grieve over losing even one, and this time there were 4. He didn't believe that if Feng Dongcheng and the others each sent out a distress signal, the dragon head wouldn't come to rescue them. Feng Dongcheng suddenly realized that earlier, while they were still inside the bloodthirsty array, they couldn't send signals. But now that they were out of the array, they could. Each of the 4 had a distress signal. Feng Dongcheng immediately ordered, send them. Send them all. Wait. Minyu stopped them from sending the signals. Nangong wasn't pushing too hard before, just trying to lure everyone back to treat that demonic cultivator. But once you send out the distress signals, he'll definitely come in to kill us immediately. Everyone froze. Minyu was right. Once the signals were sent, Nangong, fearing the dragon head would come to rescue them, would surely try to kill them before he arrived. You're the ones who said to send the signals, and now you're saying not to. So, what do you suggest? Nan Mingzhu asked angrily. Minyu contacted Xiao Tao. Is there a better defensive formation? Yes, but it costs 10,000 merit points and can withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators. Minyu was frustrated. Why did everything have to be so expensive? Her merit points. She gritted her teeth. Exchange it. You'll need to insert high-grade spirit stones or above, Xiao Tao said. Minyu then said to Feng Dongcheng, I have a life-saving defensive array plate. First, you stall Nangong with words while I set up the array plate my master gave me. Once the array is ready and we're all inside, you can send out the distress signals. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, first ensure they couldn't be killed, then send the signals. It was perfect. Nan Mingzhu couldn't help asking again, how powerful is your array plate? Can it withstand Lord Nangong's attacks? Minyu ignored Nan Mingzhu and handed the array plate that had appeared in her hand to Gu Dongxing. You understand artifact refining. Tell me, how powerful is this array plate? Chapter 1001. Save whoever you can. Gu Dongxing took the array disc, examined it briefly, and a delighted expression appeared on his face. This is a high-level spirit array disc. No, it's a special grade array. However, its defensive strength depends on the grade of the spirit stones used. How so? Nan Mingzhu asked again. With low-grade spirit stones, it can block one attack from a cultivator below the golden core stage. With medium-grade spirit stones, it can block one attack from a cultivator below the nascent soul stage, or withstand attacks from cultivators below the golden core stage for an hour. With high-grade spirit stones, it can block attacks from cultivators below the nascent soul stage for half an hour, or attacks from cultivators below the golden core stage for half a day. With top-grade spirit stones, it can block attacks from cultivators below the nascent soul stage for half a day, or attacks from cultivators below the golden core stage for 10 days. Deputy Team Leader Nangong should be at the golden core peak, so high-grade spirit stones would be best. Everyone turned to Feng Dongcheng. He looked at the 10 slots on the array disc and smiled bitterly. I only have low-grade spirit stones on me, and just 18 of them. Mingyu was inwardly bleeding, so that meant she had to use her own spirit stones. She had just spent 10,000 merit points and was still nursing her heartache. Now she had to use her own spirit stones again. How could she not feel like she was bleeding? This loss was too great. Even if she got the stalactite marrow, it wouldn't make up for it. Seeing Mingyu's expression, Gu Dongxing found it amusing. Hadn't he given her enough spirit stones? Why was she being so stingy? It seemed he would have to give her some more. He didn't expose her, of course. Instead, he asked her, did your master give you any spirit stones along with the array disc? Mingyu understood. He wanted her to attribute everything she took out to her non-existent master. She nodded. My master gave me a few spirit stones, only 36 high-grade ones. She put on a mournful face. Once they're used up, they're gone. Gu Dongxing turned to Feng Dongqing. Can these spirit stones be reimbursed from the Dragon Group's budget after we return? Feng Dongqing hesitated, but still steeled himself. I'll report to the Dragon Head and ask for reimbursement. Alright, let's use them for now. Keep track of the amount used, and we'll get reimbursed from the Dragon Group later, Gu Dongxing said with a straight face. In truth, these spirit stones were a drop in the bucket for Gu Dongxing and Mingyu, but they couldn't afford to flaunt their wealth. Mingyu then took out 10 high-grade spirit stones, inserted them into the array disc, and began setting it up. She figured that since the opponent was at the Golden Core stage, even if he was formidable, being able to hold him off for half a day, or even 4 hours, would be enough. Meanwhile, Feng Dongqing responded to Nangong's calls. At that moment, Nangong was still trying to persuade the Dragon Group members. Don't forget, you are members of the Dragon Group, the top-tier seed candidates of all Huaxia. Deserting isn't just a personal disgrace, it's a disgrace to your families, to the entire Dragon Group. Are you coming out on your own, or do I have to go in and drag you out one by one? If you come out yourselves, fine. But if I have to drag you out, you won't be able to shake off the label of deserters. What, still hesitating? Or are you clinging to the hope that I won't actually do it? Nangong was frustrated too. He had been talking for so long, yet none of the team members involved in this blood-draining case had replied to him. He was tempted to just kill them outright, but he was also reluctant. Among them were the 2 fire-attributed cultivators that Qiu Chunshan needed most. He wanted to use them to trade with Qiu Chunshan for the method to refine the Insha bottle, something Qiu Chunshan had promised him. Yes, the reason he was helping Qiu Chunshan, a demon cultivator, was precisely to obtain the Insha bottle refinement method. Once he had it, he could refine Insha threads, and then no one in the Nan family would dare look down on him. Just then, Feng Dongqing suddenly called out, Deputy Team Leader Nangong. Nangong was overjoyed. Captain Feng, you're finally responding? Come out quickly. If you do, I'll let bygones be bygones. I mean what I say. Chapter 1002, What to Do About Chapter 1001. Feng Dongqing paused for a moment before speaking. Deputy Team Leader Nangong, that formation was strange. The village chief's son was entangled by several wisps of black smoke, and within half an hour, he turned to ashes, not even his soul was preserved. So, we had no choice but to withdraw. Upon hearing that they had personally witnessed the village chief's son being entangled by black smoke and reduced to ashes, Nangong's heart stirred. You saw it with your own eyes? Yes, Deputy Team Leader Nangong, we saw it with our own eyes. Nangong, however, found it strange. If what Feng Dongqing said was true, based on the village chief's son's account, had that Qiu Chunshan released bloodthirsty vengeful spirits? If he had released bloodthirsty vengeful spirits, why hadn't he been able to devour all these people? What was the reason? He suddenly barked nonsense. If the village chief's son was devoured, why are you all fine? You stood by and watched ordinary people meet their doom, yet you came out unscathed. Hearing this, everyone in the group felt a surge of resentment. This Nangong truly wanted them to suffer. Feng Dongqing let out a sigh. If one of us hadn't quickly set up an isolation formation, everyone who came this time would already be dead. Nangong was taken aback. He hadn't fully understood these people's abilities. Someone among them actually knew how to set up formations? It suddenly struck him that the entrance to the cave leading to Qiu Chunshan had also been rigged with a formation disc. He had stumbled into it earlier and, if not for his own knowledge of formations, might not have escaped so easily. Feng Dongqing continued, so, our withdrawal was not a desertion in the face of battle, but a strategic retreat. Moreover, our mission was to investigate the bloodsucking case, and so far, we have uncovered the specific truth. The so-called vampire is nothing more than a powerful demonic cultivator afflicted with a cold poison, who needs hot blood to suppress the poison in his body. That's why he set up this massive formation. On one hand, he uses the hot blood of people and livestock within the formation to suppress the cold poison. On the other hand, he casts a wide net to capture high-skilled martial artists sent by higher-ups, especially fire attribute cultivators, to neutralize his cold poison or even enhance his power. When he mentioned fire attribute, Feng Dongqing paused. Typically, when the Dragon Group dispatched a team for a mission, they would assign members according to the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, so they could complement each other. But this time, 2 fire attribute members had been sent at once, which was inherently unreasonable. Yet this unreasonable composition had been dispatched by Deputy Team Leader Nangong. So, we had to find a way out of the formation and report back to the Dragon Head, requesting reinforcements to break the formation and rescue the villagers, rather than entering the formation to serve as medicine for the demonic cultivator. When Feng Dongqing said the word medicine, the rage in his heart was impossible to suppress. Deputy Team Leader Nangong, weren't you the one who told us to go back? Sending us back means offering us up as medicine for the demon to suppress or neutralize his cold poison. After hearing Feng Dongqing's explanation, Nangong was greatly startled. They had indeed already learned the purpose of Qiu Chuanshan's formation. But did they know that he had sent them to Shanbei village as a gift to Qiu Chuanshan in exchange for personal gain? Whether they knew or not, these people absolutely could not be spared. His tone softened. So that's how it is. Why didn't you explain this clearly when I first arrived? Feng Dongqing sneered inwardly. If he had explained it clearly earlier, would Nangong have let him go? He let out a helpless sigh. Deputy Team Leader Nangong, back in that demon's bloodthirsty formation, everything we did was under his surveillance. How could we have dared to report so clearly to you? Only now, outside the formation, do we dare to tell you the truth. That makes sense. Nangong mulled it over. He wasn't sure how much these people actually knew. Chapter 1003, Let Bygones Be Bygones. Minyu had already set up the formation and said softly, "Everyone, enter the formation." Upon hearing this, the group felt as if they had been granted a pardon and quickly rushed into the formation. Minyu activated the formation, smiled slightly, and said, "No need to be polite with him anymore." After Feng Dongqing entered the formation, he finally retorted, "Deputy Team Leader Nangong, we entered the underground river through a sinkhole and emerged from it to leave the group." But Deputy Team Leader Nangong did not take this route. May I ask, since the formation is still intact, how did Deputy Team Leader Nangong manage to escape from the demon's grand formation? After saying this, Feng Dongqing immediately ordered the other 3 members of the dragon group, send the distress signal. Li Guoqiang to the north, Zhao Chuanxiu to the south, Jian Yuzia to the east, and I to the west. Together, fire. Deputy Team Leader Nangong was taken aback by Feng Dongqing's question. What did he mean by that? Before he could react, he saw the dragon group's distress signals soar into the sky, and 4 of them at once. He was shocked. Feng Dongqing, what are you doing? What am I doing? Deputy Team Leader Nangong, you came here to chase us. Could it be that you want to block us from going back? How dare you speculate about your leader like this? Nangong roared. I am the Deputy Team Leader of the dragon group. How could I possibly do something like handing you over to the demon as an antidote? Heh. Feng Dongqing sneered twice. Did I ever say that blocking us from going back meant handing us over to the demon as an antidote? Nangong cursed inwardly, realizing that he had been provoked by this mere team leader into slipping up. Then why are you sending distress signals? Feng Dongqing said gloomily, Deputy Team Leader Nangong hasn't answered my question yet. How did you escape from the demon's blood-devouring formation? To escape from the formation, one must either be an earth spiritual root among the heavenly spiritual roots and burrow out, or crawl through a sinkhole into the underground river like we did, or break the formation entirely. But now, you didn't crawl through a sinkhole into the underground river, you don't have an earth spiritual root to burrow out, and you didn't break the formation. So the only remaining possibility is that the master of the formation let you out to chase us. Therefore, Deputy Team Leader Nangong, you are in cahoots with the demon. Nangong sighed inwardly. No wonder these people were all huddled at the waterfall entrance, refusing to come out. It turned out that his method of leaving the formation had given him away. Heh. Nangong let out a sigh. Just because of the way I left the formation, you can wrongfully accuse me of colluding with the demon cultivator and send a distress signal to the dragon head? Or is it that you are simply looking for an excuse for your own desertion? Right or wrong, let the dragon head decide when he arrives, Feng Dongqing said, unwilling to engage further. Wait for the dragon head? Listen, I am now sentencing you to death for desertion. Nangong said, and with that, a massive palm print slammed toward the waterfall entrance. The water flowing out of the waterfall entrance was blasted in all directions, while the water that had not yet exited was pushed back into the underground river by the immense force. The attack struck the 8 people within the formation. Although the group was protected by the formation, the sheer power of the attack still managed to momentarily deprive them of their 5 senses. They all thought they were doomed this time. However, when their senses returned, they realized that even though the boulders on the mountaintop had been blasted apart, they were still alive. Everyone cheered, yeah. But then, as they looked at the spot where half the mountain had been blown away, a chill ran down their spines. Was this the power of a golden core great perfection cultivator? How many such attacks could the formation they were hiding in withstand? Chapter 1004. These people absolutely cannot be spared. Minyu felt deeply ashamed. She had also formed a golden core, and although it was only at the early stage, it was still a golden core. However, because she only had a wood attribute spiritual root, and because she had always remained in the mortal world, even when confronting enemies, she relied more on intellect, or at most on martial arts. As a result, in terms of spells, aside from using her wood's spiritual root to communicate with plants and the thorn vines she nurtured in her space, she had never seriously studied other offensive methods, except for using divine sense attacks. The main reason was that she neither needed to nor could she use them. But now, seeing Nangong's attack, she felt immense envy. Yet the next moment, she grew angry and wanted to hit him with a divine sense spike. However, she knew that she was only at the early stage of the golden core phase. From the early stage to the mid-stage, then the late stage, and finally the great perfection, there was a gap of 3 realms. Moreover, the golden core phase differed from the chi refining and foundation building phases. Advancing to the next level was extremely difficult, but once achieved, one's power multiplied several times over. Therefore, while cross-realm combat might be possible in the chi refining phase, it became challenging in the foundation building phase, and in the golden core phase, it was nearly impossible, unless one possessed an incredibly heaven-defying treasure or relied on intellect for a surprise attack. But now they were hiding within a formation while the enemy attacked from a distance outside. A sudden assault was completely impossible. Moreover, she could sense that Nangong's power far surpassed hers. She wasn't sure if a divine sense spike would even be effective. Thus, she couldn't act rashly. Unless she could guarantee killing him in one strike, she couldn't expose her divine sense attack. This was something Gu Dongxing had repeatedly told her. Her divine sense was unique, allowing her to use divine sense attacks even at the golden core or foundation building phases. If others discovered this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, when using divine sense attacks against cultivators, she must never use them unless she could ensure a fatal blow. Nangong saw that his palm strike, using only half his strength, had failed to kill even half of the 8 people, let alone all of them. Although they all looked pale and terrified, none had been injured. You actually brought a formation disc. No wonder you dared to oppose me, a true person. He recalled the formation at the entrance of the Golden Lotus Cave, which had delayed him for at least half an hour. After a moment of thought, he shouted into the formation, Feng Dongcheng, "Did you see the power of my attack? To be honest, I only used half my strength just now. Don't think your formation is unbreakable. I guarantee that within an hour, I'll destroy it. Are you sure you can hold out until the dragon head arrives? Let me tell you the truth. My goal is Gu Dongxing. If you hand him over, I'll let the rest of you go. Betraying our comrade? Impossible." Feng Dongqing replied without a moment's hesitation. "Don't be too quick to refuse," Nangong said. "First, the dragon head oversees the entire dragon group. He's busy with many matters and may not necessarily come for you. Perhaps you don't know yet, my surname is Nangong, and I am a member of the Nangong family from the Immortal Sect. Everything I do represents the Nangong family. Do you think the dragon head would offend the Nangong family of the Immortal Sect for the sake of a few of you?" In truth, he had already made arrangements before coming. Even if the dragon head wanted to come, he wouldn't be able to. Hearing Nangong's words, everyone's hearts sank. Yes, would the dragon head risk offending the Nangong family of the Immortal Sect to save them? Mingyu's heart also trembled. Although she had long suspected that this Nangong was a member of the Nangong family, hearing him say it himself was still shocking. He was from the main branch of the Nangong family in the Immortal Sect, meaning he was the backer of Nanming. Thus, he was the mastermind who had harmed her enemy across 2 lifetimes. Chapter 1005, An Attack That Deprives the 5 Senses. Nangong continued, "Second, from the time the dragon head receives the signal to when he arrives, if he comes by flying sword, it would take about 3 hours. If he takes a helicopter, it would take roughly 4 hours. But I think, even if the dragon head is willing to come for you, he would conserve his spiritual energy and not use the flying sword. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that he will come by helicopter. That means it will take 3.5 to 4 hours for him to get here. As for your formation, based on the probing I just did, you won't be able to hold out for more than 2 hours at most. Third, we can all swear heart demon oaths. As long as you hand over Gu Dongxing, I will let the rest of you go, and you must keep silent about everything that happened here. What do you think?" The people inside the formation fell silent. Handing over Gu Dongxing would allow everyone else to survive. As long as no one spoke of today's events, it seemed like a good solution for everyone except Gu Dongxing and his 2 companions. Nan Mingzhu, Diding, Zhao Chunxiu, and the others all looked at Gu Dongxing. But Mingyu and Xing Jiohe were furious. Feng Dongcheng asked, "Why do you want Gu Dongxing?" Nangong replied coldly, "Because he offended a friend of mine, so you abused your authority to assign him a suicide mission? The previous mission to kill the Flood Dragon and this vampire case were both of them traps you set to kill Gu Dongxing." Feng Dongcheng couldn't hold back anymore. "Let me tell you, I have only one thing to say. I will not betray my comrade." Nangong paused for a moment, cursing Feng Dongcheng's stubbornness in his heart. His divine sense had clearly detected that the other dragon group members and the 2 ancient martial artists were tempted by his words, yet this one man remained clear-headed. He then shifted his focus to Gu Dongxing. "Gu Dongxing, step forward yourself. Are you really going to let everyone die with you just for your own selfish reasons?" Gu Dongxing was about to speak, but Mingyu grabbed his hand. Her voice echoed in his heart. "Be careful. Put up a defensive shield around yourself. He knew she was worried about him, and his heart felt warm. You too, he said. Then he reminded Chung Jioha as well, and spread his divine sense over the three of them, ready to detect any movement from within the formation aimed at them. Meng Yu's voice, as melodious as a thrush's, rang out. Mr. Nangong, is it? Since when can you single-handedly represent the Nan family of the immortal sect? You know, you handed over 4 members of the dragon group to that demonic cultivator to alleviate his cold poison. Do you think the dragon head will let you poison the dragon group's warriors just because he fears the Nan family? Meng Yu's voice was not loud, but it struck directly into everyone's souls, jolting them awake. Hearing this voice, Nangong's heart sank. His divine sense locked onto Meng Yu through the formation. Who are you? Meng Yu laughed. Mr. Nangong, you instructed Nan Ming to go to great lengths to swap my identity, turning me from the eldest daughter of the Nan family into a wild country girl. You suppressed me, forbade me from rising, wouldn't even let me study, and even tried to sell me into the mountains to be a shared wife. You did everything to hold me back. How is it that you don't recognize me? So, you are Nan Yao's daughter. Nangong was greatly alarmed. He had done everything to keep her from rising, yet here she was, not only a cultivator, but already at the foundation establishment stage. She was only 17 years old. A 17-year-old girl at foundation establishment, even if it was just the early stage, it was already incredibly heaven-defying. If she returned to the immortal sect, she would surely compete with his genius daughter for the position of the younger generation's heir. So, she must never be allowed to return to the Nan family. Chapter 1006. Enemies across 2 lifetimes. Nangong and Minyu were in the same major cultivation realm, so he couldn't see through her concealment technique. Thus, he had no idea that Minyu had already formed her golden core. If he had known, he would have been terrified, or even broken the rules of the Nan family to kill her. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He would never admit that he had used Nan Ming's hand to suppress her. You don't understand? You've already done it, and now you say you don't understand? A man of honor, daring to act but not to own up to it. Mingyu suppressed her anger. In her past life, she had truly been crushed by him, sold deep into the mountains to become the shared wife of the Zhou brothers, enduring 10 years before escaping, only to be run over by Jiang Huayu. In this life, though fortunate enough to break free from the fate he and Nan Ming had arranged for her and become a cultivator, he was still scheming to weaken her power, her maternal family, her fiancé. He and Nan Ming had tried every means to destroy them. How much hatred did he hold for her? Who am I, a true cultivator? Would I stoop to such underhanded schemes? Nangong said, sending another large handprint crashing toward her. After a tremor, the formation remained intact. Mingyu's voice rang out again. Nangong, you're so arrogant. Unable to do anything to my father, Nan Xiao, you used the prestige of the Nan main family to come to the mortal world and harm his daughter. Are you even a man? Gu Dongxing and Qing Jioha found her words strange. Wasn't her father labeled a rightist by old Master Nan, with his brothers sent to the countryside early on, dying there 17 years ago? No, he had only gone missing at the time. His body was never found. Mingyu was testing this Nangong. Nangong, enraged by the question of his manhood, snarled, whether I'm a man is not for you to decide. Your father relied on the Supreme Elder's favor to steal my position as young master. A father's debt is paid by his daughter. What's wrong with me suppressing her? He was filled with hatred. He was the eldest son of the Nan family head in the immortal sect, exceptionally talented, already designated as the young master. But 17 years ago, when the Supreme Elder roamed the mortal world for amusement, he rescued Nan Xiao upon returning to the sect. Just because Nan Xiao had a heavenly spiritual root, he was given the young master position, taken from him. That brat, still wet behind the ears, even if talented, what right did he have to take his position? He was the eldest son of the Nan family head. They said Nan Xiao was remarkable for reaching the great perfection of the golden core at such a young age. He himself was not yet 100 years old and had already reached the peak of the golden core. Before, he was the most talented young true cultivator in the entire Nan family. But with Nan Zhao's arrival, he became the family's special grade genius, while he himself was relegated to second place. How could he accept it? How could he ever accept it? Mingyu's earlier words had been merely a test. She herself couldn't have offended this family member, nor could her maternal family. Yet this man had manipulated her fate. Moreover, she could see the endless hatred in his eyes when he looked at her. She didn't know him before. For no reason, why would he hate her? If her grandfather or great-grandfather had offended him, why would he only take revenge on her and not on other Nan family descendants? Thus, Mingyu thought of her father. Unless her father hadn't died but had entered the immortal sect and offended this Nangong, who then used the pretext of delivering resources to suppress her, that would make sense. So she spoke those words. Chapter 1007. She must not be allowed to return to the Nan family. Mingyu was secretly startled. She had tested the truth of her father's life and death in one go. So, her father hadn't died. He had entered the immortal sect. And the fact that she herself had such excellent aptitude meant her parents' aptitudes must also be good. This Nangong was doing everything he could to suppress her, to destroy her. It truly stemmed from his hatred for her father. A wave of resentment toward her biological father surged in Mingyu's heart. This father had never given her a single ounce of paternal love, yet he had brought her utter ruin in her past life. And in this life, he was still constantly inviting disaster upon her. Besides, since he was still alive, why had he never sent any word back to the Nan family? To the point that everyone believed he was dead? Was he trying to sever all worldly ties, afraid that she, his daughter, would become a burden to him? If he didn't want her as a daughter, then she didn't want him either. Nan Mingzu listened to Nangong's words, her heart also shaken. Before this, she had always believed that Nan Ming had swapped her and Mingyu's identities so that she could enjoy the cultivation resources of the eldest legitimate daughter. Now, she finally understood that her father, Nan Ming, and she herself were nothing but pawns in Nangong's hands, used by him. Should she thank him, or should she resent him? Indeed, being his blade had brought her benefits. Otherwise, Mingyu's fate would have been hers, wouldn't it? If not for him, how could she have become the eldest miss of the Nan family and enjoyed these 10+ years of privilege? But if not for him, wouldn't Nan Ming have simply remained a steward? And as for her, even if she had spent the first 15 years as a foster daughter of the Jiang family, no, if Nangong hadn't interfered, Mingyu wouldn't have become a foster daughter of the Jiang family, and neither would she. She would have stayed with Lang Xiangyu, been doted on by her mother as she grew up, instead of spending all those years pretending to be an orphan. Now, Nan Ming had fled the Nan family to an unknown fate, and her own glory was gone. Even if she was still a miss of the Nan family, who in the Nan family would still take her seriously? She secretly resolved that once she returned, she would go find her mother. The last time she had seen that antique shop owner, Lang Xiangyu, if she knew that she was her daughter, she would surely treat her well. Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiohe were also shocked by Nangong's words. Nan Xiao was still alive? Then why had he never sent back even a single message? They both looked at Mingyu with pity. Gu Dongxing directly pulled her into his arms. Xiao Meng, you still have me. Cheng Jiohe also embraced them, the three holding together. Yes, you still have your brother. Mingyu was deeply moved. Yes, even if she had no one else, she still had Gu Dongxing, this good man, and Cheng Jiohe, this good brother. She lacked nothing. But why did her heart feel a little sour, and her eyes a little stinging? Gu Dongxing sneered toward the outside. Nangong, is it? You're doing everything you can to kill me, not because I offended some friend of yours, but because I am Xiao Meng's fiancé, right? You can't do anything to Xiao Mingyu's father, so you come to suppress Xiao Meng. Does that mean that when others can't do anything to you, they can go after your children instead? Hearing Gu Dongxing threaten his children, Nangong was enraged. How dare you? Gu Dongxing let out a cold laugh. See? I only threatened you once, and you're already this furious. Aren't you afraid that if Nan Xiao finds out what you've done, he'll avenge his daughter and pay you back in your own coin? Mingyu thought to herself, her father didn't even acknowledge her as his daughter. How could he possibly suppress Nangong's children for her sake? Chapter 1008. The suppression across 2 lifetimes originated from her father. Upon hearing Gu Dongxing say that Nan Xiao would repay him in kind through the principle of filial piety, and thinking of his exceptionally talented daughter who had brought him honor, Nangong's expression immediately changed. But then he burst into loud laughter. He has no idea he even has a daughter in the mortal world, so how could he possibly avenge her? As long as I kill you, he will never know he once had a genius daughter. Mingyu was shocked. Her father didn't know she existed? Yes, after she later learned she was a member of the Nan family, she had investigated what happened in Longjia village back then. According to reports, not long after Nan Xiao married Leng Xiangning, they went into the mountains together. While boating on the reservoir, an accident occurred, and both fell into the water. Nan Xiao disappeared, while Leng Xiangning was rescued. Everyone assumed Nan Xiao was dead because the reservoir was very deep, and it was said there were monsters in the water that ate people. Now, it seemed he had been rescued by the Nan family and taken into the immortal sect. Most likely, the main family in the immortal sect, wanting him to focus on cultivation, only told him his wife had died but never mentioned that he and his wife had a daughter. Previously, Mingyu had been hurt thinking her biological father had abandoned her. Now, learning that her father hadn't rejected her but simply didn't know she existed, her heart immediately felt lighter. Oh, thank you, Mr. Nangong. Not only have you let me know my father is still alive, but you've also shown me that he didn't abandon me, he just didn't know I existed. I'm truly grateful to you. Nangong hadn't expected that Mingyu's earlier words were a test. She hadn't known her biological father was still alive. Knowing he was alive yet hadn't acknowledged her should have made her sad, and sadness during cultivation would breed inner demons. But he had inadvertently revealed that her father didn't know she existed, freeing her from that very demon. He was furious. He had been outwitted by a girl whose fate he had always manipulated. "You," he seethed. "Then go die with Gu Dongxing." Nangong dropped all pretense. Feng Dongcheng, listen carefully. If you want to live, hand over Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu. Otherwise, I'll make sure everyone here dies. Feng Dongcheng shook his head. Mr. Nangong, I've said it many times. We won't betray our comrades. After hearing Nangong and Mingyu's exchange, he felt nothing but contempt for this man. In the world of martial arts, grudges shouldn't extend to parents or harm wives and children. Yet Nangong, simply because his clan brother outshone him and took the position of young master, had targeted the man's daughter, casting a girl from a top-tier noble family into the countryside as an adopted child. Even more despicable, he had that family suppress her, forbidding her from studying, from achieving anything, and even, when she gained a powerful fiancé, doing everything possible to have that fiancé killed. Such a man, Feng Dongcheng despised. Feng Dongqing, you may be willing to die with Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu, but have you asked your colleagues? Are they willing to die? Feng Dongqing's back stiffened. This wasn't just any matter, it was about dying together. Who would willingly choose that? He turned to his colleagues. What do you think? I won't betray a comrade. Without Jiang, we'd all be dead already, Li Guoqiang said. Betraying a comrade would make me worse than a dog or a pig. I'm an upright person, Zhao Chunqiu said. I only know that Mingyu saved my life. I must repay her. I could never do something so ungrateful, Jian Yujie said. Chapter 1009. Aren't you afraid he'll pay you back in your own coin? Cheng Jioha saw Feng Dongqing looking at him and rubbed his chin. Those two, one is my sworn brother, the other is my blood cousin. Do you think I would betray them? In the end, everyone looked at Nan Mingzhu and her bodyguard, Diding. Nan Mingzhu hesitated a little. She felt that Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mingyu should take the initiative to step up and take responsibility. After all, Nangong had come for them. But now, even she herself was trapped in his formation, and she wasn't stupid enough to say that out loud. She had no choice but to say, I think we can't defeat him. It's better for all of us to think this over carefully. Feng Dongqing looked at Diding. Diding said very firmly, what's there to think over? Jiang Mingyu is the legitimate daughter of my Nan family. As a Nan family shadow guard, even if I can't protect her, I will never betray her. If anyone wants to sacrifice her, they'll have to get through me first. As for Commander Gu, he glanced at Gu Dongxing. Commander Gu is about to be betrothed to my Nan family's young lady, so he counts as one of us Nan family. As long as someone is Nan family, I won't betray them. So, I absolutely do not agree to betray Gu Dongxing and Miss Jiang. Nan Mingzhu was deeply displeased hearing Diding say this. Are you my bodyguard or Jiang Mingyu's? Could it be that now that Jiang Mingyu is confirmed as Nan Zhao's daughter, he wants to curry favor with the true legitimate daughter of the Nan family? She shot Diding a harsh glare and said, Diding, you're still my bodyguard right now. Don't speak recklessly. Everyone should still think this over carefully. Think it over carefully? Mingyu looked at Nan Mingzhu with a cold smile. What you mean by think it over carefully is actually that Dongxing and I should sacrifice ourselves to save all of you, isn't it? Do you really think that if we sacrifice ourselves, Nangong will let you go? Lord Nangong said everyone has to swear an oath, Nan Mingzhu said timidly. Mingyu sneered. Do you think oaths still hold much power now? In today's cultivation world, no one has ascended in many years, right? Do you think Nangong has a chance to ascend? Only the ascension tribulation brings a heart demon tribulation. If he has no chance to ascend, why would he fear any heart demon oath? Besides, even if he could ascend, that would be thousands of years from now. But right now, if it gets out that he's colluding with demon cultivators and handing over dragon group members to them to heal their injuries and neutralize their cold poison, he'll be in deep trouble. Only the dead can keep secrets. So, do you really think he'll let you go sincerely? Everyone's heart sank. Asterisk yes. Would Nangong really let them go? The answer is no. So, between them and Nangong, it had become a life-or-death situation. Asterisk. The only reason Nangong was trying to persuade them was that he had discovered they were hiding in the formation and couldn't break through, so he was trying to divide them first. Feng Dongqing looked toward the waterfall and shouted loudly. Did you hear that, Mr. Nangong? No one here wants to be ungrateful and betray their comrades. Stop trying to persuade us. Ever since Nangong had demanded he hand over Gu Dongxing, he had stopped calling him Deputy Leader Nangong and instead addressed him as Mr. Nangong. This was already a sign that he no longer regarded him as his leader. Nangong's face twisted with rage. Fine, let's see how long your formation can hold up against me. With that, a massive fireball came crashing over. He had both gold and fire spiritual roots, so a giant golden blade followed right after. Then, he launched a fierce assault on the formation. Minyu grimly realized that Nangong's attack power was extremely strong, far exceeding that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. And as he had said, after 2 hours of relentless assault, the defensive formation began to show signs of collapsing. Everyone's hearts tightened. This was nothing like the duration Gu Dongxing had predicted earlier. Chapter 1010, Are They Willing to Die Together? Minyu naturally knew that this was partly because the enemy's attacks were too strong, and partly because the spirit stones were too old, causing much of their spiritual energy to dissipate. Moreover, this defensive formation was not the kind of complete defense that only allowed one to hide. It was a formation that could also launch attacks from within outward. Therefore, it consumed even more spirit stones. I must exchange the spirit stones. Minyu looked at everyone. But when I exchange the spirit stones, there will likely be a period when I cannot protect everyone, and moreover, I will need all of you to protect me. Upon hearing that the formation was about to collapse, Nan Mingju was terrified and burst out cursing. Didn't you say it could hold against those below the golden core stage for half a day? How long has it been? Why can't it hold anymore? Minyu sighed. This Nangong is at the great perfection of the golden core stage, not far from the nascent soul stage. Of course, there was another reason. These spirit stones were too old, and their spiritual power was insufficient. So, this time when she exchanged them, she would have to use top-grade spirit stones. Gu Dongxing asked, if it's just exchanging the spirit stones, how long will it take? Minyu replied, exchanging the spirit stones won't take much time, 10 seconds will be enough. But turning off and reactivating the formation will probably take 3 minutes. Given Nangong's attack intensity, 3 minutes would likely be enough for him to kill all of them. Everyone's faces turned extremely grim. Feng Dongcheng worriedly asked, can't we keep the formation running and exchange the stones one by one? Minyu shook her head. No, this is a small formation plate, not a large formation. With a large formation, removing a spirit stone from one position allows the spiritual power from other positions to compensate. But the formation plate is too small. As soon as one spirit stone is removed, the spiritual power supply is cut off, and the formation will collapse. So, Gu Dongxing gritted his teeth. All of us will launch attacks simultaneously and hold out for 3 minutes. He took out a scale armor and said to Mingyu, I forged this for you. Although it's just ordinary scale armor, put it on first. Nan Mingju had another objection. Brother Gu, I'm the weakest here. Do you have another scale armor? Gu Dongxing shook his head. Only this one. In truth, he was reluctant to use up those scales, as they were rare. If he reached the golden core stage, the fish scales with a trace of dragon bloodline could be refined into a treasure. Therefore, he had only forged this one piece. Minyu was already wearing a magical robe, so putting on the scale armor wasn't strictly necessary. But since Gu Dongxing insisted she wear it, she complied. Nangong's divine sense had been fixed on the exit of the underground river. Seeing Mingyu and the other's situation, he laughed heartily. Your formation is about to collapse, isn't it? Surrender quickly, and I'll leave a wisp of your soul for reincarnation. In reality, he knew there were those who could summon and interrogate souls, so he had no intention of letting their souls escape. Before coming here, he had obtained a soul bottle from Qiu Chunshan, planning to kill them, take their bodies back for Qiu Chunshan to drain their blood, and capture their souls as materials for practicing the refining of blood-drinking vengeful spirits. Thus, his talk of leaving a wisp of their souls for reincarnation was nothing but empty words. But before his laughter faded, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded above his head. Following that, a bolt of lightning struck him, leaving his entire body numb and charred black. While he was still stunned, wondering why it was thundering, another bolt of lightning struck toward his head. He leaped several times, narrowly dodging it. Damn it! Who used a lightning talisman against me? I'll kill you. When a third bolt of lightning struck at him, he quickly jumped aside again. Chapter 1011. The defensive formation is about to collapse. But then another fireball came hurtling over, forcing Nangong to dodge to the other side. Unexpectedly, as soon as his foot touched the ground there, spikes shot up from below, and simultaneously, a long vine sprouted from the earth, winding around his legs. He had no choice but to leap again, this time jumping into midair. Flustered and furious from the relentless attacks, Nangong conjured a flying sword of golden spiritual power and struck at the group. Feng Dongqing quickly raised a blade to block it, but with a single clash, the blade was shattered. Feng Dongqing spat blood and flew backward, crashing into the underground river, sending water splashing everywhere. Knowing that those people no longer had the protection of the formation, but they were still at the waterfall's mouth, making it inconvenient to attack, Nangong decided to fly straight toward the waterfall. He intended to use his overwhelming power to crush them, killing everyone before the formation could be reactivated. Hurry, retreat into the underground river. Feng Dongqing shouted. Everyone fell back into the underground river, but Nangong had already soared into the air, hurling fireballs at the waterfall's mouth where the river emerged. As the basketball-sized fireballs slammed into the underground river, the group scrambled to get out of the way, but the river was narrow. Where could they go? Jian Yujia quickly sent out water orbs to counter, but her water orbs were no match for Nangong's fireballs. With a hissing sound and a puff of white steam, the water orbs vanished, while the fireballs continued hurtling toward them. Without the formation to block them, the fireballs were about to strike their flesh. Despair filled everyone's hearts. Was this really where they would die today? Nan Mingju even began to cry. Just as they were certain death was imminent, several massive water orbs appeared in the air. These orbs met the fireballs head-on, colliding midair, exploding, and then vanishing. Everyone stared in shock. The only water ability user among them was Jian Yujia. When had she ever been able to conjure such large, powerful water orbs that could neutralize Nangong's fireballs? No, it wasn't Jian Yujia. Who had saved them? Looking again, they noticed a gigantic carp had appeared in front of them, seemingly out of nowhere. The carp was still spewing water orbs, clashing with Nangong's fireballs in a series of explosions. Nangong also spotted the carp spirit and cursed inwardly. So there was a carp spirit in this underground river. Not only that, but this carp spirit was actually stepping in to help Jiang Mingyu and her group. Could Jiang Mingyu really be a lucky star? No matter how Nan Ming suppressed her, it only served as a whetstone. Now that he had taken matters into his own hands, she still had a savior appear? You can block fireballs, but I doubt you can block a golden blade. He stopped launching fireballs and instead condensed a golden blade, aiming it directly at the carp spirit. He knew that as long as the carp spirit stood in his way, he wouldn't be able to harm Jiang Mingyu and the others. Seeing the golden blade coming for him, Shaoli quickly turned and struck it with his tail. The blade was knocked aside by the fish's tail, failing to cut the carp, but it immediately pivoted and stabbed toward the tail. Shaoli's tail was injured. He let out a pained cry and rushed toward Mingyu. Just at that moment, the formation finally activated. Mingyu felt immense relief. In the nick of time, she had released Shaoli, otherwise, everyone would have suffered casualties. Seeing the formation restart, Nangong sighed in regret but resumed attacking it. Inside the formation, Feng Dongcheng and Jian Yujia were both injured. The dragon group had some healing medicine, but Mingyu could tell at a glance it was only ordinary stuff. She had Xiao Tao exchanged some essence points for a bottle of rejuvenation pills. This is a rejuvenation pill given to me by my master. Anyone injured, come take one. Those who had been hurt came forward to receive the medicine. Nan Mingju also reached out for one, but Mingyu slapped her hand away. You're not injured. What do you need medicine for? Chapter 10-12, Taking a Risk to Exchange Spirit Stones. Nan Mingju said aggrievedly, I really am injured. She had been grazed by the edge of a fireball, half her hair burned off, and one arm covered in blisters. Such an injury naturally didn't require a precious pill like the returning spring pill. Moreover, even if her injuries were more severe, she wouldn't want to give it to someone who had schemed against her and Gu Dongxing. Not pushing her out was already generous. Give her medicine? Dream on. Nan Mingzu had heard that the returning spring pill could save lives in critical moments, with auction prices reaching millions of dollars. She wanted to get her hands on it, then stash it away for future use or sell it at auction. Mengyu snorted, ignoring her entirely. Instead, she distributed the pills to those truly injured and instructed, anyone with injuries must take one. Otherwise, when the formation breaks next time, your wounds will make it hard to withstand the attacks. Among the injured, some with minor wounds had wanted to save their returning spring pills, but after hearing Mengyu's words and realizing that not taking it now could cost them their lives, they abandoned that thought and consumed the pills. After a moment's thought, Mengyu gave everyone an extra pill to keep for emergencies. Seeing this, Nan Mingju grew even more discontent. Why did everyone get medicine except her? When the formation broke again, her arm would be agonizingly painful. Wouldn't that affect her ability to dodge? Mengyu couldn't care less about Nan Mingju's pettiness. She was grieving herself. This time, the losses were truly heavy. She hadn't wanted to bring out the returning spring pills, but she couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be a second exchange of spirit stones. If that happened, and these cultivators and ability users were all injured, another attack from Nangong could wipe them all out. So, no matter how reluctant she was, she had to produce them. Jian Yujie and the others had minor internal injuries and recovered quickly after taking the returning spring pills. Feng Dongqing had taken a hit from Nangong, suffering severe internal injuries, but one returning spring pill healed him almost completely. He was astonished. Who was Jiang Mingyu's master to possess such miraculous medicine? He resolved to build a good relationship with her in the future. Seeing everyone healed and resting on the side, Mengyu quickly called out, "Don't stop attacking. Every bit of damage you deal can offset some of the enemy's attacks, helping our formation hold out longer." After a pause, she took out some replenishing pills. If you're tired, take these pills and keep attacking. Hearing that their attacks were effective and that Mengyu was supplying them with pills, everyone resumed their assault. Although, aside from Gu Dongxing's Thunder Palm, their attacks were largely useless against Nangong himself. Mengyu was right, they could neutralize his attacks, protecting the formation and buying it more time. After nearly another hour of assault, Nangong, seeing no signs of the formation collapsing, grew irritated. He pulled out a transmission talisman and sent a message to Qiu Chunshan, "If you don't come soon, these people will escape." Originally, Nangong had been very reluctant to summon Qiu Chunshan, because once he arrived and they fought side by side, the fact that he was colluding with Qiu Chunshan would be exposed for all to see, leaving him no room to deny it. Thus, he had previously been unwilling to call Qiu Chunshan out. But Mengyu's formation was too sturdy. Alone, he couldn't break it quickly. If Longsho brought reinforcements, he would have to kill Longsho too, but if he did that, he'd end up like Qiu Chunshan, a fugitive on the run. Left with no other choice, he summoned Qiu Chunshan. Chapter 1013, Shaoli Strikes. In the cave dwelling, Qiu Chunshan's headache had already been brought under control. Upon receiving Nangong's message, he initially did not want to come out. However, he thought that if these two fire attribute cultivators managed to escape this time, Nangong would certainly not help him search for others in the future. Even if he later found a fire spirit root, without having witnessed cultivation, he might not be able to dispel the cold poison. Thus, after only a moment's hesitation, he braved the risk of being discovered by those pursuing him and came over. However, he did not come through the air. Instead, he took the same path that Mengyu and the others had taken, entering through the collapsed hole. Although the first section had been collapsed by Gu Dongxing, he had a flying shuttle that could not only fly but also burrow directly through the ground. The section Gu Dongxing had collapsed was nothing to him, and he easily drilled through. As soon as he saw Mengyu and the others hiding in the formation, exchanging attacks with Nangong, he quietly moved closer. With a wolf tooth club, he viciously smashed it against Mengyu's formation. Because it was a close-range attack, this strike shook Mengyu's formation. It was only after his attack landed on Mengyu's formation that they realized they were being attacked from both sides. Mengyu was furious. "Shaoli, go and beat this guy back hard." Shaoli obeyed the command, suddenly darted out of the formation, and with a hiss, lashed its tail fiercely at Qiu Chunshan. Mengyu smiled bitterly. Couldn't this creature attack stealthily? It had to hiss and alert the enemy, who was scared off by the noise. Sure enough, Qiu Chunshan, who had not noticed Shaoli in the water, was startled by the sudden hissing sound. He quickly dodged and evaded Shaoli's attack. After that, he no longer dared to directly strike the formation with his wolf tooth club and could only stand at a distance, using long-range spells to attack. Mengyu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. That demon cultivator's wolf tooth club was truly formidable. Seeing this, Shaoli simply returned to the formation and began exchanging long-range attacks with Qiu Chunshan using water balls or water arrows. Mengyu was very grateful that she had switched to using top-grade spirit stones this time. Otherwise, Qiu Chunshan's full-force strike earlier would have either shattered the formation or consumed a massive amount of energy. Top-grade spirit stones, she dared not let anyone know she had used them. Xiao Tao had told her that there were simply no top-grade spirit stones in this mortal world. Even in the immortal sect, let alone top-grade spirit stones, even high-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Therefore, even if she secretly used them without anyone knowing, when the dragon group compensated her with spirit stones, she could only grit her teeth and claim they were high-grade spirit stones. Another hour passed, and the formation remained steadfast. Everyone found it strange. Jian Yuzye released a water ball, colliding with Nangong's massive fireball. Although it vaporized instantly, the fireball also shrank by a circle. Feng Dongcheng then deflected it with an earth spike, causing it to scrape past the formation. Immediately after, Nangong's spiritual power condensed into a blade and slashed over again. But where he stood, a vine suddenly appeared, pulling at his foot from behind. Nangong nearly fell, his spiritual energy disrupted, causing the golden blade to veer off course. Although it still struck the formation, the lack of spiritual energy meant it caused little damage. Mengyu saw that Zhao Chunqiu had been meditating for over 10 minutes without any sign of recovery. The replenishing pill had not yet been exchanged, and replenishing pills were not as fast as spiritual wine. Seeing Diding idle within the formation, she tossed him a gourd and a few cups, poured spiritual wine for everyone to help them recover. Diding smelled Mengyu's spiritual wine and felt invigorated. She knew that if she could drink a cup, it would certainly benefit her cultivation. So, she took a cup and asked Diding to pour her some. Diding looked at Mengyu with hesitation. Chapter 1014, Nangong summons a demon cultivator. Mengyu said, "Give it to the combatants." Non-combatants who want a drink must pay 100,000 per cup. Nan Mingju said hatefully, "You're robbing me. 100,000 for a cup of wine." Minyu replied coldly, "This wine is meant to restore the combatant's strength. You are not qualified to drink it." When Diding heard Mingyu's words, he naturally dared not pour wine for Nan Mingju. Holding the gourd in one hand and a cup in the other, he poured a cup for Zhao Chuanxiu and another for Jian Yujia, who had just stepped down. The two drank the spirit wine. A warm current entered their dantian, and after circulating their energy once, they recovered a fraction of their strength. They realized the spirit wine was a good thing. They quickly took another sip and continued to circulate their energy to restore their strength as fast as possible. Before long, their strength was restored, and they resumed the fight. Jian Yujia noticed that the formation had remained intact despite the prolonged battle and found it strange. Earlier, when only Nangong was attacking the formation, it couldn't hold for more than 2 hours. This time, Nangong attacked for over half an hour, and then this demon cultivator came and attacked for another hour, yet the formation is still holding. TSK, our formation is amazing. Minyu felt a bit guilty upon hearing Jian Yujia's words. She hoped no one would discover she had secretly used a top-grade spirit stone. Gu Dongxing glanced at Minyu and immediately knew she had sneaked in the use of a top-grade spirit stone. He reminded everyone, "Let's all work harder. Earlier, we didn't make a move and let him attack freely." Naturally, he was at his peak. But now, he's been attacking for so long that his spiritual power is somewhat depleted. With our attacks countering his, especially with this demon cultivator's attacks being neutralized by Shaoli, the formation is taking less damage, so it can hold longer. So everyone, let's put in more effort. The longer the formation holds, the more time we have to wait for the dragon head to arrive. Everyone thought this made sense. Especially with the demon cultivator's attacks being neutralized by Shaoli, almost no attacks were hitting the formation. Knowing their efforts were useful, everyone attacked even more fiercely. When their spiritual power ran out, they sat down, drank the low-grade spirit wine Minyu provided to recover, and then continued launching long-range attacks, neutralizing as much as they could. What no one expected was that this intense fighting, followed by drinking spirit wine and meditating to recover, would refine their spiritual power, making it purer. Impurities in their bodies were expelled through sweat. Realizing the benefits to their bodies, everyone attacked with even more vigor. Diding and Nan Mingju were martial cultivators. Didong had been assigned tasks by Minyu, but Nan Mingju had no way to launch long-range attacks and could only stand around idly. However, even though she wasn't fighting, she felt worse than those who were. Because the impurities expelled through everyone's sweat filled the formation with a terrible odor. The others were too focused on intercepting and attacking to notice, but Diding and Nan Mingju couldn't escape it. Diding, having often undertaken family missions before being bound, had endured all kinds of hardships and could ignore the stench. But Nan Mingju, a pampered young lady who usually took the easy way out in cultivation and only reached the 6th level of martial artist through Peiyuan pills and stone marrow, had never experienced such hardship. She desperately wanted to go outside for fresh air, but she knew that if she did, she wouldn't be enjoying fresh air, she'd be embracing death. So, she had no choice but to endure. At this moment, everyone in the formation had only one thought: work harder, hold on longer, and wait for the dragon head to arrive. But after 4 hours, the dragon head still hadn't come. Everyone's hearts grew anxious. Could it be that Nangong was right, that the dragon head was afraid of the Nangong family of the immortal sect and dared not come to save them? Chapter 10:15, Attacked from Both Fronts. In the capital, the dragon head received distress signals from Feng Dongqing and the others, and he found it very strange. If there was danger, one person sending a distress signal would be enough. Why did all 4 send them at once? They must have been afraid I wouldn't take it seriously, so all 4 sent them. Or perhaps the 4 of them realized they were all in danger and sent them together. The dragon head anxiously called together all the team members at home except for 2 on duty. "Let's go, everyone, to rescue them." But just as they assembled, someone ran over. "Dragon head, the 3rd chief has something to discuss with you. Please come immediately." The dragon head shook his head. "I'm going to rescue people now. Just say you didn't see me, that I've already gone to help. Whatever it is, we'll talk after I'm back from the rescue." With that, he waved his hand. "Let's go, everyone. Follow me to save people first." The group arranged 2 helicopters, but just as they reached the helicopters, someone else arrived. It was Xiao Lei from the dragon group. "Dragon head, a phone call for you." "Just say." Xiao Lei said. "It's Lieutenant General Chiu. He says the 3rd chief knew you'd claim you'd already left, but he said that the matter you brought up last time has been considered, and he insists you must come see him immediately." The 3rd chief was in charge of the dragon group's resources. The matter he had raised was naturally about the cultivation resources for dragon group members. Hearing that there was progress, he also wanted to go see him right away. But no matter how important resources were, they weren't as important as human lives. I really have to go rescue people. Lieutenant General Chio says that if you don't go see the third chief, it will be treated as disobeying orders, and you will be immediately removed from your post. The dragon head's throat tightened. If he was immediately removed, he wouldn't be able to lead the dragon group to rescue anyone. With no choice, the dragon head had to order the others, "Wait for me. I'll go and be right back." But he was gone for over an hour and still hadn't returned. Everyone was growing anxious. Should they still go rescue Old Feng? Their dragon group had few members, just over 30 in total. This time, Old Feng had taken 3 people with him. 4 dragon group members had sent out 4 distress signals, which meant the situation was definitely critical. The dragon head had no time to go, so they could go ahead first. But before he left, he had told them to wait for him, and they couldn't disobey orders. After 2 hours had passed, a young man couldn't hold back anymore and said to Deputy Leader Lin, "I think we should go rescue them first." But Deputy Leader Lin shook his head. The dragon head said to wait for him, so we must wait. You don't understand. The dragon head's judgment has never been wrong. Old Feng is a Foundation establishment cultivator, and even he needs help, which means the enemy is no ordinary threat. If you go, you'd just be walking to your deaths. But if we don't go now, Old Feng and the others might. Everyone was extremely anxious, but because military orders were as unyielding as a mountain, none dared to leave. Yes, the dragon group operated under a military command system. These people all held military ranks. Even the lowest-ranking member in the dragon group was at the battalion level. Thus, in peacetime, they also followed the military command system. Orders were absolute. Except for the guest elders, everyone's duty was to obey. Of course, if you had the ability to break through to the golden core stage, you could become a guest elder and gain the right to act freely. But even guest elders had to obey orders during major emergencies. At that moment, the dragon head was still detained at some underground secret military base. He had already lost his temper for the 10th time. "Commander Wan, I've been waiting for 2 hours and still haven't seen the third chief. There are people waiting to be rescued over there, and you won't let me go here. You've even locked the doors. What is going on?" Chapter 10:16. When will the dragon head arrive? The 10,000-man commander, who was ostensibly hosting, but actually guarding the dragon head, said helplessly, "Lieutenant General Chio said that the chief can come over in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. When I first arrived, you said it would be half an hour. After half an hour, you said it would be another half an hour. You've said half an hour 4 times now, and now you're saying 10 minutes. I demand to call the chief myself. You said the chief is handling something important. If he's handling something important, why did he agree to see me? Is the chief really going to see me? You've been holding me here all this time. Do you know I need to go save someone? If you stop me from saving someone and that person dies, do you realize that makes you murderers?" The 10,000-man commander was deeply troubled, but he dared not let him through. Dragon head, military orders are like mountains. Military orders like mountains again. Screw military orders like mountains. He had to tell the chief from now on, the dragon group would no longer operate under military orders. Finally, a certain general walked over. "Sorry, dragon head. The chief was originally coming to see you, but an urgent matter came up that he had to handle. He can't come back for now. He had already been held up for 2 hours as Nangong requested." That should be enough, right? The dragon head was furious. "Lieutenant General Chio, if the chief can't come back, you've been keeping me trapped here? If I find out later that you deliberately delayed me to stop me from saving someone, and if my team members die because I was late, just you wait." With that, seeing that the base's main gate had already opened, the dragon head didn't bother with the elevator. He simply threw out a sword, stepped onto it, and flew toward the ground. Lieutenant General Chio, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and muttered, "So it's really true. I've offended him." But, thinking of Nangong's promise, he immediately straightened his back again. "It'll be fine. It'll definitely be fine." The dragon head flew to where the others were waiting. The dragon group members, seeing him arrive, immediately surged forward. "Dragon head. Dragon head. Dragon head." The dragon head raised a hand to cut off their urgent words. "Get on the plane. We're leaving." He had been delayed for 2 hours. Flying there would take another 4 hours, 6 hours in total. Could Old Feng hold on? Old Feng, whom the dragon head was worrying about, had been severely injured again. Because of Nangong and Xiao Chuanshan's fierce assault, the formation could no longer hold. Mingyu had to replace the spirit stones for the 2nd time. The moment the formation fell, everyone launched a fierce attack against Nangong and Xiao Chuanshan. Nangong realized they were about to replace the spirit stones again. "Xiao Chuanshan, step up the attack. Their formation can't hold anymore." He shouted openly, no longer bothering to conceal it. He simply didn't have the energy left for telepathic communication. After half a day of relentless assault, his spiritual power was nearly depleted. So, he stopped defending himself altogether and launched a suicidal attack, trading 1,000 of the enemy's losses for 800 of his own. Xiao Chunshan, having arrived later, hadn't exhausted his power yet. He responded with vigor, "Alright, let's fight to the death and take down these little brats." Thus, the two of them launched a fierce assault on the group. "Everyone, watch out. Protect yourselves," Feng Dongcheng shouted. Before his voice faded, a golden light slashed toward him. He quickly dodged, but how could his body's speed match that of the spiritual energy-formed golden blade? With a thud, he dodged his body but not his arm. Nangong's blade severed his right arm, and blood splattered onto Nong Mingzhu. Chapter 10:17. The dragon head was called away. Nan Mingzhu felt something hit her hand. She grabbed it instinctively and looked down. It was a severed arm. It turned out that Feng Dongcheng's arm, while in motion, had been chopped off by Nangong's golden core. However, the momentum didn't stop, so it slammed into Nan Mingzhu's hand. Nan Mingzhu screamed and threw the arm away forcefully. The direction she threw it happened to be toward Mingyu, who had never made a move. So, her forceful throw was almost like a full-powered strike from a 6th-level acquired martial artist. Mingyu, who was fully focused on exchanging spirit stones, was hit and stumbled, the spirit stones in her hand scattering. Seeing this, Nangong shouted at Xiao Chunshan, "Attack the girl setting up the formation." He then hurled a fireball at Mingyu. "Sister." Qing Jioha rushed over, hugged Mingyu, and rolled to the side. The massive fireball exploded right beside them, and Qing Jioha's body caught fire. "Jioha. Xiao Ming." Gu Dongxing's eyes nearly split with fury as he unleashed a series of palm lightning strikes at Nangong, preventing him from launching another attack. Mingyu summoned a large amount of water from her space and poured it over Qing Jioha. Though the fireball was extinguished, Qing Jioha was severely injured. She quickly fed him a rejuvenation pill handed over by Xiaodao and immediately rolled back to exchange spirit stones. Only by activating the formation could everyone's lives be saved. By then, Feng Dongcheng had lost his combat ability. Li Guoqiang, Zhao Chuanqiu, and Jian Yuzye were also injured by the fireball's blast. Gu Dongxing continued desperately suppressing Nangong to allow Mingyu to set up the formation. Behind the underground river, Xiao Chunshan saw Mingyu about to insert the last spirit stone into the slot. Enduring a blow from Xiali, he hurled his wolf-tooth club at Mingyu. Mingyu felt a heavy impact on her back. She lost her grip on the spirit stone, and it rolled away again. With a cracking sound, she felt 4 of her ribs break. Fortunately, the blow hadn't hit her spine, and she was wearing scale armor. Otherwise, her backbone would have been shattered. Xiao Chunshan, meanwhile, was sent flying by a tail strike from Xiali. Hearing a series of cracks, it seemed his injuries were no lighter than Mingyu's. He had fallen unconscious. But though Mingyu was still awake, the formation had yet to be activated. Nangong, thinking to strike while the iron was hot, endured a palm lightning strike from Gu Dongxing and swung a large golden sword horizontally at the group. The direction of his golden core strike wasn't aimed at the still intact Gu Dongxing, but at Jiang Mingyu, who was lying on the ground, still trying to crawl toward the formation disc with the spirit stone. Seeing Jiang Mingyu's life in danger, Gu Dongxing abandoned all caution. He lunged and threw himself over Jiang Mingyu, using his own body to shield her from the golden sword. "Oh, what a pair of devoted lovers. Too bad you'll die under my blade. To grant your wish, let me cut off both your heads with this single strike." Nangong taunted them as he prepared to bring down the sword. Gu Dongxing urgently tried to take Mingyu into the palace, only to find that the space around them had been sealed. He couldn't get in. His heart raced with panic. Was he really going to die here today? After so many reincarnations, he had finally found his empress. They hadn't even married yet. Were they destined to be separated again? A hair's breadth. Chapter 10:18. Just wait and see. Just as Nangong's golden blade was about to strike down on Gu Dongxing and Mingyu, a streak of green light suddenly flashed through the air from afar and collided with the golden blade. The momentum of the golden blade was immediately halted, and cracks appeared on the blade itself. Soon, the cracks multiplied. Finally, the golden blade shattered into pieces and vanished. Nangong's golden blade, it had disappeared. Gu Dongxing quickly leaped up, inserted the spirit stone from Mingyu's hand into the final groove, and activated the formation. Just as he was wondering why Nangong hadn't continued his attack to silence them, a voice rang out. "Nangong, why are you trying to kill them?" Nangong stiffly turned around, staring in shock at the man before him. "Nan Xiaoyu, how did you get out too?" "Nan Xiao?" Gu Dongxing stared blankly at the man, who had an immortal aura and a refined, elegant demeanor. Was he Mingyu's father, Nan Xiao? Mingyu, who had felt her consciousness slipping further away, but had stubbornly refused to let herself faint, suddenly opened her eyes again and looked at Nan Xiao. He felt familiar. She could tell at a glance that he was her biological father. Their bloodline resemblance was as high as 80%. He had left the immortal gate. He had come. They were saved. Then, she let herself faint in relief. When Mengyu woke up, everything around her was white. She realized she was in a hospital. Her body ached terribly. Her broken ribs had already been set. "You're awake." Gu Dongxing's deep, warm voice sounded by her ear. His eyes were bloodshot. Mengyu remembered. When Nangong's great blade was about to slice her and Gu Dongxing in half at the waist, a flash of green light had shattered the golden blade, causing it to vanish. She had seen a strikingly handsome young man and felt an instant familiarity. She had known, with just one look, that no matter what that man was called, he was her biological father. She suddenly tried to sit up. "Where is he?" Gu Dongxing knew who she meant by he. "After your father appeared, Nangong seemed to realize that killing us was no longer possible, so he turned and left without hesitation. But your father, upon learning that the person Nangong had tried to kill was you, immediately chased after that Nangong. I suspect there will be a fierce fight between them." To discover for the first time that he had a daughter, only to find her being brutally attacked by his own clan brother, nearly cut in two by a single blade, how could that man possibly hold back? What about that demonic cultivator? She remembered that the demonic cultivator had struck her with a hammer, but had also been knocked unconscious by Xiaoli's tail. He was captured by Dragon Head, who arrived shortly after. Dragon Head. A surge of anger suddenly rose in Mengyu's heart. She had calculated that if Dragon Head came by flying sword, it would take at most 3 hours, if he came by helicopter, about 4 hours. Yet they had held out for nearly 6 hours, and he still hadn't arrived. If her father hadn't shown up, they would have all been killed. "Don't be angry," Gu Dongxing said, trying to soothe Mengyu, though he himself was also furious. When Nangong set up this trap, he anticipated that someone from the Dragon Group would call for Dragon Head's help. So he arranged for people to guard the Dragon Group base. Whenever someone sent a distress signal, they would claim that the third chief was looking for Dragon Head and drag him off to some classified base, placing him under house arrest. They held him for a full 2 hours before releasing him. So this is all Nangong's fault, not his. He said it wasn't Dragon Head's fault, but his dissatisfaction with the man was clear. So much so that when Dragon Head later proposed that he and Mengyu join the Dragon Group as 9 Hex members, he flatly refused. Chapter 1019, A Hair's Breadth. In Mengyu's heart, she recalled how during the battle, Chung Jioha had held her and rolled away, shielding her from Nangong's fireball, only to be severely burned himself. She wondered how he was doing now. "By the way, how is my brother?" Gu Dongxing hesitated for a moment before saying, "He's fine." Mengyu shook her head. How could he possibly be fine? Nangong's fireball was no ordinary thing, its temperature was extremely high. Although she had quickly drawn water from the space to extinguish the flames, her brother's full-body burns were definitely not minor. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably have lost his life. "Xiao Tao, help me exchange for a great return pill." Xiao Tao was frustrated. "Master, your injuries are enough to be healed with a return spring pill. Your bones have already been reconnected and healed." Mengyu smiled inwardly. "Xiao Tao, you know who I want it for." Xiao Tao worried. "Master, that Chung Jioha's injuries have already been exposed. If someone finds out you have a great return pill, it won't be good." Mengyu snorted coldly. "Xiao Tao, I'm telling you to do something, not asking for your decision." Xiao Tao had no choice but to spend 10 merit points to exchange for a great return pill. A pill bottle appeared in Mengyu's hand, and she stood up. "I'm going to see my brother." Gu Dongxing was a bit frustrated. "Xiao Meng, you're still injured." Mengyu shook her head. "It's just a few broken ribs. After taking the return spring pill, they've already healed. I'll protect myself with spiritual power. Walking around a bit won't be a problem." Yes, she had given others return spring pills, but when she herself was injured, Xiao Tao had given her a return spring pill. Its potency was 10 times stronger. If it were flesh wounds, taking a return spring pill would make them heal at a visible rate. Even bone injuries would be 70% healed, allowing her to move freely. Her earlier fainting was merely her body's self-protection mechanism when she relaxed, as all her spiritual power was diverted to repair her body. Now, she was basically fine. Gu Dongxing had checked her pulse before she woke up and knew her injuries were mostly healed. But breaking 4 ribs and walking around like this, if someone saw through it, it wouldn't be good. "I want to see my brother. He was hit by Nangong's fireball trying to save me." In this battle, she saw that both her man and her brother were willing to die for her. She was deeply moved. What had she done to deserve 2 men going to such lengths for her? Gu Dongxing knew that since Chung Jioha had been willing to die for her, she wouldn't rest easy without seeing him. So he helped her up. All right, I'll go with you to see him." Chung Jioha was in a private ward. He had already woken up, but his entire body was wrapped up like a mummy, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. Minyu couldn't help but let out a laugh, but then tears streamed down her face. Brother. Ching Jioha couldn't move his body, but his mouth could still speak. Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. Didn't you give me a return spring pill back then? Don't let the bandages fool you, my body is mostly healed. In truth, Ching Jioha was just comforting Minyu. The return spring pill had great restorative power for flesh wounds, but the problem was the severe fire poison in his body. This was partly because he had both fire and with spiritual roots, which could suppress some of the fire poison. But Nangong was at the peak of the golden core stage, while Ching Jioha was only at the 6th level of chi refining. The gap between their realms was too vast, so the fire poison from Nangong's fireball was still ravaging Ching Jioha's body. Chapter 1020, he arrived. Minyu silently cursed Xiaodao in her heart. She had given her a rejuvenation pill, but gave Ching Jioha a rejuvenation pellet. Xiaodao pouted aggrievely in the space. I was also afraid that if the rejuvenation pill got out, it would be bad for you, master. Similarly, that Xiao Chuanqiu was hit by a fireball and burned to ashes. If Ching Jioha recovered too well, people would get suspicious. Minyu hadn't noticed earlier how the dragon group members were doing, but now hearing Xiaodao say this, Xiao Chuanqiu was actually dead? Thinking that the fireball should have hit her but was instead taken by her brother, Minyu felt extremely distressed. Brother, it's all because of me that you got hurt like this. Ching Jioha immediately became displeased. Sister, you are my sister, and I am your brother. It's only right that I protect you. Are you not treating me as your brother? Minyu quickly wiped away her tears. No, that's not what I meant. Of course you are my brother. You are my forever brother. Only then did Ching Jioha cheer up. That's right, I am your forever brother. He looked at Gu Dongxing. My sister was also injured. How could you let her come over? Gu Dongxing smiled bitterly. If she couldn't see you, how could she possibly be at ease? Minyu quickly said, Brother, don't blame Dongxing. I came to see you on my own. She poured out a great rejuvenation pill. Brother, take this pill quickly. Ching Jioha unhesitatingly opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. All right, even if it's poison that my sister gives me, I'll eat it. Gu Dongxing couldn't help rolling his eyes. You're just showing off. Whatever Xiaoming gives is definitely something good. Although he knew that what his sister gave was certainly good, Ching Jioha hadn't expected the effect to be so miraculous. The pill dissolved as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a cool stream that flowed into his dantian, then spread from his dantian throughout his body. The fire poison rampaging through him was quickly subdued. The fireball that Nangong had thrown was originally formed from spiritual power, but because Ching Jioha's cultivation was too low, this fire spiritual power could not be used by him. Instead, it was violently destroying his bodily functions. Thus, it could no longer be called fire spiritual power, but only fire poison. But now, the cool force formed after the pill entered his mouth restored this rampaging fire poison back into fire spiritual power, flowing through his meridians and finally gathering in his dantian, where it was absorbed by Ching Jioha. An endless stream of fire spiritual power flowed into his dantian, gathering in his lower dantian. Ching Jioha's lower dantian quickly became full with fire spiritual power, rapidly pushing his cultivation higher. Chi refining layer 7. Chi refining layer 8. Chi refining layer 9. Chi refining layer 10. But the restored fire spiritual energy still poured into his dantian endlessly, as if it was about to explode inside his body. A look of pain quickly spread across Ching Jioha's face and eyes. Seeing something was wrong, Gu Dongxing quickly grabbed his hand and sent a stream of spiritual power into Ching Jioha's meridians, finally probing into his lower dantian. Seeing the scene in his dantian, Gu Dongxing was astonished. Is he about to form his foundation? Earlier, he had been at Chi refining layer 6. Going directly from Chi refining layer 6 to foundation establishment, wasn't that too monstrous? Hearing this, Minyu quickly focused her mind, condensed the method for foundation establishment into a divine thought, and pressed it onto Ching Jioha's brow. At the same time, she had Xiaodao exchange for a foundation establishment pill and stuffed it into Ching Jioha's mouth. Brother, pay attention to the divine thought I sent in and calmly form your foundation, she said, immediately setting up a barrier array around the hospital room. Then, within the barrier array, she took out a large number of spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array. Since this world had little spiritual energy, spirit stones had to be used to provide for foundation establishment. Ching Jioha never expected that he would turn misfortune into fortune. A single great rejuvenation pill had actually allowed him to restore the fire poison Nangong had left in his body back into fire spiritual power, rapidly pushing his cultivation higher. Chapter 1021, Going to see Big Brother. Minyu and Gu Dongxing stayed by Ching Jioha's side, guarding him as he healed. That night, a nurse tried to enter the ward to check on the patient, but the two at the door stopped her. The patient is using his energy to heal himself. Please avoid entering. The nurse in white glared at Jiang Mingyu. Was this woman crazy? If he could heal himself with energy, why would he need a hospital? Why would he need doctors? She peered through the window on the door and indeed saw Jioha sitting cross-legged, seemingly practicing his energy to heal. But that wasn't right. Her patient had 99% skin burns. He should be lying still in bed, unable to move. Anyone else would have died long ago. This man's will to live was strong, which was why he hadn't taken his last breath. How could he possibly? Just as she was about to shout, Gu Dongxing suddenly appeared before her. You won't shout, right? Everything here is normal, right? The nurse stared blankly at Gu Dongxing's godlike face and his rich, deep voice that could make ears pregnant, nodding. Yes, I won't shout. Everything here is normal. Good. Then go back. You've already checked here. Everything is fine. Yes, everything is fine here. I've checked. I'll go back now. The nurse left with her examination equipment. Finally, dawn broke. The fluctuations of spiritual energy inside also subsided. The door was pulled open from inside, and Qing Jioha's excited voice rang out. Little sister, thank you, little sister. I've established my foundation. He grabbed Mingyu's hands, shaking them joyfully. Little sister, I've established my foundation. 3 black lines appeared before Gu Dongxing's eyes. This Qing Jioha, who only had eyes for his sister, hadn't even noticed him, a grown man sitting outside the door, guarding him all night. Mingyu was genuinely happy for Jioha. Yes, 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 big brother, you've established your foundation. But keep your voice down, this is a hospital. Establishing a foundation in a hospital, Qing Jioha was probably the first person in the world to do so, right? Qing Jioha had established his foundation, and Gu Dongxing was at the peak of foundation establishment. However, his combat strength was far stronger than hers, even though she was a golden core cultivator. Moreover, she could tell that after this battle, Gu Dongxing's lightning spiritual energy had become purer. After the engagement, she would immediately exchange for a lightning-based cultivation technique for Gu Dongxing. With a technique, he could form his golden core. As for Mingyu herself, she felt that her cultivation at the 3rd layer of the golden core stage was on the verge of another breakthrough. Additionally, Mingyu had saved over 500 people this time, and the demon cultivator had been knocked unconscious by her Shaoli before being captured, so she was credited for that as well. Although she had spent 11,000 merit points to buy 2 formation discs, she had gained 10,000 merit points for saving lives and an unexpected 20,000 merit points for punishing evil, a total of 30,000 merit points, which delighted her. To prevent the hospital from discovering Qing Jioha's recovery, Mingyu and Qing Jioha took advantage of the early morning, before the doctors made their rounds and left. Only Gu Dongxing stayed behind to handle the discharge procedures. This left Gu Dongxing feeling quite frustrated. Qing Jioha's injury this time seemed to have made Xiaomeng even more attentive to her brother. What could he, as her fiancé, do to shift most of her attention back to himself? It was all Nangong's fault for injuring Jioha and making Xiaomeng worry about her brother. Everyone returned to Yang and Hadong, and Mingyu finally asked about the other members of the operation team. Still no news about Nangong? Gu Dongxing found it amusing. You're really asking if your father is okay, aren't you? Don't worry. Your father's cultivation seems very strong, on par with Nangong's. But Nangong was already at the end of his rope yesterday, while your father was fresh. He definitely can't defeat your father. Mingyu couldn't be reassured so easily. Chapter 1022, Our Eternal Brother. This time, the dragon group suffered heavy losses. Zhao Chuanxiu's body was utterly destroyed, Feng Dongcheng lost his right arm, and both Li Guoqiang and Jian Yujie were severely injured. Di Ding was gravely wounded while saving Nan Mingzhu, and it's uncertain whether he will ever recover his abilities in this lifetime. As for Nan Mingzhu, who did nothing but cause trouble, she emerged completely unscathed, except for when Feng Dongcheng's severed arm flew into her hands and startled her. It almost seemed as though Nangong had deliberately gone easy on her. Mingyu, however, recalled a moment when she was hurriedly replacing the spirit stones in the formation. If she had maintained her pace, she would have been able to restart the formation in time to block Nangong's attack. But Nan Mingzhu had hurled a severed limb at her, interrupting her activation of the formation. If not for that interruption, the formation would have been reactivated long ago. Zhao Chuanxiu wouldn't have died, Qing Jioha wouldn't have been severely injured, and the others wouldn't have suffered such devastating casualties. Mingyu felt deeply sorry for Di Ding. She had even considered mentioning to Nancheng the possibility of having Di Ding dissolve his bond with Nan Mingzhu. But now he had been gravely wounded saving her. Since he wasn't a cultivator, his injuries were reportedly quite dire. As for the detestable Nan Mingzhu, she had somehow survived against all odds. Wasn't this a case of evil deeds lingering for 1,000 years? Suddenly, a thought struck Mingyu. She had fainted, her father had gone after Nangong, and everyone else had been rescued. But what about Shaoli? Shaoli wasn't in her space. Where was Shelley now? Could he have been captured? She remembered that Shelley had fought against Xiao Chunshan, knocking him unconscious, but sustaining severe injuries himself. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Gu Dongxing say, "The dragon head is furious this time. He has vowed never to let Nangong off." And he glanced at the two of them. "I heard that the reason the dragon head didn't arrive in time to save us was because he was delayed by someone. Now, with 4 members of the dragon group dead or injured, he has gone to seek justice from a certain high-ranking official." The dragon head was enraged, and the consequences would be severe. The dragon group members, whom he cherished like treasures, had suffered 1 death, 1 permanent injury, and 2 severe wounds. Fortunately, the injured had taken the spiritual medicine Mingyu had given them in advance, so their lives were not in danger. Still, his fury was immense. If he had arrived just a few minutes earlier, Zhao Chuanqiu wouldn't have died, and Feng Dongcheng wouldn't have lost his arm. As soon as he returned and arranged for the treatment of the wounded, he wanted to find Commander Gongsun to investigate the matter of being delayed the previous day. But after some thought, he decided to directly request an audience with a certain high-ranking official. When Lieutenant General Chiu heard that the 4 dragon group members had returned, 1 dead and 3 severely injured, and that the dragon head had angrily gone to see a certain high-ranking official, he panicked. He went to Commander Gongsun and reported what had happened the day before. "Commander Gongsun, you told me to treat Nangong as I would treat you and to agree to all of Nangong's requests. Yesterday, Nangong asked me to delay the dragon head as much as possible if he made any moves, and if necessary, to hold him up for a few hours before letting him go. Following your instructions, I did as Nangong asked. Yesterday, when I heard the dragon head was about to act, I had someone notify him in your name, saying you wanted to see him. I kept him delayed for 2 hours before finally letting him go. But I never expected things to turn out like this for Old Feng and the others. Now, the dragon head has gone to see a certain high-ranking official." Commander Gongsun was shocked. "What did you say? Nangong asked you to delay him for several hours? How could you do such a thing?" He had known as soon as the dragon head returned that the dragon group team had suffered heavy casualties. But he never imagined that his own subordinate was involved, and that the subordinate had used his name to detain the dragon head for 2 hours. He was furious. "I told you to agree to Nangong's requests, but I never told you to stop the dragon head from saving people." Chapter 1023, Chung Jioha builds his foundation. "But isn't that also within his demands?" Xiao Xiaolong panicked. Gongsun Yi said angrily, "The instruction I gave you back then was to agree to all his reasonable demands. Don't take things out of context. His demands must also be considered based on the actual situation. If he asked you to kill me, would you carry that out too?" Gongsun Yi knew that the dragon head rarely got angry, but once he did, even a certain leader couldn't handle him. Xiao Xiaolong wiped off a sweat. "That's different." "What's different?" Gongsun Yi, frustrated at his failure to live up to expectations, said, "The dragon head repeatedly stated he was going to rescue someone, and you still stopped him. You even held him up for a full 2 hours. Didn't you even ask who he was going to rescue?" Xiao Xiaolong, "I didn't ask." In truth, Nangong had told him that this time, he wanted to use someone else's hand to teach a lesson to a certain person temporarily transferred from the military, so the dragon head couldn't be allowed to interfere. But he hadn't expected that Nangong wasn't just teaching someone a lesson this time. Nangong was personally killing people. And not just the person transferred from the military, Gu Dongxing, but also 4 members of the dragon group. Nangong had said that as long as he pulled this off, he would teach him a divine technique that, once cultivated, would grant immortality. Moreover, Nangong assured him that he wouldn't be in trouble. Even if trouble arose with him, the eldest son of the Nangong family of the immortal sect, as a guarantor, nothing would happen in the end. Seeing Nangong, who was over 100 years old but looked only 27 or 28, he was truly envious. So, almost as if possessed, he agreed. Just teaching someone a lesson in exchange for a longevity technique, he felt it was worth it. But he couldn't tell Gongsun Yi any of this. He could only repeat that he was acting according to Gongsun Yi's instructions, agreeing to all of Nangong's demands. Just then, a certain leader called, asking Gongsun Yi to come over. Gongsun Yi didn't say much more to Xiao Xiaolong and directly told him, come with me to see the leader. Xiao Xiaolong didn't want to go, but at this point, could he refuse? The two arrived at the leader's residence, the Roan courtyard, and sure enough, the dragon head was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Xiao Xiaolong, the dragon head glared at him furiously. "Xiao Xiaolong, you still dare to show your face before me? If you hadn't detained me for 2 hours that day, how could my 4-man dragon group team have ended up with 1 dead and 3 severely injured? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll make you pay with your life for my dragon group members." As he spoke, the dragon head released a powerful pressure, bearing down on Xiao Xiaolong. Seeing the enraged dragon head, Xiao Xiaolong immediately fell to his knees. "I'm sorry, dragon head. I was just following procedures. When the two leaders saw Qiu Xiaolong kneeling at the mere sight of the dragon head, their gazes toward him turned contemptuous. As a soldier, was his spine that weak? What they didn't know was that Qiu Xiaolong hadn't knelt voluntarily, he had been forced down by the dragon head's pressure. Following procedures? When I repeatedly explained I was going to rescue someone, you tricked me into a certain place, claiming Gong Sun Yi was looking for me. Is that in any procedure? Gong Sun Yi, did you really have an urgent matter to discuss with me at 10 o'clock this morning? Gong Sun Yi was about to speak, but Qiu Xiaolong quickly cut in. What I meant by following procedures was acting according to Gong Sun Yi's orders. Because Gong Sun Yi once instructed me to agree to all of Deputy Leader Nangong's demands. And yesterday, Deputy Leader Nangong made a request to me. If the dragon head was going out, I should find a way to stop him. Even if I couldn't fully stop him, I should at least delay him for a few hours. So you falsely conveyed Gong Sun Yi's orders to detain me, just to stop me from going to rescue someone? Chapter 1024. Dragon Head Seeks Justice 1. Qiu Xiaolong wiped his sweat. I didn't falsely transmitting the chief's orders was a serious crime that would land him in a military court. You didn't falsely transmit the chief's orders? At 10 o'clock today, didn't you say that Chief Gongsun wanted to see me? When I said I was in a hurry to save people, didn't you claim that Chief Gongsun knew I hadn't left despite saying I had, and that he had already considered the matter I discussed with him last time and insisted I come see him immediately? When I told you that my team members had sent a distress signal and were on the verge of death, and that I had to go save them, didn't you send someone to tell me that if I didn't go see Chief Gongsun, I would be charged with disobeying orders? Immediately removed from my post, and unable to lead anyone to rescue them? Several chiefs looked at Qiu Xiaolong. Did he actually dare to say something like removing the dragon head from his post? I didn't. You didn't what? Didn't you say those words? You should know that all calls in our dragon group are recorded. I'm not afraid of being removed from my post, but once removed, I still couldn't lead the dragon group to save people. Helpless, I planned to go see Chief Gongsun first. However, as soon as I arrived at the number 3 underground base, you closed the gate and detained me for a full 2 hours before letting me go to rescue them. But do you know that because you detained me for those 2 hours, the 9 members of my dragon group squad nearly all perished? 9 members? Wasn't it said that only 4 people from the dragon group went? Chief Gongsun exclaimed in shock. 1 cultivator from the dragon group, 3 ability users, 2 martial artists from the Nan family, 2 borrowed cultivators from the military, and 1 more who followed voluntarily. Of the 9, 1 died on the spot, and all the others were injured, 6 severely and 2 lightly. Hearing these casualties, especially that 1 had died, Qiu Xiaolong's heart raced. Was all this being blamed on him? But if he had foreseen such casualties, would he still have helped Nangong? The answer was yes, because he desperately wanted the longevity technique. Moreover, Nangong had given him a bottle of Peiyuan pills to gain his trust. Seeing that Qiu Xiaolong's eyes under the light showed only fear, not remorse, the dragon head grew even more resentful. Qiu Xiaolong, when you stopped me today, you must have known that Nangong had you detain me to murder my team members, right? Are the lives of my dragon group members so cheap in your eyes? A certain chief and Chief Gongsun were both greatly shocked. Nangong was plotting to murder dragon group members? Chief Gongsun quickly said, First, I declare that I did not ask Qiu Xiaolong to find you. Second, I had a precondition when I told him to agree to Nangong's request. I said to agree to all reasonable requests from Nangong. Third, I never knew that he used my name to detain you. The dragon head had no fondness for Chief Gongsun. The resources that should have been allocated to the dragon group were repeatedly cut, forcing him, a dignified golden core cultivator, to beg for them, just so Gongsun could flaunt his official authority. Thus, he rolled his eyes. Whether you knew or not is none of my concern. I only know that Lieutenant General Chiu claimed he was acting on your orders to send me to base number 3, and then locked me there for a full 2 hours. Even if he had released me 10 minutes earlier, my team members wouldn't have ended up dead or injured. Oh, and by the way, the only reason my team wasn't completely wiped out was thanks to the borrowed military regiment commander Gu Dongxing's fiancée. This time, she used a high-level formation disc and consumed 30 top-grade spirit stones. I've already promised to return those spirit stones to her. I hope Chief Gongsun won't make things difficult for me. The dragon head knew he could pin this on Lieutenant General Chiu and avenge his team members, but he couldn't do much to Chief Gongsun. So, he decided to make things a little difficult for him. Chapter 1025, The Dragon Leader Seeks Justice, Part 2. Chief Gongsun became anxious upon hearing about 30 high-grade spirit stones. All the spirit stones in our logistics department combined don't even amount to 30 high-grade ones. The dragon leader shot him a glance. No spirit stones doesn't mean there aren't other treasures. Also, I haven't finished yet. During the battle, Commander Gu's fiancé brought out 32 rejuvenation pills for everyone to take. No way. Chief Gongsun tried to plead poverty. The dragon leader cut him off again. She also brought out 50 caddies of spirit wine to replenish everyone's spiritual source. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted until we arrived to rescue them. Chief Gongsun looked crestfallen. Where would we have that many rejuvenation pills? And spirit wine, don't even mention 50 caddies. I can't even produce 5. That Commander Gu is also military personnel. Does he even need to pay back his own things? The dragon leader sneered. Commander Gu's things don't need to be repaid, but those things aren't his. They belong to his fiancée, Jiang Mingyu. That Miss Jiang isn't military personnel. Do you think you can feel good about owing a young girl something? Chief Gongsun fell silent. One of the senior officers couldn't help asking, can we compensate her with something else, like money? The dragon leader wanted to say, what use is money to a cultivator? Fine. Those rejuvenation pills sell for $1 million each at auctions in Hong Kong. Let's give her 2 million RMB per pill. 32 pills makes 64 million. Add the spirit wine, and 100 million should cover it. But the tricky part is the spirit stones. Those were all high grade. Money can't even buy those. Our logistics department only has low-grade spirit stones at most. If we convert the 30 high-grade spirit stones she used into low-grade ones, that's 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Our logistics department simply doesn't have that many. What to do when something money can't buy's been used up? Can't we convert it into money too? Chief Gongsun asked. Convert it into money, I don't know if she'll agree. And at current market rates, one low-grade spirit stone sells for over 1 million. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones would be 3 billion. Add the rejuvenation pills and spirit wine, and that's 3.1 billion. Do you think we have that much in our budget? The dragon leader looked at the senior officer. The senior officer turned to Chief Gongsun. Let her pick 3 items from our treasury as compensation. Chief Gongsun was frustrated. He managed all the special resources of the logistics department, but the annual budget he allocated to the dragon group was less than 100 million. As for those special treasures, they were reserved for trading with people from the immortal sect when the 99 immortal gate opened, in exchange for elixirs. He guarded that treasury jealously, not even allowing the dragon leader inside, and now an outsider was going to be allowed in to pick items, and 3 of them at that. He was furious, but couldn't vent at the senior officer or the dragon leader, so he looked for another target. Turning his head and spotting Qiu Xiaolong, he couldn't help scolding. Look at you. If you hadn't blocked the way, the dragon leader would have rescued them in time, and we wouldn't have needed to spend so much. Go back and await your dismissal. Upon hearing the word dismissal, Qiu Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's just dismissal, not execution. But just as he relaxed, the dragon leader said, if it's just dismissal, then my dragon group members died in vain. Even if he had delayed me by just 10 minutes less, I could have saved everyone. The 4 dragon group members, 1 dead, 1 crippled, 2 severely injured, are all his fault. Will dismissal alone appease the anger of our entire dragon group? Chapter 1026, The Dragon Head Seeks Justice 3. Chief Gongsun was taken aback. Indeed, if he hadn't intervened, not a single member of the dragon group would have died. The dragon head continued. Fortunately, Nan Xiao from the main branch of the Nan family saved everyone. Otherwise, more than just Xiao Chunxiu would have died. The other 3 were stunned by the dragon head's words. What? The one who killed the dragon group members was Nan Gong? And wasn't Nan Xiao dead? How had he returned? Only then did the dragon head look at one of the chiefs. This is the second matter I need to report today. Nan Xiao has returned. Qiu Xiaolong couldn't hold back and asked in disbelief, Dragon Head, did you just say that the person who wanted to kill the dragon group squad was deputy leader Nan Gong? How's that possible? He had only wanted to capture Gu Dongxing. The dragon head sneered, how is it impossible? He was never from the mortal world to begin with. He came from the immortal sect, only staying temporarily, planning to return when the 99th immortal gate opens. To prevent him from breaking the rules, he was kept in the dragon group as a deputy leader. Do you think he truly feels any sense of belonging to the dragon group? But there was no reason for him to kill the dragon group squad. Qiu Xiaolong still couldn't understand. If he had known that Nan Gong wanted him to hold back the dragon head in order to kill the dragon group squad, he would definitely know. Would he have refused? For the sake of immortality, he probably would have done it anyway. But verbally, he certainly wouldn't admit it. I really didn't know he was going to kill the dragon group members. The dragon head said, he didn't kill them without reason. It was because a fellow cultivator sought him out and asked him to find 2 fire attribute cultivators to help dispel his cold poison. So that fellow cultivator staged a vampire case at Shanbei village and set up a blood-devouring formation there. Meanwhile, Nan Gong assigned 2 fire attribute members of our dragon group to be sent to that fellow cultivator for detoxification. Of course, to avoid suspicion, he also assigned 1 water attribute and 1 wood attribute member to go along. So he didn't kill without cause, he simply didn't regard our dragon group members as human. Then why did he specifically request Gu Dongxing from the military to go along? Because he wanted to eliminate Gu Dongxing. As for why he wanted to eliminate Gu Dongxing, it's probably related to Nan Shao. The specific reason is unclear. Wasn't Nan Shao dead? How did he reappear? It is said that he didn't die back then. An elder of the Nan family, who was wandering the mortal world, saved him and took him into the immortal sect. It's likely that he and Nan Gong have some grudge within the main family of the immortal sect. His ability to block Nan Gong's attacks suggests he, like Nan Gong, is a golden core great perfection cultivator. The two chiefs exchanged glances. The Nan family was truly an extraordinary cultivation family, producing two great perfection cultivators at once. How are ordinary people supposed to survive? The dragon head added, when we brought the people back, Nan Shao went after Nan Gong alone. He should be able to capture him and bring him to justice. Bring him to justice? Chief Gongsun exclaimed. This was a golden core great perfection cultivator. If he were to be brought to justice, would they dare to handle him? Xiao Xiaolong said, Dragon Head, you still haven't explained why Nan Gong wanted to kill the dragon group members. You just said he wanted to send them for detoxification, but earlier you said he wanted to kill them. The Dragon Head said harshly that fellow cultivator of his was a demonic cultivator. He sent the fire attribute dragon group members to the demonic cultivator for detoxification, but Gu Dongxing's fiancé ruined the plan and saved everyone from the formation. Seeing his scheme exposed, Nan Gong had no choice but to kill them to silence them. However, Jiang Tongxue had a high-level formation disc that protected everyone. They sent out a distress talisman and hid inside the formation, waiting for my rescue. Chapter 1027. The Dragon Head Seeks Justice 4. The Dragon Head paused here and shot Qiao Xiaolong another fierce glare. Unfortunately, I was tricked by Qiao Xiaolong into secret underground base number 3 and couldn't get out. I was delayed for 2 hours before I could leave. By the time I arrived, I happened to see their formation had already collapsed. Nan Gong delivered a fierce strike, intending to kill them all. But his attack was blocked by Nan Shao at the very last moment. The Dragon Head looked at Qiao Xiaolong. Do you understand now why Nan Gong wanted to kill the dragon group members, and had you do everything possible to keep me trapped at home? Xiao Xiaolong was truly stunned this time. So, he had been an accomplice to Nan Gong's murder of the dragon group members. But he still tried to argue. But I was just following orders. Chief Gongsun had originally wanted to protect him, but seeing that even at this point he was still trying to shift the blame, he became furious. Xiao Xiaolong, just for fabricating orders alone, you deserve to be court-martialed. Not to mention that because of you, one person died, one was crippled, and so many were severely injured. Your crime deserves death. Xiao Xiaolong completely collapsed. If Nan Gong were still around, he had promised to protect him. Even if he were stripped of his rank, as long as he obtained the method of immortality, it would have been worth it. But now, Nan Gong himself was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, barely able to save himself. Xiao Xiaolong was utterly finished. Yet the Dragon Head was not done with him. He turned to a certain chief and said, I suspect Xiao Xiaolong had a deal with Nan Gong. I request permission to hypnotize him and extract the truth. Because Xiao Xiaolong was a high-ranking officer, hypnotizing him required leadership approval. The chief nodded. All right, go ahead and hypnotize him. Xiao Xiaolong heard the Dragon Head request permission to hypnotize him right in front of him. He sneered inwardly. Wasn't it said that to hypnotize someone, you had to speak gently first, gain their trust, and use tools to put them under? To so bluntly declare he was going to hypnotize him, Did he take him for someone weak-willed? As long as I don't look into your eyes, let's see how you hypnotize me. However, the Dragon Head used no tools at all. He simply looked directly at Xiao Xiaolong and asked, Xiao Xiaolong, look at me. I ask you, what deal did you have with Nan Gong? Xiao Xiaolong simply closed his eyes. I won't look. I won't look. I won't look. But then he felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a sharp pain in his eyes. He snapped them open and saw the Dragon Head's eyes locked onto his. He realized something was wrong, but the dizziness only intensified. The Dragon Head asked again, Xiao Xiaolong, what did Nan Gong have you do, and what benefits did he give you? He answered obediently. He said that if the Dragon Head tried to leave within these 2 days, I had to find a way to keep him there. At least detain him for a few hours before letting him go. The benefit he gave me was that after he returned, he would teach me the immortality technique and make me immortal. Immortality. The Dragon Head sneered inwardly. Even he, a cultivator, dared not claim to be immortal. And yet this man, nearly 50 years old, still dared to covet immortality through cultivation techniques. Did he have you do anything else? He told me to shift all blame onto Chief Gongsun whenever something went wrong. He said Chief Gongsun would help me. Chief Gongsun immediately snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I help him? He turned to the chief and said, it seems I've been too lenient with him, too kind, which is why he dares to treat me this way. But the chief pressed further, why? Why did he tell you to shift the blame onto number 3? Chapter 1028. The Dragon Head Seeks Justice 5. Xiao Xiaolong said, because Chief Gong's son has received favors from him. As long as I go to him and mention Deputy Leader Nangong's matter, he will definitely help me. Chief Gongsuan's face immediately flushed red. The Dragon Head looked at Chief Gongsun. No wonder Xiao Xiaolong had used Chief Gongsuan's name to trick him into going to the third underground base. He had even borrowed Chief Gongsuan's authority to threaten him with dismissal if he disobeyed orders. So it turned out that Chief Gongsun had accepted Nangong's bribes. However, the Dragon Head's voice suddenly rang out. Haha, is it a bigger favor than the bottle of Peiyuan Danyu Lieutenant General Chiu received? Xiao Xiaolong stammered in panic. Don't worry. I'll wait for Nan Xiao to bring Nangong back and confront you. His goal was not merely to bring down Xiao Xiaolong alone. At that moment, Nan Xiao had cornered Nangong on a remote, uninhabited mountain. Though burning with anger inside, his face remained calm. Nangong, why did you hunt down my daughter? Why did you pursue members of the Mortal World Dragon Group? Nangong, you should know that the Dragon Group is under the protection of the Dragon God. Why did you collude with demon cultivators and recklessly kill members of the Dragon Group? According to clan rules, you should be handed over to the Dragon Group for punishment. Come back with me and accept your sentence. I will plead for leniency on your behalf. Nangong had lost all the arrogance he displayed when hunting down the Dragon Group's special operations team. His clothes were stained with blood, his hair disheveled, and his spiritual power was completely depleted. He had already used up all his elixirs while attacking Mingyu and the others, leaving him unable to recover through medication. Even attempting to meditate and restore his spiritual power was nothing but a fantasy. Yet his expression was vicious as he glared at Nan Xiao. Go back with you? You're just a brat. What right do you have to arrest me? Why did I hunt down your daughter? 17 years, have you ever cared about her at all? You know full well that after you stole my position as clan heir, I would target your daughter. But when I left the immortal sect, you didn't even bother to check on her. And now you have the nerve to ask why I hunted her down? You want to say you didn't know you had a daughter, right? I don't believe you never sensed your own bloodline existing in this world. You only cared about cultivation, wanting to sever all emotional ties, ignoring even the fate of your own woman. You stole my position as heir, and I deliberately stayed away from the immortal sect. Did it never occur to you that I would go after your daughter? The first time I returned, you didn't even ask about your wife and child, clearly showing you wanted nothing to do with the mortal world. You are a heartless, emotionless man. Nan Xiao stared fixedly at Nangong. What? I hit the mark, so you have nothing to say. Fine, since you don't want your daughter, I'll torment her instead, just to see if you have a heart. But you watched me torment her for over a decade without lifting a finger. And you still have the face to ask why I hunted her down. Nan Xiao continued to stare at Nangong. After a long moment, he finally let out a cold laugh. You lost to me, so you wanted to win in the next generation, didn't you? Your daughter's talent was lacking, so you came to suppress mine. Who says my daughter's talent is lacking? Nangong roared. She has the best talent among the younger generation of the Nan family. She has a single spiritual root. A single fire spiritual root, but not a perfect one, not a true heavenly spiritual root, right? Inferior to my daughter's with type heavenly spiritual root, isn't she? So you desperately suppressed my daughter, all to let yours dominate the younger generation, didn't you? As for how I treated my wife and daughter, that's none of your business. Chapter 1029. The Dragon Leader Seeks Justice 6. A flicker of regret crossed Nan Zhao's face. Back then, the Supreme Elder had saved him and brought him into the immortal sect. After waking up, he insisted on returning because his wife was still pregnant with his child and he couldn't abandon her. But the Supreme Elder told him that his wife had already died. As for his daughter, she was now the eldest young lady of the Nan family in the mortal world. He had sent people to deliver cultivation resources to the Nan family, ensuring his daughter could cultivate from a young age. He thought the Supreme Elder would arrange everything well, but he never expected that the person sent to deliver the resources would be Nangong. He also had no idea that Nangong, after delivering resources twice, would actually mistreat his daughter. This time, Nangong even tried to kill his daughter. If he hadn't been pursuing the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan and happened to track the demonic aura to this place, his daughter would have already been killed by Nangong. He wanted to kill Nangong. But according to the Nan family's rules, even if a core member of the family commits a grave mistake, they must be captured and handed over to the family's disciplinary council for punishment, unless they are killed on the spot while committing the crime. Unfortunately, when he made his move, he didn't know that the person being pursued was his own daughter. Otherwise, if he had killed Nangong right then and there, how wonderful it would have been. Nangong looked at Nan Xiao, understanding that he regretted not killing him earlier. Now, Nan Xiao was blocking his way, but unless he resisted arrest, Nan Xiao could no longer kill him. Therefore, Nangong felt emboldened and fearless. Your daughter still has to acknowledge you for it to count. Nangong had witnessed the disappointment on Mengyu's face when she learned about her biological father. Unfortunately, at the time, he had tried to undermine her by telling her that her biological father had no idea she existed. Only then did her expression improve slightly. Now, he somewhat regretted telling her that her father didn't know about her existence. Wouldn't it have been better to let her hate him instead? What my daughter thinks is none of your concern. Now, will you surrender willingly, or will you resist arrest and flee, giving me a reason to kill you? If you're trying to stall for time to recover your strength, you're mistaken. The next moment, Nanshao appeared beside Nangong and subdued him, who had been pretending to be fine. Nangong, you. Nanshao had already restrained him and was heading back toward the capital. Stop. Aren't you supposed to take me back to face the family rules? You can't hand me over to the dragon group. Nangong shouted. If Nanshao took him back to the Nan family, since the family head was his father, he might face severe punishment, but he wouldn't die. But if he was sent to the dragon group, given the dragon leader's protective nature and the fact that 4 dragon group members had been killed or injured this time, he would never let him off. Moreover, with so many witnesses and the captured demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan, how could he escape? The dragon leader had finally secured his authority. From now on, the dragon group would be directly managed by a certain high-ranking official. Naturally, the resource allocation previously controlled by Chief Gongsun was also taken over by this official. Although Chief Gongsun was innocent in the matter of Qiu Xiaolong's entanglement, if it weren't for his backing, how would Nangong have dared to act so arrogantly in front of him? Now, at last, Chief Gongsun had been shaken off. However, the very next day, as soon as he returned to the dragon group's base, someone came to cause trouble. And the person causing trouble was none other than Jiang Mengyu, the biggest contributor from the previous day. Accompanying her were Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiuhe. This time, Mengyu's main purpose was to seek justice for someone through Shaoli Dai. Chapter 1030, The Dragon Head Seeks Justice, Part 7. Yes, Mengyu wanted to seek justice for Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing was a soldier. Orders were like mountains. When a mission came down from his superiors, he could only ensure its completion. There was no room for bargaining, and he had to be prepared to sacrifice himself at any time. As a soldier's spouse, she also had to be mentally prepared at all times for the possibility that her man might give his life for the country. If the mission came from the nation's need, she wouldn't be so furious. After all, dangerous tasks always needed someone to do them. Gu Dongxing was a congenital master, and from the perspective of the capable do more, sending him on missions ordinary people couldn't handle was understandable. But that didn't include deliberately assigning him a suicide mission. If the danger came from human intent, she couldn't tolerate it. To seek justice, even if it meant causing a stir in the dragon group, she would do it. Where's my Shaoli? What have you done to my Shaoli? That's not a carp spirit. That's my spiritual pet. Release it immediately. Shaoli, where are you? I clearly sense you're here, so why can't I see you? Mengyu had been warned by Gu Dongxing not to use her divine sense to probe within the dragon group's secret base. Therefore, she could only rely on her senses and dared not activate her divine sense. Shaoli, locked inside the formation, Master, they've bound me with spiritual power. I can't transform, and I can't speak. Deputy Team Leader Lin, who had rushed over in a hurry, was very helpless. He looked at Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiujiu, who had accompanied Mengyu. Captain Gu, Deputy Captain Cheng, she's a young girl who doesn't understand the rules. You should know that anyone who trespasses into the Dragon Group base is to be killed. Please take her away as soon as possible. Gu Dongxing shot Deputy Team Leader Lin a cold glare but said nothing. Cheng Jiujiu sighed helplessly. Deputy Team Leader Lin, if you hadn't imprisoned my sister's spiritual pet, we wouldn't have come knocking on your door. As soon as Mengyu heard Deputy Team Leader Lin of the Dragon Group, she immediately shouted, Deputy Team Leader Lin, release my Shaoli right now. Otherwise, I'll spread the word about how the Dragon Group colluded with demon cultivators, set up a blood-devouring grand formation, tried to offer over 500 villagers as a blood feast to the demon cultivator, and deliberately sent Gu Dongxing to his death. Let's see how the Dragon Group can show its face in the future. These were words Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiujiu couldn't say, but she could. She wasn't a soldier and had no obligation to cover up for them. You, Deputy Team Leader Lin, had a headache. This time, Deputy Team Leader Nangong had called on military personnel to assist in handling the bloodsucking case. He had originally disagreed. Why did the Dragon Group always have to seek help from the military when they had their own people? But he never expected that Nangong would collude with demon cultivators, set up a blood-devouring grand formation in Shanbei village, trapping all 500-plus villagers inside, and specifically name Gu Dongxing along with 4 Dragon Group members, sending them to the demon cultivator to resolve his cold poison. As for why he did this, they couldn't figure it out at all. Because among the 2 people he sent, there were members of the Nan family. Although the wrongdoing was solely Nangong's, he was a deputy team leader of the Dragon Group. Mingyu was directly pinning this on the Dragon Group. How is he supposed to explain? Student Jiang, you can't say that. What do you mean by the Dragon Group colluding with demon cultivators, sending people as blood food? How could the Dragon Group ever commit such heinous acts? That incident wasn't done by the Dragon Group. It was Nangong's doing. He has already been removed from his position. Mingyu sneered. I don't know who in your Dragon Group did what, and I don't know how you handle your people. I don't care if your Dragon Group sends its own members to the demon cultivator to heal his injuries and die. But sending my fiancé Gu Dongxing to his death, I absolutely will not accept it. Chapter 1031, Causing a Scene at the Dragon Group 1. Deputy Leader Lin was unwilling to admit it. How can you say we sent them to their deaths? Mingyu cut him off. Don't tell me it wasn't sending people to die. In that blood-sucking case, the people sent earlier all died. Why didn't you say anything then? A demon cultivator with 1 foot already in the nascent soul stage set up a blood-devouring great formation. Anyone below the nascent soul stage entering it would be walking to their death. Didn't you know that? I refuse to believe that the person in charge of this matter in the Dragon Group didn't know about that blood-devouring formation. Sending your Dragon Group people to heal a demon cultivator is your Dragon Group's business. I don't care if your Dragon Group doesn't value human life, but my fiancé is precious to me. He had to go to his death because orders are like a mountain, but I will seek justice for him. If your Dragon Group deliberately tried to kill my fiancé, even if I have to take it to a certain chief, I will still see your Dragon Group. Deputy Leader Lin was also angered. Can you be reasonable? How could the Dragon Group possibly deliberately harm Commander Gu? Not deliberately harming Commander Gu? Deputy Leader Lin, you think that by covering your eyes, you become blind, and by covering your ears, you become deaf. Last time, your Dragon Group collaborated with someone to deliberately set up a deadly trap, ensuring that even if Gu Dongxing killed the Flood Dragon, he would die at the hands of arms dealers. Did you think that by sending Commander Zhou and the others to die with him, you could make him accept death willingly? Or did you think that as long as everyone died, no one would know? Commander Ma demanded an explanation from you. Did you give one? Last time, you set up a death trap but failed to kill Gu Dongxing. This time, you set up a blood-devouring formation to send him to his death, and you still say it wasn't deliberate. Deputy Leader Lin was overwhelmed, forcing himself to say, no one set up a trap to kill Gu Dongxing. Even if there was, it was only Nangong's personal action, not the Dragon Group's. Personal action? Is the Dragon Group a private organization or a state apparatus? How can Nangong repeatedly use public office for private gain, deliberately assigning deadly missions? Is this how your Dragon Group treats special talents? Deputy Leader Lin was left speechless by Mingyu's questioning. Because, in fact, he had already known last time that the mission assigned to Gu Dongxing was less about him carrying out a task and more about sending him to be killed. A flood dragon like that shouldn't have been assigned to just one person to kill. At that time, everyone knew Gu Dongxing's ability was only at the level of an innate master. Even if they insisted on sending only one person to kill the flood dragon, why did they arrange it on the same day as the arms dealer arrest, and why did they order them to assist each other? The situation that day clearly ensured that even if Gu didn't die at the hands of the flood dragon, he would die at the hands of the arms dealers. He still tried to argue. It really wasn't. Don't say it has nothing to do with you. Last time, when my Commander Gu carried out that mission, it was clearly meant to send him to his death. But when Commander Ma demanded an explanation afterward, did you investigate? No, you didn't. You didn't thoroughly investigate Nangong, who assigned that kind of mission. You let him stay in the Dragon Group, and now he's colluded with a demon cultivator to set up a deadly net for my Dongxing to walk into. And you still have the nerve to say it has nothing to do with you? Oh, I see. Last time, it didn't harm your Dragon Group's people, so you didn't care. This time, it harmed your Dragon Group's people, so now you're anxious? Do you even consider borrowed personnel as your own? No, that's not right either. You're not really anxious. The rescue that should have arrived in 4 hours was delayed to 6 hours. As a result, Zhao Chuanxiu lost his life, Feng Dongcheng lost his arm, and all of us faced death, yet we still couldn't wait for your Dragon Group's rescue. If not for a savior arriving just in time, I should say, none of us would have escaped with our lives. Chapter 1032, Causing a Scene at the Dragon Group, Part 2. Deputy Leader Lin was truly embarrassed because Mingyu hadn't said a single thing wrong. Last time such an incident occurred, it indeed hadn't been thoroughly investigated, and they had simply allowed Nangong Iran to remain in the Dragon Group, continuing to harm others. But wasn't that because Nangong was from the Immortal Sect? Moreover, this time, the person harmed was a member of the Dragon Group, 1 dead, 3 severely injured. The Dragon Leader had gone to rescue people, but was delayed for a full 2 hours under the pretext of being summoned by Leader Gongsun. Gu Dongxing saw Deputy Leader Lin's expression and sighed inwardly. The matter was Nangong's doing, and now that things had come to this, what use was there in venting at Deputy Leader Lin? Xiaoming, don't forget our purpose. Mingyu paused. She had been so focused on scolding that she had forgotten the real reason for coming to the dragon group today. One goal was to seek justice for Gu Dongxing, and the other was to retrieve Xiaoli, who had been taken away by the dragon group. At the time, she had fainted, Cheng Jioha had also fainted, and Gu Dongxing had been preoccupied with the two of them. Meanwhile, Xiaoli, having fought against the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan, had also been severely injured, just like Qiu Chunshan. As a result, Xiaoli had been captured by the dragon group. Thus, Mingyu waved her hand. Deputy Leader Lin, I won't waste more words with you. I believe that once my father captures Nangong, you won't shield him anymore. I'm here now to take my Xiaoli back. Return him to me. Your father. Deputy Leader Lin was momentarily confused. Are you and your father working together? My father is Nan Xiao, the one who saved all of us. Deputy Leader Lin's heart sank. If Mingyu were merely Gu Dongxing's fiancé, even if she had seized the demon cultivator's Yin Sha bottle and saved everyone inside the formation, he would at most credit her with merit. He wouldn't fear her. But if she were the daughter of that golden core cultivator who had saved everyone at the scene, then he truly had to tread carefully. Wait, wasn't that golden core cultivator someone who had come out of the immortal sect specifically to hunt down the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan? How could he be this girl's father? Seeing Deputy Leader Lin's expression, Cheng Jioha stepped forward to explain. The person who saved everyone is precisely Nan Xiao, the eldest son of the Nan family, who went missing years ago due to an incident during his relocation. And my younger sister is the daughter born from Nan Zhao's wife's desperate struggle during that relocation. Hearing this, Deputy Leader Lin was stunned. The Nan family had a willful and spoiled eldest daughter, Nan Mingzhu, who was said to be the daughter of Nan Xiao, who had been declared missing and presumed dead. Recently, rumors about the true and false eldest daughters of the Nan family had been spreading like wildfire in high society. It was said that Nan Mingzhu was fake, and the real eldest daughter of the Nan family had long been swapped out. She was Jiang Mingyu, a new student at the traditional Chinese medicine college. The Nan family had even held a press conference to refute the rumors, but it had fizzled out. And now Nan Xiao, who had been declared dead, had emerged from the immortal sect as a golden core cultivator, and this girl standing before him claimed to be his daughter. Even Cheng Jioha, the Nan family's nephew, had stepped forward to vouch for her. So, the rumors were true? Nan Mingzhu was the fake eldest daughter of the Nan family, and the real one was this girl who had saved hundreds of lives trapped in the blood-devouring formation? Ahem. Deputy Leader Lin cleared his throat. Well, that carp spirit. He wanted to say that the carp spirit had been captured by the dragon leader, and he couldn't make decisions about it. But Mingyu immediately cut him off. It's not a carp spirit. It's my spirit beast, bound to me by a master-servant contract. Chapter 1033, Causing a Scene at the Dragon Group 3. If it were an ordinary carp spirit, whoever caught it would keep it. After all, in today's society, such a spirit beast that has formed a core is extremely rare. It could be said that its entire body is a treasure. Who would be willing to give it away? But this girl had come to seek justice for her fiancé, and she was also the lifesaver of everyone trapped in the blood-devouring formation. Moreover, if not for her protective formation, they wouldn't have lasted until Nan Xiao arrived to rescue them. They would all have been killed by Nangong. No, that wasn't right. Without her, they wouldn't have even escaped from the blood-devouring formation. They would have long been devoured by the blood-devouring Yin spirits, along with the 500 villagers, while the demon cultivator healed and advanced. Furthermore, it was said that this carp spirit had also been protecting all of them. That was why the dragon head hadn't killed it, but had only captured it while it was severely injured. I'm sorry. Regarding Captain Gu's matter, I will request that the higher-ups give you an explanation. But as for the carp spirit, I cannot make a decision on my own. Deputy Team Leader Lin said. Then call someone who can make a decision, Mingyu retorted. As the deputy leader of the dragon group, Deputy Team Leader Lin was usually shown respect by everyone, even leaders gave him some face. But now, being repeatedly interrupted by Mingyu, he began to feel displeased. Even if your fiancé had suffered injustice, even if your contributions were great, even if the carp spirit had truly signed a contract with you, no, that couldn't be right. A carp spirit that had formed a core, how could it possibly sign a contract with a foundation establishment cultivator? And a master-servant contract at that? Are you sure you signed a master-servant contract with that carp spirit? Mingyu nodded firmly. That's right, I'm sure. And Xiaoli's battle with the demon cultivator was also carried out under my orders. Deputy Team Leader Lin's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that this young girl wasn't a foundation establishment cultivator, but a golden core true person? Earlier, he had noticed that among the three, this girl was the one taking charge. He had assumed she was relying on the man's influence to speak so boldly. Later, when she revealed that Nan Xiao was her father, he thought she was relying on her father's authority to act so arrogantly in front of the man. But now he had a vague feeling that this girl wasn't relying on anyone's influence. She herself was a formidable figure. Please wait a moment. I will go and request the Dragon Head's presence, Deputy Team Leader Lin said. A cultivator who possessed a core formation spirit beast, and who might even be a golden core true person herself, was qualified to meet the Dragon Head. Even so, he still didn't allow them to enter the Dragon Group space. However, after Deputy Team Leader Lin entered the Dragon Group space, he didn't come out for a long time. Half an hour later, a young woman hurried out and said to the three of them, "I'm sorry, the Dragon Head doesn't have time to see you today." Minyu was furious. "If he doesn't have time to see us, that's fine. Just give me back my Shaoli. I advise you to leave. This is the Dragon Group's secret base, not a place for you to cause trouble. I'm giving you 10 minutes to retreat, or you will be charged with trespassing into the Dragon Group's base and spying on state secrets." The young woman said disdainfully, then turned and entered the base without waiting for their response. Minyu and the others were furious, but Gu Dongxing remained rational. He knew that bringing Cheng Jioha and Minyu to the entrance of the Dragon Group's secret base was already a violation of discipline. If they added trespassing into the base, the people inside could even shoot them dead on the spot. Therefore, he pulled Minyu aside. "Let's go back first. When your father returns, we'll ask him to help you get Shelly back." Chapter 1034, Causing a Scene at the Dragon Group 4. Minyu refused to back down. "I don't believe the Dragon Group can just seize my spiritual pet. Don't worry about me, I'm going to use my divine sense to probe for my littlie." Ignoring Gu Dongxing's warning not to use divine sense in the Dragon Group's secret base, she swept her divine sense outward. Still, she was careful to refine her divine sense before cautiously extending it. As soon as her divine sense emerged, Minyu understood why Gu Dongxing had warned her not to use it here. The entire base was surrounded by formations, and her divine sense couldn't penetrate them at all. "There are formations." Minyu snorted. Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jioha both smiled bitterly. This was the Dragon Group's base. How could it not have formations? Gu Dongxing had warned Minyu not to use her divine sense because he knew these formations could harm it. However, recalling that Minyu's divine sense could be refined, and that a refined divine sense carried minimal energy upon contact, thus provoking a weaker counterattack, he didn't forcefully stop her from exploring. Minyu sneered inwardly. "Formations, huh? All formations were merely arrangements of spiritual energy. If she could drain that energy, the formations wouldn't last." In reality, the spiritual energy within formations was organized and solidified in a special arrangement. Trying to absorb it was pure fantasy. But while it was fantasy for others, Minyu didn't see it that way. "Let's back up a bit. I'll try to absorb the energy of their formations." Cheng Jioha wanted to stop Minyu, but Gu Dongxing shook his head. Let her be. After all, as long as they didn't forcibly enter the base, the Dragon Group couldn't do much to them. Even if they offended the Dragon Group, he would bear the consequences. And if he couldn't handle it, there was always Minyu's biological father. They retreated about 2 miles from the Dragon Group's gate. Minyu began to dance in front of the secret base. To others, it looked like a dance, a broad, sweeping dance. Only Minyu knew she was using the Wu God technique, a method of forming seals that required both hands and feet, making it appear like dancing. She formed seals with her hands and feet, silently reciting incantations in her mind while mobilizing all her divine sense to gather the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy composing the formations was also a form of primordial energy, or rather, it was based on it. As Minyu gathered the primordial energy, the energy within the formations was drawn out, forcing the spiritual energy to break down and replenish it. Her divine sense could now cover an area of 20 miles in radius. If focused into a beam, it could scan even farther. But knowing that her littlie was inside the Dragon Group base, she only needed to gather the primordial energy within a 10-mile radius. The 4 members of the Dragon Group who had received Minyu's help were either dead or severely injured. Feng Dongqing, Li Guoqiang, and Jian Yujie were still in the hospital, so the others weren't familiar with Minyu. The Dragon Group members were all proud elites, looking down on ordinary people. At first, seeing Deputy Leader Lin being polite to the 3 of them while the girl was aggressive, they were furious. Later, after Deputy Leader Lin entered the base, some even wanted to teach them a lesson. However, knowing that Gu Dongxing was not to be trifled with, they only sent a young woman to threaten and drive them away. If they didn't leave, they would be dealt with. Unexpectedly, the 3 had arrived with such force, and after Deputy Leader Lin personally received them, the girl remained aggressive. Yet, a few words from the young woman sent them retreating 2 miles away. After retreating, they stopped, and the girl began to dance. Many found it strange, but didn't think much of it. Instead of being on alert, they gathered by the windows to watch, completely unaware that their formations were in grave danger. Chapter 1035, Causing a Commotion at the Dragon Group 5. Truly, she moves like a startled swan and glides like a swimming dragon, a young man remarked with great interest. This young lady dances so beautifully. She hasn't really danced much, it's just that she's too beautiful. True, with her beauty, even a few casual movements are a delight to the eyes. Cheng Jioha did not extend his divine sense, and Gu Dongxing, having once suffered a loss from probing with divine sense in this formation, refrained from using it as well. Thus, they did not hear these comments. But Mingyu did. She sneered coldly, continuing to dance, forming hand seals, and focusing her mind to gather the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Although the witch god technique she had obtained from the Nawa bead only contained the first two layers, the first being the cultivation of soul energy and the second being the method for gathering primordial energy, this technique was incredibly formidable. Primordial energy from a radius of 10 li converged toward her, which she then absorbed into her space. Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jioha both sensed this. Gu Dongxing glanced at Mingyu and began absorbing and refining this primordial energy. An endless stream of primordial energy was drawn in. Once the local primordial energy was depleted, more from farther away rushed in to replenish it. However, after several rounds of replenishment, the flow from distant sources slowed considerably. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyu, Gu Dongxing, and Cheng Jioha felt their ancient martial arts cultivation slowly increasing. An hour later, the people at the Dragon Group base finally sensed something amiss. The grand formation enveloping the entire base began to tremble slightly due to the lack of primordial energy to sustain it. What's going on? The formation seems to be shaking. Yeah, I feel it too. What's happening? Did the spiritual stones run out of energy? Don't we replace the spiritual stones at the end of each month? It's only the beginning of the month now. Look at that young lady. There seems to be a halo around her body, and all the spiritual energy around is rushing toward her. The spiritual energy in our formation seems to be flowing toward her too. It's not just seems, it's really happening. She's advancing. Oh my god, she's actually an innate martial artist. She's this young and already at the innate level? The dragon leader also sensed the anomaly. He hurried out and shouted toward Jiang Mingyu, Miss Jiang, please show mercy. By this time, Jiang Mingyu had stopped dancing and was entirely focused on breaking through to the third level of the innate stage in martial arts. Just as martial arts cultivation serves as the foundation for spiritual cultivation, primordial energy serves as the foundation for spiritual energy. Thus, absorbing primordial energy naturally advanced her ancient martial arts cultivation. Gu Dongxing quickly blocked the dragon leader. Dragon leader, please don't disturb Xiaomeng's advancement. The dragon leader felt like vomiting blood. I don't want to disturb your Xiaomeng's advancement either, but your Xiaomeng is disturbing my base's formation. Why did you come here to advance? Gu Dongxing spread his hands. Who can dictate the timing of one's own advancement? Besides, didn't Deputy Leader Lin say we should go find you? A young lady came out to drive us away, so we retreated to Li. It just so happened that Xiaomeng was about to break through, so we had to stay here for now. But how could her breakthrough affect us like this? Look, our formation is about to collapse. Gu Dongxing played dumb. Your base's formation must have almost run out of spiritual stones, so it's falling apart. We're so far from your formation, how could we possibly affect it? Besides, I've never heard of someone's advancement affecting someone else's formation. Chapter 1036, Causing a Stir in the Dragon Group 6. The Dragon Head also knew that, in principle, breaking through near someone else's formation shouldn't affect that formation, especially since Mingyu had already moved 2 li away from the Dragon Group base. But the problem was, she was breaking through, and their Dragon Group base's formation was trembling, even on the verge of collapsing. Could he say it wasn't her fault? Yet if he had to explain, he couldn't articulate why. Because, as Gu Dongxing said, there had never been a case where a breakthrough affected someone else's formation. You? What are you here for? The Dragon Head had no choice but to change the subject. Gu Dongxing was surprised. Did Deputy Group Leader Lin not tell you? Cheng Jioha withdrew his energy and spoke up. You assigned missions to our Commander Gu twice, both times aiming to eliminate him. Shouldn't we come to seek justice? Also, you captured our Xiaomeng's spiritual pet, and it should be returned to us. The Dragon Head sighed. Whether it was seeking justice or demanding the return of the carp spirit, he found both difficult. Handling Lieutenant General Chiu was easy, and even Commander Gongsun had been stripped of his authority by a certain high-ranking official. But the one who gave Gu Dongxing the death mission was Nangong, and his own power was no match for Nangong's. Commander Gu and Deputy Commander Chung have made outstanding contributions this time. I've already reported your merits to the higher-ups. Both of you will be promoted 1 rank from your current positions, Commander Gu to Deputy Division Commander, and Deputy Commander Chung to Commander. Upon hearing that both were being promoted, Mingyu felt it was deserved, but wasn't particularly pleased. Aren't you going to deal with that Nangong? She had heard that the Dragon Head was very protective of his people. This time, 4 Dragon Group members were dead and 3 injured, yet he didn't intend to avenge them? The dragon head sighed again. Nangong is from the Nangong family of the Immortal Sect. If we had captured him directly, we would have made him pay the price he deserves. But now, Nanshao is gone to catch him, and I don't know if he'll just take him straight back to the Nangong family and the Immortal Sect for punishment. As for the carp spirit, he truly couldn't bear to give it up. The dragon head said, as for the spiritual pet of the student Jane you mentioned, it really isn't here with us. Just then, the formation enveloping the dragon group base shattered with a bang. The entire base was exposed to sunlight. At that same moment, the screech of the carp spirit rang out. Gu Dongxing swept his divine sense and spotted Xiaoli locked in the swimming pool. He smiled. Dragon head, my Xiao Meng's contracted spiritual pet, is calling out. The dragon head's face flushed red. He had just claimed the spiritual pet wasn't here, and now it appeared. But he truly couldn't bear to part with it. A carp spirit like that, not only was it a treasure in every part, but its power alone rivaled a Jindon stage cultivator. Word had it that yesterday, it had single-handedly held off that demonic cultivator, even knocking him unconscious, allowing them to capture him effortlessly. Such a treasure rightfully belonged to the dragon group. He had no choice but to play dirty. Commander Gu, other matters can be discussed, but this carp spirit must belong to the dragon group. Otherwise, it cannot remain in this realm. Gu Dongxing naturally knew that, according to the management regulations for cultivators in the mortal world, anyone who reached the Jindon stage had to either join the dragon group or enter the immortal sect. If the dragon had used this point to demand that Xiaoli join the dragon group, they truly had no way around it. No, Xiaoli cannot join your dragon group. Mingyu, who had just finished her breakthrough, objected, your dragon group members are eyeing my Xiaoli covetously. Who knows when you might burn it and stew it, scrape off its scales to refine into defensive artifacts, pull out its tendons to forge into a spirit whip, and grind its bones into a great sword. I will absolutely not leave Xiaoli with you. If it doesn't join, then it must enter the immortal sect. The dragon head spread his hands, clearly being unreasonable. Chapter 1037, Causing a Scene at the Dragon Group 7. Mingyu smiled faintly. It's not human, and besides, it has already signed a master-servant contract with me. It just needs to stay by my side. There's no need to follow that ridiculous cultivator management code. Classmate Jiang, if it doesn't join the dragon group, it won't be able to leave this door, the dragon head said sternly. Mingyu stared at the dragon head. Are you trying to forcibly keep my spirit pet? The dragon head coaxed, classmate Jiang, how about you both join the dragon group together? Mingyu snorted. The dragon group could produce a scumbag like Nangong. I absolutely disdain joining. The dragon head lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, don't worry, we will deal with Nangong seriously. Mingyu sighed inwardly. Finally, she heard something she wanted to hear. But regarding joining the dragon group, she was still a bit hesitant. I'll consider joining the dragon group, but please release my Xiaoli first. Gu Dongxing was a bit anxious. He was already part of the military. If Mingyu joined the dragon group, wouldn't they have even less time together in the future? She won't join the dragon group. A voice cut in and immediately after, Nan Xiao, elegant and composed, appeared directly at the base entrance. In his hand, he was dragging a person, the unconscious Nangong. As soon as they saw Nangong, everyone glared at him with hatred. This was the man who had nearly wiped out their entire operation team. If not for Nan Xiao dragging him and his unconscious state, they would have already launched an attack. Nan Xiao threw Nangong at the dragon head's feet and said coldly, because of your indulgence, he repeatedly persecuted my daughter's boyfriend. You must give my daughter an explanation for this. The dragon head had already heard from Deputy Leader Lin that this Nan family member, who had just emerged from the immortal sect, was Jiang Mingyu's biological father. He had hoped to recruit Jiang Mingyu into the dragon group before Nan Xiao returned, but now it seemed impossible. Don't worry, I guarantee I will give all the victims an explanation, the dragon head said. He had initially thought Nan Xiao would take Nangong back to the immortal sect for punishment according to clan rules, but seeing Nan Xiao hand the man over to him, he immediately understood Nan Xiao's intention. He wanted to avenge his daughter. In this operation, the dragon group had suffered 1 death, 1 crippling injury, and 2 severe injuries. The dragon head's heart ached. If he couldn't avenge his team members, he would harbor resentment. Now that Nan Xiao had handed Nangong over to him, he knew exactly what to do. A restrained golden core cultivator was nothing to fear. As for the Nan family in the immortal sect, wasn't Nan Xiao there to handle them? Besides, the immortal sect couldn't interfere in the mortal world. That was the rule. As long as he didn't enter the immortal sect, why would he fear the Nan family there? He directly took out the immortal binding rope, pointed it at Nangong, and the rope bound him tightly, making Mingyu and the others watch with envy. Seeing that the dragon head had given his assurance and bound Nangong with the immortal binding rope, Nan Shao relaxed. He walked toward Mingyu and said, "Child, I am your father, Nan Shao." Countless days and nights, he had fantasized about holding his daughter in his arms and cherishing her. Now that he had finally seen her, he stood frozen, not daring to move. He only looked at her with loving eyes, afraid to act rashly. Mingyu's heart pounded like a drum. This was her father. Just looking at him, she felt an overwhelming sense of closeness. It seemed that with him, the sky above her had someone to hold it up. She no longer had to fear anyone or anything. She stared straight at Nan Shao. "Really? Are you really my father? Then why didn't you confine me for 17 years? Why didn't he come find her?" The Supreme Elder had said that only by becoming strong could he protect his family. Once he reached Foundation Establishment, he could return to the mortal world to see his daughter. So he trained relentlessly. But after he achieved Foundation Establishment, the Supreme Elder told him that his daughter had been confirmed to have no spiritual roots and was unsuitable to be brought into the immortal sect. Moreover, the situation in the mortal world was tense. His appearance, as someone who had already died, would bring trouble to his daughter. It was better to wait until the situation stabilized before returning to see her. He would give her more cultivation resources and let her practice martial arts. He also told him that during his seclusion, he had already sent resources out to her for cultivation, telling him to focus on his training. Chapter 1038, The Great Disturbance at the Dragon Group, 8. Back then, Nan Shao desperately wanted to come out, but unless the 9-9 Immortal Gate opened, he couldn't get out. The only exception was under special circumstances, using an array-opening talisman to leave. However, such talismans were scarce in every sect and family, and each time one left, they had to report to the Cultivation Alliance for registration. Thus, for 17 years, he had been unable to get out. "Child, it's not that I didn't want to come find you, I simply couldn't get out." Couldn't get out? Minyu couldn't understand at first. "Child, those within the Immortal Gate are not allowed to enter the mortal world without permission and disrupt its order. Even you cultivators in the mortal world, once you form a golden core, can no longer remain here and must enter the Immortal Gate. The only chance to leave is when the Immortal Gate opens once every 50 years. The last time it opened was in 1949, and the next will be in 1999. So, under normal circumstances, I could only come out in 1999. Minyu understood now, without the Immortal Gate opening, he couldn't leave. But then why could that Nangong come out, and why can you come out this time? She couldn't bring herself to say the word father. Nan Shao smiled bitterly. Nangong came out because he was assigned a task to deliver news to his mortal family. As for me, I came out this time because the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan devoured members of our Nan family to heal himself or boost his power. After being discovered, he fled the Immortal Gate. My family applied to the Cultivation Alliance, and I was granted permission to leave the Immortal Gate for official business. So that was it. Once inside the Immortal Gate, one couldn't leave. Minyu couldn't help but ask further, "Then, did you know I existed?" If he knew she existed, why didn't he take on a task to come see her? Of course, she didn't voice that question. Nan Shao shook his head. "At first, I didn't know. Later, when Nangong took on a task and came out, he sent word back through a communication talisman, and only then did I learn of your existence. The news he sent said you were doing well in the Nan family, that everyone doted on you. But looking at Jiang Mingyu now, he felt something was off. A girl raised with such affection would never have such sensitive emotions." Mingyu sneered. "The person they told you about wasn't me at all. It was Nan Mingju, the illegitimate daughter of Nan family steward Nan Ming. I was swapped as a child, abandoned in a rural village in the south and raised as a servant girl." What? Nan Shao was shocked, his aura erupting violently. Everyone around instantly felt their breath stolen, struggling to endure. Even Mingyu, at the early golden core stage, was startled. Her father's aura was incredibly powerful. Nan Zhao's reaction showed he wasn't someone who dismissed her from his heart. Minyu felt a wave of relief and quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Don't be angry for now. Let's talk about this when we get back. First, let's deal with what's in front of us." Nan Shao realized he had lost his composure and quickly apologized to everyone. "I'm sorry." Then, he turned to the dragon head. "Just now, what were you arguing about?" Minyu quickly explained. "It's like this. I took in a carp spirit as my spiritual pet in the underground river, and we've already formed a master-servant bond. During yesterday's battle with Nangong and the demon cultivator, that single fish held off all of the demon cultivator's attacks and played a crucial role. Without it, we likely would have been killed by Nangong and the demon cultivator before you arrived. But after you arrived yesterday, I collapsed from exhaustion. My fiancé Gu Dongxing was worried about me and my cousin Cheng Jioha, so he didn't pay much attention to my spiritual pet. As a result, it was captured by the dragon group and brought back here. We came here, first, to seek justice for my fiancé, and second, to retrieve my spiritual pet, Xiaoli. But the dragon had said that since Xiaoli has already formed a golden core, it must either enter the immortal gate or join the dragon group. He even suggested I join the dragon group too. I was hesitating when you arrived. Chapter 1039. I am your father. Nan Xiao felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. His divine sense swept over the base and spotted a massive carp locked in a pool. He quickly condensed his divine sense into 2 large hands, unlocked the chains binding the carp spirit, and set it free. His action, however, warmed Mingyu's heart. Long Shou was still standing nearby, yet he helped his daughter release the carp spirit without hesitation. Reflecting further, she recalled how, upon learning that Nangong had persecuted her, he had captured Nangong and handed him over to Long Shou. Handing Nangong over to Long Shou was entirely different from returning him to the family. Bringing him back to the family would mean handling it as an official matter. No, it would be about preserving the Nan family's honor. But handing him over to Long Shou meant avenging her. After returning, he would undoubtedly face the family's reproach. For her sake, he was unafraid to offend the family or Long Shou. Having such a powerful father who always stood up for her wasn't so bad. She acknowledged this father. The Xian'ai chains on the carp spirit were undone. It let out a skyward cry and instantly transformed into a handsome youth, charging out. As he ran, he shouted, "Master, master, thank you for coming to save Xiaoli." Nan Zhao's face darkened immediately. He was the one who had freed it. Yet, seeing that the creature had eyes only for his daughter, he found it somewhat pleasing. It was good that his daughter had such a transformed spirit pet to protect her in the mortal world. But wait, how could a mere early Foundation establishment cultivator contract a core formation spirit beast? He swept his divine sense over his daughter's Dantian and was shocked and overjoyed. His daughter was truly extraordinary. She had formed a core before even turning 18. And her talent, she had a single with spiritual root, and it was a perfect heavenly spiritual root. What heaven-defying talent this was. With this realization, his eyes grew calculating, and he even began to scrutinize Gu Dongxing. However, recalling how Gu Dongxing had risked his life to save his daughter, he thought it wasn't bad for her to have a man in the mortal world who valued her more than his own life. But now that he had discovered his daughter's talent, he was determined to bring her into the immortal sect. Could this man abandon his family and follow her into the immortal sect? Moreover, his daughter had formed a core, but Gu Dongxing hadn't. Clearly, his talent was inferior. He didn't dare skin Gu Dongxing's body with his divine sense, so he didn't know Gu Dongxing also had a heavenly spiritual root. His gaze toward Gu Dongxing turned critical. Gu Dongxing never expected that, while his own family had always looked down on Mingyu, now that Mingyu had a father, he too was being looked down upon. Long Shou was displeased that Nan Xiao had released the carp spirit without consulting him. But he was only at the late core formation stage, while Nan Xiao was at the peak of core formation, backed by the Nan family of the immortal sect. Besides, Long Shou was in the wrong for capturing Mingyu's spirit pet, so he couldn't say much. Yet, seeing Xiaoli the carp spirit transform into a handsome youth, he was still astonished. Wasn't it said that only nascent soul-level spirits could take human form? Why could this mere core formation carp spirit do so? He didn't know that Xiaoli had been confined in an underground river guarding stalactite essence for millennia. Though his cultivation was suppressed, his realm had long been sufficient, and transformation was no longer difficult for him. Seeing the carp spirit about to embrace his little Meng, Gu Dongxing's face darkened. Stop. But Xiaoli ignored him entirely, continuing to run toward Mingyu, arms outstretched. Chapter 1040, Do you know I exist? Mingyu gave a bitter smile. Xiaoli's cultivation far surpassed Gu Dongxing's, so naturally he wouldn't listen to Gu Dongxing. But she was also displeased that he showed Gu Dongxing no respect. She quickly shouted in a low voice, "Xiaoli, stop. How can you be so rude? Greet father and the other fellow cultivators, and apologize to Dongxing." Xiaoli hurriedly stopped, his face full of grievance. "I'm injured, and I want to return to Spring Pill too." Mingyu had no choice but to take out a return to Spring Pill and toss it to him. Xiaoli was overjoyed and caught the pill directly with his mouth. "Thank you, master." Only then did he bow to Nan Xiao. "Greetings, true person." Nan Xiao was astonished to see that a mere core formation carp spirit could take human form, but he kept his composure and showed no reaction. Seeing Xiaoli greet him, he took out a pill bottle. "A gift for you." Xiaoli took it and saw it was beast spirit pills. Delighted, he bowed to Nan Xiao again. "Thank you, true person." This bow was far more sincere than the previous one. He then cupped his hands toward Gu Dongxing. "My apologies, fellow Taoist Gu." Though he lowered his head, a disdainful glint flashed in his eyes. Back in the underground river, this Gu Dongxing couldn't defeat him. He had only submitted because of his master's divine sense spike and his desire to follow her out. Gu Dongxing sighed and pulled out half a bottle of dragon blood from his ring. "I don't have anything valuable. I hope you like this." Xiaoli's eyes lit up at the sight of dragon blood. Thank you, fellow Daoisgu. This dragon blood carried the lineage of true dragons, and it would be highly beneficial for his evolution. Thus, this time, he offered his thanks sincerely. He then gave Qing Jiohe a half-bow. Greetings, fellow Daoist Qing. Qing Jiohe quickly returned the gesture. Hello, Xiaoli. But I don't have anything to give you. He pulled out a small bottle of stalactite marrow. Do you want this? Most of his possessions were given by Mingyu, so he couldn't offer them. But this stalactite marrow was something he had obtained from their shared mission and was his share. Xiaoli didn't even need to open it. Just seeing the bottle told him it was stalactite marrow. He was even more thrilled. Thank you, fellow Daoist Cheng. He had guarded this treasure for thousands of years without ever tasting it. He hadn't expected his master's brother to be so generous, giving him a full gene. He decided he would treat him better from now on. Finally, he turned to Long Shou. Greetings, fellow Daoist Long. This man had captured him and locked him in the pond, so Xiaoli held no goodwill toward him. Long Shou felt his pockets, but couldn't find anything decent to offer, so he simply returned the greeting. Greetings, fellow Daoist Xiaoli. Xiaoli was the type to judge a person by the value of their gift. Seeing that Long Shou had no present for him, he muttered, stingy. Then he ran to stand behind Mingyu. His voice seemed low, but everyone heard it. Long Shou's face reddened slightly. However, Xiaoli suddenly turned to Mingyu and asked, Master, it seems you haven't given me a gift either. Mingyu's face flushed. This guy, calling her out in front of everyone for not giving a gift, was he rebelling? Hearing that even Mingyu, his master, hadn't given him a gift, Long Shou suddenly felt less embarrassed. Nanshao declined Long Shou's arrangements and insisted on following Mingyu home. He was eager to learn about her life over the years. Xiaoli wanted to go with Mingyu, and though Long Shou was somewhat reluctant, with Nanshao present, he dared not openly keep Xiaoli. He asked, Xiaoli, you're so powerful. Why would you sign a master-servant contract with a Foundation establishment cultivator? Chapter 1041, Heaven-Defying Talent. Upon hearing this, Nanshao felt a silent fury. His divine sense swept over the base and spotted a massive carp locked in a pool. His divine sense quickly condensed into two large hands, unlocking the chains binding the carp spirit and setting it free. His action, however, stirred warmth in Mangyu's heart. The dragon head was still standing nearby, yet he helped his daughter release the carp spirit without hesitation. She then recalled how, upon learning that Nangong had persecuted her, he had captured Nangong and handed him over to the dragon head. Handing Nangong to the dragon head was entirely different from sending him back to the family. Bringing him back to the family would mean handling it through official channels, or rather, protecting the Nan family's reputation. But handing him to the dragon head meant he was avenging her. After returning, he would surely face the family's reproach. For her sake, he was unafraid to offend the family or the dragon head. Having a father so powerful and protective wasn't so bad. This father, she acknowledged him. The black iron chains on the carp spirit were undone. It let out a cry toward the sky and, on the spot, transformed into a handsome young man, charging out. No, wait. How could his daughter, a mere early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, contract a core formation spirit beast? He swept his divine sense over his daughter's dantian and was shocked and overjoyed. His daughter was truly extraordinary. She had formed her core before even turning 18. Looking at her talent, she had a single with spiritual root, and it was a perfect heavenly spiritual root. What heaven-defying talent this was! His gaze toward Gu Dongxing then turned critical. Moreover, since his daughter had formed her core while Gu Dongxing hadn't, it showed that his talent was inferior to hers. He refrained from scanning Gu Dongxing's body with his divine sense, so he didn't know that Gu Dongxing also had a heavenly spiritual root. Nan Zhao's face darkened. He was the one who had saved it. Still, seeing that the creature had eyes only for his daughter, he found it somewhat reassuring. In the mortal world, having such a transformed spirit pet to protect her put his mind at ease. Thus, a calculation formed in his eyes, and he even began to weigh Gu Dongxing. As it ran, it shouted, Master, Master, thank you for coming to save Xiaoli. Still, seeing how Gu Dongxing had risked his life to save his daughter earlier, he thought that having a man who valued his daughter more than his own life wasn't bad for her in the mortal world. The dragon head was displeased that Nanshao had released the carp spirit without consulting him. Gu Dongxing never imagined that, while his family had once looked down on Mingyu, now that she had a father, he too was starting to be looked down upon. But now that he had discovered his daughter's talent, he was determined to bring her into the immortal sect. Could this man abandon his family and follow her into the immortal sect? Yet he was only at the late-stage golden core, while Nan Shao was at the great perfection of golden core, backed by the Nan family of the immortal sect. Besides, he was in the wrong for capturing Mangyu's spirit pet, so he couldn't say much. But seeing Xiaoli, the carp spirit, transform into a handsome young man still shocked him. Wasn't it said that only nascent soul-level spirits could take human form? Why could this mere core formation carp spirit do so? He didn't know that Xiaoli had been confined in an underground river guarding stalactite marrow for thousands of years. Though his cultivation was suppressed, his realm had long been ready. Transformation was no longer difficult for him. Seeing the carp spirit about to embrace his little Meng, Gu Dongxing's face darkened. Stop. But Xiaoli ignored him entirely, continuing to run toward Mingyu, arms outstretched. Thank you, dear readers, for subscribing, voting, tipping, and leaving comments. Today's update ends here. Wishing you all a pleasant day. End of chapter. Chapter 1042, Little Li, who judges heroes by their gifts. Mingyu gave a bitter smile. This Little Li's cultivation far surpassed Gu Dongxing's, so naturally he wouldn't listen to Gu Dongxing. But she was also displeased that he showed Gu Dongxing no respect. She quickly growled in a low voice. Little Li, stop right there. How can you be so rude? Greet your father and the other fellow cultivators, and apologize to Dongxing. Little Li hurriedly stopped, his face full of grievance. I'm injured, and I want a resurrection pill too. Mingyu had no choice but to take out a resurrection pill and toss it over. Little Li was overjoyed and caught the pill directly with his mouth. Thank you, master. Only then did he bow to Nanxiao. Greetings, true person. Nanxiao was also very surprised to see that a mere core formation carp spirit could take human form, but he kept his emotions hidden and showed nothing on his face. Seeing Little Li greet him, he took out a pill bottle. A gift for you. Little Li took it and saw it was beast spirit pills. He was delighted and bowed to Nanxiao again. Thank you, true person. This bow was far more sincere than the previous one. Although he lowered his head, a disdainful glint flashed in his eyes. Back in the underground river, this Gu Dongxing couldn't even defeat him. He had only acknowledged his master because of the master's divine sense all and his desire to follow her out. His voice seemed soft, but everyone heard it. The dragon head's old face immediately flushed red. Gu Dongxing sighed and pulled out half a bottle of dragon blood from his ring. I don't have anything good, but I hope you like this. Finally, he turned to the dragon head. Greetings, fellow cultivator dragon. Then he gave Cheng Jioha a half bow. Greetings, fellow cultivator Cheng. He also cupped his hands to Gu Dongxing. My apologies, fellow cultivator Gu. His other belongings were all given by Mingyu, so he couldn't give those away. But this stalactite marrow was something he had obtained from a mission the three of them had undertaken together, and it was his share. He pulled out a small bottle of stalactite marrow. Do you want this? Little Li was someone who judged heroes by the value of their gifts. Seeing that the dragon head hadn't given him a gift, he muttered, stingy. Then he ran back to stand behind Mingyu. He had guarded this treasure for thousands of years without tasting a single drop. Unexpectedly, his master's brother was generous enough to give him a whole caddy. He decided he would treat him better from now on. Cheng Jioha quickly returned the bow. Hello, Little Li. But I don't have anything to give you. However, he suddenly asked Mingyu, Master, it seems you haven't given Little Li a gift either. Seeing it was dragon blood, Little Li was overjoyed. Thank you, fellow cultivator Gu. This man had captured him and locked him in the pond, so he had never been fond of him. The dragon had felt his pockets, but truly couldn't find anything good, so he simply returned the bow. Greetings, fellow cultivator Little Li. This dragon carried the bloodline of a true dragon, and its blood was very useful for his evolution. So this time, he thanked him sincerely. Little Li didn't even need to open it, just seeing the bottle told him it was stalactite marrow, and he was even more delighted. Thank you, fellow cultivator Cheng. Mingyu's face immediately reddened. This guy, calling her out in front of everyone for not giving him a gift, was he rebelling? Hearing that even Mingyu, his master, hadn't given him a gift, the dragon head suddenly felt less embarrassed. Nanxiao refused the dragon head's arrangements and insisted on going home with Mingyu. He was eager to know what had happened to her over the years. Little Li wanted to leave with Mingyu. The dragon head was somewhat reluctant to let him go, but with Nanxiao present, he didn't dare openly detain Little Li. So he asked, Little Li, since you're so powerful, why would you sign a master-servant contract with a foundation establishment cultivator? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1043, Regret handing Nandong over to the dragon head. Xiaoli pouted, unwilling to answer him, but seeing that his owner's father was also staring at him, seemingly waiting for a reply, he relented for the sake of the beast spirit pill he had been given and answered. I was trapped in that underground river for thousands of years. My owner said she could take me out to play, so I signed the contract. Upon hearing this, the dragon head almost wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet. A spirit beast at the core formation stage had agreed to a master-servant contract with a foundation establishment cultivator just to escape the underground river. Why hadn't he been the one to encounter the carp spirit first? Mingyu saw his expression and sneered inwardly. Back then, she and Gu Dongxing had to fight Xiaoli into submission. In fact, she had even been ready to use her ultimate move, the Divine Sense Spike, before Xiaoli was forced to contract with her. Otherwise, see if he would have agreed to sign with you. The dragon head watched helplessly as Mingyu took Xiaoli away, his heart bleeding. Still, perhaps because she had gotten Xiaoli, Mingyu forgot to bring up the matter of the spirit stones she had used. And the dragon head, upset over Xiaoli being taken by Mingyu, didn't even mention the 3 treasures from the treasury he had fought to secure for her. As soon as the dragon head turned around, he vented his anger on Nangong, who was lying on the ground. Seeing the elegant little courtyard, Nan Xiao nodded. Not bad, just a bit small. When cultivating, some fluctuations could easily be detected by others. He dragged Nangong into the base and immediately called a certain leader. I want to take Nangong to a military court. But would the head of the Nangong family from the immortal sect really not come out? He hoped the dragon head would deal with him quickly, before the head of the Nangong main family emerged and caused more trouble. He suddenly remembered that his mother had once given him a large courtyard when he was a child, and said, before I was sent down, I also had a 3-section courtyard, given to me by your grandmother. I wonder what's become of it now. Mingyu's interest was piqued. Oh, where is it? Do you have the title deed? In the oppressive atmosphere, they finally arrived at the courtyard on Yong'an Hutong. He regretted handing Nangong over to the dragon head. On the way back to Yong'an Hutong, Mingyu recounted her experiences over the years to Nan Xiao. Nangong had already been handed over to the dragon group, and he couldn't go back on it. Still, the dragon head hated him deeply, so he probably wouldn't have a good end. Nan Xiao's eyes brewed a storm. As for what punishment Nangong would face, Mingyu didn't plan to concern herself with it. She was certain that if the head of the Nangong family from the immortal sect didn't step in, Nangong was as good as dead. He should have killed him directly. Even if he had to face clan punishment for it, he would have accepted it. He looked at Mingyu with nothing but heartache. Clearly, she was the noble eldest daughter of the Nan family, yet she had been reduced to a lowly servant, forced to do work beyond her abilities, beaten and scolded, starved, and even after managing to get into university, her identity had been stolen. Most damnable of all, those Jiang parents had sold her off to be a shared wife. The Jiang parents who abused Mingyu deserved to die. Nan Ming, who swapped her identity, deserved to die. And Nangong, who ordered Nan Ming to do it, deserved to die even more. It's in the Xiqing district, not far from the entrance of the Quanjude restaurant. That area is full of large courtyards. Our house is only 3 sections, but next to it is a private garden even bigger than the courtyard itself. As for the title deed, when I was sent down, I buried it in the courtyard. I knew your mother had passed away, but I didn't know you existed, so I never planned to reclaim it. Later, when I learned about you, I couldn't come out, so the house was never taken back. But it's not too late now. Let's dig up the title deed and reclaim the courtyard. A Sihiyuan, and one that rightfully belonged to her. Of course Mingyu wanted it. Chapter end. Chapter 1044, The Taste of Being Disliked. Alright, let's go right now. Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiohe wanted to follow, but Nan Xiao refused. It's enough for Mingyu and me to go. You all go about your own business. With that, regardless of it being broad daylight, he pulled Mingyu onto a cloud and flew into the sky. Once they reached the height of the house, they turned invisible. Thus, the people outside had no idea that the two were flying in broad daylight. Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiohe exchanged glances, both with unease in their eyes. In Gu Dongxing's gaze, there was even more fear. He could tell that Nan Xiao disliked him. Mingyu's cultivation was even higher than his own. Gu Dongxing hadn't thought Mingyu would dislike him before, but now she didn't, but her father did. He finally understood the feeling Mingyu must have had when he brought her back to the high family village and his mother disliked her. This feeling was hard to bear. He didn't know how Mingyu had endured it back then. After all, who would feel comfortable when their newly reclaimed daughter was taken away by another man? No wonder Nan Cheng lacked confidence when facing Nan Ming. Although Nan Ming was the seed stolen by that female spy, he was indeed the old master's bloodline. He patted Gu Dongxing on the shoulder. Boss, you have to trust Mingyu. Her heart is with you. No one can separate you two. Huh, there was such a thing? She didn't know about that. She had thought that the 3 siblings of the Nan family were all born from the same mother. And Nan Cheng was actually a true collateral relative. Gu Dongxing was immediately comforted. Yes, he should trust Mingyu. Nan Xiao sighed. Nan Cheng isn't actually my mother's son. He's the son of the old master's comrade-in-arms. Because his parents died, the old master brought him home and raised him as his own son. Of course, that comrade-in-arms of the old master was from a collateral branch of the Nan family. But Nan Cheng didn't know this at the time. Mingyu was pulled onto her father's cloud by Nan Xiao, and she wondered, Dad, aren't you and Nan Cheng biological brothers? Why did grandmother give the courtyard to you and not to Nan Cheng? He suddenly felt a bit relieved. He and Mingyu were not only sworn siblings, but also blood-related cousins. This kind of relationship would never change. Qing Jioha looked at Gu Dongxing, his eyes full of worry. Would Nan Xiao allow him to smoothly betroth his daughter? Gu Dongxing suddenly stood up. In a few days, I'm getting engaged. I'd better go prepare for the engagement ceremony. Have we confirmed the guest list? Have the invitations been sent? Has the hotel been booked? And also, Nan Ming probably wanted to become the family head for this reason too, right? He was the true bloodline of the Nan family's old master. Mingyu then realized something was off. Nan Ming probably didn't know that Nan Cheng wasn't the old master's bloodline. As for Nan Qing himself, after building his foundation, he could sense his own bloodline. The old master passed away the year before last, so Nan Cheng himself should understand that he wasn't the old master's bloodline. Mingyu found it strange again. That courtyard should be grandmother's dowry, right? Shouldn't a dowry be given to the daughter as a marriage gift? Why did she give it to you? Nan Xiao smiled and reached out to ruffle Mingyu's hair. Your grandmother also gave a courtyard to your aunt. He sighed, but the man she married was one your grandmother didn't like. She forbade her from marrying him, but she went ahead anyway, so that courtyard wasn't given to her. Mingyu suddenly thought of Qing Jioha's courtyard, which his grandfather had given him. That courtyard should have been the one grandmother had prepared for her aunt's dowry back then. She suddenly felt a bit ashamed. End of chapter. Chapter 1045, Not Wanting to Return to the Nan Family. Is that courtyard located in Hohai? It should be a 3-section courtyard, but the rear section was turned into a back garden, right? Nan Xiao raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Because later, grandfather gave that courtyard to my cousin Qing Jioha. The Qing family pressured him to hand it over for his half-brother's wedding, so he sold it, and now it's in my hands, Mingyu said awkwardly. Nan Xiao patted Mingyu on the head. What do you need so many courtyards for? She already had one in Yong'an Hatong, one in Hohai, and now he was giving her his own. That would make 3. I want to be a landlady. My cousin's courtyard will have to be returned to him eventually, Mingyu said. I want to live a good life. Renting out a few courtyards would be enough to support me. I'm even planning to buy more Sahiyuan when I have the time. Nan Zhao's heart ached. The eldest daughter of the Nan family actually had to fend for herself. How much can rent bring in? If you acknowledge your ancestry and return to the family, as the direct line eldest daughter, your monthly allowance alone should be substantial. Mingyu naturally knew that the eldest daughter of the Nan family had an annual allowance of 100,000 yuan. Nan Xiao sighed. Don't think your concealment technique is foolproof. Didn't your father see through your cultivation as a golden core? If he could, others might too. He took out a jade pendant and handed it to her. Wear this. After refining it, it can hide your true cultivation. At the same time, it's also a defensive artifact. Father, I don't want to enter the immortal sect for now. I have ways to conceal my power, Mingyu said. Mingyu suddenly felt uneasy. Father, I really want to spend a few more years in the mortal world. Mingyu fell in love with this courtyard at first sight. That was before. It won't happen again, Nan Xiao quickly said. Mingyu still shook her head, but I don't want to be bound by family rules. Nan Xiao fell silent. Beside it was a large garden, even bigger than the courtyard itself. The Nan family has too many rules. Any random person from the immortal sect can come out and dictate to the Nan family. But if I don't return to the Nan family, I'm free. No one can do anything to me. Moreover, the location of this courtyard was excellent, right in a bustling area, and in later generations, it would sell for a sky-high price. What made her happiest was that the wood in the courtyard was all made of rosewood, so despite its age, it was still well preserved. We're here. Nan Xiao pointed to a courtyard ahead. Nan Xiao was puzzled. Why? Her concealment technique could still be seen through? It seemed her father had indeed seen through her. Mingyu shook her head. Father, I don't want to return to the Nan family. But have you considered that with the Nan family as your backing, you could walk sideways in this mortal world? Nan Xiao said urgently. This courtyard was a true old-style wealthy family estate, a proper 3-section layout, each section spacious with many rooms. Now that Mingyu was a golden core true person, no one in this mortal world dared to bully her. Or rather, anyone who tried would end up hurting themselves. Mingyu still shook her head. I don't need to walk sideways. I just need no one to bully me. With my current power, no one dares to bully me anymore. He thought for a moment, then asked, Then have you considered entering the immortal sect with your father? Mingyu quickly added, Thank you, father. Once in the immortal sect, the Nan family's main branch there wouldn't allow her to remain outside. Especially since she had a heavenly spirit root. Do you like it? Nan Xiao asked. Mingyu nodded. I like it very much. Nan Xiao stroked Mingyu's hair. Good, if you like it, it's yours. Let's go down. Mingyu worriedly. There are people in the courtyard. If we go down like this, won't we? End of chapter. Chapter 1046. What are you doing at my house? Don't worry. He took out an invisibility talisman. Stick it on, and they won't see us. Mingyu had never used an invisibility talisman before and found it very surprising. Dad, I want to keep this invisibility talisman. Let's use my 5 elements fan instead. With that, she took out the 5 elements fan, stepped onto it, and activated the concealment formation. Not bad, this magic tool of yours is excellent. Nan Xiao was genuinely happy for his daughter. Both of them stood on the 5 elements fan and descended toward the courtyard. Under Nan Zhao's guidance, Mingyu turned to the central courtyard, bypassed the people living there, and opened a room that was unoccupied. They really haven't discovered this room, Nan Xiao said. Unfortunately, he had been sent down to the countryside back then and was also schemed against. Luckily, he was saved by the Supreme Elder who had descended into the mortal world for amusement. Mingyu put away the fan and followed Nan Xiao into the room. This time, the two did not stay hidden but walked directly into the courtyard. Mingyu quickly said, "My master said he has no sect. As for meeting him, I'm afraid that's not possible. He wanders everywhere. After teaching me the techniques, I haven't seen him for many years." Oh. Nan Xiao was a bit frustrated, but thinking about the eccentricities of some experts, he found it not surprising. Then which sect is he from? Can I meet him? With that, he took the property deed and led Mingyu out of the room. This room was not large, only about 16 square meters. It had a bed, a cabinet, and the empty space was piled with things, various antiques and treasures casually stacked, along with several copper-bound sandalwood boxes piled in the corner. How come they haven't found it? Mingyu asked curiously. Is there a formation? Mingyu was amazed. Grandma was a wealthy woman back then. He then remembered that he had asked about Mingyu's life over the years, but had not asked about her master. Nan Xiao nodded. This room is shrouded by a formation. Except for those proficient in formations, no one will discover it. Your grandmother told me this back then. She also said that if disaster struck, one could take refuge in this room. Unfortunately, Nan Xiao sighed. Perhaps your master is just a high-level being amusing himself in the mortal world. Since I can't meet him, forget it. If you like these things, I'll give them to you as a gift. Mingyu muttered to herself. It was already 1981 now. She wondered if this property deed was still valid. Seeing her expression, Nan Xiao smiled. Don't worry, this property deed is still valid. We'll just exchange it for a new one. He pulled out a property deed from a box, handwritten on paper with a brush from the 1950s, stamped with an official seal. What kind of person is your master? Nan Xiao hummed. These things aren't of much use to us cultivators. But Mingyu shook her head. Dad, they're very useful. If we exchange these for money, we can do a lot. I've started a charity organization dedicated to doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, and it requires a lot of money. Alas, ever since she invented a master, Mingyu had been lying constantly. It really fit the saying, tell one lie, and you have to tell countless lies to cover it up. Nan Xiao was surprised. Are you cultivating the path of merit? Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. She had been talking about her master, but in reality, she had no master at all. She had to say, my master doesn't allow me to reveal his name. The residents of this house were a large family. In the 1980s, it was still common for extended families to live together. Even if they had divided the family property, they still lived in the same courtyard. Since family planning only began in the 1980s, many couples from the 1960s and 1970s had 5 or 6 children. This family was no exception, with 4 sons and 2 daughters. When the 4 sons married, that made 4 families. Even if the daughters had married out, these 4 families still filled the large courtyard. At that moment, seeing 2 strangers suddenly appear in the central courtyard, the head of the household, a man in his 60s reading a newspaper under the grape trellis, suddenly stood up. Who are you? What are you doing at my house? Thank you, dear readers, for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 1047, Unreasonable Yet Arrogant. Mingyu was about to speak when Nan Xiao pulled her behind him. Elder, my name is Nan Xiao, and I am the owner of this courtyard. I just returned from another province today. Owner? The old man was taken aback. But before he could say anything, an old woman rushed out of the kitchen. Impossible, this courtyard belongs to my eldest son. We've lived here for over a decade, and it can't be given to you. Nan Xiao, oh, your eldest son? Which unit does he work for? What's his name? And does he have a property deed? The old woman said arrogantly, my son, Yun Zheming, is the office director of the Fenghua District Revolutionary Committee. This house was assigned to him by the committee. Why would we need a property deed? We've lived here for over 10 years, and no one has ever asked us for one. Anyway, this house is ours, and no one can take it away. Even if you have a property deed, it's useless. The title Fenghua District Revolutionary Committee had been abolished years ago, replaced by the Fenghua District Government. But some people still liked to use the old name. Nan Xiao was startled. This family's eldest son was actually the deputy director of the district government office. Several children came out of the house one after another, staring at Mingyu and Nan Xiao. One child joined his grandmother in shouting at them, the house is ours, we won't give it to you. Leave, you're not welcome here. Huh, my house, left here while I was away, and you've lived in it for over a decade, and now it's yours? Not asking you for over a decade's worth of rent is already merciful of me. Nanxiao turned and walked out. All right, I won't waste words with you. I'll give you 10 days to move out. However, once the property transfer procedures were completed and he obtained the property deed, he would have the right to dispose of this courtyard. Everything else was unimportant. Neither father nor daughter seemed to feel anything about evicting others from their home. The property transfer went very smoothly, even smoother than when they had handled the other 2 courtyards. Soon, Mingyu obtained the property deed, though it was still a booklet filled out by hand. The father and daughter went outside, found a phone booth, and called Long Shou. They mentioned that Nanxiao planned to transfer the courtyard left to him by his mother to his daughter, and asked him to call the Land and Property Bureau to avoid any bureaucratic obstacles. He will, Nanxiao said firmly. Mingyu noticed that her father hadn't mentioned the house being occupied. Was he not planning to use his authority to handle this? If you don't move, you'll regret it. Thinking that the beautiful courtyard would soon be hers, Mingyu was delighted. Thank you, Dad. Mingyu followed Nanxiao out. Dad, will they move? Impossible. This is our home, and we won't move out, the old woman shouted. That family clearly wasn't good people. They were living in someone else's house, yet they were unreasonably arrogant. If Mingyu guessed correctly, their eldest son was probably a radical from the movement era. If he were a decent person, how could he have occupied someone else's house? After all, although someone had proposed labeling Old Master Nana rightist back then, the accusation was never substantiated. The Old Master had only gone to a May 7th cadre school for study. Their house had never been confiscated. So, what the old woman said about the district committee assigning the house to her eldest son was impossible. That was also why such a large courtyard was occupied by only one family. If it had been confiscated, it would have been divided among multiple households. Good morning, dear readers. End of chapter. Chapter 1048, Let Them Face Misfortune After Misfortune, Part 1. Moreover, Mingyu could see that around this courtyard, there was so much malevolent energy. It was clear that this elder Yun had taken lives, more than one in fact. However, because a faint white light shrouded the top of the courtyard gate, that malevolent energy could not enter the yard. Even though Mingyu did not know much about feng shui, she could sense that the courtyard was arranged in a very pleasing and harmonious way, effectively gathering wind and retaining energy. For such a place to be occupied by that family was truly a waste of a gift from heaven. Mingyu recalled that when they reached the entrance, her father casually removed something from the door. When she looked back, she noticed that the white light hovering over the courtyard had vanished, and the malevolent energy that had been lingering outside immediately surged into the yard. Mingyu noticed that within that malevolent energy, there was a transparent human figure, resembling a woman with a large belly. When this figure saw Mingyu looking at her, she even smiled at Mingyu. Mingyu found it strange that the transparent figure seemed as if it might dissipate at any moment, but then she saw her father wave his hand, and a beam of white light struck the transparent body of the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman seemed surprised that someone would give her energy. She bowed gratefully to Mingyu and her father, then charged into the courtyard. Mingyu turned to her father in astonishment, but heard him say, that pregnant woman was killed by the people of this family. Mingyu's heart tightened. This Yun family truly were not good people. Nanjiao's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, that evil-repelling talisman was something I hung up back then. I am merely taking back what is mine. It does not count as interference. The feng shui layout of this courtyard relies on the evil-repelling talisman above the gate. With the talisman here, all evil retreats. With the talisman in place, the house is an auspicious dwelling. Now that I have removed the talisman, let them settle their scores. Nanxiao glanced at his daughter and added, as cultivators, we cannot act against ordinary people without cause, but there are plenty of ways to make them suffer without lifting a finger. Cultivators could not casually strike at ordinary mortals. She had long heard this from Xiaodao. But there were other ways to deal with them. For example, today, her father had given energy to that pregnant woman and taken away the evil-repelling talisman he had personally hung. That family would soon face disaster. Mingyu suddenly understood. Her father had removed the talisman to let the malevolent energy deal with that family. But isn't this still indirect interference? She asked. Oh. Mingyu lowered her head in thought. After Mingyu and her father left, old Yun in the house grew anxious and quickly called his eldest son. Son, today 2 people came to our courtyard, claiming to be the owners of this place, and told us to move out within 10 days. What did you say? The owners of the courtyard. The voice on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised. Old Yun recounted everything that happened that day, including the conversation between the 2 sides, to his son in detail. Son, didn't they say this person was dead? How is he alive now? What should we do? Don't worry, Dad. We've been living well in this courtyard, and I won't let anyone take it away, Yoon Jae-ming said. Although this courtyard had not been confiscated back then, he had also done some maneuvering to ensure it was protected, otherwise, it would have been carved up long ago. So, for the owner to come now and demand it back was not so simple. Otherwise, his position as deputy office director would have been for nothing. Follow your heart, and wherever you go, it is your wish. End of chapter. Chapter 1049, bringing them nothing but bad luck. Even if the homeowner found his superior, he couldn't just make them move out for nothing. Unless that person had such a formidable background that his higher-ups would be wary. But if that were the case, his leader would also find a way for him, arranging another house, or at least giving him a place within the district government compound. Old man Yoon, hearing his eldest son's certainty, finally relaxed. Could the Yoon family's house really be taken back so easily? Just as he stood up, however, he noticed a heavily pregnant woman glaring at him with venom. Old man Yoon was startled, recognizing her as the woman his eldest son had wronged and gotten pregnant all those years ago. She was the daughter of a capitalist who had come to see his eldest son about her father's affairs. Somehow, she ended up pregnant. When she was 3 months along, she had come to their door, begging old man Yoon to intercede, to tell his eldest son to either marry her or take her to the hospital for an abortion. Old Mrs. Yoon couldn't bear to call an ambulance, but luckily, their eldest son really did drive his leader's car back and took old man Yoon to the hospital. With a sharp crack, the fall had broken his leg bone. Ouch! A dead person appeared here, and with legs bent like that, she could still walk. This was a ghost. Don't come near me. You've been dead for so many years. Why are you still here? Old man Yoon screamed in terror. The woman stared at him without a word, then suddenly lunged at him. Despite her limp, she moved with incredible speed. He tried to step back, but forgot the stool behind him and fell backward. Go call the eldest son and have him bring an ambulance. Back then, his son's future was bright. How could he marry a capitalist's daughter? As for taking her for an abortion, wouldn't that admit the child in her belly was his? So he refused everything and drove the woman away. Later, he heard she had drowned herself. I fell. Help me up, old man Yoon snapped irritably. Old Mrs. Yoon hurried over to help her husband stand, but how could he get up? Groaning in pain, he had to have his grandson drag over his usual lounge chair and lie down on it. Old Mrs. Yoon said, "Why call an ambulance? That costs money. Just have the eldest son drive his leader's car over and take you to the hospital." Old Mrs. Yoon, who was cooking, heard the child's cries and rushed out. "Old man, what happened to you?" The doctor set old man Yoon's broken leg and gave him an 4 drip. Only then did Yoon the eldest ask about the visitors that day. Grandpa, what's wrong?" the child cried. "What did those two say today?" "Nothing was wrong. How did the old man end up falling?" "Alas, it's a long story." He recounted how, after the two left, a female ghost appeared in the house and charged at him, causing his fall. Yoon the eldest pondered, just this morning, someone demanded they move out and by noon, his father had taken such a fall. Could there be a connection? After all, the way that person appeared was too strange, suddenly materializing. They had taken his house, yet he only politely asked them to leave, giving them a 10-day deadline. If it were him, he would have punished them first, then demanded rent for the past 10+ years. Wishing you a good day today. End of chapter. Chapter 1050, bringing them misfortune after misfortune, Part 2. Yoon the elder immediately dismissed the thought. The old man was advanced in age. A fall was within the normal range. Why would he think of the owner of that courtyard? As for seeing ghosts, it was merely the old man's physical weakness causing hallucinations. However, the location of the broken leg, how could it be exactly the same as where he had broken that woman's legs back then? But when his youngest son came home from school in the afternoon, he tripped and fell as soon as he entered the house, injuring his leg. And the injured spot was identical to where that woman's leg had been broken back then. He could no longer dismiss it as normal. How can you injure your leg just by walking? How exactly were you walking? I was walking just like usual, the youngest son defended himself tearfully. I was walking fine, and when I was about to step over the threshold, I suddenly saw a baby a few months old under my feet, grabbing my ankle. I tripped and fell onto the threshold. Both feet happened to get caught on the threshold, though not broken, they were injured. The youngest son's words sent a chill down Yoon the elder's spine. There was no baby a few months old in the house at all. The youngest son had just been sent to the hospital when Yoon III's pregnant wife was also brought in. She had fallen too, nearly miscarrying. The third brother's wife said she saw a pregnant woman who claimed her name was Neo Fong, saying that her child had died with her and that she wouldn't let her have an easy time either. However, if it were a ghost, it would not be unusual for it to retain the age at which it died. He had checked. This courtyard belonged to the dowry of the deceased old lady of the Nan family. After liberation, it seemed to have been transferred to her eldest son's name. But her eldest son, Nan Xiao, had been declared dead due to disappearance and his household registration cancelled over a decade ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the audacity to claim the house as his own. The reason he thought of ghosts was because, while napping at noon, he dreamed of the people he had killed. When that person died, his daughter hadn't even been born yet. She shouldn't have known that he owned such a courtyard. How could anyone still be asking for it? Although the third brother's wife had saved the fetus, she said that once she was healed, she would return to her parents' home and never dare to live in that house again. Old Yun thought for a moment, then said, he seemed to mention that his name was Nan Xiao. Moreover, the person who had tampered with things was very likely the owner of that courtyard. He looked to be in his 20s, Old Yun said. Suddenly remembering something, he went to the hospital to ask Old Yun, Dad, that person who came to our courtyard claiming to be the owner, did he ever give a name? Within a single day, 3 people in the family had fallen and been sent to the hospital. Yun the elder found it increasingly eerie. Was this the work of the courtyard's owner? Otherwise, why was his family suffering one misfortune after another? His family members kept falling one after another, each fall inexplicable. He couldn't help but think more deeply. This courtyard had likely been tampered with by some expert. It really was him. Yun the elder's hair stood on end. About how old was he? Yun the elder felt something was off again. If it were Nan Xiao, he should be 39 years old. Especially a certain pregnant woman, whose piercing cries appeared in his dreams every night, like demonic sounds drilling into his ears. Yun Zheming, you raped me. After I became pregnant, afraid your evil deeds would be exposed, you killed me. Fearing I wouldn't die, you broke my legs first, then pushed me into the water, faking a suicide scene. Your conscience has been devoured by dogs. You will die a miserable death. Then, in the dream, she kept tearing at his hair, gouging his nostrils and eyes, slapping his face. Silence does not mean enlightenment, but enlightenment is close to silence. End of this chapter. Chapter 1051, Move Out Immediately. When Elder Yun woke up, he only felt pain in his scalp, his eyes, his nose, and his face, with a large dark circle under one eye. Dad, let's move out of this courtyard. Are you willing to part with it? Old man Yun looked at his eldest son. Elder Yun smiled bitterly. Even if I'm not willing, what else can I do? I'm afraid that if we keep living here, something will happen to all of us. All right, if you want to move, then move. Old man Yun said helplessly. However, before they could move out, old Mrs. Yun also fell, and, eerily enough, she also broke her leg. Old man Yun was furious. Why is everyone breaking their legs? Isn't it just that we've lived in his house for over a decade? We don't have that deep a grudge with that Nan Xiao, do we? Elder Yun, however, looked embarrassed. Dad, I'm afraid this wasn't done by that Nan family person. It's that woman Niufang coming for revenge. Niufang seeking revenge? Old man Yun was astonished. Back then, you didn't marry her because she was the daughter of a capitalist. Besides, she killed herself. What does that have to do with us? Yes, back then, they had seized this courtyard because they had heard it was auspicious. What? Old man Yun was shocked. He had always believed the woman who killed herself was a suicide, but it turned out to be murder, and by his own son? Elder Yun lowered his voice. Back then, she was pregnant with my child. She demanded that I either marry her or take her to the hospital to abort it. But marrying her was impossible, and if I took her to the hospital, wouldn't everyone know the pregnancy was related to me? He looked at his son inquiringly. Son, she didn't commit suicide back then. Did you push her into the water? So you killed her? He suddenly looked down at his own leg. Before you pushed her into the water, did you break her leg? He had forgotten the time he drove that girl away when she came. Elder Yun's expression was dazed. I was afraid she could swim and wouldn't drown, so I broke her leg before pushing her into the river. What infuriated him even more was that it was his eldest son who had done the deed, so why was the retribution falling on him? He suddenly thought of another point. She hasn't come for revenge all these years. Why is she able to enter now? Wasn't this courtyard said to have been blessed by a master? Not only can unclean things not enter, but even staying here for a while brings good fortune and keeps all evil at bay. He then thought of the person who claimed to be the owner. No, someone deliberately changed the aura of this courtyard. What couldn't enter before is now coming right through the door. He had always thought that girl had drowned herself, but now his son told him she had been pushed into the river and drowned by him. Elder Yun gritted his teeth and finally told the truth. Yes, I pushed her into the water back then. Old man Yun stared in shock. No wonder people in our family keep falling, and your mother, and I even broke our legs. This is a sin you've committed. Move quickly. Before that female ghost unleashes something worse, move out fast. I was planning to wait for the unit to allocate a house, but forget it now. I'll rent a place tomorrow. Don't wait until tomorrow. Go rent one today. No matter what, move out first. But a venomous look appeared in his eyes. Even if we move out, there's no need to hand the house over to them right away. Elder Yoon snorted. Of course. We can't suffer this loss for nothing. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and comments. Today's update ends here. I wish you all a happy day after reading my story. End of this chapter. Chapter 1052, even if you take the exam, it's useless. Mingyu had no idea what happened after she and her father left. After accompanying her father to complete the transfer procedures for the courtyard, she spent another day with him. The next day was Monday and she had to go to school. The typhoid exam was tomorrow. Nanxiao also had his own matters to attend to, the demon cultivator situation, the Nangong family affairs, and Zhang's parents' matters. Moreover, he had to return to the Nan family for a while. Gu Dongxing needed to prepare for his engagement, while Cheng Jioha, unlike Gu Dongxing who was on vacation, had to return to the military to submit his mission report. Thus, everyone went their separate ways. When Mingyu arrived at school, she noticed her classmates looking at her strangely. Her heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened that she didn't know about but was related to her? Wang Huilan saw Mingyu and hurried over anxiously. Big sister, it's bad. Someone reported you to the principal for long-term truancy. After checking the attendance records, the principal decided to expel you as a warning to others. Wang Huilan sighed. A student skipping class shouldn't be a big deal, but the problem is that Vice Dean Huang is abroad for an exchange and isn't at school right now. Mingyu was puzzled. I have Vice Dean Huang's permission to skip class. Didn't he inform the principal? I told you, even if you take the exam, it's useless. Why bother taking it? Come with me to see the principal, the advisor said unhappily. Among the most gleeful was Nan Mingju. Mingyu didn't have great relationships with her classmates. After all, she was always absent. Relationships are built through interaction, and feelings are cultivated over time. Mingyu sighed but still stood still. I'll take the exam first, then go. She didn't have time to socialize or build bonds with others. Plus, her frequent absences meant that now that she was in trouble, no one sympathized with her. Mingyu had no intention of following her. The typhoon exam is about to start. I'll take it first and then go. Many classmates looked at Jiang Mingyu with schadenfreude in their eyes. Although the advisor didn't finish her sentence, everyone understood that Jiang Mingyu seemed to be in trouble this time. Mingyu found it strange. Who would care about her attendance and choose to cause trouble for her precisely when Vice Dean Huang, who had approved her absences, was abroad? Sure enough, as soon as she entered the classroom, Advisor Jean walked over. Jiang Mingyu, the principal wants to see you. Seeing her expression, Mingyu found it odd. She remembered that during their time in Shanbei village, Nan Mingju always liked to take the lead, but her gaze toward Mingyu had always carried a hint of fear. Moreover, everyone worked hard in class and studied diligently, but when it came to exams, they could never outperform her. How could they not resent her? Being merely gleeful without kicking her while she was down was already generous. Advisor Jean sighed. Jiang Mingyu, to be honest with you, it's useless no matter how well you do on the exam. You've been absent for so long, and someone reported you to the principal. You'd better go see the principal as soon as possible. Mingyu said coldly. Who says I'm wasting my time taking the exam? If the principal wants to see me, and I've truly done something wrong, then getting a good score would at least prove I've mastered the subject. If I'm not at fault, skipping the exam would leave me with no grade. Who would take responsibility for that? Advisor Jean choked for a moment and said harshly, I told you, taking the exam is useless. You can't keep the principal waiting. Even if it's useless, I'll take the exam first. Even if the principal has to wait, it's only a matter of a few dozen minutes. You go ahead. I won't skip the exam. Seeing how defiant Mingyu was, Advisor Jean couldn't forcibly drag her away and felt deeply frustrated. The sun is shining brightly today. I hope everyone's mood is also full of sunshine. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1053. Exams are the biggest deal. At that moment, the bell rang. Professor Ma, who taught the typhoid course, walked in with the exam papers. He lifted his slightly drooping eyelids to glance at Instructor Jean, then at Jiang Mingyu. This student had hardly ever attended class. However, Vice Dean Huang had explained that she had already mastered the theoretical knowledge of this subject and didn't need to come to class. In truth, Professor Ma was unconvinced. If a student could claim to have mastered theoretical knowledge without attending a single class, what was the point of professors like him? Moreover, having studied the textbook didn't mean she had grasped it, and grasping it didn't mean she had mastered it. Without a teacher's guidance, how much could she really learn? Despite his doubts, Professor Ma let it go out of respect for Vice Dean Huang. Still, seeing her come to take the exam pleased him. Finally, he could see whether she was just a connection or truly capable. So, of course, he wanted her to take the test. As soon as Instructor Jean saw Professor Ma, he said, Professor Ma, this student has made a mistake. The principal wants to see her. Professor Ma glared at Instructor Jean. Exams are the biggest deal, no matter what. If she's a student in my class, she must take the exam. Even if the principal wants to see her, it can wait until after the test. He turned to Jiang Mingyu. Sit down and take the exam. Thank you, Professor Ma. Mingyu immediately sat down. How familiar with the subject's knowledge did one have to be to answer without hesitation, and with all answers correct? Even the discussion question at the end involved arguments that went beyond the textbook, opening up new lines of thought for him and even inspiring his future research. Minyu's exam paper was clean, her handwriting clear, and all answers correct. Cheating? She didn't need to. The knowledge in her medical texts was far more profound than what the school textbooks offered. Exams were the last thing she feared. Mingyu ignored him. A student like this, how could she be a mere connection? She had truly mastered the textbook knowledge. Attending his class would indeed be a waste of time. When he saw Mingyu answering the questions, he was stunned. She hasn't even attended class. What's the point of her taking the exam? Even if she does, she'll only cheat, Instructor Jean muttered discontentedly as he walked out, failing to drag her away. Professor Ma shot Instructor Jean a cold look and said no more. He had wronged her. As soon as the paper was handed out, she scanned it with her spiritual sense, and the answers appeared in her mind. Unlike others who skimmed through first before writing, she began answering as soon as the bell rang. Professor Ma deliberately watched her answer. He wanted to see if this student truly had mastered the textbook's theoretical knowledge as Vice Dean Huang claimed, and thus didn't want to waste time in class. Moreover, she wrote very quickly, answering almost without thinking, and soon finished half the paper. When Mingyu wrote her final answer, Professor Ma couldn't help but exclaim, "Good," drawing everyone's attention to Jiang Mingyu. Even the instructor outside the classroom frowned upon hearing Professor Ma's praise. Someone who had skipped class for so long could earn Professor Ma's approval? Nan Mingju had been watching Mingyu closely. Hearing Professor Ma's good, she grew jealous. Professor Ma rarely praised anyone, and Jiang Mingyu had earned his admiration. But so, what if she earned Professor Ma's praise? Even if she did well on this exam, wouldn't she still be expelled? Could Professor Ma overrule the principal? It turned out that the report about Jiang Mingyu's long-term truancy had been orchestrated by Nan Mingju. Wear a smile, carry good wishes, and make every day fulfilling and satisfying. End of chapter. Chapter 1054, Nan Mingju's Little Moves. Logically speaking, after having carried out a mission together with Jiang Mingyu, Nan Mingju should not have dared to provoke Mingyu again. Mingyu had originally planned to erase her memory when leaving the scene after the mission was completed, but because she later fell unconscious, she didn't get the chance to erase her memory. She should have known how formidable Jiang Mingyu was and dared not provoke her again. So why had she started targeting Mingyu once more? It turned out that the dragon head had done what she had wanted to do, but hadn't had time for. Since Nan Mingju was neither an ability user nor a cultivator, and this incident involved matters of cultivation and demonic cultivation, the dragon head erased her memories of the past few days when she left the dragon group. Nan Mingju only remembered that she had gone with Diding to participate in a training exercise, only to encounter bad people. Diding was gravely injured protecting her, and she herself was rescued by someone. The experiences in between seemed to have been forgotten. As a result, she forgot that Jiang Mingyu was a legendary, immortal, and instead treated her as a rival competing for the status of the eldest daughter of the Nan family. After returning this time, for some reason, she was extremely jealous of Jiang Mingyu and also somewhat afraid of her, but jealousy still prevailed. She wanted to do something to vent this jealousy. So, she did two things. The first was to take over the Mengmeng kindergarten, which had received a 1 million donation from Aunt Ganhua. Mingyu, however, did not respond to his words at all and directly said to him, "Didn't you say the principal was looking for me? Let's go." Ignoring him, Mingyu went straight to the principal's office and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Principal, I am Jiang Mingyu from the 1981 cohort of clinical Chinese medicine. May I ask why you've summoned me?" Before leaving for the training exercise, she had assigned someone a task to take over Jiang Mingyu's kindergarten. Mingyu checked the time. It was exactly 20 minutes. Therefore, after returning this time, she had someone called in for questioning and learned that the kindergarten had not yet been secured. Instructor Jean saw her come out and assumed she had given up and abandoned the exam, sneering disdainfully, "I told you not to take the exam, but you insisted. Now you see how hard it is, don't you? Can't solve it, can you? Just wait to be expelled." Principal Deng looked up from his documents, glanced at Jiang Mingyu, and instead of answering her question about why, pointed to the chair beside him and said, "Have a seat." Normally, exams required a minimum of 30 minutes before submitting the paper, but since Mingyu still needed to see the principal, she handed her test paper to Professor Ma, bowed to him, picked up her bag, and walked out of the classroom. But Instructor Jean did not intend to go with her to see the principal. "Go by yourself." She had given a firm order. She must take over the Mengmeng kindergarten, which had received her aunt's 1 million donation, and cut off Jiang Mingyu's ties to it. The second thing was to report Jiang Mingyu for prolonged truancy and demand that the college expel her. In her view, neither of these should be difficult matters. Therefore, she never considered the possibility of failure. She had thought that after returning, it would have been resolved, but it still hadn't been. Then she continued burying her head in writing her documents. Seeing that the principal had set her aside and was only focused on his writing, Mingyu simply sat there, eyes on her nose on her heart, gathering her focus and concentrating her mind on her dantian. A full 10 minutes passed. Principal Deng, seeing that Mingyu remained seated without moving, silently praised her composure. She didn't seem like a frivolous student. He finally set down the document he was writing and looked up at Jiang Mingyu. So you're Jiang Mingyu? I hear you've been skipping classes for a long time? Barely attending any lessons? In the 3+ months since the semester started, the total days you've attended class, aside from the first month when you were still obedient, can be counted on 2 hands for the later months. Gratitude to those who have accompanied us through every day. May every day ahead be brilliant, every step safe, every moment joyful, every minute satisfying, and every second blissful. This chapter ends. Chapter 1055, Rules are useless against supreme powerhouses. Mingyu thought for a moment and replied seriously, based on the textbooks issued, I've already mastered the theories covered, so there's no need to waste time in class. It's better for me to read more on my own and broaden my knowledge. That's why I've been studying at home. The principal hadn't expected her to answer him like that. He frowned. But the academy is a place where discipline matters. If everyone acted like you, how could we manage the students? So, according to the rules, I'm afraid we'll have to take action against you. Mingyu looked at him. But if I already know everything the teacher is teaching, wouldn't attending class be a waste of time? A senior once said, time is life, and wasting time is wasting life. Since I've already understood the textbook material, wouldn't coming to class just be wasting my life? The principal had to admit, what you're saying makes some sense, but even so, you can't break the rules. Otherwise, who would follow them in the future? The school's discipline would become meaningless. Even if it's just to make an example of you, you must be punished. If it were the last semester, the principal might not have bothered, but this was the first semester, he couldn't just let it slide. Mingyu frowned. But as far as I know, I'm not the only one like this at the academy. Several students often skip class too. For example, Nan Mingju. Why can she skip class, but I can't? The rules of this society are always made for the masses, but there are always those who exist outside them. For instance, the disciples of the 4 hidden families, even if they attend university, they come and go as they please. He guessed that Mingyu would say something about giving privileges to the rich, and then he'd have to teach her that in any society, at any time, there really is a privileged class. Not just the 4 hidden families, but even the children of the 10 great families enjoy certain privileges. Can you expect someone standing at the top to have equal rights with someone grounded in the dust? The person who reported Jiang Mingyu for chronic truancy was sent by Nan Mingju. He didn't continue. But could he say that Nan Mingju had privileges because she was from the Nan family? The principal thought for a moment and said, the academy has its rules. Nan Mingju is from the Nan family, and this year, the Nan family donated 500,000 to build us a laboratory. What Jiang Mingyu said wasn't wrong. Nan Mingju was also a frequent truant in this cohort, just not as much as Mingyu. Hearing Mingyu mention Nan Mingju, the principal frowned again. Although Nan Mingju wasn't from one of the 4 hidden families, the Nan family, having entered the secular world, still enjoyed treatment on par with the hidden families, even above them, because of their connection to the Nan family and the immortal sect. But Mingyu's next words shocked him. Mingyu smiled and said, I know that all rules are made by the strong to maintain order. The purpose of this order is mainly to serve those who make it. But these rules can only restrain ordinary people, not the strong or the privileged. So, rules that limit ordinary people are useless against supreme powerhouses, right? Nan Mingju isn't a powerhouse, but because she was born into a powerhouse family, she enjoys treatment above these rules, doesn't she? Principal Deng was stunned. He hadn't expected a first-year student to say something like this. Chapter end. Chapter 1056, Learning to Use the Rules to Live Better. Seeing the surprised expression on the principal's face, Mingyu said, Are you also thinking that, compared to chaos, any order is good? When a person is weak, they must learn to follow the rules to gain the protection of order. Principal Deng suddenly smiled. Since you know so much, why don't you follow the rules and gain the protection of order? Mingyu gave a strange smile. Because in this mortal world, I am already at the top. There's no need to follow some trivial rules, especially those that waste my life. She suddenly released a powerful aura, pressing it toward Principal Deng. Principal Deng immediately felt as if a mountain was crushing down on him. He involuntarily shrank, straining to support himself and avoid falling flat. But he had a feeling that if Mingyu didn't withdraw her pressure, he might kneel or even collapse in the next moment. He wanted to curse. Who said one doesn't bend under the weight of a mountain? Step forward, and I'll beat him to death. Mingyu had no intention of embarrassing the principal, so she released the pressure only briefly. She exposed a bit of her strength to Principal Deng because she didn't want anyone else using school rules to make him punish her in the future. Principal Deng was drenched in sweat. Does Vice Dean Huang know about your? Mingyu had skipped classes with Vice Dean Huang's approval, but hadn't mentioned it, not wanting to drag her into trouble. She didn't expect the principal to already know. She knows a bit, Mingyu said bluntly. Her daughter, Huang Zifeng, is now my disciple. No wonder, no wonder. Principal Deng murmured. Suddenly, he thought of how Vice Dean Huang had looked like a young person in recent months, and his eyes lit up. Then could you? Mingyu interrupted him. You just said the Nan family donated 500,000. I can donate 1 million to add a teaching building to the school. Mingyu smiled. No need for a donation ceremony. At that time, building costs were only a little over 100 yuan per square meter. For single-story buildings, it was only 20 to 30 yuan per square meter. She took out her checkbook and quickly wrote a check for 1 million yuan, handing it to the principal. Here, this is 1 million. You can cash it at the agricultural bank. 1 million could build a teaching building of 10,000 square meters. That meant a building covering 2,500 square meters, 4 stories high. An average classroom was about 60 square meters, so it could provide over 40 classrooms. But the principal wanted medicinal herbs more. This donation was indeed generous. He could only pretend to be delighted and say, good, on behalf of our college, I thank student Jiang for her generous donation. After a pause, he added, would you like a donation ceremony? Mingyu had offered to donate a teaching building, so what else could the principal say? He couldn't say, I don't want a teaching building. Give me the medicine you gave Vice Dean Huang instead. By cutting in with the offer of a teaching building, Mingyu made it clear that he wouldn't get the elixir like Vice Dean Huang. Once he had the 1 million yuan check, the principal was happy. Principal Deng wasn't the kind-hearted elder that Vice Dean Huang was, so Mingyu didn't want to give him her pills. She didn't have to grovel, play nice, or drink with anyone to secure such a large donation. Can I leave now? Mingyu asked with a smile. All right, you can go. Principal Deng finally tore his gaze away from the check and looked at Jiang Mingyu. After a moment's thought, he said earnestly, Student Jiang, those who are always bound by rules are weak, those who completely disregard rules are madmen. Only those who learn to use the rules can live better. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Today's update ends here. Wishing everyone happiness. Chapter ends. Chapter 1057. Did you accept a bribe from Nan Mingzhu? Mingyu's heart stirred, and she suddenly understood Principal Deng's good intentions. Thank you. But, Principal Deng, did you accept a bribe from Nan Mingzhu? Principal Deng wanted to say, I never accept bribes. But then a thought struck him. How did she know the whistleblower was sent by Nan Mingzhu? He was left speechless. Mingyu suddenly recalled something. In her past life, a university principal, during a school anniversary, drank 3 large glasses of liquor to persuade a wealthy alumnus to donate a sports field to the school. He was not good at drinking, yet he downed them anyway, collapsing on the spot and dying after being rushed to the hospital. Thinking back, it seemed that the principal who sacrificed his own body for the school donation was the very Principal Deng standing before her. She suddenly turned back. Seizing the moment when Principal Deng was dumbfounded, she flicked her finger, and a pellet of Peiyuan Dan shot into his mouth. Principal Deng felt something enter his mouth and quickly closed it, but the object had already turned into a warm current flowing into his stomach. He looked up and saw Mingyu watching him with a faint smile. Realization dawned, and he promptly bowed solemnly to her. Thank you, Student Jiang. Mingyu nodded. Your health will become as good as Vice Dean Huang's. But from now on, if someone tries to make you drink under the pretext of donations, don't force yourself to overdo it. Though Principal Deng didn't know why she said this, he felt it was wise to listen to her, so he agreed immediately. And then, I'll remember. Thank you, Student Jiang. Mingyu noticed that Nan Mingzhu hadn't come out either. With a sweep of her divine sense, she saw that Nan Mingzhu had only written half her exam paper, and even that half was incomplete in its answers. Moreover, with her current strength, Nan Mingzhu was like an ant she could crush at any moment. If she didn't kill her, she'd keep being a nuisance, but crushing her felt like dirtying her own hands. Wang Hulan, seeing Mingyu return, exclaimed excitedly, Master, big sister is back. Did the principal give you any trouble? Mingyu's heart stirred. Could donations also increase merit points? Or was it because she had changed Principal Deng's fate? Mingyu returned to outside the classroom. Most students were still taking the exam, with only a few having finished. Now, she dared to provoke her again. Did she think she wouldn't dare to deal with her? Before, Mingyu had only heard that once you cultivate immortality, you can't easily harm mortals, or the administrators of cultivation would discover it, leading to punishment, being sent to the immortal sect, or even annihilation. Thus, if she wanted to deal with Nan Mingju, she needed a good plan, one that would take her down without leaving any faults to be found. She sneered inwardly. This person who reported others for skipping class was not only the pot calling the kettle black, but also a half-baked amateur. What was most infuriating was that she hadn't yet avenged the grudge of Nan Mingju sending people to capture her at Redstone Village. Now, there was the added grievance of her tossing Feng Dongqing's arm during the confrontation with Nan Gong, ruining Mingyu's second Spirit Stone exchange and nearly causing the entire team to be wiped out. Though it was unintentional, wasn't manslaughter still a crime? Xiaodao's voice suddenly rang out. Master, what good deed have you done now? You've gained 50 merit points. She also felt that, having shown her strength before, Nan Mingju should dare not provoke her again. She'd let her bounce around a little longer. What could it be? Mingyu said with a faint smile. Huang Zifeng hasn't come out yet? Unexpectedly, she now dared to report her for chronic truancy, aiming to get her expelled. It seemed she could no longer stay low-key. She needed to do what she had to do. She would make Nan Mingzu fall from her lofty pedestal as a super family heiress, reduced to dust, so she could taste the suffering Mingyu had once endured. But what Mingyu didn't expect was that just as she was about to act, someone else acted first. And they exposed her identity as the eldest daughter of the Nan family without her consent. Today in Gilin was a sunny day. Basking in the morning sunlight, one's mood naturally lifts. Good morning, dear readers. This chapter ends. Chapter 1058, Press Conference. Chapter 1058 Press Conference. Chapter 1057 Press Conference. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Nan Xiao suddenly held a press conference, announcing that he was alive and had returned. His explanation was that he had fallen into the water and been injured back then, rescued and taken deep into the mountains, but lost his memory. Now that his memory had returned, he was coming back to the Nan family. Mr. Nan Xiao, I heard that the position of head of the Nan family was originally meant to be yours, but because of your disappearance, Nan Chung from the second branch became the head. Now that you've returned to the family, will you reclaim the position of head that belongs to you? Nan Xiao shook his head. No. My father passed the position of head to Nan Chung because he affirmed his ability to lead the Nan family to prosperity. Even though I've returned to the family, I will only respect my father's final wishes and assist the head of the family. A reporter asked, Mr. Nan Xiao, I heard that your wife fought to give birth to a daughter back then. Have you met your daughter? I also heard she's studying traditional Chinese medicine, is that right? This reporter actually wanted to ask, I heard that the eldest daughter of the Nan family's main branch, Nan Mingju, is an imposter. Is that true? But fearing it might provoke the Nan family's displeasure, he phrased it differently. When Nan Xiao heard someone mention his daughter, a tender expression appeared on his face. Yes, I have met her. My daughter is studying clinical traditional Chinese medicine at a TCM college. Her previous name was Jiang Mingyu, but from now on, it's Nan Mingyu. Whoa. The reporters immediately latched onto the sensitive point, the incident of the real and fake eldest daughter of the Nan family, which had been discussed in high society but never reported on, had finally come to light. At almost the same time as the Nan family's press conference, Aunt Chen, the head of Mingyu's Mengmeng kindergarten, was also receiving the superior leader who had come to take over the kindergarten. Mr. Nan Xiao, who is the current Nan family eldest daughter, Nan Mingju? How did she take your daughter's place and become the Nan family's eldest daughter? Mr. Nan Xiao, I heard that after your daughter's identity was swapped, she became the adopted daughter of a rural family and suffered greatly. Will you seek justice for her? Director Qiao led the superior leader into Mengmeng kindergarten and immediately instructed Aunt Chen, go get the best tea to entertain the leader. Mr. Nan Xiao, when will your daughter return to the Nan family to be recognized and rejoin the ancestral line? That Jiang Mingyu, no, she's called Nan Mingyu now. She really is the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. She was indeed swapped. Meanwhile, Director Qiao kept bowing and scraping to the leader. Leader Zhang, please come in. This was originally the location of our street kindergarten. Later, the match factory wanted to buy out the workers' seniority, so they tried to sell the land. A patriotic person from Hong Kong donated a large sum of money to buy this place, planning to build a high-end kindergarten. Mr. Nan Xiao, how does the Nan family plan to deal with Nan Mingju? She's still a minor. Will the Nan family kick her out? Mr. Nan Xiao, are you certain your daughter is called Jiang Mingyu? No, Nan Mingyu? And that arrogant Nan family eldest daughter, Nan Mingju, really was a fake. Aunt Chen corrected from the side, Director Qiao, you've got it wrong. Director Qiao scolded. Wrong what? Go make tea. Aunt Chen quickly said, Director Qiao, there's hot water and tea leaves in the thermos in our office. I'll brew some tea for the leader right away. Director Qiao cut her off. Leader Zhang likes to drink gongfu tea. How hot can water from a thermos be? Go boil some fresh water right now to brew gongfu tea. This chapter ends. Chapter 1059, No Fever. Anshin had no choice but to go brew tea. But as she walked, she kept muttering, that person from Hong Kong didn't donate to our street office kindergarten, he invested on his own, bought the match factory land, and plans to set up a large private kindergarten. Aunt Chen's muttering was actually quite loud, and both Director Chiao and Leader Zhang heard it. Leader Zhang said to Director Chiao, "What's going on with you people? How could a collective kindergarten run by the street office be turned into a private one? Do you know you're undermining socialism?" Once Anshin left, Director Chiao told the truth. We're not turning collective into private, it's that our street office kindergarten has no place to operate. Isn't this it? Leader Zhang said. Director Chiao looked troubled. This place has already been bought by a private party. He said we have to move out within a month. We've been looking for a new location, but we can't find one, so we had to. What do you mean, looking for a location? There's no need to look. A kindergarten is a welfare service, welfare housing. How can it be turned into private property? Director Chiao was stunned, but he's already bought this land and built new staff dormitories and kindergarten buildings on the inner grounds. The outer land. Director Chiao didn't understand. What do you mean? By the time Anshin finished brewing the tea and came to call the two leaders, Director Chiao directly instructed her, "Old Chin, go withdraw the donation from the kindergarten's account and buy this piece of land." Leader Zhang enlightened Director Chiao, "You don't need to buy the land, your street office can just reclaim it." Leader Zhang scoffed, "Isn't there money in the kindergarten's account? That was donated to the kindergarten, not to any private individual." Director Chiao scolded, "Aunt Chin, what are you doing? Who has a fever?" Director Chiao grimaced, "But we don't have the money." Director Chiao wiped his sweat, "But this land doesn't belong to our street office, we have no authority to give it." Director Chiao was frustrated, "But the land has already been bought by a private party." Aunt Chin was dumbfounded. Using Mengmeng Kindergarten's money to buy Mengmeng Kindergarten's land for someone else, was that even allowed? Was Director Chiao out of his mind? Director Chin reached out and touched Director Chiao's forehead, looking puzzled. "No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Isn't this the street office kindergarten's premises? You're the street office director. How can you not have the authority to give it?" Leader Zhang stared sternly at Director Chiao. "Haven't you already promised the outer land to Miss Nan of the Nan family? You need to study more to understand how things work," Leader Zhang lectured Director Chiao. Director Chiao suddenly realized, right, other money is private, but donations aren't. Well, Leader Zhang is truly wise and sharp-eyed. Can a private individual buy land meant for a kindergarten? Leader Zhang said disdainfully. Anshin looked strangely at Leader Zhang, then at Director Chiao. "You don't have a fever, so why are you telling me to take Mengmeng Kindergarten's money to buy Mengmeng Kindergarten's land? Isn't that like someone coming to your house, taking money from your pocket to buy your house, and then kicking you out? Oh, I forgot, you don't have a house. In other words, it's like using the money in your pocket to buy the clothes off your back and making you strip them off. Would you agree to that?" "Nonsense." Director Chiao glanced at Leader Zhang and scolded Aunt Chin. "Mengmeng Kindergarten's money naturally can't be touched. What I said earlier was about that 1 million donated by someone else. That money can be used. It's not that Hong Kong boss's money. Songs are sung for those who understand. Wine is drunk for those who are trusted." Chapter end. Chapter 1060. The kindergarten's land was requisitioned. Aunt Chin widened her eyes. "You want to get your hands on that 1 million donation for Mengmeng Kindergarten? That money wasn't donated to our street office, it was donated to Mengmeng Kindergarten. So, it still belongs to Mengmeng Kindergarten." There was something else she didn't say. That was money Mingyu had found someone to donate. She was sure that such a large donation must have cost Mingyu a considerable effort to secure. Would she let others use money she had worked so hard to obtain? Leader Zhang frowned and glanced at Aunt Chin. "Who exactly is in charge in your street office?" Director Chiao immediately felt stung and snapped at Aunt Chin. "I'm the one in charge of this street office. I'm ordering you to withdraw that 1 million donation and buy this piece of land. After deducting the funds needed to purchase the match factory land, transfer the remaining money to the street office's account. We'll find another piece of land to build the kindergarten." Aunt Chin was shocked. Impossible. She seemed to recall something and suddenly smiled. "Director Chiao, Mengmeng Kindergarten isn't run by our street office, it's owned by Ms. Yuxing from Hong Kong. Any expenditure over 1,000 yuan from Mengmeng Kindergarten must be signed and stamped by the legal representative, Ms. Yuxing. So, if you want me to withdraw the kindergarten's money, it's simply impossible." In truth, Mingyu had given Aunt Chin considerable authority. Although the rules required all expenses over 1,000 yuan to be approved by the legal representative's seal, her claim that the money couldn't be withdrawn without the legal representative was merely an excuse. "The account is in my hands, that's true, but I don't have the authority to spend it. The money for building was provided by Ms. Yu in advance, with signed and stamped checks. If there weren't such a system, how could she trust me with the accounts? How is that possible? The kindergarten's finances have always been fully managed by you. You could sign off on expenses directly. I've never had to sign or stamp anything as the street office director to authorize spending. But Mingyu had entrusted Aunt Chin with the private seal of Yuxing and the official seal of Mengming Kindergarten, giving her full authority. Aunt Chin smiled bitterly. Director Chiao, you should know that our street office has no money, and our street kindergarten has even less. So there's never been a situation where you needed to sign off on project expenses. Let me repeat, that 1 million donation you mentioned isn't in our street kindergarten's account. It's in the account of Mengming Kindergarten, with Yuxing as the legal representative. The owner of Mengming Kindergarten is Yuxing. Even if I wanted to transfer that money, I couldn't. Director Chiao was skeptical. Back when Mengming Kindergarten bought land and built buildings, weren't you handling all that? Wasn't the account in your hands? Director Chiao also knew about financial management systems. Cashier and accountant were separate, and large expenditures required the legal representative's signature and seal. So, although he had just tried to twist the concept by saying the donation wasn't private and could be used, he had forgotten that while the money was in a kindergarten account, it wasn't in their street office's kindergarten account. It was in the privately owned Mengming Kindergarten's account. Getting that money out would probably not be easy. Taking money from a public pocket was easy, but taking it from a private pocket was extremely difficult. Then go find this Yuxing tomorrow and tell her, this piece of land has been requisitioned by higher authorities. We'll return the land price to her, but she must give up the kindergarten, Leader Zhang said. This chapter ends. Chapter 1061, Are you willing to let me leave? Impossible. Aunt Chin immediately shot back. She was now the person in charge of Mengming Kindergarten, and whether she kept this street office job or not didn't matter to her, so she dared to talk back to them like this. It's not about asking you to give the land to someone else now. This land is being requisitioned by the government, and you'll have to comply whether you like it or not. Leader Zhang said, then left angrily. Won't sell the land? Then he'd start the requisition process first, and then give it to that person. As long as the job got done, the process didn't matter. Leader Zhang, Director Chiao quickly chased after him. This land requisition wouldn't be easy to handle. Only Aunt Chin remained in the reception room. If she had felt emboldened before, able to single-handedly stop things like taking the kindergarten's money to buy the kindergarten's land, that last remark Leader Zhang left behind put her in a difficult position. Because no matter the time, when a government department decided to requisition a piece of land, private individuals couldn't hold out against it. If Leader Zhang really used requisition as a pretext to forcefully occupy this land, she truly had no way to protect it. No, I have to tell Mingyu about this. Aunt Chin immediately went to make a phone call. You're looking for Jiang Mingyu? She's not here. Gu Dongxing tapped her nose. Not 60 points? Could you possibly score 70? She called again at noon, and this time someone in the dormitory answered. But, isn't your tail wagging a bit too high? Gu Dongxing patted her bottom. You underestimate me. If you don't give me above 95, I'll go find trouble with the exam grader. Gu Dongxing feigned surprise. Really? You haven't attended class, yet you're not afraid of the exam? Are you sure you can score 60? That classmate said, she has exams these few days. If it's not something particularly important, I suggest you wait until after these 2 days to find her. Could you help me find her? She asked. But by the next day, the situation had already changed. She first called Mingyu's dormitory, but since Mingyu was taking exams, no one was there. Mingyu's face flushed red, and she twisted her body to escape his embrace. You're the one with the wagging tail. She also called the phone in the room at Yong'an Hatong, but no one answered either. Whenever Mingyu's father was mentioned, Gu Dongxing remembered Nan Zhao's disdain for him and didn't know how to win his father-in-law's favor. Mingyu turned around, proudly lifting her chin. An exam of this level? Piece of cake. Minyu's eyes widened in anger. You said I'd only score 60? Suddenly remembering something. You'd better go back to the Gu family before my father returns. He won't be happy seeing you here. After finishing the exam in the afternoon, Mingyu returned to Yong'an Hatong. Just as she entered the room, someone hugged her from behind. Xiao Meng's back. You haven't been to class for so long. How did the exam go? So, it was about the exam. Aunt Chin was a bit disappointed, but then she thought that even if that person really wanted to requisition the land, it couldn't happen immediately. The procedures had to be handled, and the landowner's consent was needed. She might as well wait until Mingyu finished her exams to find her. He hugged her again with a hurt expression, lowering his head to press against her forehead. Xiao Meng, I only have half a month of leave. Are you really willing to let me leave? Mingyu was reluctant too, but my father is living here now. What father would let another man live in his daughter's house? Gu Dongxing grumbled. Didn't you go to take over his own courtyard? Today's update ends here. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Chapter ends. Chapter 1062, The Overbearing Father. My dad's courtyard was taken over by someone, and he gave them 10 days to move out. But even if they move, he won't live there. And even if he does, he'll definitely want me to move in with him. Gu Dongxing immediately felt distressed. Forget it, you should just stay here. That place might be in a bustling area, but here is closer to school. You can't exactly fly on a sword to class, that would be too shocking. Just then, the phone in the room rang. Nan Mingyu picked it up, but immediately pursed her lips and said to Gu Dongxing, "It's for you." Whenever Gu Dongxing was around and the phone rang, it was almost always for him. And every time he answered, he would leave right away. Probably this time too, right? He said he squeezed out half a month off for their engagement. Gu Dongxing listened on the phone, his expression strange. I understand. He put the phone down and looked at Nan Mingyu with a wry smile. I know, you must have a mission, right? Isn't your Folklore and Culture Research Society a civilian organization? Why do you have so many missions? And why do they always call you? Forget it. It doesn't matter if we don't hold the engagement ceremony. Nan Mingyu was puzzled by his words. If I were going to despise you, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? If she hadn't fallen in love with him, she might have despised him because of other women coveting him, but now she couldn't. But even if her father had announced his identity, it shouldn't have made Gu Dongxing react like this, right? At the press conference, someone asked about your father's daughter. He publicly revealed that you and Nan Mingju had your identities swapped, and that you are his biological daughter. Yes, he knew his little Ming well. If she didn't love, she wouldn't. But if she did, it was for life. Gu Dongxing shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't impose her father's views on her. Nan Mingyu was genuinely shocked this time. Nan Mingyu said it didn't matter, but her heart was bitter. This was their engagement ceremony. Their engagement ceremony. Gu Dongxing shook his head, grabbed her hand, and played with her fingers. Little Ming, you're stronger than me now, and you have a powerful background. You won't despise me, will you? Your father just held a press conference, announcing that he is not dead and has returned to the Nan family. Her mind conjured up the image of her father. The father who descended from the sky to save her at her most desperate moment, when her formation disc ran out of spirit stones and fell, leaving her unprotected and nearly killed by Nangong. The father who, upon hearing that her spirit pet was locked up by the dragon head, directly and forcefully rescued Xiaoli from the dragon group base. But he was also the father who hadn't fulfilled his duties for 19 years, yet announced her identity without consulting her? How could he do that? She had clearly said she wouldn't return to the Nan family, and yet he publicly declared that she was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. What was that supposed to mean? Nan Mingyu smiled bitterly. Having an overbearing father, was it a good thing or a bad thing? She now understood why Gu Dongxing had smiled bitterly. He was probably afraid that her father would forcefully interfere with their marriage. Seeing her expression, Gu Dongxing quickly hugged her. You, don't blame him. He's probably just too happy. But he truly understood a father's heart. How could he allow another girl to occupy his daughter's position and enjoy everything that belonged to her? Gu Dongxing said that Nan Mingju, her days are probably going to be tough from now on. I really wish I could wake up and find myself in an elementary school classroom, telling my deskmate, I had such a long dream. Good morning. Chapter end. Chapter 1063. Do you know that Mingyu was swapped? In fact, as soon as Gu Dongxing learned that Nan Mingju had sent someone to Hongsher village to deal with Nan Mingyu, he wanted to take action against Nan Mingju. However, for one thing, the Nan family behind her was too powerful, and dealing with Nan Mingju might provoke the Nan family to retaliate against Nan Mingyu. For another, Nan Mingyu didn't want him to interfere in her matters with Nan Mingju. Of course, the main point was that Nan Mingyu wanted to uncover the mastermind first. As for Nan Mingyu truly didn't take her seriously. She only wanted to cut off the mastermind, and that jumping clown was nothing to fear. So she let her bounce around for a while. But now that the mastermind had shown himself, Nan Mingju was of no further use to Nan Mingyu. However, before Nan Mingyu could act, her newly appeared father stepped in to do it for her. At that moment in the Nan family, Nan Xiao was face to face with Nan Cheng. Big brother, it's great that you're still alive. Why didn't you come back first, but instead went to hold a press conference? Nan Cheng was taken aback. Nan Xiao said coldly, if I had come back first, would you have agreed to let me hold a press conference? Nan Cheng smiled bitterly. At that time, Nan Ming was still at home. He was the steward of the Nan family. Nan Xiao interrupted him. I just want to ask you, did you know that my daughter Nan Mingyu was swapped? Big brother. Nan Cheng honestly said, I didn't know before. Later, when Nan Mingju used Nanfeng to issue the family head's order and sent 3 shadow guards to capture Nan Mingyu, I suspected that Nan Mingju and Nan Mingyu had been swapped. But because there was no evidence, the old master had passed away, and you weren't at home, plus the old master had personally verified Nan Mingju's bloodline when she was brought back, I couldn't be certain. Nan Xiao fumed. Without evidence, you didn't send anyone to investigate? I am the family head, but the old master had stipulated back then that the steward and I would each handle external and internal affairs. Before he died, the old master made me swear that as long as the steward didn't harm the Nan family, I couldn't remove him from his position. Nan Xiao was surprised. He wants to be the family head? Wasn't he just the son of the old master's comrade in arms, brought back to be raised? A man not of Nan blood, brought back and raised without being adopted. How could he become the family head of the Nan family? Nan Chung continued, but many household matters are managed by the steward, so the investigation was also carried out by him. Naturally, the results wouldn't be ideal. Besides, Nan Ming has always been trying to pull me down and become the family head himself. So, sometimes, the best way to make others care about you is to not care so much about them. End of chapter. Chapter 1064. He really wanted to kill him. Nan Xiao had no idea that Nan Ming was the old master's bloodline. The way that bloodline came about was too infuriating. The old master refused to acknowledge him back then, yet couldn't bring himself to abandon him, so he simply raised him at home. Nan Chung said helplessly yes. He somehow obtained cultivation resources and secretly trained a group of shadow guards loyal only to him. He then led these secretly trained shadow guards in a coup attempt, trying to seize the position of family head. In the end, it was Mingyu who stepped in and thwarted his scheme. He recounted the events of that coup attempt led by Nan Ming. Only then did Nan Xiao learn that Nan Ming was also the old master's bloodline. He had always believed he had only one biological sister. He never expected to have a half-brother. Hearing that Nan Ming had completely taken control of the Nan family's internal affairs, Nan Xiao wanted to scold him. How could you be such a family head? But then he thought about how the old master had once trusted Nan Ming deeply, and he couldn't entirely blame him. Unexpectedly, Nan Chung continued, and though I don't want to admit it, he is actually the old master's bloodline. While big brother, you should know that I am the son of the old master's old comrade in arms. My father was merely a collateral branch of the Nan family. Nan Chung said, lowering his head. He felt deeply helpless. Even if Nan Ming's mother was a female spy, Nan Ming was still the old master's true bloodline. After Nan Zhao's death, he became the old master's only son. But he himself, he was adopted by the old master. Back then, to cover up the scandal, the old master claimed Nan Qing as his own son and passed Nan Ming off as the son of an old comrade in arms. In effect, he had swapped their identities. You really are, Nan Xiao said. Father passed the position of family head to you because he acknowledged you. How can you still dwell on bloodline? As long as you can lead the Nan family to glory, what does it matter if you're from a collateral branch? Besides, father has recognized you as his son. That makes you the direct line. As for Nan Ming, even if he carries the old master's blood, the old master doesn't acknowledge him, so he is not part of the Nan family's direct line. Tell me, what exactly are you thinking? But being jolted awake by Nan Zhao's words, he finally understood. Nan Ming also carried the blood of that female spy. To the old master, that was a mark of shame. Even if Nan Ming was of direct bloodline, if the old master refused to acknowledge him, what good was that bloodline? He had truly been deluded. Added to that was the division of roles when the old master was alive. The family head handles external affairs, the steward handles internal matters. That had also indulged Nan Ming's arrogance. As a collateral bloodline, though Nan Chung had been raised by the old master as his own son since childhood, his confidence was still lacking. Nan Zhao's voice was like a wake-up call, snapping Nan Chung out of his stupor. Yes. Ever since he established his foundation, he had sensed Nan Ming's bloodline and vaguely guessed that he was the old master's son. But he hadn't been certain, and he had kept indulging Nan Ming's behavior, feeling that in terms of blood, Nan Ming was the direct line while he was the collateral branch. Nan Xiao gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is Nan Ming?" Even if he himself was from a collateral branch, once the old master acknowledged him, he was the direct line. Who would dare not recognize him? Nan Qing sighed. Mingyu took him away. He paused, then added, back then, the switch of identities between Nan Mingzhu and Mingyu was orchestrated by Nan Ming. Moreover, he had the Jiang family parents suppress Mingyu, sent people to the village to keep her under long-term surveillance, and even had a hand in selling her to human traffickers, who sold her deep into the mountains to be a shared wife. So Mingyu hates him deeply. During his coup against me, after she subdued him, she asked for the right to decide his fate. I suspect that by now Nan Ming is very likely. He was about to say dead, but then remembered the peculiarity of the Nan family ancestral hall and realized Nan Ming wasn't dead. Still, he was probably worse off than dead. End of chapter. Chapter 1065, The Heart of Accusation. Nan Xiao listened as Nan Cheng spoke. It seemed that his daughter was even more formidable than he had perceived. Under absolute disadvantage, she had managed to counter the Jiang family and Nan Ming avenging him. Nan Cheng hesitated for a moment, then said, I suspect that Nan Ming has support from the main family. Otherwise, where would he get so many cultivation resources? Nan Xiao naturally knew this, and those cultivation resources. The main family member backing Nan Ming is Nan Gong, the deputy leader of the Dragon Group. In fact, Nan Ming's decision to swap Nan Mingzhu with Meng Yu was also orchestrated by Nan Gong. After I was rescued by the Supreme Elder and learned that I had a daughter, I asked to come out and see her. The Supreme Elder, fearing it would affect my cultivation, sent someone to deliver resources. That person was Nan Gong. Since my daughter's birth, he had come out twice to deliver resources. Unexpectedly, on this last trip, he stayed in the mortal world and even became the deputy leader of the Dragon Group. Thinking of how Nan Gong had intended to kill his daughter before she could return to the Nan family, if he hadn't arrived in time, he would have lost her forever. Nan Xiao felt a lingering terror and a deep hatred for Nan Gong. If not for the Nan family rule forbidding killing within the clan on pain of death, he would have killed him. Nan Cheng opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. We have never received any resources sent by the main family. He immediately realized that the resources had been sent, but intercepted by Nan Ming. Could you not sense that Nan Mingzhu was Nan Ming's daughter? Nan Cheng hesitated before replying. After I reached Foundation Establishment, I could vaguely sense a blood relation between Nan Ming and Nan Mingzhu, but I also discovered that Nan Ming was a natural eunuch, so I thought I had sensed wrong. It wasn't until he revealed it himself during his coup that I learned he had cultivated a technique to retract his manhood. Alas, in any case, I have failed my elder brother. Now that you have returned, the position of family head should be yours. At the same time, he was deeply dissatisfied with Nan Qing as the family head. However, these resources were primarily meant for Nan Zhao's daughter, the others were merely incidental. But no wonder Nan Ming had passed off his own daughter as Nan Zhao's. His main goal was these cultivation resources. Nan Xiao had originally come to confront Nan Cheng with a heart full of accusation, but upon reflection, he realized that Nan Cheng also had his difficulties. Not being the old master's bloodline was his greatest burden, and the old master's refusal to acknowledge Nan Ming as his son while still ensuring he was not bullied within the Nan family was the root cause of all this. Thinking of how the cultivation resources he had begged the Supreme Elder to send for his daughter and the family had all gone to Nan Mingzhu and Nan Ming, while his own biological daughter had not used a single bit of them in over a decade, Nan Xiao could not suppress his fury. Moreover, there was Nan Gong, who had emerged from the immortal sect out of jealousy for Nan Zhao's seizure of the Nan family heir position, scheming behind the scenes for Nan Ming, or rather, using Nan Ming to achieve his own sinister goals. Thus, his heart of accusation subsided. Hearing Nan Cheng offer him the position of family head, he snapped irritably, "There you go again. Everything I said to you before was for nothing. The old master passed the family head position to you because he recognized you. You are now the old master's true son, my own younger brother. Who dares to look down on you? Why do you keep yielding? Besides, given my current status, how long can I stay in the mortal world? What kind of family head would I be?" End of chapter. Chapter 1066, After the Identity Was Exposed, Part 1. Chapter 1066, After the Identity Was Exposed, Part 1. Chapter 1065, After the Identity Was Exposed, Part 1. After being scolded by Nan Xiao, Nan Cheng actually felt relieved. Big brother is right, it's my fault. He was genuinely afraid that Nan Xiao would make him give up the position of family head. Once you taste the flavor of power, it's hard to let go. Moreover, only by continuing as family head could he ensure that he and his two sons had enough cultivation resources. Otherwise, if he stepped down, his identity would surely be exposed, and then even the villa he currently lived in might be taken from him. But now it was different. With his big brother's support, his position as family head was secure, and he feared no one. What about that Nan Mingzhu? How should she be dealt with? Back then, the old master had tested her bloodline and confirmed she was a direct descendant of the Nan family. At the mention of Nan Mingzhu, Nan Xiao felt another wave of disgust. She had not only taken over his daughter's identity and occupied the cultivation resources meant for his daughter, but she had also sent people to capture his daughter, intending to sell her abroad. "Kick her out of the Nan family," Nan Xiao said. As for the blood test proving she was a direct descendant, it could easily be said that Nan Ming had tampered with it. Since he had swapped the two children back then, it was entirely possible he had obtained Meng Yu's blood in advance. "Yes," Nan Cheng replied. As long as he kept the blood from clotting, he could pour it out during the test to replace her daughter's blood, and wouldn't that reveal the Nan family bloodline? In addition, the report extensively described Nan Mengyu's inspiring experiences, how she picked through trash to pay tuition, completed primary and secondary school in 6 years, entered university at 16, had her identity stolen by her foster mother's daughter, who attended school in her place, was sold deep into the mountains as a shared wife, yet refused to yield to fate, jumped off a cliff to survive during the sale, reclaimed her identity, and then passed the entrance exam to be City's College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The report also covered Nan Mingzhu, saying she had stolen Nan Mengyu's identity but failed to cherish it, describing her as willful and spoiled, even trying to steal Nan Mengyu's fiancé when she saw him at the student hotel, and targeting Nan Mengyu at every turn. If it weren't for the fact that she was also a blood descendant of the old master Nan, he would have wanted to dispose of her directly. He had initially considered mentioning that Nan Mingzhu was actually the old master's biological granddaughter, but thinking of what she had done to Mingyu, he felt that, even if she were a true Miss Nan, so what? Besides, Nan Ming himself had never been acknowledged by the old master, so how could his illegitimate daughter become a Miss Nan? Back then, the old master had recognized her as his granddaughter only because he thought she was his eldest brother's daughter. Since she wasn't his eldest brother's daughter, and since his eldest brother said to expel her, then expel her she would. The next morning, news of Nan Shao, the eldest son of the Nan family's main branch, returning appeared in various newspapers. But the reporters devoted more space to describing the tragic history of Nan Mengyu. From now on, the female lead changes her surname to Nan, how she was swapped at birth, became the adopted daughter of a rural lower-class family, suffered abuse, went hungry and cold, and was denied an education. For a time, Nan Mengyu became a bitter flower soaked in misery, with roots of suffering but fragrant blossoms. Meanwhile, Nan Mingzhu was portrayed as someone who didn't know how to cherish her blessings, who had stolen another's place yet tried every means to suppress and frame Nan Mengyu, a thoroughly repulsive person. The report also covered how she sent people to capture Mengyu at Redstone Village, intending to sell her overseas. The next morning, Mengyu walked into the campus and felt something strange about the atmosphere. The looks her classmates gave her were even more fervent than yesterday. Life always holds endless hope. Today's update ends here. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Chapter end. Chapter 1067, After the Identity Exposure, Part 2. Along the way, many classmates took the initiative to greet Nan Mingyu. Xiang no, good morning, classmate Nan. Good morning, classmate Nan. Good morning, classmate Nan. Good morning, classmate Nan. Since she didn't know many classmates, Mingyu could only smile and nod. It wasn't her fault. She had barely attended any classes. Besides her dorm mates Yu Chunhua, Hong Jinxiu, Wang Yan, Zhou Wenmei, and Lin Xiuji, she hardly knew anyone else. In fact, even with her dorm mates, she wasn't very close, because she rarely stayed at school, spending most of her time at Yong'an Hutong instead. But now, both familiar and unfamiliar classmates were greeting her, calling her classmate Nan. She knew it must be because of the press conference her father had held, revealing that she was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. Oh well, let it be. Nan Mingyu it was. A female student who had once closely followed Nan Mingzhu and acted as her lackey directly replied, who else could it be? That fake Nan Mingzhu, who pretended to be the Nan family's eldest daughter. Oh, so those rumors from before were true after all. She was never the real Nan family eldest daughter. The real one is Jiang Mingyu. I know, she's called Nan Mingyu now. That's right. She used to bully others relying on her status. Now that she's lost that facade, I wonder if she'll end up being bullied herself. Under Nan Mingzhu's long-standing intimidation, most classmates were unwilling to call her out directly to her face. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. She really didn't want to return to the Nan family and be constrained, but with her father's public announcement, it seemed there was no difference whether she went back or not. In fact, her father had even taken the liberty of changing her surname to Nan at the press conference. As for whether to return to the Nan family and be acknowledged, she hadn't decided yet. She would take it one step at a time. After all, she hadn't been raised by the Nan family, so if they tried to use her for anything, she would have the confidence to refuse. As for Nan Mingzhu, who knew which abandoned illegitimate daughter she was? Thinking back, she had even sent people to capture the real Nan family eldest daughter and tried to sell her overseas. How terrifying. Some of the pretty female classmates she had bullied in the past even looked at her with contempt and made snide remarks. Some people used to act so arrogant, relying on their noble birth. From now on, they won't be able to throw their weight around anymore. Some students who didn't know the situation found the gossip strange and asked the speakers, "Who are you talking about?" When Nan Mingzhu first heard the murmurs, she felt they were about her, but since no one named her directly, she couldn't interrupt. In contrast to Mingyu, who was respected and sought after everywhere, Nan Mingzhu faced pointing fingers as soon as she left the dormitory. Everyone thought she was a real heiress, but it turns out she was a fake. Always acting like a princess, it's disgusting. After all, she hadn't seen Nan Ming during her training, and after returning, she still hadn't seen him. Without anyone backing her up, she felt something was wrong. Although she hadn't been at the Nan family these past few days, she felt like something had happened. Without Nan Ming, she felt excluded everywhere. It was as if she was only the Nan family's eldest daughter when Nan Ming was around. Without him, she was nothing. The thought Nan Ming is gone made her heart race again. Where had Nan Ming, who had been missing for so many days, gone? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1068, After the Identity Exposure, Part 2. At this moment, Nan Mingju heard someone directly claiming to be the eldest daughter of the Nan family to her face, and she was furious. Before today, whenever anyone mentioned the eldest daughter of the Nan family, everyone knew they were referring to her, Nan Mingju. But in reality, she had long realized from how Nan Ming treated that Jiang Mingyu that the true eldest daughter of the Nan family was actually Jiang Mingyu. That was why, as soon as Nan Ming mentioned Mingyu going to Hongshire village for the Zhuangyuan feast, she sent her shadow guards to capture Jiang Mingyu, intending to sell her overseas so she would never return. That way, the position of the Nan family's eldest daughter would forever belong to her. But she never expected that plans would change. Not only did she fail to carry out her scheme, but she also became suspected because of it, leading to rumors about the real and fake eldest daughter. Now, when others mentioned impersonation, she instinctively knew they were talking about her. Originally, during her training, Nan Gong had told her that although she was not Nan Zhao's daughter, her father Nan Ming was also a blood descendant of old Master Nan, so she was still a legitimate young lady of the Nan family. However, her memories of those days had been erased by the dragon head, so she had no idea that she herself was also of Nan blood. She only knew that the true eldest daughter of the Nan family was Nan Mingyu. But for some reason, being accused of impersonating the Nan family's young lady made her feel deeply wronged, suffocating with an indescribable frustration, and she wanted to argue her case. Especially when she heard someone who had once followed her like a dog, someone she had ordered around at will, speak about her like that, she became even more enraged. Song Jiangnan laughed heartily. Haha, defamation? That's hilarious. You actually want to sue me for defamation? Go ahead, sue me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're lying. Nan Mingju shouted. She suddenly rushed over, pointing at the female student and cursing, Song Jiangnan, you're nothing but a dog by my side. I am the dignified eldest daughter of the Nan family, and you dare to say I'm an imposter? Do you believe I'll sue you for defamation? Me lying. Song Jiangnan was furious. Over the past few months, following behind Nan Mingju, she had offended countless female classmates, especially the real eldest daughter of the Nan family, Nan Mingyu, whom she had once crossed. By the way, don't forget to sue the most important person. Because if I am guilty of defamation, he is the source of it. That man is your nominal father, Nan Shao. No, calling him your nominal father isn't right either, because he never acknowledged you. You just used him as a banner to wrap yourself in. When Nan Mingju heard Song Jiangnan's words, her mind exploded with a roar, and a sense of impending doom quickly overwhelmed her. Song Jiang looked at Nan Mingju with disdain, but the person you need to sue isn't just me. There's also the evening news, the Gossip Weekly, and I believe the major newspapers will be reporting on this first thing in the morning. Even the last time someone reported Nan Mingyu for skipping class repeatedly, it was her who did the reporting. However, because of the recent rumors about the real and fake eldest daughter of the Nan family, she had learned to be cautious. When Nan Mingju told her to report it, she imitated Nan Mingju's handwriting in the letter of complaint, and the signature was also written as Nan Mingju. Thinking about how she had spent months currying favor with the Nan family's eldest daughter, only to find out she was a fake, Song Jiang was filled with hatred. She had relied on ingratiating herself with the Nan family's eldest daughter to rise in status among her peers in the family. Now that Nan Mingyu had been exposed as a fraud, could she still maintain her position in the family? Given her past actions, it would be impossible for her to ever curry favor with the real eldest daughter of the Nan family again. It was all Nan Mingju's fault. End of this chapter. Chapter 1069, Murder. Song Jiang coldly stared at Nan Mingju. If we're talking about nonsense, the first example is that man who never acknowledged you, yet you slapped a label on him yourself, your father, Nan Shao. The moment Nan Shao returned, he immediately held a press conference to announce that his daughter was swapped by an enemy as a child, and that Nan Mingju, who is now impersonating his daughter in the Nan family, is not his biological daughter. His real daughter was once called Jiang Mingyu and will now be called Nan Mingyu. So, Nan Mingju, do you still want to sue me for defamation? You counterfeit product. Nan Mingju's eyes widened in disbelief. Because the dragon head had erased her memories, she had no idea about Nan Shao leaving the immortal sect. Nan Shao was still alive and he had returned? Not only had he returned, but he immediately held a press conference to expose her identity. Although she had 2 secret guards given to her by Nan Ming besides Di Ding, for some reason, after Nan Ming disappeared, the secret guards he had secretly given her also vanished. In reality, all the secret guards Nan Ming had secretly trained to be loyal only to him had their memories erased by Mingyu and were handed over to Nan Cheng. They didn't remember her at all. So, she had no idea about such a big event as Nan Zhao's press conference. Did he have a grudge against her? Why was he treating her like this? She completely forgot that occupying the position of his real daughter was itself a grudge. Moreover, how had she treated Nan Zhao's biological daughter, Mingyu? Although it wasn't her who swapped their identities, after learning the truth, she had still made moves, like at Redstone Village. If Mingyu had been an ordinary person, she would have been caught by the people Nan Mingzhu sent and sold overseas into prostitution. Nan Mingzhu couldn't accept it. Before, hadn't the Nan family suspected her identity and sent people to investigate Nan Mingyu? Even though they clearly knew Nan Mingyu was the real Nan family eldest daughter, without evidence, no one dared to speak up for her, right? Falling to the ground, after twitching a few times, she was only exhaling, not inhaling. With just one move, she was kicked flying, shooting over 10 meters away, and when she hit the wall, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The killing intent radiating from Nan Mingzhu made her understand she was going to kill. Full of unwillingness and resentment, Nan Mingzhu, upon hearing Song Jiang and call her a counterfeit product, finally exploded. How dare you insult me? You're the counterfeit product. Why, when this father clearly had evidence, did he have to expose her identity publicly? Was he trying to force her to death? Although Song Jiang'an was also a martial artist, she wasn't like Nan Mingzhu, who had a father as the Nan family steward to lavish all kinds of cultivation resources on her. Therefore, even at 18, she was only a first-level martial artist. Nan Mingzhu cursed loudly and charged at Song Jiang'an. Song Jiang'an had thought that, in public, Nan Mingzhu, now a fallen phoenix worse than a chicken, wouldn't dare do anything to her. She never expected Nan Mingzhu to suddenly go berserk and rush at her. Their distance was too close. She simply couldn't dodge a kick from a 6th-level martial artist who charged at her suddenly. In that instant, she suddenly regretted it. Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? Everyone was stunned. Nan Mingzhu had killed someone? Nan Mingzhu was also stunned. She had killed someone? She really had killed someone? She immediately thought of a problem. If she were still the Nan family's eldest daughter, even if she killed someone, with the Nan family backing her, she wouldn't die. The Nan family would just pay a certain price. But now, with Nan Xiao personally stating that she wasn't his daughter, would the Nan family still protect her? End of chapter. Chapter 1070. To save or not to save. Nan Mingzhu was panicking inside, but she forced calm on her face as she pointed at Song Jiang'an. It's all your fault. You cursed me. You're pretending to be dead, aren't you? You just wait for me. After saying this, she decisively pushed through the crowd and ran away. The crowd, for one thing, hadn't reacted in time, and for another, due to Nan Mingzhu's usual authority, no one thought to stop her, allowing her to escape quickly. Murder! Someone finally shouted, and soon more voices joined in. Some girls even screamed. Some tried to avoid the murder scene and leave, while others, hearing the cries of murder, ran toward it. The scene was chaotic. Mingyu heard the commotion and swept her divine sense over it, frowning slightly. Listening to the crowd's chatter, she quickly understood what had happened. However, she noticed that Song Jiang'an on the ground wasn't dead yet. Should she save her? Mingyu knew that although Song Jiang'an was Nan Mingzhu's lackey, her family was one of the 10 great families, the Song family. If she died, Nan Mingzhu, now without the Nan family's protection, would likely be sentenced to death by the Song family. But just letting her die without trying to help felt a bit hard to bear. Save her, Xiao Dao urged. If you save her, you can gain over 1,000 merit points. After all, Song Jiang'an, though she acted as Nan Mingzhu's lackey, wasn't an irredeemably evil person. At most, she cursed others on Nan Mingzhu's behalf and helped her do some annoying but not illegal bad deeds. Normally, saving a person only earned 10 merit points. Saving Song Jiang'an could yield over 1,000 merit points? Mingyu was puzzled. Why so many? Because she earned the position of Song family heir by currying favor with Nan Mingzhu. If she dies, the Song family will face turmoil over the heir, possibly splitting into factions and causing violent infighting, leading to many deaths. Moreover, Song Jiang'an hasn't committed any major evil deeds. On the contrary, she's done many good deeds in secret. If you save her, her merit will transfer to you. Additionally, if you publicly save someone who once opposed you alongside Nan Mingzhu, your kindness and wisdom will earn recognition from the entire school. The admiration and praise of the crowd can also convert into merit points, and you can use this opportunity to spread word of your medical skills. Alright, I'll save her then, Mingyu said. Xiaodao was right, letting Nan Mingzhu die too quickly would be a waste. But overall, Song Jiang wasn't that bad, just a social climber. Or perhaps currying favor with Nan Mingzhu was arranged by her family. Otherwise, as a martial artist and a daughter of a noble family, she wouldn't need to grovel to Nan Mingzhu. Besides, Master, don't you think letting Nan Mingzhu die too quickly is a pity? So, as long as she saved this woman's life, she could gain over 1,000 merit points. But before Mingyu could act, someone else stepped in. This was a traditional Chinese medicine college, so there were naturally professors and lecturers skilled in medicine. When they discovered that Song Jiang'an had been kicked over 10 meters by Nan Mingzhu, hit a wall, and spat blood before collapsing, someone immediately reported it to the school authorities. However, before the messenger returned, Associate Professor Zhang, who was passing by, went to check on Song Jiang'an. He first tested her breath. There was still a faint sign of life, then took her hand to feel her pulse. After checking both wrists, his expression grew increasingly grim. He shook his head. Her heart and lungs are injured, and the heart meridian is damaged. She's breathing out but not in. There's no saving her. The chapter ends. Chapter 1071, Not Knowing Whether to Laugh or Cry. When everyone heard Associate Professor Zhang say there was no saving her, their expressions changed one by one. No one expected that, over just a few words of quarrel, Nan Mingzhu had kicked someone to death. Associate Professor Zhang stood up and looked around. Who kicked her? Where is the culprit? Only then did everyone notice that Nan Mingzhu, who had kicked Song Jiang'an, was nowhere to be seen. It was Nan Mingzhu. Yes, it was Nan Mingzhu. Song Jiang'an just said she wasn't the real young lady of the Nan family, and she kicked her flying. Nan Mingzhu is too vicious. One kick and she killed someone. Don't talk nonsense. The person isn't dead yet. Associate Professor Zhang said there's no saving her, so she's definitely going to die. He was just about to lose his temper when Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, who had followed, quickly grabbed Associate Professor Zhang from either side. Huang Zifeng comforted him. Associate Professor Zhang, rest assured. My master, my eldest sister, is very skilled. Even if Song Jiang'an isn't dead yet, and even if she had just died, my master could snatch her back from the king of hell. Song Jiangnan's internal organs were bleeding, and she had to stop the bleeding with acupuncture as soon as possible. Associate Professor Zhang snorted, feeling a bit better. Associate Professor Zhang's face instantly darkened. Was she showing off that her eldest sister was more capable than him? Wang Huilan quickly chimed in. That's right, Associate Professor Zhang. Everyone knows your medical skill is excellent, but you are somewhat older and your eyesight isn't great. It's better to let the younger ones take the lead. Associate Professor Zhang's face grew even darker. Was she saying he was too old to be effective? Didn't she know that the older a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, the more valued they are? The onlookers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did these two young women even know how to talk? Then a male student nearby pulled the professor aside. Professor Zhang, you're the teacher. Just stand aside and guide. Let the students handle the hands-on work. Bellowed at by Mingyu. Associate Professor Zhang's face turned green and white. He was actually yelled at by a student. Moreover, the meridians that had been blocked by Nan Mingzhu's kick also needed to be unblocked. After all, it was a matter of life and death. If this female student could save the person, that would be best. Associate Professor Zhang saw that the girl had stepped forward to treat the person he had declared beyond saving. Was she questioning him? This student, what are you doing? Student Song Jiang'an is already breathing out more than in. There's no saving her. You, how can you act recklessly? Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Associate Professor Zhang shouted angrily, wanting to stop Mingyu from recklessly inserting needles. Mingyu didn't have time to explain much to him. She simply set up an invisible defensive barrier around herself, then took out a set of gold needles and began to apply them to the patient. When Mingyu arrived, Professor Zhang was questioning people. She immediately rushed over, grabbed Song Jiangnan's hand, and channeled a stream of spiritual power into her, repairing and reconnecting the heart meridians that had just been torn apart but still had faint threads attached. Please step aside. I need to save her. Mingyu yelled at Associate Professor Zhang, then turned back to continue inserting needles. But if she didn't save the person, he glared fiercely at Mingyu, who was applying the needles. He no longer tried to pull Mingyu away, but Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng were still obviously worried that he might make a move against their master, so they stood on either side of Associate Professor Zhang. The student who had called for help returned, bringing an old professor and a young man. The old professor, Meng Qingrui, saw Mingyu applying needles to Song Jiang'an. Her posture didn't look like a novice's, but rather like an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor. When he saw her needling technique and the faint white glow on each gold needle, his face showed shock. Spiritual needles? He looked at Mingyu with a respectful expression. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, donations, votes, and comments. Today's update ends here. Chapter end. Chapter 1072. It's actually the Spirit Needle. Professor Ming once heard his late master say that among all needling techniques, the most difficult is the Spirit Needle. It involves the healer infusing spiritual power onto the needle and, through manipulation, delivering that spiritual power to the patient's afflicted area, directly unblocking and repairing meridians, with the effect of bringing the dead back to life. This young girl, at such a tender age, actually knows how to perform the Spirit Needle. Moreover, the Spirit Needle is generally not allowed to be observed, because if someone accidentally interferes, causing the spiritual energy to flow chaotically, the practitioner could easily fall into demonic possession. Yet this young girl is performing the Spirit Needle on someone right out in the open. Associate Professor Zhang saw Professor Ming arrive and was about to speak, but Professor Ming quickly pressed his index finger to his lips, making a shushing sound. Even though Associate Professor Zhang had many things to say, he had to hold back. However, as he watched the growing admiration in Professor Ming's eyes, and then looked at Mingyu performing the needling, he simply couldn't understand why Professor Ming would admire a little girl like her. That needling technique, anyone from the acupuncture, moxibustion, and Twina department would understand it, right? But Professor Ming's expression made him dare not interrupt. He could only watch quietly. Once he calmed down and observed closely, he realized that Mingyu's needling technique was anything but ordinary. Since Professor Ming remained still, everyone else dared not make a sound to disturb Mingyu, so they all watched her perform the needling, afraid of affecting her work. His expertise lay in pharmacology. Acupuncture was not his strong suit, though he knew a little. To achieve such an effect, what kind of needling technique was this? He was very excited and looked at Mingyu. This classmate, the technique you just used. All right, she can be sent to the hospital now. As for students from the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine who had their own masters, he had seen them before. But someone carrying such a unique skill, this was his first time. This time, he was shocked. He looked at Nan Mingyu. What technique did you use? Since she called it a unique skill, naturally, she couldn't say. He quickly grabbed Song Jiangnan's pulse and found that her pulse had returned to normal. Mingyu had no favorable impression of this Associate Professor Zhang. It's my master's unique skill. After about 20 minutes, Mingyu finally wiped away non-existent sweat and removed the needles. She had a good impression of this professor, but the method of performing the Spirit Needle recorded in the medical canon required spiritual power. Those without spiritual power simply couldn't perform it. Professor Ming also wanted to ask, but seeing that Mingyu seemed unwilling to talk, he felt regretful. Since it was her master's unique skill, as a disciple, she naturally couldn't disclose it casually. Mingyu was taken aback. Where was she supposed to find a master to give him? She shook her head. I'm sorry, my master travels far and wide. I don't know where he has gone. Clearly, this Song Jiangnan, whom he had judged beyond saving, had regained some vitality. Associate Professor Zhang noticed that Song Jiangnan, who had previously looked deathly pale, now had a bit more color in her cheeks. Seeing Professor Ming's disappointed expression and his eager, puppy-like gaze, she softened a little. He urgently said to Mingyu, "Can I meet your master?" He was a professor devoted to medicine, and as people age, they often become childlike on the surface, but in truth, it's a return to simplicity. Suddenly recalling the word Spirit Needle that Professor Ming had unconsciously uttered earlier, she looked up and asked, "Professor Ming, do you know about the Spirit Needle?" Professor Ming nodded repeatedly. I heard my late master say that in this world, there are spirit healers. When a spirit healer performs the Spirit Needle, the needle emits a faint glow, and when it enters the patient's body, it has the power to bring the dead back to life. He asked cautiously, "Classmate Nan, are you a spirit healer?" Good morning, dear readers. I just went to the market to grab some holiday groceries, so the update is a bit late. My apologies. Chapter end. Chapter 1073, Not Going to Die. Mingyu was startled. There was such a thing as a spiritual healer? But using spiritual power to treat illnesses, calling it spiritual healing was indeed fitting. She lowered her eyes to conceal her shock. But my master said that to perform spiritual acupuncture, one must first cultivate spiritual power. Only when one has spiritual power within can it be transferred to heal a patient. Yes, she would attribute everything to her master. Upon hearing this, Professor Ming felt a pang of regret. So spiritual healers had to cultivate spiritual power first. Not only did he lack a cultivation method, but even if he had one, he was too old to start now. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Classmate Nan, your future achievements are boundless. I wonder if you'd be interested. He was about to ask if she'd be interested in becoming his disciple, but then realized she already had a master and couldn't take another, so he quickly changed his words. Would you be interested in setting another time to discuss medicine with me? The onlookers' eyes filled with envy at Professor Meng's words. This was Professor Meng, a professor on the expert panel treating high-ranking officials. Being a student was already a stroke of immense fortune, yet this Nan Mingyu had received an invitation from him to discuss medicine, and on equal terms at that. Was she here to mock them? After all, she had been clinging to Nan Mingzhu, only to be kicked by Nan Mingzhu until she was nearly dead. But now, a freshman had been invited by him to discuss medicine. He knew how brilliant Professor Meng was and how aloof he was. Even he, an associate professor, wasn't qualified to discuss medicine with him. He shook his head to clear the dizziness. Seeing that Professor Meng had left with his assistant after getting Mingyu's agreement to discuss medicine, he turned and asked, Xiaoqin, did you call 120? She had thought she was doomed, but she had woken up. She was used to opposing Nan Mingyu. As Nan Mingzhu's chief follower, she had never been kind to Nan Mingyu. Was this what they called a final burst of vitality before death? But why, upon opening her eyes, did she see Nan Mingzhu's rival, Nan Mingyu? Right, Nan Mingzhu. She had been kicked squarely in the chest and abdomen by Nan Mingzhu. A few broken ribs were the least of it. She could feel that her heart and lungs were injured, and the threat of death had already descended. You're not going to die, Mingyu suddenly said. His assistant Xiaoqin behind him replied, I've already had someone call. But maybe this classmate doesn't need an ambulance anymore. Look, she's awake. She stared fixedly at Nan Mingyu, who was just a few feet away. You, what did you do to me? Song Jiangnan was indeed awake. The pain in her chest and abdomen told her that what had happened wasn't a dream. Although Mingyu didn't know Professor Meng's mysterious status, seeing everyone's reactions, she knew he was someone important. She quickly smiled. It's an honor to study and discuss medicine with Professor Meng. Associate Professor Zhang, seeing that a freshman like Mingyu had caught Professor Meng's favor, felt annoyed. What did you say? Huang Zifeng said impatiently, my big sister said you're not going to die. My big sister is too kind. You're one of Nan Mingzhu's people. Even if Nan Mingzhu kicked you to death, it wouldn't be our concern, but she still saved you. Saving Song Jiangnan was essentially saving Nan Mingzhu, so Huang Zifeng was dissatisfied. But then she thought her master was right. Considering what kind of person Nan Mingzhu was, letting her get away with a death sentence was too easy. Better to let her suffer slowly, maybe even endure all the hardships her master had gone through before dying. Song Jiangnan's heart was shaken. She had thought she would die from Nan Mingzhu's kick, but she hadn't. And on top of that, she owed her life to Nan Mingyu. End of chapter. Chapter 1074, Let Her Suffer What Her Daughter Had Suffered. I'm sorry. Song Jiangnan's face showed shame. Alright, I accept your apology. I know you were just trying to gain benefits for your family by currying favor with Nan Mingzhu. In the future, keep your eyes open, not everyone from a great family is worth flattering. Mingyu whispered in her ear, besides, I saved you with ulterior motives. I don't want Nan Mingzhu to be sentenced to death because of your death. In truth, Mingyu felt a bit stifled. She would have preferred to let Nan Mingzhu die. But Xiaotao said saving this woman was worth over 1,000 merit points. 1,000 merit points, that was a significant amount. The last task had cost her 11,000 merit points, and though she later earned 30,000 merit points through her acts of saving people and eliminating evil, bringing her total to 80,000, the points she had spent still stung. Thus, she wanted this 1,000 merit points. Song Jiangnan was stunned. She saved her just to prevent Nan Mingzhu from being sentenced to death? Because someone had swapped identities with Nan Mingzhu, she had ended up as an abused foster daughter in the southern countryside. What's more, Nan Mingzhu had targeted her at every turn. How could she not hate her? Although Professor Meng's discussion with Mingyu about spiritual medicine and spiritual needles drew everyone's attention and eased his embarrassment, from now on, whenever people thought of Song Jiangnan, they would remember that his medical skills were inferior to Nan Mingyu's. She had originally planned to flatter Nan Mingyu as she had Nan Mingzhu, using her to secure her position in the family, but now she knew that was impossible. He had told Nan Cheng to expel Nan Mingzhu from the Nan family. Yes, she, Song Jiangnan, was Nan Mingzhu's lackey. How could they easily turn their swords into plowshares? She looked up at Mingyu. No matter what, you saved my life. For the rest of my life, I will do my best to repay you. Even if my abilities fall short and I can't repay your kindness, I swear I will never be your enemy. Mingyu actually began to admire Song Jiangnan a little. At least she knew how to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. A bitter smile spread across her face. Nan Mingzhu had become so irritable, kicking Song Jiangnan until she was barely breathing. That was his doing. Enough, the ambulance is almost here. Associate Professor Zhang said impatiently, looking at Song Jiangnan. He had made a fool of himself today, declaring someone beyond saving only to have a student save her. He couldn't save face. Nan Zhao's divine sense watched all this from afar, his eyes filled with endless coldness. So, she saved her just to prevent Nan Mingyu from being sentenced to death. But Nan Mingyu had passed the bloodline test and was a member of the Nan family. Even if she had sent people to capture Mingyu, no serious consequences had resulted, so she would only face minor punishment. He immediately understood this person should have been the young lady of a super family, raised in luxury and splendor from childhood. Thinking this, his wariness faded, and his earlier scheming vanished without a trace. Moreover, Nan Cheng had already punished Nan Feng and Nan Mingju. Expelling her from the Nan family now would invite gossip. Additionally, he had learned that Nan Mingju's biological mother, Leng Xiangyu, was also a cultivator and the female boss of Shangyun Antiques Company. Even if he drove Nan Mingzu out of the Nan family, she could return to Leng Xiangyu's side and still live a life of luxury. What he wanted was to make her suffer what his daughter had suffered. His daughter had endured 15 years of hardship because of her. She should suffer 15 years too. Chapter end. Chapter 1075, Nan Mingju's Escape. Nan Xiao very straightforwardly added a bit of psychological suggestion to Nan Mingju, making her irritable and easily lash out, kicking Song Jiang'an out with her foot. Moreover, when she kicked Song Jiang'an, the force wasn't originally that heavy from the female cultivator, but Nan Xiao added some strength to it. Although he didn't kill him on the spot, he was certain that Song Jiang'an was doomed. However, he never expected that his daughter would save Song Jiang'an's life. While he smiled bitterly, he also felt proud of his daughter. Someone who was on the verge of death had been revived by her with just a few golden needles. But even if his daughter saved Song Jiang'an, his goal was still achieved. Nan Mingju had already escaped. If she didn't want to go to prison, she would have to live a life of displacement, constantly hiding and fleeing. On the other side, Aunt Chin was also restless because the kindergarten was about to be requisitioned. She got up and went straight to the street office. Director Chiao was reading the day's newspaper, frowning as he scanned through it. What he was carefully reading was the part about Nan Mingju. Because he seemed to recall that the leader named Zhang had said the person who wanted this land, or rather this kindergarten, was called Nan Mingju. Aunt Chin glanced at the newspaper and suddenly spotted the name Jiang Mingyu. She found it strange. Was Jiang Mingyu in the newspaper? She quickly picked up the newspaper and read it carefully. So, Jiang Mingyu was a member of the Nan family. She was now called Nan Mingyu. Just as she was getting absorbed in the reading, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. She only knew that she had killed someone and had to flee immediately, otherwise she would be caught. So she had no idea that Song Jiang'an had been saved by Mingyu and hadn't died. Director Chiao picked up the phone. What did you say? You don't want it anymore? Why don't you want it? Aunt Chin looked at Director Chiao in surprise. Aunt Chin asked in confusion, really? She was the real eldest daughter of the Nan family. Thinking that she had latched onto a powerful connection, Aunt Chin almost laughed out loud. Even so, he was still puzzled and picked up the newspaper again. Could it be because this Nan Mingju is a fake young lady? Nan Mingju, whom Director Chiao called a fake young lady, fled back to the Nan family, rushed into the villa belonging to the main branch, and began hurriedly packing her things. Director Chiao said weakly, fake. Aunt Chin picked up the newspaper again. Was there any need to say it? Nan Mingju was a fake Nan family young lady. How could the higher-ups still help her? And only she understood that the jade shop was actually Nan Mingyu. Just as Aunt Chin was about to speak, he continued, would I say it if it were fake? I don't know what that jade shop did, but it made the higher-ups back off. However, even though he had drunkenly given away Mingyu's land, he regretted it after sobering up. Forcibly requisitioning privately purchased land was something he didn't want to do either. He was just forced into it. Now that he didn't have to do it, he still felt a sense of relief. Director Chiao glanced at her, seeing her acting crazy, and rolled his eyes. But even if he didn't die, she still couldn't say. Director Chiao put down the phone, his expression strange. Leader Zhang said that the matter of requisitioning the Mengmeng kindergarten land should be put on hold for now. If it were before, she wouldn't have run with the Nan family's big tree backing her. She wasn't afraid. But now that Nan Xiao had publicly exposed her as someone impersonating his daughter, a fake young lady, the Nan family wouldn't protect her. So she had to escape before anyone reacted. Young lady, why are you back? Don't you have class today? Zhang Ma's voice sounded. Nan Mingju ignored Zhang Ma and just kept packing. Zhang Ma knew her temper, so she stopped bothering her, went to the kitchen to grab a basket, and headed out to buy groceries. End of chapter. Chapter 1076, Swept Clean. Nan Mingju had her cultivation resources as the eldest daughter of the Nan family cut off, and even the million in pocket money she had saved was taken by the family because of the auction of the earth marrow. But Nan Ming later gave her 10,000 yuan. That 10,000 was in cash. Going from a millionaire young lady to a penniless pauper overnight made her extremely uncomfortable. She had originally wanted to forcefully reclaim the 1 million yuan donation to the kindergarten that Ganhua had been cheated out of by Nan Mingyu. But now, because Nan Xiao had made Nan Mingyu and her identity public, she didn't dare to ask for that 1 million back. After packing a few clothes and stuffing all her valuables into the treasure pouch Nan Ming had secretly given her, she suddenly remembered Nan Ming's place. Although Nan Ming had been missing for several days, she still had a key to his room. Nan Ming was the steward of the Nan family. With so many years of savings, his room should have plenty of good things. If she could take a few items and sell them on the underground black market, she could get a considerable amount of money. Therefore, she quickly left the house and headed toward Nan Ming's residence. She didn't go through the front door, but entered through the side door, slipping directly into Nan Ming's study. After restoring everything in the bedroom to its original state, she went into Nan Ming's collection room, which was filled with various antiques. She only took a dozen of the most valuable items before she could take no more. Her treasure pouch only had a volume of 1 cubic meter. In Nan Ming's room, Nan Mingju was almost unguarded. Usually, Nan Ming had told her where his treasures were kept. Even once, when he opened the safe, he didn't avoid her, and she memorized the password. She didn't even consider what Nan Ming would think if he returned to find the safe completely empty. The shadow guards at the main gate saw her carrying only a small shoulder bag and didn't pay much attention, letting her go. Leaving Nan Ming's house, Nan Mingju headed straight for the exit of the Nan family villa district. With these things, she could continue to live a very luxurious life. But in reality, she hadn't decided where to go. She boarded this train simply because it was about to depart. All of this made it convenient for her to steal Nan Ming's belongings. However, a divine sense was following her the entire time. She went directly to the train station, bought only a platform ticket, entered the platform, and boarded a train that was just waiting there. As she left the study, she noticed a letter of introduction stamped with various seals on the desk and took it on a whim. She didn't have time to examine it. She swept everything clean and stuffed it all into the treasure pouch Nan Ming had given her. If she hadn't thought the safe was too bulky, she would have taken the whole thing. Nan Mingju didn't know she was being watched. It was a train heading south to Shenzhen, the forefront of reform. She quickly opened Nan Ming's safe and found, as she had seen before, gold, bonds, US dollars, and some documents inside. In fact, even if she had entered through the main gate, no one would have stopped her. Everyone knew Nan Ming treated her like a daughter, and she often visited him, so no one would question her going to his house. If this train were heading to the far north, she would have boarded it anyway. She just wanted to leave the area for now. Hearing it was a train to Shenzhen, she was actually pleased. Once in Shenzhen, she would find a way to Hong Kong, and from there, make other plans. She didn't notice that as she squeezed onto the carriage, the string of a small pouch hanging around her neck broke. The pouch flew out of the window like lightning and was caught by a hand on the train platform. The owner of that hand was Nan Xiao. Today's update ends here. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter end. Chapter 1077. Loss. All of Nan Ming's belongings were plundered from the Nan family. How could she be allowed to take them away? Moreover, this girl had impersonated her own daughter for 15 years. Everything that should have been enjoyed by her daughter during those 15 years had been enjoyed by this girl instead. Therefore, these 100 treasure pouches of items should be considered compensation for her own daughter. Nan Mingju did not notice that her precious 100 treasure pouch was no longer around her neck, because she knew very well how strong the cord holding it was. It was a special rope that was difficult to break even with a knife, scissors, or strong pulling. Thus, she never worried that the strap of her 100 treasure pouch could be easily cut, or that the pouch tucked inside her clothes could be lost. The train let out a long whistle and started moving amidst a clattering sound. Nan Mingju had bought a platform ticket and boarded temporarily without a train ticket. She voluntarily went to buy a ticket but could only stand. She squeezed through the carriages, hoping to find a seat, but as she pushed through, she found every carriage packed full. Finally, a man saw her struggling and called out to her, "Miss, you can squeeze in with us." He politely said to the other two passengers, "Move over a bit, everyone's having a hard time." Nan Mingju didn't stand on ceremony. She was truly exhausted from standing. She now realized that her 100 treasure pouch was gray, and that gray flash was unmistakably her pouch. In other words, her 100 treasure pouch must have been taken from her at the train station. Nan Mingju shook her head. "Thank you, I don't want any." As soon as she saw the packaged snacks, she quickly called out, "Give me a pack of spiced peanuts and a pack of preserved plums." The young couple sitting next to him had to squeeze inward, making room for about half a buttock on the 3-seat bench. But when she reached out, she grabbed nothing. Peanuts are 1 yuan 50, preserved plums 1 yuan, total 2 yuan 50. The white-capped auntie smiled as she quoted the price, handing her a pack of peanuts and a pack of preserved plums. Nan Mingju reached into her bag for money, only then remembering that all the cash in her bag had been used to buy the ticket, with none left inside. She reached for the 100 treasure pouch on her chest, intending to pull out a few coins. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Nan Mingju's mind. When she had just squeezed onto the train, she felt a gray light fly out of the window and disappear. It was so dirty, everyone's hands were grabbing at things. How could she eat it? An auntie in a white cap pushed a sales cart down the aisle. Because the aisle was crowded, the cart moved with difficulty, but it slowly advanced as she called out the names of the items on the cart. However, since the man was sitting near the window, the aisle seemed wider, so she leaned against the seat. An auntie sitting across took out some snacks like melon seeds and invited everyone to share. The man grabbed a handful and offered them to Nan Mingju. A middle-aged man next to the auntie across got up to go to the restroom, and the auntie invited Nan Mingju. Have a seat. You can give it back when he returns. On the train, transactions naturally required cash in exchange for goods. Nan Mingju didn't want to squeeze in with the man and said, "No need, I'm fine standing." Nan Mingju's face instantly changed. The 100 treasure pouch held all her belongings. She cried out in panic, my treasure is gone. Stop the train, I need to get off, I need to get off." When the passengers on the train heard Nan Mingju's words, they felt utterly bewildered. Good morning, everyone. Today, 10 chapters will be released in a burst. 5 in the morning, 5 in the evening. This chapter ends. Chapter 1078, Fugitive Murderer. Everyone thought, who does this young lady think she is, daring to yell for the train to stop? Does she think the train is her private car that she can stop on command? Not to mention a train, even a bus wouldn't stop just because someone yelled. Besides, if her precious item was lost on the train, shouldn't she be looking for it on the train? What's the point of getting off now? The aunt across from her asked, what precious item did you lose? Nan Mingju frantically searched through her bag, sweat beading on her forehead. A very important treasure, a small pouch about the size of a palm. She couldn't say it was a treasure pouch, so she called it a small pouch. But what's so precious about a small pouch? Everyone's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Miss, if a pouch is lost, it's lost. Yeah, no one's going to stop the train for your pouch. Even if what you lost really is a treasure, no one's going to help you stop the train. Nan Mingju cried, there's not much money, only 10,000 yuan, but the other treasures are valuable. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder she wanted to get off. She gritted her teeth and held back. Looking at her clothes, the fabric was very tightly woven, shimmering with iridescent colors. That was high-quality material. Since the owner insisted on not calling the police, the well-meaning crowd let it go. The passenger who had gone to the restroom didn't return, so Nan Mingju stayed in her seat. Call the police, a young man across the aisle interjected. 10,000 yuan isn't much? Can this girl even talk? Call the police? Could she be from some big family? But she didn't seem to be saying it deliberately. She really didn't seem to care about 10,000 yuan. The white hat aunt selling food asked her, are you still buying your peanuts and preserved plums? Nan Mingju was already anxious herself. If she called the police, would they catch the thief who stole her treasure pouch, or would they catch her? She was a fugitive murderer. Forget it. I feel like I lost the item before boarding, so even if I call the police, I won't find it on the train. The man across from her took out some steamed buns and handed one over. Have one. Nan Mingju said gloomily, all my money was in the pouch. Since the pouch is lost, how can I afford to buy anything? That's right, miss. You should just let it go. At lunchtime, Nan Mingju felt in her bag and found only a pitiful 3 yuan left. Only then did everyone realize that when she said she lost her pouch, she actually meant she lost her wallet. Someone asked her, how much money was in your pouch? Nan Mingju seemed not to notice others' ill intentions and nodded seriously, I'm traveling alone. When I got on the train just now, it was so crowded that I lost my pouch. Miss, are you alone? Someone asked. Nan Mingju quickly waved her hand. I'm not hungry. After a moment, she added, thank you. She really wasn't used to saying thank you. The man smiled, you haven't even eaten my bun, so what are you thanking me for? You brought so much money, are you heading to Shenzhen to develop your career? Nan Mingju twitched the corner of her mouth and hummed in agreement. Me too, the man said excitedly. What do you plan to do in Shenzhen? Seeing that Nan Mingju didn't answer, he continued on his own. I'm planning to open a garment factory there. You don't know, over there a lot of fabric doesn't require ration tickets, and the clothes are so stylish. If I buy fabric there, make Hong Kong style ready to wear, and bring it back here to sell, I'm sure I'll make money. So, are you interested in starting a garment factory with me? End of chapter. Chapter 1079, Nan Mingju sold. Nan Mingju was somewhat tempted. At this time, the South had established a special economic zone, becoming the forefront of reform. If she could really make a fortune there, let them dare to look down on her. However, if it were before, she had plenty of money on her and could have started a factory with him. But now she had only 3 yuan left on her entire body. How could she partner with anyone? Nan Mingju suddenly thought of Long Xiangyu. If she called her, could she get money from her? She glanced at the man and said, "But all my money has been stolen, so I have no funds for now." However, she suddenly thought again. She was now a fugitive for murder. Wouldn't there be people lying in wait at every place connected to her? Forget it. Even if she wanted to find her, she couldn't go now. It would be better to first work in a factory and wait until the murder case died down before seeking her out. So, she looked at the man and said, "How about I first work in your factory?" The man frowned subtly, glancing at the high-quality jade bracelet on her wrist, the diamond ring on her finger, and the drop-shaped ruby earrings on her ears. "Miss, how could someone like you work as a laborer? That would be a waste of talent. How about this? We partner up, and I'll invest first. You manage things with me, and once you recover your money, you can invest it then." Nan Mingzhu felt that this man was truly considerate. Thus, the two began discussing investing in a garment factory. Before long, they were already on familiar terms, calling each other Brother Hua and Sister Ming. She realized she had fallen into a trap. This was a human trafficker. The apple he had given her earlier was drugged. She had checked and found no needle holes on the fruit. How had he poisoned it? She didn't know that the apple had been soaked in a drug solution, and when he went to the restroom, he had applied another layer. She ate it without suspicion, so how could she not be poisoned? "Sister Ming, don't fall asleep yet. We haven't finished discussing the garment factory construction," the man said. When he heard her mention that she had martial skills and could secure investment within half a year, a flicker of something unseen passed through his eyes before he quickly calmed down. But how could Nan Mingzhu still discuss garment factory construction with him? Her mind was still clear, but her hands and feet had gone completely limp, and she couldn't speak, only lying slumped on the table. Even as she ate, her mind was still occupied with the bright prospects of running a garment factory. The man took a few apples to the restroom and returned, offering one to Nan Mingzhu. Come, have an apple. I just washed them, so eat without worry." "All right, don't worry, I won't let you lose out. I have martial skills, so I can work as your bodyguard no problem. And within half a year at most, I can secure investment." In half a year, she could probably seek out Ning Xiangyu. As long as she found her, she wouldn't have to worry about money. "Thanks, Brother Hua." Nan Mingzhu didn't refuse anymore. Other things were easy to drug, but fruit was not, and she was really hungry, so she took the apple and ate it. However, not long after finishing the apple, she slumped over the table and fell asleep. Nan Mingzhu desperately wanted to stand up, but she couldn't move at all. The train stopped. They had arrived at a station. "Sister Ming, we're here. Let's get off," the man said, helping Nan Mingzhu up and walking. A woman who had gone to the restroom earlier came over and helped the man support Nan Mingzhu, leading her off the train. Although Nan Mingzhu's body, hands, and feet were weak and she couldn't speak, she was still a 6th-level martial artist, and her mind remained clear. End of chapter. Chapter 1080, Nan Mingzhu's Treasure Pouch, Part 1. Nan Mingzhu wanted to shout, "No, I don't want to get off the train." Or she wanted to yell, "Help! Someone's kidnapping me." But she couldn't utter a single word. She wanted to resist, to avoid being dragged off the train by those two, but Brother Hua and the other person were clearly skilled. One on each side, they forcibly escorted her off the train. After getting off, the woman first sized up Nan Mingzhu and said, "Not bad goods. Should fetch a high price." The man said in a low voice, "No matter how high the price for the goods, it won't compare to the jewelry she's wearing." The woman also noticed her bracelet. "How much is this bracelet worth?" "Don't underestimate this bracelet. It's fine jadeite. Just this bracelet alone is worth a few thousand. But that's not the most valuable part. The most valuable thing is the ruby earrings she's wearing. Each one is worth at least tens of thousands, and the pair is worth no less than 100,000. The woman was stunned. "We've hit the jackpot this time." Listening to them discuss her jewelry, Nan Mingzhu felt furious. Why hadn't anyone noticed she was being kidnapped? Nan Zhao's divine sense was attached to Nan Mingzhu, observing everything. He cursed inwardly, this fool. Not only did she dare to sit in a seat offered by a stranger on the train, but she also dared to eat something given by a stranger. That apple was clearly laced with knockout drugs. Later, when they realized she had martial skills, they added muscle relaxant powder. Moreover, he had heard that this Nan Mingzhu, to prevent Meng Yu from coming to the capital, had once sent people to capture Meng Yu and sell her overseas into prostitution. But that was fine. Hadn't Nan Ming arranged for Jiang family to sell his Meng Yu deep into the mountains as a shared wife? Let his daughter taste the experience of being sold as well. Nan Xiao didn't bother with Nan Mingzhu's fate. He only took her treasure pouch. As for the rest, he didn't fan the flames, but he also didn't lift a finger to save her. After Nan Mingzhu was taken away by the traffickers, he returned to Yang and Ali with her treasure pouch. That evening, when Meng Yu came back from her exams, Nan Xiao handed her a treasure pouch. This is for you." Moreover, she had brought this on herself. It wasn't others who had the traffickers kidnap her. Nan Xiao, who could have easily saved Nan Mingju, no longer concerned himself with her. However, he didn't retract that sliver of divine sense. The next time they met, he would retrieve it and learn everything about her movements. And so, Nan Mingju was kidnapped and sold. She was sold to a nightclub in a coastal city, where she became a hostess. Mingyu asked curiously, "What is this?" Nan Xiao smirked slightly. Nan Mingju cleaned out Nan Ming's family wealth and ran away. I went to the train station and took back her treasure pouch. Consider it a little compensation from her parents to you. Now, it was just a case of turning the tables on her. Mingyu was astonished. Nan Mingju ran away? Did she think she had kicked Song Jiang'an to death? More importantly, she had looted Nan Ming's wealth? Nan Ming had been so good to her, and yet she cleaned him out before leaving? If Nan Ming ever found out that the daughter he had cherished for 17 years had stripped him of everything, what would he feel? A treasure pouch is different from a storage bag. A storage bag can generally only be opened by its owner or someone several realms above in cultivation, but a treasure pouch can be opened by anyone. Its advantage is that ordinary people can use it, but its disadvantage is that it's easily stolen and changes hands. End of chapter. Chapter 1081, Nan Mingju's Treasure Pouch, Part 2. Mingyu easily opened the treasure pouch and then poured out everything inside. There was indeed a lot of stuff, and it was quite valuable. First, there were cultivation resources. She even found a bottle of stone marrow essence, a bottle of foundation nourishing pills, and a bottle of gathering origin pills, which were used for breaking through to the Xiantian realm, or only after reaching Xiantian. Wow, this Nan Mingzu actually has so many good things. Though, they weren't of much use to her. Next were worldly possessions, gold, about 100 jin, securities of unknown value. Additionally, there were multiple properties, 3 in the capital, 2 in Shanghai, and 2 in Shenzhen. Mingyu found it strange. Why did this Nan Ming buy so many houses? Who would have thought this Nan Ming actually owns foreign stocks? Wow, and US dollars too. There were about 500,000 US dollars, and also about 500,000 in national currency. But the biggest amount was in the passbook, over 30 million. She was somewhat unsure how to deal with Nan Ming. Killing him would be an unauthorized execution. He was also her biological uncle. And one of the Nan family rules forbade killing clan members. Seeing his daughter's regretful expression, Nan Xiao took a look and said, "It's fine. Tomorrow I'll go report the passbook lost and change the password. In a week, the money can be withdrawn or transferred." Mingyu was a bit confused. The name on it is Nan Ming. "Can you handle that, Dad?" Mingyu said, "Do I need to manage it myself? I'll just hire a manager to handle it." After some thought, Mingyu agreed, all right. She needed a lot of money for her charitable work. Having an existing company would be a good way to generate income. Seeing Mingyu hesitate, he added, his crime of forcing the patriarch's position and attempting to kill the family head to seize power means he won't survive in the Nan family either. The company Nan Ming had founded had assets worth over 100 million, which the Nan family didn't know about. Earlier, Nan Xiao had only considered that Nan Ming and his daughter had swapped Mingyu's life, and taking his assets as compensation was just karmic retribution. But now that he discovered Nan Ming's vast wealth, Nan Xiao somewhat regretted handing over his assets to Mingyu. A cultivator with all these things might lose focus on cultivation. But if you take his assets, you must hand him over to me to be brought back to the Nan family for judgment. His assets will serve as your compensation, Nan Xiao said. Are you willing? Though she had always said she wouldn't return to the Nan family, in truth, with her father there, could she truly never go back? But if she didn't kill him, she felt unsatisfied. Taking his assets and handing him over to the Nan family for judgment wasn't a bad outcome. Mingyu immediately brightened. Then can I sell these properties too? I have a friend named Yu Hang who wants to buy a house. Suddenly, Nan Xiao found some documents beneath the property certificates. He was surprised. No wonder he bought so many properties. He actually started a company in Shenzhen? Mingyu pouted. Without the password, it's useless. I'll disguise myself as Nan Ming and go. As long as I have the household register, I can report it lost. Also, Mingyu, you should return to the Nan family. Mingyu felt a bit bitter. She didn't want to return to the Nan family and be constrained, but her father was so good to her. How could she not acknowledge him? If she acknowledged her father, wouldn't that mean returning to the Nan family? But I really don't want to be restricted. At least for now, she didn't want to return to the Nan family. Nan Xiao said, you're in the mortal world now. If you return to the Nan family, no one would dare bully you. And once you're back in the main family. Next chapter update time, 7 p.m. Chapter end. Chapter 1082, he is not worthy of you. Even the Nan family from the mortal world would have to be able to bully me. Mingyu struck a smug pose. But what if the main Nan family comes out? Do you think it's that easy for the main family to send people out? Nan Xiao stroked Mingyu's hair. Every time they come out, they not only need the Alliance's array-opening talisman, but also 100 spirit stones. Spirit stones aren't easy to come by these days. Minyu frowned. Are 100 spirit stones really that hard to get? She knew spirit stones were scarce in the mortal world, but they shouldn't be that rare in the immortal sect, right? She had a large number of spirit stones given to her by Gu Dongxing, so she really didn't know they were so hard to obtain. Didn't they say 1,000,000 can buy one spirit stone? Nan Xiao laughed. That's the price in the mortal world, not in the immortal sect. In reality, no one in the immortal sect would sell spirit stones for mortal paper money. What's more common is that people from the immortal sect, when the sect opens, come out to buy up scattered spirit stones from the mortal world. Oh, Minyu finally understood. The price of spirit stones was set by the immortal sect, so naturally it couldn't be fair. But it also made her realize that, due to the increasingly thin spiritual energy, spirit stones were now very precious. Seeing Mingyu still deep in thought, Nan Xiao thought she was still worried and said, "Don't worry, you're already a golden core true person. In the main family, there are only 2 supreme elders. One is in a death seclusion and won't appear unless it's a matter of life or death for the family, and the other supreme elder is a nascent soul. The rest are just me, Nan Yuneo, and his father Nan Gong as golden core true persons. Now with you added, that makes 4 golden core true persons in total. Gu Dongxing is only a foundation establishment cultivator. He is not worthy of you. A golden core like you should at least be matched with another golden core, or even a nascent soul cultivator. Yes, the main family is the #1 cultivation aristocratic family in the immortal sect. Including the branch families, there are over 100,000 people. Plus, there are several thousand who have defected to the Nan family. So having just over 100 foundation establishment cultivators is nothing." He frowned slightly, but although you are a golden core true person, your combat strength is lacking. You might not even be able to beat certain foundation establishment peak cultivators with strong combat power. So it's best not to let anyone know you're a golden core for now. Minyu was startled. The main family actually has over 100 foundation establishment cultivators, and over 5,000 chi refining cultivators. After this battle with Nan Gong, Minyu deeply realized how weak her combat strength really was. As an early-stage golden core, she was inferior to Gu Dongxing, a foundation establishment peak cultivator. "I don't plan to go back to the immortal sect with you," she said quickly. "With my current combat strength, I'd definitely be bullied if I went to the immortal sect. So, regarding returning to the Nan family, I think I'll wait until next Sunday, after I'm engaged to Gu Dongxing, to talk about it." Minyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Would Gu Dongxing be willing to become a live-in son-in-law? The other foundation establishment cultivators were just over 100, and the chi refining cultivators numbered over 5,000. So, a golden core true person held great power within the family. If you cultivated to the nascent soul stage, even if you returned to the Nan family's main house, no one could restrain you, and no one would dare to. The key point was, if she went to the immortal sect, what would happen to Gu Dongxing? Nan Xiao saw through her thoughts. In our main family, men take wives and women take husbands. The children born also bear the surname Nan. That's how the population grows so large. Minyu was shocked. A single family with over 100,000 people, that was enormous, wasn't it? Minyu looked at Nan Xiao with a troubled expression. "I only want Gu Dongxing. You haven't seen many young talents here in the mortal world. If you enter the immortal sect, the range of choices will be much wider. But I only want Gu Dongxing. You should think it over more." End of chapter. Chapter 1083, Executing Nan Ming. Minyu said decisively, "No need to think it over. I only want Gu Dongxing." She and Gu Dongxing shared a bond from a past life. In that previous life, Gu Dongxing had unhesitatingly reincarnated through dissolution for her sake. How could she possibly leave him? Faced with his daughter's stubbornness, Nan Xiao felt quite helpless. He suspected that if he refused to accept Gu Dongxing as his son-in-law, this daughter of his might not be willing to return to the Nan family either. "Fine, let me meet him first." He had no choice but to concede. Minyu looked at her father worriedly. "You're not going to hit him, are you?" Nan Xiao nearly laughed in exasperation. I'm your father, the irreplaceable father in this world. But that man, he can be replaced." Minyu stared at Nan Xiao very seriously. "I lived for 17 years without a father, and I got through it just fine. But if I lose Gu Dongxing, I will never marry again in this lifetime." Nan Xiao frowned at Minyu. 17 years. He had been absent from her life for 17 years. At the very least, that Gu Dongxing had entered her life earlier than he had. He had spent more time with his daughter than Nan Xiao himself had. He felt a bit dejected. Minyu sighed and said, "Father, I know you look down on him a little, but in these 17 years of my life, he has been the kindest person to me. Moreover, he is my lifesaver. Without him, I would have been captured and taken deep into the mountains to be a shared wife." Seeing Minyu's expression, Nan Xiao felt helpless. He had just acknowledged his daughter, and already her heart had been stolen by a man. Truly, a grown daughter is hard to keep. This made her even happier than when Nan Xiao had given her Nan Mingju's treasure pouch. His daughter cultivated the path of merit and virtue. She had to repay kindness. If her father could not accept him, then Nan Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Was she trying to say that if he didn't accept Gu Dongxing, she wouldn't accept him either? Can we go back to the Nan family now? Nan Xiao reached out and stroked Mingyu's hair. Mingyu was overjoyed. Really? Thank you, father. As long as he didn't reject Gu Dongxing, that was fine. And so, Mingyu knocked out the troublesome Nan Ming, moved him out of the underground storage in her space house, and handed him over to Nan Xiao. Afraid she might say those words, he quickly interrupted her. Don't worry, father just wants to test him a little, to make him understand that marrying my daughter is no easy task. At the same time, I'll warn him so he won't dare to bully you in the future. I'll listen to you, father. But as for the matter of acknowledging our ancestry and returning to the clan, let's wait until we go back to the Nan family and the immortal sect. Sure enough, the Nan family quickly interrogated Nan Ming. The entire interrogation was recorded on video. Under Nan Zhao's hypnosis, Nan Ming truthfully confessed everything. How, on Nan Zhao's orders, he had swapped Mingyu with Nan Mingju, sending Mingyu to the Jiang Haidong couple. How he had instructed the Jiang parents to abuse and suppress Mingyu. How, after Mingyu got into university, he introduced a human trafficking ring to the Jiang parents to sell Mingyu deep into the mountains as a shared wife. And how, after that plot failed, he did everything possible to prevent Mingyu from attending high school, trying to get her expelled, and later, when she got into university, he found ways to stop her from enrolling. He confessed it all. The Nan family directly dealt with Nan Ming, sentencing him to death for usurping power, intercepting resources meant for the main Nan family and the immortal sect, secretly cultivating his own faction, and conspiring to harm the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Of course, to the public, they claimed he died of a sudden illness. To obtain a death certificate, they even sent the barely alive Nan Ming to the hospital for treatment. Naturally, the illness was incurable. Since his illegitimate daughter Nan Mingju had fled after injuring someone, they cremated him without waiting for her return. End of chapter. Chapter 1084. Are you willing to marry into the Nan family? Mingyu had returned to the Nan family. Although no formal ceremony was held to acknowledge her lineage, she rightfully took over Nan Ming's personal assets and occupied the villa that originally belonged to him. This was compensation for being sent to the countryside as a child to be raised as an adopted daughter, abused as she grew up, and kept away from home for over a decade. However, Nan Ming's treasure pouch had to be handed over to the family, because the cultivation resources inside were given by the main family to Nan Gong to pass on to the Nan family in the mortal world. Nan Gong gave them to Nan Ming, who kept everything for himself. Therefore, these items naturally had to be returned to the Nan family. Mingyu had never touched his treasure pouch. The family prized the stone marrow most highly, but Mingyu didn't care about it at all, because stone marrow was far inferior to the jade liquid Gu Dongxing had given her, let alone the stalactite marrow she had obtained herself. After the academy exams, the winter break would soon begin, and Mingyu's engagement ceremony with Gu Dongxing was fast approaching. She hadn't yet told Gu Dongxing about the Nan family's main house rule: men marry in, women bring in a husband. Would Gu Dongxing be willing to become a son-in-law living with the Nan family? Since Nan Xiao agreed to Mingyu's marriage with Gu Dongxing, he had moved back to the Nan family home. The two-story villa that belonged to him had been occupied by Nan Mingju for years, so he had it cleaned and moved in. Of course, he wasn't making room for Gu Dongxing. Rather, he had to assist Nan Cheng in handling the aftermath of Nan Ming's affairs, so staying at the Nan residence was more convenient. As soon as Nan Xiao left, Gu Dongxing moved in immediately. Although he couldn't share a room with Mingyu, just living in the same courtyard made him happy. Watching Gu Dongxing busying himself, Mingyu didn't know how to bring it up. Mingyu hesitated and said, Dongxing, if I asked you to be a live-in son-in-law, would you be willing? Dongxing. Gu Dongxing's face darkened as he looked at Mingyu. Has our father agreed to our marriage? Seeing Mingyu hesitant to speak, Gu Dongxing's heart sank. What he feared most was that Mingyu's father wouldn't approve of their engagement. He could clearly see Nan Zhao's disdain for him. She stared straight at Gu Dongxing. Are you willing to marry into the Nan family? He pulled Mingyu into his arms. Whatever it is, just say it. Gu Dongxing was puzzled. Mingyu had never thought like this before. Why was she saying this today? Mingyu had to steel herself and say, the main Nan family has a clan rule: to strengthen the Nan family, sons marry in wives, and daughters bring in husbands. The children born take the surname Nan. Mingyu nodded, but he's asking you to marry into the family. Mingyu was confused. Didn't you meet him already? Didn't he give you? Gu Dongxing was very frustrated. Yes, they had met, but his father-in-law only asked him a few questions and then sent him away, never saying whether he agreed or not. He frowned. Was it because he wouldn't agree to marry into the family? But she couldn't deny her father either. Her father was good to her, as strong as the father in her dreams, and was her solid support. If it came to it, she could tell her father that after returning to the Nan family and the immortal sect, she wouldn't acknowledge her lineage. Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu's tense expression and suddenly smiled. We're forming a Taoist partnership. What difference does marrying in or marrying out make? As for children, he sighed. High-level cultivators already struggle to have children. What does the surname matter? Mingyu suddenly realized, my father's clan rule is meant for ordinary people. Gu Dongxing pinched her nose and laughed heartily. You finally get it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1085. Boys take the surname Gu. Girls take the surname Nan. Gu Dongxing knew that some cultivation families did have this custom to expand their clans, keeping even their daughters at home to recruit husbands rather than marrying them off. But that practice only applied to ordinary people without spiritual roots. For high-level cultivators, first, having children was difficult. Second, could a clan's rules really interfere with a high-level cultivator? He was very confident in himself. That Nan Xiao wouldn't dare treat Mingyu the way he had, invading her body with his divine sense to explore it. Since he hadn't tested her spiritual roots in front of him, he had no idea that she was a heavenly spiritual root. Thus, he also didn't know how far her future would take her. He and Mingyu would surely rise very high in this lifetime. The rules of the Nan family could never confine them. Mingyu suddenly said, in the mortal world, family planning policies prevent us from having many children. Once we enter the immortal sect, let's have more. Boys take the surname Gu. Girls take the surname Nan. What do you think? Gu Dongxing nearly burst out laughing, but forced himself to hold it in. That's a great idea. Let's have a whole soccer team. But first, we need to get married. Mingyu only then realized what she had said. Her face flushed red as she reached out to hit Gu Dongxing. You're making fun of me. Gu Dongxing caught her hand and pulled her back into his arms. All right, I won't laugh. Wife, let's make a pact then. After we enter the immortal sect, we'll have many children. Boys take the surname Gu. Girls take the surname Nan. Gu Dongxing's heart finally settled. Good, Nan Xiao might have looked down on him, but he had still agreed to their marriage. He spun Mingyu around in his arms. Haha, wonderful. We're going to be engaged. This voice belonged to Jiang Huayu. It was filled with unmistakable venom. An unpleasant voice said, people who do evil usually have karma clinging to them, just like the body you and I are in now. But I can't see any karma on her. Are you sure she really caused the deaths of your parents? Jiang Huayu's eyes erupted with venomous hatred. Even if she didn't kill them herself, she was the cause. If Mingyu were here, she would recognize this woman as Jiang Huayu, but the voice wasn't hers. The person let out an unpleasant laugh. The one you want to deal with is that woman? Are you sure that once she dies, you'll willingly let your consciousness disperse and completely give this body to me? Another voice sounded from within Jiang Huayu's body. I'm sure, mastering. Mingyu killed my parents. I want her dead. Of course, this was Nan Yao's doing. He had abused his Yuer, sold her deep into the mountains to be a shared wife. How could he allow them to continue living? Both of them were immersed in the sweetness of their happiness, unaware that a divine sense was watching them from afar, its gaze filled with venom. Yes, Jiang Huayu's father, Jiang Haidong, and mother, Li Chunhua, who had been in prison, had both died a few days ago. Thus, he crushed them like ants, killing both of them while they were still serving their sentences. Of course, their causes of death were one from a sudden heart attack and the other from being killed in a fight. It turned out that after Jiang Huayu was killed by Mingyu's divine sense spike, she was immediately possessed by a remnant soul of a nascent soul cultivator who had been waiting for the opportunity. However, because she had a deep obsession killing Mingyu, that sliver of consciousness never dissipated. After being possessed, that cultivator's soul was injured by Mingyu's with lightning and couldn't completely erase Jiang Huayu's consciousness, only pushing it to the depths of her mind. When that master incultivated, Jiang Huayu's consciousness instead used his soul energy to nourish and strengthen her own soul. End of chapter. Chapter 1086. How to choose. And so it was. Jiang Huayu's obsession remained unresolved, her consciousness not extinguished, preventing the cultivator's remnant soul from fully seizing her body. Thus, he asked Jiang Huayu what her obsession was, and she replied that it was to kill Nan Mingyu. Consequently, Ying had no choice but to seek out Nan Mingyu as Jiang Huayu demanded, intending to kill her in one strike and put an end to Jiang Huayu's obsession. Fine, as you wish, the unpleasant voice said. However, her cultivation had not yet recovered, and killing Mingyu was no easy task. She would have to think of another way first. Moreover, this society was governed by law. Killing was not permitted lightly. The best approach was to use someone else's blade. At that moment, watching the happiness and sweetness between Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, the hoarse voice said, rather than killing her outright, why not make her life worse than death? What do you think? After a moment, Jiang Huayu's voice slowly rang out, not bad. For instance, we could start by ruining her engagement ceremony. Haha, we're on the same page this time, the unpleasant, hoarse voice said. Mingyu did not know that even after being possessed, Jiang Huayu could still retain a sliver of consciousness, intending to cause trouble at her wedding. Even if she did know, she had no mind to care, because a major trouble was about to land on her father's head. The Dragon Group received a transmission talisman sent from the Nan family of the Immortal Sect, demanding that the Dragon Group hand over Nangong to Nan Shao to be taken back to the Nan family for punishment. Furthermore, his act of capturing Nangong and handing him over to the Dragon Group would be exaggerated. But the benefits offered by the Nan family were truly tempting. A bottle of 100 drops of marrow in stone, 10 bottles of 100 pills of ancient method refined Peiyuan Dan, 10 bottles of 100 pills of Jiyuan Dan for martial artists to break through to the innate realm and increase cultivation thereafter, and 10 pills of Buyuan Dan for foundation establishment cultivators to improve their cultivation. How was he to choose? But now, faced with a demand from the main Nan family, could he refuse? Once Nangong was taken back to the Immortal Sect, he might escape punishment. Nan Shao was stunned, who had informed the main Nan family of the Immortal Sect about Nangong's capture. At the same time, Nan Shao also received a transmission talisman, ordering him to bring Nangong back to the Immortal Sect immediately. The Dragon Group. Originally, he had thought that as long as the Dragon Group dealt with Nangong, he could return to the Nan family later, and the family head would have no hold over him, since it was not he who had punished Nangong. These resources were something the Dragon Group could never obtain under normal circumstances. But now, they could be had simply by handing over Nangong. The dragon head frowned, looking at Nangong, who was bound but still held his chin high with an arrogant expression. When exactly had he sent out the rescue talisman? He was tied up with his own immortal binding rope and couldn't use even a trace of spiritual energy. If he handed him over to the Nan family of the Immortal Sect, the members of his Dragon Group would have died in vain. He couldn't bear to let go of someone who had colluded with a demonic cultivator and sent his own team members to the demonic cultivator for healing. Should he sell Nangong at a good price or insist on punishing this man who had conspired with a demonic cultivator to harm Dragon Group members? He truly couldn't bear to refuse the Nan family's resources. But accepting them would betray the 9-man squad that Nangong had sent out under the pretext of handling a bloodsucking case, only to actually deliver them to the demonic cultivator for healing. What frustrated him most was that, although the chief had said the decision was his, he had also added, the Nan family of the Immortal Sect is not someone we can afford to provoke. His meaning was clear. Take the resources and let the man go. He glanced at Nangong, who was looking at him with disdain. You don't seem worried about your fate at all? Remember, your life and death are in my hands. But Nangong raised his chin, looking at the dragon head with contempt, and said something that made the dragon head so furious smoke seemed to pour from his orifices. Dear readers, today's burst of updates ends here. See you tomorrow, and thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 1087. I dare you to kill me. Nangong said smugly, I told you long ago, I am the eldest son of the Nan family, the #1 cultivation clan in the Immortal Sect, and the future heir of the Nan family. Do you really think the Nan family would let you off if you killed me? What's more, my family will surely offer you compensation, won't they? As the eldest son of the Nan family head, that compensation will be generous. Are you willing to give up the Nan family's compensation? Even if you are willing, your superiors certainly won't be. They will prioritize the bigger picture and won't let you offend our Nan family. So, Nangong said arrogantly, Dragon Head, even if you truly want to kill me to avenge Zhao Chunqiu, I dare you to kill me. The Dragon Head was furious. Nangong had hit the mark, never mind his superiors. Even he himself was somewhat reluctant to give up the compensation the Nan family would offer. The Dragon Group's cultivation resources were growing scarcer by the day. But Zhao Chunqiu and the others were watching him. However, you colluded with a demon cultivator to obtain his soul-refining techniques, harmed our Dragon Group comrades, sent our fire attribute members to the demon cultivator as antidotes for his cold poison, and even ignored the 500-plus lives trapped in the blood-devouring formation, allowing Qiu Chunshan to devour the nascent souls within. Do you really think you deserve to be forgiven? Nangong's eyes flickered. How did he know that he wanted Qiu Chunshan to refine the blood-devouring vengeful souls? Could it be that Qiu Chunshan, that fool, had talked? He sneered. Who said I was after the soul-refining technique? You actually believe the words of a demon cultivator. Hearing this, the dragon head paused. Yes, this Nangong had sent Dragon Group personnel to treat a demon cultivator's injuries and cold poison, all for the sake of a demon cultivator friend. No one would believe it was out of friendship. Moreover, this was a mass attack technique no matter how many enemies you faced. As long as he set up the formation and released the blood-devouring vengeful souls, he could easily deal with them. Yes, not killing, not leaving souls for reincarnation, but directly annihilating both form and spirit. Thus, the method of using blood-devouring vengeful souls to enhance cultivation had been lost, and the practice had been eradicated. How arrogant an act this was. The dragon head gritted his teeth. Whether I believe you or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you did it. He had no idea where Qiu Chunshan had obtained this method, but the blood-devouring vengeful souls had begun to reappear. Nan Shao had mentioned to him that the demon cultivator's most fearsome technique was the blood-devouring vengeful soul. Once released, not only was it invincible among those of the same rank, but even those a rank higher would struggle to escape unscathed. Furthermore, once the great formation was set, the blood-devouring vengeful soul could absorb all the cultivation energy of those trapped within, making advancement extremely easy. In this era of scarce resources, it was a shortcut to cultivation. Nangong said disdainfully, "What did I do? I did nothing. What you obtained by hypnotizing Qiu Chunshan cannot be used as evidence in court. At most, I merely sent a few people to handle the blood-sucking case." The most infuriating part was that Qiu Chunshan had set up the blood-devouring formation in Shanbei village, trapping over 500 villagers inside, and even dared to have the dragon group send fire attribute cultivators to heal his injuries. However, in the immortal sect, demon cultivators were hunted by everyone. This method of advancement used by demon cultivators was also forbidden by the Cultivation Alliance. Once discovered, they were eliminated. Send a few people to handle the blood-sucking case? Then why did you join forces with a demon cultivator to attack my dragon group squad? Thinking of the heavy casualties among the dragon group squad, he was furious. If not for Nan Mingyu's formation array and her contribution of so many rejuvenation pills, the dragon group members sent out this time would likely have been completely wiped out. Nangong sneered, "That's because they abandoned the trapped civilians and fled the battlefield. They deserve to die." As one of the leaders of the dragon group, I carried out their execution. Good morning, dear readers. Still updating 10,000 words today. Don't forget to cast your votes and leave a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter end. Chapter 1088. The Nan family will not let you off. The dragon leader grew even more furious. Old Feng and the others merely discovered the truth about being sent to the mountain-back village and made a temporary strategic retreat that cannot be called desertion. If they hadn't left, they would have been helping the demon cultivator heal his wounds, which would be like raising a tiger to bring disaster. Even if, hypothetically, they made a wrong move, that would be for my dragon group to deal with afterward, not for you, Nangong, to execute on the spot. What's more, you joined forces with the demon cultivator to attack them, intending to silence them all. And you still claim you haven't colluded with the demon cultivator? You still dare to say they deserve to die? He was so enraged that words failed him. Pointing at Nangong, he said, You are the one who deserves to die. Even if your Nan family brings out mountains of gold and silver, I will make you pay blood for blood. Attacking a dragon group squad alongside a demon cultivator, Nangong could not talk his way out of that. Yet his face still bore an arrogant, disdainful expression. So what if I killed them? Don't you want the Nan family's cultivation resources anymore? Even if you don't care for yourself, are you selfish enough to disregard the rest of the dragon group? Nangong had calculated it well. Although the spiritual energy in the immortal sect was also gradually thinning, it was still far better than in the mortal world. The spiritual energy in the mortal world was almost negligible. If the dragon group members wanted to cultivate, they had to obtain cultivation resources. And the batch of resources his father had offered, though insignificant to the Nan family, was far too tempting for the dragon group. As long as he wanted those resources, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him, Nangong. I will send you back. The dragon leader suddenly smiled. Given the evil deeds he had done in the dragon group, twice abusing his power for personal gain, summoning Gu Dongxing by name only to assign him a suicide mission, colluding with Qiu Chunshan to send him people for healing, and especially joining Qiu Chunshan in killing that squad as their leader, the dragon leader beating him up didn't seem like such a grave offense. Nangong, who should have felt reassured, was instead chilled to the bone by that smile. The dragon leader had always been an easygoing colleague in his presence. Hadn't the chief agreed to accept the Nan family's compensation and send him back to the Nan family? How dare he, without any regard, lay hands on him like this? Therefore, he truly looked down on the dragon leader. In the dragon leader's presence, he was always arrogant, reckless, and contemptuous. But he never imagined that provoking the dragon leader would have such severe consequences. The dragon leader's fist shattered Nangong's dantian, and as the dantian burst, the golden core inside it also cracked apart. He only felt an intense pain in his dantian that drowned his consciousness, and the dragon leader's voice rang in his ears. But you still have to bear the punishment you deserve. Wasn't the dragon leader a government man? Sure enough, the next moment, the dragon leader appeared beside Nangong and punched him in the dantian. Nangong tried to dodge, but bound by the immortal binding rope, how could he get out of the way? Nangong had indeed never taken the dragon leader seriously. After all, it wasn't the dragon leader who had captured him, but Nan Shao. Moreover, during his years as deputy leader of the dragon group, the dragon leader, being weaker in skill, had always deferred to him. But he never expected that once provoked, the dragon leader would recklessly cripple him. No, he had only injured him, not killed him. By the standards of mortal injury assessment, this wound couldn't even be detected. Or, even if it were detected, it wouldn't count as a serious injury. Was he not afraid of a court-martial? He had miscalculated. However, the Nan family would not let him off. But the only person from the Nan family in the mortal world now was Nan Shao. Would he help him? No, he had to send out another distress talisman. But the excruciating pain still caused him to lose consciousness. End of chapter. Chapter 1089. I do not regret. The dragon chief watched Nangong fall and finally let out a breath of pent-up frustration. Yes, Nangong had guessed correctly. He could not defy the chief's orders. However, the chief had not said he had to hand over an intact Nangong either. Nangong's dantian had been shattered by his blow, and his golden core was broken. Unless a medicine to repair the dantian could be found, even if he managed to return to the Nangong family in this lifetime, he would be useless. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, becoming a prisoner, yet still daring to act so arrogantly, he deserved to be beaten to death. But then, a bitter smile quickly replaced it. Having crippled Nangong, would the Nangong family still provide the promised cultivation resources? Without the Nangong family's resources, one of the chiefs would likely be displeased. And if the chief was unhappy, the dragon god probably wouldn't let him off either. For a moment, he felt dejected over his own impulsiveness. When Nan Shao brought Mingyu to find him, the dragon chief was just standing there, helplessly smiling and wallowing in frustration. Nan Shao glanced at Nangong and immediately understood why he was so downcast. Nan Shao was still struggling with how to ask the dragon chief to keep Nangong, but he hadn't expected that this fool Nangong, upon learning that the family head was willing to pay a hefty ransom to redeem him, would become so arrogant that the dragon chief couldn't tolerate it anymore and crippled his dantian. The Nangong family had offered a high price to redeem Nangong, but now that he was crippled, those resources were likely out of reach. If Nangong didn't return to the immortal sect, at least he wouldn't have to worry about him twisting the truth. And as long as he reported the situation truthfully, even if the Nangong family head wanted to punish him, he wouldn't find a reason to do so. Seeing the dragon chief in low spirits, Mingyu suddenly called out, "Dragon chief, you're the best. You gave up the Nangong family's resources just to avenge us." As she spoke, she raised her thumb. But then, thinking about the treasure selection, Minyu's mind wavered. She had a feeling that she had missed some treasure. It was really strange. She hadn't even gone to pick the treasures yet, so how could she have missed one? It must be an illusion. When the dragon chief saw Mingyu giving him a thumbs up, his bitter smile carried a hint of comfort. No matter what, he had at least done right by the team that Nangong had attacked. He smiled at Mingyu. "You're here to claim your 3 treasures, aren't you? I'll have someone take you to the treasure vault." Although shattering Nangong's dantian and cracking his golden core would bring unpredictable consequences, he did not regret it one bit. End of chapter. Chapter 1090, A Man of Responsibility. The dragon head then turned to Nan Shao. "Mr. Nan, you've come to take Nangong away, haven't you? However, during his service in my dragon group, Nangong committed crimes. He abused his power for personal gain, colluded with demon cultivators, set up an inescapable trap, and sent my dragon group members to the demons to neutralize the cold poison. After my dragon group squad escaped the enemy's formation, he pursued and attacked them, joining forces with the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan to block them at the waterfall, resulting in 1 death and 5 severe injuries. His crimes are well documented. Yet, despite committing such grave offenses, Nangong showed no sign of remorse. He even brazenly declared that my dragon group members deserved to die and that he doubted I would dare do anything to him. I was provoked by him, and in a moment of uncontrollable anger, I injured him. I'm afraid I cannot return him in perfect condition." Nanzhao's lips twitched. "You, the dragon head, a man over 200 years old, would lose control of your emotions just because Nangong provoked you? Who are you fooling?" Clearly, he didn't want to let Nangong off easily, but couldn't deal with the Nan family, so he deliberately let Nangong provoke him, then used the excuse of losing control to cripple him. But he certainly wouldn't expose him. Nangong had first targeted his daughter, even making her the adopted child of a malicious rural couple right after her birth, and now he wanted to kill her to silence her. His relationship with Nangong was already irreconcilable. Thus, Nan Shao merely nodded faintly. "This isn't your fault. I'll report to the family head when I return. The dragon head sighed. All right, do you want to take him back today or? Nan Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had thought that since the dragon head had crippled the man, he would definitely keep him and punish him under secular law. Unexpectedly, even after disabling him, he still dared to let him take him back to the Nan family? Didn't the dragon head understand this reasoning? I know that since he became the deputy head of my dragon group, if he committed a crime, he should be punished under secular law. But the chief had said to consider the bigger picture. The Nan family couldn't be provoked. So, this man still had to be sent back. That is to say, whether for his sake or the dragon head's, this man should stay and be executed by secular law. He thought it over and still reminded him, actually, since Nangong became the deputy head of the secular dragon group, he is a member of the dragon group. If a dragon group member commits a crime, he can absolutely be punished under secular law. Therefore, he planned to take sole responsibility for injuring Nangong. He couldn't very well say, this Nangong is my enemy. Even if he has lost his cultivation, if he stirs up trouble with the family head when he returns, I won't be able to handle it. It's best to keep him here. Nor could he say, if you let him go back like this, he'll hold a grudge against you. When you enter the immortal sect or when the 9-9 immortal gate opens, he'll have the family head avenge him. So, it's best to keep him here. I don't regret destroying his Dantian. Although it was an act provoked by his anger, he plotted against my dragon group squad, causing 1 death and 6 severe injuries. In fact, if you hadn't intervened in time, Mr. Nan, all 9 members of my dragon group squad might have been silenced by him. He didn't know how to put it for a moment. So, even though destroying Nangong's golden core was due to my mistake, it was still a punishment he deserved. As for the responsibility for injuring him, I'll bear it alone. Nan Shao understood. The dragon head neither wanted to let Nangong off nor give up the resources. So, he staged this, crippling Nangong while still aiming to reclaim the resources. Because the Nan family only said they would trade resources for Nangong, not that they wanted an unharmed Nangong. But in doing so, the dragon head, who had crippled Nangong, became an enemy of the Nan family. Mingyu looked at the dragon head with admiration in her eyes. This was a man of responsibility. The chapter ends. Chapter 1091. He must be made to stay and face legal punishment. The dragon head's actions also earned Nan Zhao's admiration. If he wasn't afraid of retaliation from the Nan family patriarch, why should Nan Shao be afraid? Nan Shao suddenly said, actually, the leaders of the mortal world don't need to fear the immortal sects at all, because every sect, big or small, knows that the mortal world is guarded by the dragon god. So, your chief probably wants those resources more to strengthen your dragon group. As long as you can find a batch of resources equivalent to the Nan family's compensation, the chief likely won't blame you, let alone insist on sending Nangong back to the Nan family. The dragon head smiled bitterly. If I could find resources, there'd be no need to say all this. But where am I supposed to find that many resources? He had already searched every place where resources could be found. Though there were still some places left to try, going there would mean a near certain death. Upon hearing this, Mengyu had an idea. She had to make the dragon head find a way to keep Nangong here and subject him to secular legal punishment. I can ask my master for resources, twice as much as what the Nan family offered. Nan Shao and the dragon head both turned to look at Mengyu, shock evident in their eyes. Mengyu pointed at the rope binding Nangong and said, but I want your immortal binding rope. Foundation establishment pills and gathering essence pills could be exchanged with student points. Chi restoration pills required essence points. Yellow dragon pills cost 10 merit points, and the infant coagulation pill. It actually required 1,000 merit points. That was too expensive. Xiaotao said that merit points should be saved, because they could protect her, even during tribulation, shielding her from harm. This was a major trump card to compensate for her lack of combat power. Mengyu was a bit frustrated because Xiaotao said the infant coagulation pill cost 1,000 merit points. But she still shook her head. I don't have many offensive magic tools. I'll give you an additional infant coagulation pill to help you break through to the nascent soul stage. Seeing his reluctance to part with it, she further tempted him. I'll also ask my master for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for you, so you can form your nascent soul right away. The dragon head was very tempted. With the infant coagulation pill, he would have a chance at forming his nascent soul. But the immortal binding rope was his key weapon as dragon head. Without it, how could he capture those cultivators who broke the mortal world's rules? Mengyu quickly added, I can give you a spiritual artifact that my master gave me. The dragon head smiled wryly. This immortal binding rope of mine wasn't cheap. Ignoring her father's gaze, Mengyu looked at the dragon head. Does the dragon head agree or not? In Mengyu's ring, there were still a few spiritual artifacts, but she rarely used them. The weapons she had used so far were the 5 elements fan, the medicine hoe, and the bow and arrow. She really liked the immortal binding rope. With just a point of her finger, it could bind an opponent. Anyone not a full major realm above her could be caught. With the infant coagulation pill, could they form their nascent souls? Of course, they would also need enough spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering formation. But she truly wanted that immortal binding rope. The dragon head was quite helpless. Mengyu's offer was generous, but the immortal binding rope was a spiritual artifact, and more importantly, it was his work tool. He couldn't give it away. Gu Dongxing had been a weapon refiner in his past life, so his ring contained many spiritual artifacts, magical tools, and even treasures. In this life, after forming his golden core, he could refine spiritual artifacts and even treasures. So ordinary magical tools and spiritual artifacts were not something she lacked. She actually had an infant coagulation pill? Both Nan Xiao and the dragon head, both at the peak of the golden core stage, stared at Mengyu with bright, gleaming eyes. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Given how rare spirit stones were nowadays, even as the head of the dragon group, he only received 2 low-grade spirit stones per month. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones would take him 2,000 years to accumulate. The dragon head smiled bitterly. He was truly tempted. End of this chapter. Chapter 1092, Treasure Vault Selection. Mengyu analyzed further. With the condensing infant pill and 100,000 spirit stones, you, dragon head, can attempt to condense your infant. If you succeed, you will definitely succeed. Once you succeed, you won't need to fear anyone. And with the resources I asked Master for, double what the Nan family got, the chief won't blame you either. With the dragon got here, even if the Nan family's patriarch comes out, he won't dare to do anything to you. This way, you can stand tall and send Nangong directly to a military court, instead of humiliating yourself by sending him back to the Nan family. The dragon head shook his head but ultimately agreed to Mengyu's request. He glanced at Nan Xiao and said, "You really raised a good daughter." Nan Xiao also understood that his daughter seemed to be asking for the immortal binding rope, but in reality, she was helping him. Even if Nangong was crippled, as long as he returned to the Nan family, he might recover, though it would be difficult. Moreover, once Nangong returned, he would surely seek revenge. His father was the family head, and with a little trick, he could make things unbearable for Nan Xiao. Therefore, the best outcome was for Nangong to face legal punishment in the mortal world. Mengyu reached out to lift the shelf and picked up that brick. Are you sure this is a treasure? Next, Mengyu entered the treasure vault with her father to choose her 3 treasures, accompanied personally by the dragon head. Mengyu naturally didn't know how to choose, but she had Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, pay attention. What good things are in this treasure vault? We can only pick 3 items. Mengyu rolled her eyes internally. Don't you see that everything here is marked with restrictions? You can only hold them in your hands, not put them into a storage pouch. I can only pick 3 items here. If you want essence points, let's go to the antique street to find more. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, yes, yes. First, take them in. Xiao Dao was very excited. Master, everything here has a lot of essence points. If we could absorb all these essence points, your space area could double. Hey, Master, go forward. Yes, yes, yes. Stop. Do you see the box in the lower left corner? At the entrance of the treasure vault, the dragon head said, "Girl, this is our treasure vault. Your father and I can't go in. Go in and take a look yourself. Whether you can pick good things depends on your own eye." Is it the thing in this box? No, it's to the west of the box, that brick propping up the shelf. Xiao Dao lamented, so many essence points that can't be absorbed, what a pity. The items in the treasure vault were all kinds of strange things collected by the state over the years. If you lacked insight, the things inside were worthless, but if you had insight, you might find rare treasures. Stop rambling, hurry up and find something useful. Mengyu walked past rows of shelves, scanning the collections with her eyes. Mengyu noticed that this brick had no restrictions, so she put it into her space and continued wandering. Master, 5 meters to the right front, the 3rd shelf, there's a defensive bracelet with its own formation. It can block 1 strike from an infant stage cultivator, and attacks below the golden core stage are ineffective. Mengyu didn't bother to judge whether it was good or not. Since Xiao Dao chose it, she didn't want to argue, so she picked it up. Afterward, guided by Xiao Dao, she found a black iron piece. Xiao Dao explained, this has an attack technique on it, the Great Hand Seal. End of this chapter. Chapter 1093, for treasures. Mengyu recalled her last confrontation with Nangong, where her flying sword was easily melted by him and her arrows met the same fate. Feeling uneasy about it, she realized that with this Great Hand Seal technique, she could compensate for her lack of combat power, so she naturally accepted it. Since this iron piece contains a combat technique, why didn't Dragon Head and the others discover it? Because there's a restriction on it, they couldn't see it, Xiao Dao said. After that, Xiao Dao found another piece of black, rough stone. Master, this is space stone, which can be used to refine space rings. Minyu could exchange essence points for storage pouches, but she couldn't obtain space rings that way. She had only gotten hers through sheer luck. So, she also took the space stone in her hand. Walking around a bit more, she discovered a piece of wood that looked like agarwood on the surface, but was actually soulwood. This is one of the materials for refining soul-restoring pills. Even if it's not used for that, just using it to nurture the soul makes it a great treasure. Since she could only take 3 items, but now she had her eye on 4, she didn't know how to choose. Letting go of any one of them felt like a loss. She absolutely wanted the technique, and she couldn't bear to part with the defensive bracelet either. Having cultivated the Wu God technique, she felt that the soulwood would definitely be useful to her in the future, so she was reluctant to put it down. But the space stone, it could be used to refine space rings. She was even more unwilling to give it up. In the end, she walked toward the treasure vault door holding 4 items. A jade bracelet, a piece of agarwood, a black stone, and a gray-black iron piece. What was this girl thinking in her choices? Aside from the bracelet, none of them looked like good things. Minyu held the 4 items, but after I chose them, I couldn't bear to put them down. This extra piece of meteorite, I just liked the look of it, so I took it out together. Still, why was she telling him this? Doesn't it look like a treasure? I think it doesn't either, but I liked it as soon as I saw it. Right, you said I could pick 3 treasures myself. It doesn't matter what I choose, does it? Then, could I buy this extra one? Buy it? Dragon Head suddenly remembered she had a wealthy master and said, fine, 10 foundation establishment pills. As he spoke, he glanced at the items Minyu had chosen. Xiaonan, are you sure you want these 4 things? They don't really look like treasures, do they? Minyu knew this guy was trying to gauge the value of these items. Seeing Minyu holding 4 items, Dragon Head said with a smile, Minyu, the chief only agreed to let you pick 3 items. Why have you chosen 4? Dragon Head was a bit embarrassed. It's fine, it's fine. Nan Xiao, seeing Dragon Head's exorbitant demand, was about to haggle for Minyu when she had already agreed. All right, isn't it just foundation establishment pills? 10 it is. I'll bring them over when I deliver those other pills to you. Seeing Minyu agree so readily, Dragon Head's gaze toward the 4 items shifted again. He was certain that among them, the bracelet aside, he couldn't discern the value of the others. Was this girl just picking randomly out of ignorance, or were they truly super treasures that he didn't recognize? Still, even if they were super treasures, he had no reason to confiscate them. For the extra item, trading it for 10 foundation establishment pills was a great benefit for the Dragon Group. He just felt a bit like he was taking advantage of the young girl, and he wondered if her master would blame him. Nansha was puzzled. What kind of master had his daughter taken on, that she could casually produce 10 foundation establishment pills? End of chapter. Chapter 1094, Let Him Come to Propose. Father and daughter returned home. Nansha looked at his daughter. He also wanted the condensation infant pill, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Minyu felt a bit helpless. Dad, I'll talk to master and get the condensation infant pill for you. Nansha was a little embarrassed. Is it really okay? Won't your master mind you asking for too much? Minyu found it amusing. Then, Dad, are you going to give up the condensation infant pill just to avoid asking master for too much and leaving a bad impression? Nansha was momentarily speechless. So it's clear you still want it, Dad. But don't worry, no matter what, I'll get the condensation infant pill for you, Minyu said, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Nansha thought for a moment, then said, if it would leave a bad impression with your master, then forget about it for me. Minyu hadn't expected her biological father to have such thoughts. He would rather give up the condensation infant pill than make things difficult for her. Of course, Minyu had the condensation infant pill, but it cost 1,000 merit points, something you could only get by saving 100 people. Spending it stung a bit. Don't worry, Dad. I'll bring it up with master. If he has it, I'll take it. If not, we'll let it go. I won't upset him. But I believe master definitely has it. Nansha was speechless. You haven't even met his parents and you're already getting engaged? Does his father agree? Does his mother agree? Neither set of parents has met. How can you get engaged? How can my daughter's engagement be so casual? You need to notify Gu Dongxing immediately and have him send someone to propose at our home first. Then both sets of parents can meet and discuss the engagement date. Nansha paused. Yes, he had only just gotten to know his daughter, and her engagement to that young man had been arranged before he acknowledged her. Then let's meet his father first, Nansha said. You've already met him, right? Minyu was also helpless. I've met his mother, and she's agreed to our relationship. But as for the engagement, I don't know if Dongxing has told her about it. He proposed the engagement, so he should have mentioned it to his family. As for my side, I only just got to know you, Dad. She was now a millionaire with over 80,000 merit points, so spending a few thousand was no big deal. Nansha finally felt reassured. That's good. Then he felt guilty again. His daughter was about to get engaged, yet he hadn't been by her side for 17 years. Even the engagement was being handled so hastily. Mingyu was a bit troubled. His stepmother is his father's second wife and doesn't treat Gu Dongxing well. His real mother is still in Haijia village. Mingyu felt a bit intimidated. I haven't met her yet. He suddenly thought of Mingyu's engagement ceremony and said, you and Gu Dongxing are getting engaged this Sunday, right? Before the engagement, shouldn't I meet the Gu family? It seemed this father truly cared for her with all his heart. Mingyu was a bit confused. Is it that complicated? The engagement date is already set. How can we go through all these procedures? But then she thought about the over 30,000 merit points she had earned from this mission. Even after deducting the 11,000 for the array disc, she still had a profit of 20,000 merit points. Nan Xiao refused to be careless. If we can't go through these procedures, then postpone the engagement. Postpone the engagement? Gu Dongxing would never agree. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, how about we combine the proposal and the meeting of both sets of parents into one day? Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Nan Xiao reluctantly conceded. Fine. Have them all come to our home. Just because we're combining the meeting with the parents doesn't mean I'll let that brat off easy. End of chapter. Chapter 1095. It's Yiqing again. Gu Dongxing felt troubled when Mingyu said that Nan Xiao wanted to meet his parents. My mom is still in Haijia village. Mingyu replied, there's no helping it. We're getting engaged this Sunday, and today is already Thursday. The day after tomorrow is the engagement ceremony. The latest we can have the parents meet is Saturday. But Auntie Hai has to take a bus to the town, then transfer to the county seat, which takes a whole day. Even if she manages to buy a ticket for that evening, the train to the capital takes at least 2 days, maybe 3, and she might not even get a ticket for the same day. In other words, from Haijia village to the capital, it could take 4 days. Do you think we can wait for her to arrive? Gu Dongxing suddenly felt uneasy about not having notified his mother earlier. What if I go back tonight to pick her up? If he flew back on his artifact to get her, half a day would be enough. Mingyu hesitated at his implication that he planned to fly back. Are you sure you want to reveal your identity as a cultivator to your mother? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, I don't want to expose it, but she's my mother. It feels wrong to have her miss our engagement. Mingyu wanted to roll her eyes. Why didn't he think of this earlier? Gu Dongxing felt helpless. Earlier, he had worried that if his mother came and heard that Nan Mingzhu, the eldest daughter of the Nan family, wanted to marry him, she would, given her personality, forbid him from getting engaged to Mingyu and instead push him to marry Nan Mingzhu. Gu Mingxing had been practicing martial arts with Mingyu and, after receiving the Peiyuan Dan from her, had become a third-level martial artist. Seeing her brother return, she found it strange. Brother, aren't you supposed to be getting engaged? That's why Mom left home 5 days ago to take the train to the capital. She didn't even wait for me. Are you? Could it be Nan Mingzhu? 5 days ago, he had only just decided to get engaged to Mingyu. How did she find out? Who called her? The Gu family would never have called her. Mingxing, why are you home alone? Where's Mom? But he found that his mother wasn't home, only Gu Mingxing, who had just returned from school. Gu Dongxing explained the situation to his father, Gu Ming, and then went back that night to pick up his mother for the capital. Fine, if you really want to, go back and get her. Gu Dongxing's heart sank. His mother had left 5 days ago? No, Nan Mingzhu shouldn't have the home phone number. By the time he reached the vicinity of Haijia village, it was already dark. As he flew closer, Gu Dongxing scanned the area with his spiritual sense, urgently searching for his mother. Gu Dongxing guessed that Yiqing had learned about his engagement to Mingyu and deliberately called his mother. At that time, she hadn't yet been sent to the mental hospital by him. But now, Nan Mingzhu had become a fugitive, and Mingyu's identity had been officially revealed by Nan Xiao at the press conference, making her the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. His mother would no longer look down on Mingyu. Therefore, he now regretted not notifying her earlier. Suddenly, a pair of resentful female eyes surfaced in his mind. Yiqing. It was her. She must have wanted to ruin his plans and so notified his mother. He turned and left immediately. Gu Mingxing quickly called out, brother, take me with you. But Gu Dongxing was already gone. Gu Mingxing stomped her foot. If you won't take me, I'll go by myself tomorrow morning. Gu Dongxing was frantic. His mother had left 5 days ago and should have arrived in the capital by now, but she hadn't come to find him. No, she wouldn't go to Guyu, and she didn't know where he was staying now at Yong'an Hatong. Where could she have gone? End of chapter. Chapter 1096. A dangerous aura approaches. Yiqing. She might be going to find Yiqing. Gu Dongxing thought to himself. Mother didn't know where Yiqing lived, but she knew where the Yi family home was. So, she was most likely heading to the Yi residence. For some reason, the moment he thought of Yiqing, he felt a wave of unease. His mother was in danger. He didn't understand why. Hadn't he already suppressed Yiqing's main consciousness, forcing her subconscious to take over her body and display the symptoms of a manic psychiatric patient, sending her to the mental hospital? Yet, Why did the mere thought of his mother going to see Yiqing make him feel as though a dangerous aura was rushing toward him? He didn't even hear Gu Mingxing's words, "Brother, take me with you." He had just arrived home, but he immediately turned around, stepped onto his flying device, and soared into the sky. Moreover, driven by an urgent need to return to the capital, he inserted a top-grade spirit stone and sped toward Kyoto at maximum velocity. At that moment, Hai Shui was not at the Yi residence as Gu Dongxing had imagined. She had gone to the mental hospital in the afternoon. She still had the phone number for Yiqing's workplace, so as soon as she arrived in Kyoto, she called. Upon learning that Yiqing had been admitted to a mental hospital, she set aside her travel fatigue and immediately went to visit her. But when she saw Yiqing sitting motionless, her body dirty and reeking, her hair unwashed for at least a month, her eyes completely vacant, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Yiqing, your godmother has come to see you." Although Yiqing should not have coveted her son, during the months she stayed at the Hai family home, Yiqing had always been ingratiating and attentive. The two of them had gotten along well as mother and daughter until her son discovered that Yiqing was secretly slandering Mengyu and trying to drive a wedge between her and Mengyu, and insisted on kicking her out. But she never imagined that only a few months after leaving Hai family village, Yiqing would end up like this, dazed and stupid, like a wooden log. Hai Shui nodded. "All right, tell me. How much does she owe in hospital fees?" Dr. Huang looked at Hai Shui. "Are you a family member of the patient?" Hai Shui was shocked. "Over 5,000 yuan? Wasn't she admitted less than half a month ago? How could it be over 5,000? You're not." Her heart ached. Then, she went to find the attending physician. "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with Yiqing?" She looked at Dr. Huang with suspicion. Though she didn't say it outright, her meaning was clear. "You're not overcharging, are you?" Yiqing, how did you become like this? Your godmother will definitely cure you." Hai Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, "I am her godmother." She guessed that Yiqing had loved Gu Dongxing to the bone, but, unable to obtain his love, had become trapped in her own obsessive thoughts after being driven out of Hai family village, leading to her current state. Dr. Huang's eyes lit up. "That's great. Please pay the outstanding fees first." 5,121 yuan. The patient's family had not come to visit since she was admitted to the mental hospital. Dr. Huang looked a bit embarrassed. Her medical fees aren't that high. But don't be fooled by how docile she looks now, that's because she's been sedated. When she first arrived, she was violent and destructive. She smashed several of our instruments and injured people. The cost of those instruments, as well as the medical fees and compensation for the staff she hurt, naturally falls on the family. Hai Shui understood now. The over 5,000 yuan included compensation costs. But what embarrassed her was that she didn't have that much money on her. Today's bonus update ends here. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and 5-star reviews. Chapter end. Chapter 1097. Truly a member of the Yu family. At this time, even 10,000 yuan households were rare, and 5,000 yuan was half of that. Who would carry 5,000 yuan on them? Moreover, Hai Shui had always lived in the countryside, relying on her own farm labor. Back when the production teams still existed, after deducting the cost of grain and the various items distributed, she had less than a few dozen yuan left over each year. This year, with the land contracted to households, she only farmed the few acres allocated to her. She didn't understand how to diversify her operations, so she still had no money. The money she had on her was what Gu Dongxing had sent to her. After spending some on her daughter's education, only a little over 1,000 yuan remained. "I don't have that much money on me. How about this? She is Yiqing, the eldest daughter of the head of the Yi family, one of the 10 great families. I'll go find him to help her pay." A daughter of the Yi family, one of the 10 great families? Dr. Huang found it hard to believe. If she's really a member of the Yi family, why has no one from the Yi family ever come? Hai Shui was puzzled and asked, "You didn't know she was from the Yi family? Then who brought her here?" Dr. Huang thought for a moment and said, "It was a young man. He left 500 yuan when he brought her here and then left." Hai Shui felt like cursing. That person is so irresponsible. How could he just drop someone off and wash his hands of it? At the very least, he should have notified her family. Dr. Huang found it odd too. "That's not right. We called the Yi family before, but they said there was no one named Yiqing in their household." Hai Shui sighed. The current wife of the Yi family head is her stepmother. Besides, she's already been married. As the old saying goes, a married daughter is like water poured out. If the stepmother says she doesn't exist, it's barely plausible. Even Dr. Huang was astonished. All along, this Yiqing had either been hitting people or smashing things. Only after being given sedatives did she calm down a bit. But oddly, while others would fall asleep after sedatives, she merely stopped crying and making a fuss. She couldn't even manage her own son and daughter, so how could she be willing to take on this burden? After thinking it over, she said, "I'll pay 1,000 yuan of her hospital fees. I can't come up with more than that." Dr. Huang was troubled. Then who's in charge of her now? He looked at Haishui. Is it up to you, madam? I said no. Yiqing's eyes suddenly moved, and she looked at Haishui. Godmother, take me away. Dr. Huang had thought that the person who brought her must have deceived them, dumping a burden on the psychiatric hospital. Haishui smiled bitterly. She's already divorced from her husband. Unexpectedly, Yiqing suddenly said, no. Haishui shook her head. My home is in a small mountain village in the south. I only arrived in the capital today. She meant to tell him that she couldn't take charge. She turned back to look at Yiqing, feeling deeply distressed. Yiqing, you stay here properly. Haishui didn't know that the irresponsible person she was cursing was none other than her own son, Gu Dongxing. Dr. Huang felt relieved. Then her husband should be in charge. But unexpectedly, today, this woman who claimed to be Yiqing's godmother also stated outright that Yiqing's family was the Yi family. And Gu Dongxing hadn't failed to notify the Yi family. He had told the hospital to contact them and left the Yi family's phone number. But when they called, the Yi family flatly denied having such a daughter. Haishui was astonished. What did you say? But she had never spoken a single word. Yet today, she actually spoke, and even begged her godmother to take her away. Wasn't that absolutely shocking? Yiqing then looked at Dr. Huang. I was just confused before. Now I'm clear-headed. I'll pay back the money I owe you. Even if I can't, my father, Yisheng, will help me repay it. Dr. Huang could hardly believe it. Was this girl really a member of the Yi family? Good morning, dear readers. Today, we're still releasing 10 chapters in a burst. End of this chapter. Chapter 1098. Who is peeping? We called your home before. The person who answered was either my stepmother or my stepsister. They both wished I would disappear, so your calls were useless. If you had called at night and my father answered, this debt would have been repaid long ago. She thought for a moment, then slipped a ring off her finger. The ruby on this ring is worth over 20,000. I'll leave it with you as collateral. I have to leave with my godmother today. How could Dr. Huang dare to accept her gemstone ring? He quickly said, no need, no need. Since you're the eldest daughter of the Yi family, I'm sure you won't owe such a small amount. If you have things to do, go ahead. Yiqing immediately put the ring back on. All right then. After I return, I'll have someone bring the money over immediately. Until she walked out of the mental hospital's gate, Haishui was completely dumbfounded. Had she really just taken Yiqing out of the mental hospital like that? As Yiqing stepped out of the mental hospital, she felt as though someone was watching her. She turned back several times, but saw no one. She found it strange. Who is peeping? What are you looking at? Haishui asked. Yiqing shook her head. I just wanted to look back at the mental hospital where I've been staying these past few days. After her main consciousness was suppressed, her subconscious emerged. Because of extreme resentment, her subconscious was highly destructive. Therefore, Gu Dongxing had openly sent her to the mental hospital. Upon discovering she had been sent to a mental hospital, she was furious but helpless, forced to let her subconscious command her body to act out wildly, only to be restrained and given sedatives. Gu Dongxing, I hate you, and I hate that Jiang Mingyu too. You gave me hope, then destroyed it. Jiang Mingyu saved me, yet stole my happiness. As long as I still have breath, I will never let you two off. Her main consciousness became a bystander, unable to command her body, yet able to see its predicament. Yiqing becoming a mental patient and being sent to the mental hospital was Gu Dongxing's doing. After being caught by Gu Dongxing, she screamed at him. I had already fallen into the abyss, but I had accepted my fate. Why did you come to save me? You saved me and gave me hope, but then you shouldn't have abandoned me, pulling me out of one abyss only to drop me into another. Moreover, her mindset was so bizarre. She didn't seek revenge on her stepmother or the Sun family, who had harmed her, but instead targeted her two saviors, him and Xiaoming. In desperation, Gu Dongxing had no choice but to suppress her main consciousness, leaving her mind without direction. She blamed Gu Dongxing for giving her hope but not marrying her. She blamed Mingyu for stealing her man. Thus, she began to strike at Mingyu and Gu Dongxing alike. Because at that time, the only meaning of Yiqing's existence was revenge. She suspected that if this continued, she would likely become a true mental patient and spend the rest of her life in the mental hospital. Before she had escaped Sun Erliang, she thought the mental hospital might not be a bad place. But after escaping Sun Erliang, spending the rest of her life in a mental hospital was something she couldn't bear to imagine. Previously, among Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu, she hated Nan Mingyu more. But now, her hatred for Gu Dongxing surpassed that for Nan Mingyu. They had been childhood friends who played in the mud together. How could he forget her so quickly? And to think he came up with such a vicious tactic to deal with her, it was too cruel. The chapter ends. Chapter 1099. Can you destroy Nan Mingyu? Yes, she, Yiqing, had done some excessive things to Jiang Mingyu. She deliberately spread the news that Mingyu could cure strange illnesses, but it didn't cause that little wretch Mingyu too much trouble. In fact, later on, when she tried to spread it again, no one believed her anymore. This time, she had merely heard that he was getting engaged. At first, she called Hai Shui, hoping to get her to come back and ruin their engagement ceremony. Later, when she heard they were living in Yong'an Hutong, she deliberately called the police, hoping they would arrest them for prostitution and solicitation. But the people who should have been arrested weren't, and she, the one who reported them, was caught by Gu Dongxing instead. He suppressed her main consciousness, letting her subconscious take control of her body, and then, using what her subconscious did while in charge, he had her sent to a mental hospital. Her main consciousness struggled every day, trying to break free and regain control of her body. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through the barrier Gu Dongxing had set. Until today, a voice suddenly rang out in her main consciousness. Want to get out? More than anything, her main consciousness said. But now, this voice was telling her that this orphan, whom she believed should be trampled underfoot, was actually the legitimate eldest daughter of the super family, the Nan family. The eldest miss of the Nan family, a status no other noble daughter could compare to. I wish she weren't, but unfortunately she is. And not only that, her father, Nan Shao, isn't dead. He came out of the immortal sect, held a press conference, and announced that Nan Mingyu is not his daughter. His daughter was once called Jiang Mingyu, but from now on, she will be called Nan Mingyu. So, no matter how unwilling you are, you have to admit it, she is Nan Mingyu. Yiqing couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could she be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Nan family? She's just a lowly country girl, raised in the dirt, abused, a wretched little thing. But now, Mingyu had suddenly risen to become the eldest miss of the most mysterious family, the Nan family, which stood above the top 10 noble families. Jealousy instantly seized her heart, gnawing at it, making her feel suffocated and unable to suppress it. Of course, she envied her. If she were the eldest miss of the Nan family, would Gu Dongxing still look down on her? You want to get out because of Nan Mingyu and Gu Dongxing's engagement ceremony, don't you? Jealous, aren't you? If there was one thing Yiqing could still surpass Mingyu in before, it was her family background. She was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, one of the top 10 noble families, while Nan Mingyu was nothing but a lowly country girl, an orphan raised in the dirt, with no parents, trampled on by her foster parents, stepsister, and stepbrother as she grew up. No, she's a Nan. She is the biological daughter of Nan Shao, the eldest son of the Nan family's main branch. She is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Nan family. In Yiqing's mind, that Jiang Mingyu was just a country girl. Even an ordinary country girl was better off than her. She was a foster daughter, one without parents, without any background. Envious, aren't you? She completely forgot that it was only because she was a daughter of the Yi family that she had the chance to meet Gu Dongxing when they were children. Even as a foster daughter, she was an unloved one. Even if she had brought children to her foster parents, she was still just the girl who had brought them. She was meant to be trampled underfoot forever. Nan Mingyu? Wasn't Mingyu's surname Jiang? From a status buried in the dust to a family background so high it was unattainable, how could it not make people jealous? Hateful, isn't she? Of course, she hated her. This little wretch had stolen her happiness. She wished she could grind her bones to dust and scatter her ashes. Hate is right. If I let you out, can you ruin Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu's engagement ceremony? Can you destroy Nan Mingyu? End of this chapter. Chapter 1100, The Ungrateful Wretch. As long as you let me out, I will do everything in my power to ruin their engagement and destroy Jiang Nan Mingyu. Yiqing's blackened soul grew even darker. As you wish, the voice said. Immediately after, she heard a pop and felt the barrier sealing her main consciousness break open. Yiqing's main consciousness surged out, and in the next moment, she regained control of her body. However, this body had been injected with a large dose of sedatives by that damned doctor. If she hadn't been using her main consciousness to clash against the barrier all this time, she would have been knocked out the moment she emerged. Just as she was struggling against the sedatives, Hai Shui came to visit her. She was immensely grateful for the provocative phone call she had made to Hai Shui. Now that Hai Shui was here, she could leave with her. Sure enough, with just a few words, she convinced Hai Shui to take her out. But was that person spying on her from the mental hospital the same one who had unlocked the barrier on her main consciousness? Just an ungrateful wretch who repays kindness with enmity. Yes, she could see it. Yiqing's eyes were filled with hatred for her godmother, but on the surface, she clung to her arm affectionately, acting like a daughter acting spoiled to her mother as they walked, coaxing Hai Shui. The Yi family no longer has a place for me, Yiqing said, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Huayu's voice sneered, that little bitch Nan Mingyu isn't simple. Meaning it wasn't certain. Jiang Huayu hated Nan Mingyu, but she also looked down on Yiqing. She even resented her. She never once considered that Hai Shui owed her nothing, so why should she bear this burden? At that moment, perched on a large tree outside the mental hospital, Jiang Huayu watched Hai Shui and Yiqing walk away. As for Hai Shui taking her out of the mental hospital and even paying 1,000 yuan for her, Yiqing felt not a shred of gratitude. In reality, she didn't usually live here. This place was just a temporary rental to monitor Mingyu. Hai Shui followed Yiqing to her residence, which turned out to be a small farmhouse in the suburbs. Though it was on the edge of the city, it was still the outskirts. How could a girl like her live in such a place? She found it strange. Why aren't you staying at the Yi residence? Others would think she adored her godmother. A hoarse voice rang out. Do you think this Yiqing can destroy Nan Mingyu? Regardless, her main consciousness had been freed from its sealed state and even escaped the mental hospital, all thanks to that person. Such a hypocritical woman from a noble family, hating someone to death, yet still able to smile and talk to them. Because she could tell that Hai Shui hadn't wanted to take on this burden before. Still her godmother. I think this Yiqing isn't simple either, the hoarse voice said. But Hai Shui's heart genuinely ached. You've suffered. I'm not suffering now, I suffered in the mental hospital, Yiqing said, as if afraid to upset Hai Shui, quickly changing the subject. Let's talk about brother's marriage instead. At the mention of Gu Dongxing's marriage, Hai Shui's face darkened. Godmother, you don't know this, but the Gu family has already agreed to an alliance with the Nan family. If brother can marry Nan Mingju, he'll become a son-in-law of a noble family, and you'll be the mother-in-law of a noblewoman. That young Meiying won't be able to catch up to you even on horseback. Why am I even mentioning that bitch? She's not worth you, godmother, worrying about her. The chapter ends. Chapter 1101. Step-by-Step Seduction. When Hai Shui heard Yiqing mention Yang Meiying, her face instantly darkened. The Gu family was a trauma in her heart, and Yang Meiying was a source of her fury. The mere mention of her made Hai Shui uncontrollably angry. Yiqing stole a glance at Hai Shui and slapped his own forehead. But that Jiang Mingyu colluded with Yang Meiying, forcing my sworn brother to marry her. Since she hadn't reached the legal marriage age, she and Yang Meiying pressured him into getting engaged to her. It would have been one thing if she just wanted to be engaged to my sworn brother, but she said that you, godmother, had once opposed them being together, so they couldn't let me participate in the engagement. Instead, she had Yang Meiying and Gu Ming preside over it. He couldn't stand it, so he scolded Jiang Mingyu a few times. He said that Yang Meiying, as a third party, would have been nothing more than a concubine or mistress in the old society. How could she preside over the marriage of a legitimate son? Then Jiang Mingyu incited my sworn brother to have him locked up in a mental hospital. Hai Shui was stunned. What did you say? I was sent to a mental hospital by my sworn brother. Hearing Yiqing's words, Hai Shui's heart stirred. Super family? Is it much bigger than our family? As Hai Shui listened to Yiqing, her anger finally shifted to Mingyu. How dare she? Oh, godmother, you can't say that. If they're engaged and you won't let her into your home, what if they just go straight to the Gu family? Thinking that Jiang Mingyu had colluded with Yang Meiying and dared to exclude her from the wedding, letting Yang Meiying play the role of her son's mother, she was filled with rage. How dare she rely on Yang Meiying for support? Even if they hold the engagement ceremony, she'll never set foot in my home. Hai Shui said fiercely. Those are minor issues. What he couldn't stand most was that, because you once opposed my sworn brother marrying her, she had Yang Meiying preside over their engagement. He thought at the time, if you, godmother, found out, how furious would you be? So he was angry. Hai Shui's heart jolted. If Mingyu entered the Gu family, given how infatuated her son was with her, wouldn't she end up losing her son as well? That wouldn't do. Yiqing glanced at Hai Shui. The most important thing now is to stop them from getting engaged. If my brother gets engaged to Jiang Mingyu, what about Miss Nan from the Nan family? The Nan family is a super family, after all. She knew her son well. He wouldn't send someone to a mental hospital without reason. Even if someone incited him, he wouldn't do something so foolish. Otherwise, how could he have become a regiment commander? Seeing Hai Shui's expression shift again, Yiqing quickly added, well, mainly he was emotionally stirred and momentarily confused. He broke some things and even hit someone. That's why my sworn brother, honestly, without Jiang Mingyu's instigation, my sworn brother wouldn't have done that. Yiqing sighed. Godmother, among the 10 great families, there are also 4 hidden families, but all 4 defer to one family, the Nan family. The girl my brother is seeing now is Nan Mingju, the eldest daughter of the Nan family, currently studying at the Beijing College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Hai Shui recalled Xing Jiuhe, who had visited her home. According to her son, he was a nephew of the Nan family. He had lost his mother before he was 2, and with a stepmother came a stepfather, making his life miserable. But his maternal grandfather took him in and raised him, while the Chung family didn't dare say a word. He only returned to the Chung family after reaching adulthood. All because his maternal family was the Nan family. Chapter 1102, Yiqing sets a poisonous trap 1. However, during the Great Movement, the direct line of the Nan family was also sent down to the countryside, and the eldest son of the Nan family, Nan Shao, went missing after encountering danger while in exile. But as soon as that happened, the authorities immediately released the Nan family members. It was said that the person who orchestrated the exile of the Nan family patriarch and his household met with retribution and died in the water. Yet some whispered that it was the reclusive Nan family members who had taken action. It was also rumored that no one in this world could defeat those reclusive Nan family members, showing just how formidable the Nan family was. If her son could marry the eldest daughter of the Nan family, wouldn't she be able to trample Yang Meiying underfoot in no time? Hai Shui sighed. Unfortunately, her son was infatuated with that Jiang Mingyu and only wanted to marry her. Alas, what use is there in talking about that now? My son is getting engaged to that little Jiang girl on Sunday. Actually, it's not hopeless, Yiqing said. Hai Shui was puzzled. What idea do you have? So, Dongxing, Yang Meiying will be our enemy for life. She harmed me and nearly harmed you too. Worst of all, Yang Meiying abused you, forcing you, at just 6 years old, to run away from home. You were almost trafficked by human traffickers. Yiqing leaned in and whispered into Hai Shui's ear, explaining her plan at length. What's wrong with it? It's just putting on an act, not real. Even if my brother is sad at the time, he'll be fine afterward, Yiqing said. I suspect that the person who framed me for having overseas connections back then was Yang Meiying. She had her eye on your father long ago, and as soon as her husband died, she couldn't wait to take my husband from me. So she had a motive. No one else knew about my gold lock. Dongxing, when you were just 6 years old, your mother was falsely accused of concealing overseas connections and was expelled from the cultural troupe. Because Yang Meiying made things difficult, the Gu family forced your father to divorce me and marry Yang Meiying. Yiqing, using her father Yuxing's name, had no trouble borrowing a video camera. Then fine, Hai Shui said. Oh. Hai Shui stared at Yiqing. What idea do you have? Tell me. So, that evening, Yiqing set things up, and Hai Shui stood in front of the camera, speaking into the lens. Dongxing, I am your mother. I only found out today that you are going to get engaged to that little slut. You know very well that I don't like her, so why are you getting engaged to her? Do you want me to spend the rest of my days in anger? Yiqing was overjoyed. I'll find someone to film this right away. Hai Shui hesitated a little. Is this really okay? For so many years, the three of us, mother and children, have depended on each other to get by. You can imagine how hard it has been. Yiqing hugged Hai Shui's arm. It all depends on whether you, godmother, are willing to let my brother be heartbroken. Son, have you forgotten how she framed your mother, stole your father, and forced the three of us to struggle through life in the countryside? Son, have you forgotten how you vowed from a young age to grow up and protect your mother, to never let her be bullied? But, son, you are actually going to get engaged to that Jiang Mingyu, who conspired with Yang Meiying, and you even acknowledge your enemy as your mother, letting Yang Meiying preside over your engagement ceremony. What's more, to let Yang Meiying play the role of mother at your engagement ceremony, you kept the whole engagement a secret from your mother. Son, you are tearing out your mother's heart. Your mother's heart aches so much. If you don't want your mother, then your mother doesn't want you either. From now on, you will never see your mother again. Child, goodbye, no, never again. At the heartbreaking parts, Hai Shui began to cry, speaking through her sobs, and by the end, she could barely form words. End of chapter. Chapter 1103, Yiqing sets a poisonous scheme, 2. Yiqing personally held the camera and gave Hai Shui a thumbs up. Brilliant. Godmother is truly impressive. Once my brother sees this video, he'll definitely call off the engagement ceremony. As long as he doesn't get engaged to Jiang Mingyu, you'll still have time to convince him to marry Miss Nan Mingzhu of the Nan family. To make it more realistic, you'd better actually take some sleeping pills when the time comes. Even if he wants to continue the engagement, he won't be able to, he'll have no choice, but to find a way to send you to the hospital. Hai Shui was puzzled. Then why not go tell him now? If he insists on getting engaged to Jiang Mingyu, I'll kill myself in front of him. Yiqing quickly shook her head. No, that won't work. If you ask him outright, what if he immediately puts you under house arrest? And you can't actually commit suicide? Then he'd see through it, that your suicide is fake and your coercion is real. You'd be stuck in an awkward position, losing both face and substance. Hai Shui listened to Yiqing's words and felt she was right. Seeing how much Yiqing was thinking for her, Hai Shui patted Yiqing on the shoulder. Thank you, Xiaoqing. I'm so lucky to have you helping me come up with ideas. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. A flicker of malice passed through Yiqing's eyes. Thank me? You won't hate me by then. But then again, by that time, you'll already be dead, so you won't hate me, will you? And even if you do, what can a ghost do to a living person like me? Yes, Yiqing's plan was never to have Hai Shui fake a suicide to pressure Gu Dongxing into not marrying Jiang Mingyu. Instead, she intended for her to truly commit suicide. If Gu Dongxing's mother died because of their engagement, Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu would never be able to marry in peace. Even if they did, the thought that his mother killed herself over their engagement would haunt him with guilt. He would blame Nan Mingyu, and they would quarrel endlessly, never finding happiness in this life. Hai Shui recalled Yiqing's cooking skills. Don't even mention it, godmother really misses your delicious food. It's been so long since I've eaten a meal you've made. Tonight, we'll have a good feast. With today's video, whether she died by suicide or murder, it would only look like suicide, and one driven by her own son Gu Dongxing and his fiancée Nan Mingyu's engagement. This suicide could only be a forced one. After dinner, Yiqing dutifully brought Hai Shui a cup of tea. Godmother, have some tea. Hai Shui took the tea, her eyes full of satisfaction with Yiqing. Having a goddaughter like you is such a blessing. Even a real daughter wouldn't be as thoughtful as you. Yiqing, godmother, you're too kind. As your goddaughter, isn't it my duty to share your worries? Sit tight, I'll cook dinner. Tonight, the two of us will have a wonderful meal together. So Yiqing cooked, and Hai Shui helped as an assistant. Time seemed to return to their days in Haijia village, with mother and daughter enjoying a harmonious and joyful atmosphere, carefully crafted by Yiqing. Of course, Hai Shui had no intention of actually committing suicide. Her son was successful, her daughter was becoming more capable by the day. Why would she truly kill herself when her blessings were still ahead? Yiqing's heart was filled with vicious sneers, but her face wore a sweet smile. Godmother, don't say that. Even if my brother heard you, let alone Mingxing, he'd be jealous of me. Sigh, if only she were half as sensible as you. Hai Shui looked at Yiqing with regret in her eyes. If only she hadn't been married before, she would have been the perfect match for her son. What a pity, such a pity. But she didn't know that while she regretted her son couldn't marry Yiqing, Yiqing was plotting to take her life. End of this chapter. Chapter 1104, Yiqing sets a poisonous trap 3. Yiqing naturally saw the regret in her eyes. A sudden pang of guilt struck her heart. Actually, she had been pretty good to her, hadn't she? But then she grew resentful again. So what if she was good to her? She still wouldn't accept her as her daughter-in-law, would she? If she had accepted her, she wouldn't have killed her. Yes, her death was entirely her own doing. She watched as Hai Shui took a sip of the tea laced with poison, then another sip, and finally drained the cup. Hai Shui was still thinking about her later years. Xiaoqing, what plans do you have for the future? What plans could I have? I'll just go on like this, Yiqing said, watching Hai Shui with a hint of nervousness. That won't do. You're still young, find someone who cherishes you and marry him. If you do it in the next couple of years, your godmother can still help you raise the kids, Hai Shui said with a sigh. What she had in mind was that whether it was her son or daughter, neither would marry in the next few years. If Yiqing got married and had a child, she could help take care of it first. Even biological parents were reluctant to help raise their daughter's children, let alone a godmother. A sour feeling welled up in Yiqing's heart again. She quickly shook her head, trying to shake off that sour sensation. Godmother, don't urge me. The only person I want to marry is one, and since I can't marry him, I'll just live alone. Put that way, it really was her son who had ruined her. Hai Shui knew she was talking about her son, and that because she couldn't marry him, she had decided not to marry at all. Xiaoqing, why is my stomach starting to hurt? Do you have any medicine here? Feeling waves of sharp pain in her abdomen, Hai Shui had to believe that she had indeed taken whatever 7-step gut-wrenching powder Yiqing had given her. This Yiqing had really poisoned her. And the pain, fine and scattered, spread outward from deep within her. Strangely, she felt a hint of heartache. Hai Shui reached out and pressed her hand to her chest. She suddenly looked up, staring at Yiqing in disbelief. Xiaoqing, you're joking with your godmother, right? You're such a sweet and obedient girl. How could you feed me 7-step gut-wrenching powder? Yiqing's smiling face suddenly turned serious. How could I joke with you, godmother? Aren't you feeling the stomach pain right now? Soon, death will come. A smile still lingered on Yiqing's face as she said, it hurts, doesn't it? That's normal, because the tea you just drank had 7-step gut-wrenching powder in it. No, it wasn't her heart that hurt, but her stomach. The pain was slowly moving downward, and it was growing more intense by the moment. How could she do this? Yiqing's life had been saved by her son twice. He had pulled her out of the wolf's den that was the Sun family, discovered her vitality was severely depleted, and she had at most 3 to 5 years to live, and then had Mengyu treat her with spiritual medicine to restore her vitality, saving her a second time. Yet this woman, saved twice by her own son, was now poisoning her? She raised her hand, pointing at Yiqing in fury. Why? Was I not good to you? Why are you poisoning me? Yiqing let out a cold laugh. Good to me? Where were you good to me? You'd rather accept that worn-out trashy Rushi, who's been slept flat by men, as your daughter-in-law, than accept me, still pure and untouched, as your daughter-in-law. And you call that being good to me? Hai Shui shook her head. She tricked me, I didn't know she had been married. Once I found out, I didn't accept her. Then why didn't you accept me? You clearly liked me so much, and I've always been so good to you. Yi Qing said fiercely. Chapter 1105. Yi Qing sets a poisonous trap for. Hai Shui endured the sharp pain in her abdomen, because my son cannot marry a woman who has been married before. Although Sun Erliang was a eunuch, could he let Yi Qing go? Her father-in-law had taken Sun Erliang's ex-wife. Wouldn't he also covet the second woman? But she never spoke of these things, out of consideration for her own dignity. Yi Qing shook her head. Even though I've been married, I'm still a virgin. Why won't you accept me? I clearly have a better temperament than Jiang Mingyu, a better family background than Mingyu, and I was betrothed to Gu Dongxing as a child. You received a great kindness from my grandfather. Without him, you would have been labeled a spy. You owe him gratitude, so why won't you repay me? Why won't you accept me? Why? Hai Shui, fighting through the pain, said, if you hadn't been married, I would certainly have let Dongxing marry you. But you broke the engagement first, married someone else. Even if you're still a virgin, you're still a divorced woman, unworthy of Dongxing. You can't blame us. Besides, Dongxing rescued you from the Sun family, and had Mingyu cure your illness. Your grandfather's kindness has already been repaid. Yi Qing shook her head. No, that's not how it is. Marrying Sun Erliang wasn't my choice, I was set up. At that time, I didn't know I was engaged to Brother Gu. She had been schemed against by her stepmother. After being plied with alcohol, she woke up naked in bed with that Sunday believing she had slept with him. She had no choice but to marry into the Sun family. Although he couldn't consummate the marriage, he had beaten her countless times with objects, all while cursing her with vicious words. You're begging for it, aren't you? I'll fuck you to death. Only after marrying into the family did she learn that Sun couldn't perform at all, and the supposed loss of her virginity was a lie. She was still a virgin. If Sun Erliang hadn't been vigilant, her father-in-law would have raped her long ago. She was furious and wanted to escape, but Sun Erliang kept her under constant surveillance. Whenever she fled, he caught her and tortured her even more severely, until she no longer dared to think of running. But after Sun Erliang discovered his father's advances toward her, he lost all respect for her as well. She regretted marrying Sun Erliang. If she had known about her engagement to Gu Dongxing earlier, even if she had been set up, she wouldn't have married that Sunday. She would have found a way to seek out Gu Dongxing instead. Later, she argued and fought, but all she got was Sun Erliang's beatings and her father-in-law's predatory gaze. Several times, her father-in-law tried to assault her when Sun Erliang was away, saying that since Sun couldn't give her a child, he could, and since she had married into the Sun family, she should bear its bloodline. But her grandfather had arranged the child betrothal without her knowledge. She had been sent to the countryside, and by the time she returned to the city to attend a workers' and peasants' university, her grandfather had already passed away, telling her nothing. If Yu Ruhui hadn't stolen her pendant, worn it to the military camp in an attempt to marry Gu Dongxing, and then gone to Hai family village, where Hai Shui mistook her for Gu Dongxing's betrothed, Yi Qing would never have learned that the pendant she had worn since childhood was the token of engagement given by Hai Shui. The man she had loved since childhood, Gu Dongxing, was her betrothed. She resented heaven for being so unfair, for not letting her know this news sooner. She resented her grandfather for not telling her earlier. And she resented Gu Dongxing most of all. Since they were engaged, why hadn't he come to marry her sooner? Even if she had married someone else later, her body was still pure. Why couldn't he marry her? Yi Qing hated everyone, and so she wanted revenge. End of this chapter. Chapter 1106. Yi Qing sets a poisonous trap 5. Yi Qing glared fiercely at Hai Shui. Haven't I been trying hard enough to please you? Why are you so fixated on that nominal second marriage? I'm still a virgin. I'm still a virgin. How can you not see that? Hai Shui looked at Yi Qing's ferocious expression, unable to understand how the gentle and kind girl she once knew could become so vicious and ruthless. Even if I didn't let my son marry you, you still shouldn't try to poison me to death. Aren't you afraid of the law's severe punishment? Her stomach was already numb with pain. Yi Qing suddenly laughed out loud. Godmother, my dear godmother, I have to thank you for helping me get away with it. Her eyes shifted to the camera still set up in the living room. Hai Shui's eyes widened. She understood. That segment Yi Qing had her record. Especially the last line. Son, you're digging out your mother's heart. It hurts so much. If you don't want your mother, then your mother doesn't want you either. From now on you'll never see your mother again. Is this what you call vicious? Yi Qing laughed. Let me tell you the truth. That Jiang Mingyu you look down on is actually the real young lady of the Nan family. Never see her mother again. She was telling her son that because he acknowledged her rival as his mother, she didn't want him anymore. She was going to kill herself. What, Jiang Mingyu is the real young lady of the Nan family? Hai Shui was so furious she pointed at Yi Qing but couldn't speak. She was too angry, her throat choked up. And also, Gu Dongxing never had Yang Meiying attend his engagement ceremony. The ones he invited to oversee his engagement arrangements were his two aunts. Only, she had been swapped at birth. But she was lucky her father, the eldest son of the Nan family's main branch, had just appeared, holding a press conference to announce that Jiang Mingyu was his biological daughter. What? Her son had called those two aunts, who only acknowledged themselves as his elder brother's wives, but never recognized Yang Meiying as their sister-in-law, instead of Yang Meiying. Her son would never have a good life from now on, and he probably wouldn't marry at all. The reason she had been so angry, agreeing to let Yiqing record her to force her son to stop the engagement ceremony, was because he had invited Yang Meiying to oversee the engagement. You'll never see your mother again. No, her death would also harm her son. Because she was committing suicide out of grief over her son hiding his engagement to someone she disliked and letting her rival play the role of his mother. She pointed at Yiqing. You're so vicious. Hai Shui was so enraged her eyes bulged. So, even if she died, she would die by suicide. So, your son never wronged you. The reason he didn't notify you to come was simply that he knew you get carsick and didn't want to trouble you. So, you died for nothing. So, the woman your son is about to get engaged to is from a prestigious family. She is more than worthy of your son. If anyone is unworthy, it's your son who doesn't measure up to her. Because the Nan family, that's a super clan that even the top 10 families have to yield to. What? Hearing Yiqing's words, Hai Shui finally spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Yiqing panicked and reached out to check under her nose, then jerked her hand back as if burned. She was dead. She was instantly terrified and frightened. As vicious as she was, this was the first time she had personally poisoned someone to death. 3 days of bonus chapters. Did you enjoy it, dear readers? Updates will resume as normal tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1107 Searching for Hai Shui. Gu Dongxing rode the cloud back to the capital and rushed to the Yi family without delay, but after sweeping with his divine sense, he did not find his mother. Although he was certain his mother would not return to the Gu family, he still swept his divine sense toward the Gu family's direction. Sure enough, his mother was not there. He couldn't care about keeping a low profile and quickly circled the area around the train station, but he still did not find his mother. Anxious, Gu Dongxing wondered, where exactly had his mother gone? Could it be that she hadn't come to the capital at all? No, Mingxing said she had come. She hadn't even been willing to wait a few days for Mingxing's exams, so she must have truly arrived. He was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Although his divine sense was stronger than most at that level, it still didn't exceed 10 li. The capital was vast, and he simply couldn't find his mother by searching with his divine sense. Suddenly, he thought of Yiqing and went to the 13th hospital, the mental hospital. First, he searched for his mother but didn't find her. Then he searched for Yiqing and discovered that she was also missing. Mingyu was meditating in Yang'an Hutong when the landline phone in the house rang. She glanced at her watch. It was midnight. If Gu Dongxing was calling, something must have happened. Unless someone had undone her suppression of Yiqing's main consciousness, allowing her to become normal again. Gu Dongxing thought of the restriction he had set to imprison and suppress the main consciousness. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could undo. He was certain that even a golden core cultivator, like the dragon head, couldn't easily break that restriction for her. Gu Dongxing's anxious voice came through. Xiaomeng, my mom took the train to the capital 5 days ago, and I can't find her. He thought it over. Relying on himself to search wouldn't be easy. He had already returned to the military, so he called Mingyu. Unless that person was a nascent soul expert. He told her how he had gone back to pick up his mother, how Mingxing said she had received the call about his engagement 5 days ago and immediately took the train, arriving today. She had gone to the mental hospital and released Yiqing. Gu Dongxing was shocked. How could she be discharged with her condition? How could someone like that be discharged? What Gu Dongxing worried about most now was, how was his mother? Was she safe? Would the other party use his mother to do something? Although the record stated that Hai Shui had taken Yiqing away, Gu Dongxing felt a strong sense of unease. No, he had to find his mother as soon as possible. Thinking that there was a nascent soul old monster helping Yiqing, Gu Dongxing suddenly felt terrible. He appeared at the mental hospital, but Yiqing's attending physician was not there. The doctor on duty, seeing Gu Dongxing's fierce expression, checked the hospital's discharge records for him and then told him, Yiqing was discharged this afternoon. Gu Dongxing's main consciousness had been suppressed, so she was only acting on her subconscious. Dongxing, what happened? His heart sank. Because Yiqing's heart was dark, her subconscious saw everything with malice. Yiqing was extremely destructive, as if she wanted to drag the whole world down with her. Mingyu was shocked. When she first heard Gu Dongxing say he had sent Yiqing to the mental hospital, she had worried she would cause trouble. Gu Dongxing had said that since he sent her there, he had made her a madwoman. At the time, she thought he had scrambled Yiqing's mind to turn her into a madwoman. Now she realized that if he had simply scrambled her mind, she would have become an idiot, not a madwoman. What Gu Dongxing had done was suppress her main consciousness and let her subconscious take over, allowing her true nature to act. Having long been suppressed by her stepmother in the Yi family, and later schemed into marrying into the Sun family, where she was still abused, her psychological darkness was inevitable. Once that nature came out, wasn't she exactly a madwoman? Good morning, dear readers. 6 chapters today. 3 chapters from 8 to 9 a.m. and 3 from 8 to 9 p.m. This chapter ends. Chapter 1108, The Kinship-Seeking Wooden Bird. Yi Qing's dominant consciousness was suppressed, yet he could clearly watch his own body being controlled by his subconscious, locked up in a mental hospital as a madman, living among lunatics. Gu Dongxing's punishment for Yi Qing was truly unique. But someone had managed to release Yi Qing's suppressed dominant consciousness. This person was no ordinary individual. Their skill level was certainly higher than Gu Dongxing's. Of course, the most pressing concern now was that Hai Shui, with her soft ears, might do something after listening to Yi Qing's words. Maybe she's staying at some hotel. Don't worry, let's split up and search for her. We'll definitely find her. By the way, have you called Uncle Gu? Gu Dongxing really didn't want to call Gu Ming because his mother Hai Shui absolutely didn't want any connection with the Gu family, and Yang Meiying would never allow Gu Ming to do anything to help Hai Shui. You'd better call him. You've been in the southern military all these years, with limited connections here, but Uncle Gu has been in the capital all along. He should be able to find out Yi Qing's address. Gu Dongxing sighed. I'll call him right now. Meng Yu suddenly thought of a sorcery technique, but she wasn't very clear on it. She asked Xiao Tao, do you have a way to find Gu Dongxing's mother? Meng Yu nodded. Give me a drop of your blood, and I'll perform the spell to find Aunt Hai. Within 3 minutes, Gu Dongxing stepped on his flying cloud and landed in Meng Yu's courtyard. This time, he had used his authority for personal gain, mobilizing his military connections to search for her. As soon as Meng Yu heard this, she quickly called back the number Gu Dongxing had just dialed, but it was busy. Clearly, Gu Dongxing was on the phone with his father. Gu Dongxing immediately took out a knife and cut his arm, blood spurting out. Gu Dongxing rubbed the back of his head, a bit more, so it can locate more accurately, right? The wooden bird absorbed enough blood and actually turned into a real bird, taking flight. Gu Ming, upon hearing that his ex-wife had come to the capital but gone missing, grew anxious too. Dongxing, don't panic. I'll immediately check Yi Qing's residence and send people to search. Xiao Tao said smugly, this little thing is no trouble. Have Gu Dongxing give you a drop of blood. I have a kinship-seeking wooden bird here that can find his relatives through his blood. But she has to be in this city. Gu Dongxing didn't ask any questions and simply said, okay, before hanging up. Meng Yu wanted to scold him. I asked for 1 drop of blood. Why did you give me so much? Meng Yu wanted to knock some sense into him, but this wasn't the time. She quickly used a bottle to catch the blood, while Xiao Tao had already taken it and directly tossed a wooden bird into the blood. Meng Yu knew Gu Dongxing must be calling Gu Ming. Afraid he'd hang up and run off, she kept redialing. After waiting over 2 minutes, Gu Dongxing finally answered. Meng Yu immediately ordered, Dongxing, come to Yang'an Hutong right now. Fortunately, it was past midnight and everyone was asleep, otherwise, someone seeing him flying around the city would be terrified. Xiaomeng, have you found a way? Quick, let's follow the kinship-seeking bird. So, the wooden bird flew through the air, while Gu Dongxing and Meng Yu entered Meng Yu's 5 elements fan, activated the concealment formation, and followed the bird. They flew out of the city, reaching a vegetable farmer's village on the outskirts, and headed straight for a courtyard. As soon as Meng Yu saw this courtyard, it was a purely rustic farmhouse. How could Yi Qing possibly live in a place like this? The chapter ends. Chapter 1109, Hai Shui cannot die. Actually, calling this place the outskirts of the city is just referring to the area beyond the second ring road, right on the edge of the city. In later times, this would already be the city center. But now, it's still 1981 and beyond the second ring road, there are farmlands. Of course, there are also bustling areas right on the third ring road, depending on the location. But what Ming Yu finds strange is that Yi Qing's residence isn't far from where she studies, and she can't help but feel a chill. Is Yi Qing living here to keep an eye on her? At this moment, the wooden bird has already flown into the courtyard, charging straight at a door. The wooden bird hits the door, and in the dead of night, the sound is very clear, like someone knocking. Seeing the wooden bird hit the door, Ming Yu's heart sinks, and almost at the same time, her spiritual sense sweeps over Hai Shui inside the room. She is lying on the sofa, her face tinged with black qi, completely devoid of breath. Clearly, she has been poisoned. Gu Dongxing also discovers his mother at the same time, his eyes wide with rage. Mom. He leaps down from the 5 elements fan, rolling as he lands to break his momentum, then rushes forward, kicks open the door, and charges inside. Minyu doesn't hurry to land. Instead, she first observes the surroundings. Seeing no one awake nearby and only Haishui alone in this courtyard, she says, Haishui cannot die. Exchange for it. He is filled with grief and fury, grinding his teeth, Yi Qing. So this is defying the heavens, which is why it requires so much merit. She recalls those sorcerers who, after performing heaven-defying acts, often face divine retribution. Hence the saying that sorcerers are bound by 5 calamities and 3 deficiencies. Yes, his mother was tricked by Yi Qing into coming to the capital, only to be taken out of the mental hospital and poisoned to death in this small courtyard. How could he not hate? Xiaodao hesitates. It costs 50,000 merit points. Previously, exchanging a great rejuvenation pill for Jioha only cost 1,000 merit points. If she were cultivating the path of merit, she could offset it with her techniques. She then puts away the 5 elements fan and follows him into the room. Minyu is shocked. Why so much? She also cherishes her merit points. After all this time, she has only accumulated 80,000. Gu Dongxing grabs Haishui's wrist, channeling his spiritual energy into her, trying to protect her heart meridian first. But he finds that the poison has already invaded her blood and organs, and even her heart has stopped beating. Earlier, after she, Gu Dongxing, and Cheng Jioha formed their pact, the lightning technique that originally cost 100,000 merit points was reduced to 50,000, but she still couldn't bear to exchange for it, planning to wait until after their engagement to use 10,000 merit points. Xiaodao says helplessly, Master, this woman has already been poisoned to death. What you want now is to bring her back from the dead. This is defying the heavens. It's all because he was too soft-hearted. Back then, he should have killed her outright instead of just suppressing her main consciousness, giving her a chance to turn things around. Minyu quickly calls out to Xiaodao, hurry and exchange for a 9-turn resurrection pill. But now, to save this future mother-in-law who has always looked down on her, she has to spend 50,000. How can she not feel the pain? However, if Haishui dies, it will become a thorn lodged in their marriage, one that can never be removed. She gently pulls Gu Dongxing aside. Dongxing, move aside for a moment. Let me take a look. Maybe Auntie can still be saved. Gu Dongxing suddenly remembers Minyu's medical skills and grabs her hand urgently. Xiaomeng, please, save my mother. She cannot die. She cannot die. Next chapter update, 8 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 11:10 Buried deep in the heart. Minyu nodded. Step aside first. Let me take a look. She reached out and grasped Haishui's wrist pulse. Indeed, there was no pulse. She probed her body with spiritual energy, and sure enough, even her heart had been invaded by the poison and had stopped beating. In this situation, she had to bring her into the space, place her in the spiritual spring to wash away the toxins, and then feed her a resurrection pill. She looked at Gu Dongxing. It's not convenient here. I have to take her back for treatment. Without a word, Gu Dongxing picked the woman up, stepped onto Minyu's 5 elements fan, and the 3 of them returned to their home in Yong'an Hutong. Minyu said, guard me. I need to take her somewhere to treat her. Gu Dongxing thought she was taking his mother into her portable space to treat her, and nodded repeatedly. I'll keep watch and won't let anyone in. You. Minyu cut him off. Don't worry. Aunt Hai is blessed by heaven. She still has a glimmer of hope. I'll do my best to save her. Gu Dongxing's heart tightened. He had clearly felt that his mother's life force had been severed, yet Minyu said she still had a chance. Perhaps she really could revive her. Minyu nodded. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Minyu sighed. Xiaodao, no matter how bad she is still the mother of my future husband. If I could save her but chose not to, how would my fiancé see me? Her suicide is tied to our engagement. Do you think that after Gu Dongxing and I marry, she won't become a thorn lodged in our hearts? Merit points can be earned again, but if she dies, Gu Dongxing and I will never be happy. But now she had to spend 50,000 merit points to save this Haishui. She was annoyed. Even though she was the spirit of the space, she still felt the sting of loss. Xiaodao grumbled, but this woman was unkind to you, master. He grabbed Minyu's arm, staring intently at her. Xiaomeng, just your best. If it doesn't work, let it go. Don't force it. Stop rambling. Exchange it quickly. Minyu placed the woman directly into the spiritual spring. Minyu brought Haishui into the space. Spiritual spring water entered Haishui's body through her 7 orifices and then flowed out from below, cleansing the poison from her internal organs. He wanted to save his mother, but he also worried about Minyu. That was why he was so conflicted. Gu Dongxing held back his tears, walked out of the room, and sat directly in meditation at the doorway. Xiaodao was a bit resentful. Master, this woman was never good to you. Are you really going to exchange for the 9-turn resurrection pill for her? 50,000 merit points. After exchanging it for her, you'll only have 30,000 left. Earlier, she had been reluctant to spend 50,000 merit points to exchange for a lightning-based cultivation method for Gu Dongxing, hoping to wait until after their engagement when it would only cost 10,000. How could she let Haixue die? If she did, Gu Dongxing would carry a lifelong burden, and their marriage would be forcibly tainted with bitterness. That was absolutely not what she wanted. He knew his mother's life force was severed. To save her, Xiaoming would surely face heaven's punishment. At the same time, Guming had also tracked down Yiqing's current address, a courtyard left to her by her mother. Yiqing was not at home. He ordered, expand the search radius. Find her no matter what. Because it was Haixue who had brought Yiqing out of the mental hospital. Only by finding Yiqing could they find Haixue. He thought that after 20 years apart, his feelings for Haixue had faded. But when faced with a life-or-death crisis, he realized that Haixue was still buried deep in his heart. This chapter ends. Chapter 11:11. His Promise. Gu Dongxing stayed outside Minyu's door, guarding her as she treated her mother-in-law. Seeing that Haixue's toxins had been fully cleansed, Minyu fed her a detoxification pill, then administered the 9-turn soul-reviving pill before bringing her out. As soon as Gu Dongxing saw Minyu emerge, he immediately entered. He first glanced at Minyu to confirm she was unharmed, then rushed to his mother and grasped her hand. At this moment, Haixue's face no longer bore the black aura of poison, and her pulse had returned, though weak, it was present. The presence or absence of a pulse marked the difference between life and death, meaning she had come back to life. Gu Dongxing channeled his spiritual energy into her and, sure enough, found that his mother's heart was beating. Though she had not yet awakened, he was certain she would not die. He then embraced Minyu, checking her over from head to toe, his gratitude beyond words. Xiaoming, thank you. Thank you for saving my mother. Minyu rolled her eyes at him. You definitely owe me thanks. I paid a huge price. I used the only 9-turn soul-reviving pill my master gave me on Auntie. She had no intention of doing good deeds anonymously, so she stated her sacrifice outright. After a moment, she added, and I'll tell my mother that you saved her, so she'll treat you well in the future. Gu Dongxing was well aware of his mother's snobbery. It was a weakness she had developed after decades of being suppressed, and sometimes he had no way to deal with it. Even in his past life, such a treasure was incredibly rare. Anyone who possessed it would hide it well, not even telling their closest relatives. If she didn't make it clear that this was the only one, what if Gu Dongxing had another important person die and came to her for help? When Gu Dongxing heard that Minyu had used the only 9-turn soul-reviving pill her master had given her, his gratitude deepened. Minyu rolled her eyes again. Were you not planning to treat me well before? Xiaoming, thank you. I will treat you well from now on forever. This was his promise. Back when she had saved Gu Mingxing, she had only accepted her as Gu Dongxing's girlfriend. The 9-turn soul-reviving pill, it was a resurrection elixir. As long as a person had been dead for no more than 24 hours, it could bring them back to life. Mingyu's master had given her such a treasure, and she had used it on his mother. But even so, she dared to say that if a woman of higher status proposed to him, his mother would still urge Gu Dongxing to marry that woman instead. No wonder. Even when his mother's life force had been completely severed, Mingyu insisted she still had a chance. It was because she had already decided to use the 9-turn soul-reviving pill on her. And this kind of pill, she couldn't afford to buy another. 50,000 merit points, she now had only 30,000 left. After their engagement, she would have to spend 10,000 merit points to exchange for a lightning element cultivation method for Gu Dongxing. How could that be? I planned to treat you well from the very beginning, Gu Dongxing quickly said. What I meant was, I will repay you well in the future. Minyu smiled bitterly. As long as she knows who I am, I suspect she would treat me well even if I hadn't saved her. Don't worry. Once we're married, she will definitely be good to you. He could guarantee that. Once they were wed, she would no longer think of using him to climb higher. Though she was snobbish, she would never do anything truly immoral. In her view, choices could be made before marriage, but once a decision was made, one had to see it through to the end. That was her principle. End of chapter. Chapter 11:12. On the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Part 1. Nan Mingyu didn't dare to hope that her mother-in-law would treat her well. She knew that although her mother-in-law was easily swayed, she was also soft-hearted and wouldn't go too far. Gu Dongxing sighed. Isn't Mingxing still at home? If she really can't get along with you, we'll let her live with Mingxing in the future. We'll just send her money every month for her upkeep. Nan Mingyu looked up sharply. He actually had such a thought? Aren't you afraid people will call you unfilial? Gu Dongxing shook his head. I have to focus on my career, and I often take on tasks for the Folk Culture Research Association. It's impossible to do both perfectly. I rarely get to go home as it is, let alone stay by her side every day. Some say a man marries so he has someone to take care of his parents. But I think a man owes his parents a debt of gratitude, while a woman owes nothing to his parents. If a woman is willing to fulfill a man's filial duties, it's because she loves him and extends that love to his parents. So a woman's care for a man's parents shouldn't be taken for granted. The man should be grateful to her for it. Because a woman doesn't owe a man's parents anything. What she owes more is the kindness of her own parents. Take us, for example. You don't owe my mother anything. On the contrary, my mother owes you a debt of gratitude. It's always been my mother causing trouble, and you've been tolerating her. I can't let you suffer endlessly by putting up with her. So I'll say this, if you two get along, live together. If not, live apart. If my mother had no other children, I'd hire someone to take care of her. But she has Mingxing, so naturally, Mingxing can take on the responsibility of caring for her. As for me, I'll take care of her when I'm home, and otherwise, I'll just support her financially. Nan Mingyu stared at Gu Dongxing. She hadn't expected him to think of her this way. So, if a woman so much as looks after her own parents, she gets scolded for favoring her birth family over her husband's. After marriage, women are expected to honor their husband's parents, but not the ones who raised them. How cruel is that for a woman? In truth, a husband's parents are only connected to her through him. What kindness or favor have they shown her? The real debt she owes is to her own parents for raising her. And his way of thinking was quite ahead of its time. Some say a woman never truly has a home. As a child, her home is her parents'. After marriage, it's her husband's. She never has one of her own. Back then, the concept of filial piety was a mountain pressing down on daughters-in-law, suffocating them. Some might argue that the groom's family pays a bride price, so it's like buying the daughter-in-law. But in reality, the groom's family gives a bride price, and the bride's family gives a dowry. These are gifts from both sides to support the new couple. At most, one side gives more, but it's not about buying anyone. Still, who speaks up for women? A woman is raised by her own parents from childhood. Her mother-in-law never raised her for a single day. Of course, some families take the bride price without giving a dowry, and some husbands confiscate their wives' dowries after marriage. But that's not the norm. More often, the groom gives a bride price and the bride's family returns it in full, even adding extra as a dowry. That's why having a daughter is called raising a money-losing item. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is an age-old problem. The root cause is that the daughter-in-law owes no debt to her mother-in-law, yet society demands she be filial to her mother-in-law while denying her the right to be filial to her own parents. If a daughter-in-law falls short in serving her mother-in-law or shows care for her own parents, she's condemned. Men despise it, and even her own children resent her for honoring her parents, calling them outsiders. Everyone forgets that those so-called outsiders are the family that raised your wife or mother. Good night, everyone. See you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. This chapter ends. Chapter 11-13, on the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, Part 2. In fact, the law has long established that each person is responsible for honoring their own parents. The law stipulates that children have inheritance rights, but for a daughter-in-law or son-in-law, only if her husband or his wife has died and she or he has still fulfilled the primary duty of supporting her parents-in-law or his parents-in-law. Does she or he have inheritance rights? As long as the husband or wife is still alive, no matter how much the daughter-in-law or son-in-law honors her parents-in-law or his parents-in-law, she or he has no inheritance rights. Rights and obligations go hand in hand. Since the law does not grant daughters-in-law and sons-in-law the right to inherit property, it naturally does not impose on them the obligation to honor their parents-in-law. From the perspective that the law does not grant daughters-in-law inheritance rights, it does not encourage daughters-in-law to honor their parents-in-law. Of course, as younger generations, it is proper to respect, honor, and care for elders. However, this is about mutual care among family members, not a one-sided demand to place the burden of filial piety solely on the daughter-in-law. In other words, you can demand that your own children honor you, but you cannot force your daughter-in-law to honor you, nor can you prevent her from honoring her own parents. If a mother-in-law can recognize the situation, that she has no nurturing bond with her daughter-in-law, does not use the word filial piety to pressure her, but instead cares for and supports her, giving her a sense of belonging to the family. If a man can understand that his wife owes gratitude only to her own parents, not to his, and does not force her to honor his parents, but treats her with love so that she loves him and, by extension, respects and cherishes his parents. If a daughter-in-law can treat her parents-in-law with the mindset of dealing with a superior, respecting and caring for them, while calmly honoring her own parents, then, the most difficult relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the world will surely become much easier. Minyu sighed and said to Gu Dongxing, "Don't worry. She is your mother. She gave birth to you and raised you, so she has a claim on your gratitude. And I love you, so I will respect her, care for her, and do my best to get along with her." Actually, she's not that hard to get along with, is she? Xiaodao immediately felt deflated. In the old days, a woman who wasn't married by 17 was considered an old maid. Now you have to wait until 20 to get married. What kind of crazy marriage law is this? Xiaodao urged from within the space. Agree to him. That way you won't have to spend 10,000 merit points to exchange for the lightning technique. With the male lead's ability, as soon as he gets the lightning technique, he might immediately form a core. Minyu wanted to smack Xiaodao, get married? The marriage law says you have to be 20 to marry. I'm only 17 in actual age, 18 by nominal age. What marriage are we talking about? Gu Dongxing's eyes lit up. If you're willing, we could get married right now. Minyu suddenly laughed out loud. I'm only 17. There are still 3 years until I can marry. It sounds like we're talking about getting married tomorrow. Gu Dongxing felt even more comforted. And then, my little Meng is very capable. She'll definitely handle the mother-in-law relationship well. But I'll talk to my mom and make sure she's a good mother-in-law. And I'll be a good husband myself. Minyu found it amusing. Are you that eager to see your master married off? Xiaodao rolled her eyes at Minyu. Master, don't underestimate the male lead just because he's weaker than you now. He'll definitely become stronger than you later. No, even now, though he's only at the peak of Foundation establishment, his combat power is already greater than yours. Minyu felt ashamed. In terms of combat power, she, as an early-stage Golden Core cultivator, was indeed inferior to Gu Dongxing, a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. During that fight with Nangong, her attacks barely harmed him, while Gu Dongxing's attacks could wound him. She had to train in combat techniques and make herself stronger. Good morning, dear readers. 6 chapters today. This chapter ends. Chapter 1114, Scene of Death, Part 1. Xiaotao continued, Master, you have a wood spirit root. Your spiritual energy is best suited for healing injuries and illnesses, and for ripening plants. If you also obtain a strange fire, you can even refine pills. But in terms of combat power, the male master's lightning spirit root is the strongest. The two of you, one strong in battle, the other strong in support, are the perfect match. If you don't tie him down quickly, aren't you afraid he'll be snatched away by some other female cultivator? Mengyu snorted, my fiancé. Who would dare to snatch him? Xiaotao pressed her forehead. Oh, my master, maybe no one would snatch him in this realm, but what about when you enter the immortal sect? That woman is immortal. Although he might have to support his mother until she passes away before entering the immortal sect, mortals only live a few decades, and your future together is long. Once you're in the immortal sect, there will be plenty of talented female cultivators. What will you do if they start fighting you for him? Mengyu felt an inexplicable pang of pain. If someone really wants to snatch him, even if we're married, they could still try. Oh, my master, the two of you are cultivators. If you form a Dao companion contract when you marry, sharing life and death and staying together forever, no one can take him away. Mengyu's heart stirred. Sharing life and death, staying together forever, can it really be like that? What if I form a Dao companion contract with him during the engagement? Mengyu asked. Hai Shui opened her eyes and looked at her son, filled with utter confusion. Wasn't I dead? Mengyu's heart leaped. This really was a good idea. Those merit points were too extraordinary. This time, to bring Hai Shui back from the dead, she had spent a full 50,000 merit points. It pained her greatly, and she had no idea when she would earn them back. So, if she could obtain the lightning cultivation method without spending merit points, she naturally wanted to avoid it. Mengyu, Hai Shui turned her head, looking at Mengyu with a gaze full of gratitude, guilt, and unease. Based on her earning 10 merit points for saving one person, she would have to save 5,000 people to earn that many merit points. Mom, you were poisoned and had already. Mengyu saved you. Gu Dongxing said excitedly, looking at his mother. This time, his mother would surely change her view of Mengyu. Mengyu then noticed that the sky was growing light, and Hai Shui was about to wake up. Xiaotao nearly jumped up. That's right. You can form a Dao companion contract during the engagement, and then get the marriage certificate later. That way, you won't have to spend merit points on the lightning cultivation method. But was it appropriate for her to bring up forming a Dao companion contract? She glanced at Gu Dongxing, hesitating whether to tell him, when Gu Dongxing suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Mom, you're awake? She had long known that Mengyu was a divine healer, but she had thought she was about to cause trouble for her son. She never expected Mengyu to be so powerful as to bring the dead back to life. Mengyu quickly leaned in, and Hai, don't worry. All the toxins in your body have been cleared. But Hai Shui still stared at Mengyu, afraid to blink. She had clearly died. When the pain reached its peak, her soul had risen into the air, watching that ungrateful wretch Yi Qing first flee in panic, run out of the courtyard, then come back, look around frantically, check her breath again, and then run off with the camera. At that moment, she felt she had died. Her soul had left her body. It was only then that she believed humans truly had souls. Chapter end. Chapter 1115, Under the Circumstances of Death. However, Hai Shui wasn't sure at the time if she was really dead. She noticed a strange passageway ahead that sucked her in, so she followed it and walked along. In the passage, she saw many other people floating along just like her. No one spoke. They all moved forward slowly, heading in the same direction. After drifting for a long time, she finally reached a place. The people ahead stopped moving, and she stopped too, not knowing what was happening up front. It was a long while before Hai Shui heard someone nearby talking, saying that up ahead, some kind of entry fee was being collected. Entry fee? Hai Shui patted her body. She didn't have a single coin. She couldn't help but panic. I don't have any money. How am I supposed to pay the entry fee? A woman about her age next to her looked at her with pity and said, Are you also a solitary soul? Hai Shui didn't understand what solitary soul meant, so she just stared at her blankly. The woman said, A solitary soul means you have no family, no friends. No one notices when you die, and no one burns spirit money for you. So you don't have a single sensei. Without money, you can't enter the city, can't climb the Wangxiang Terrace, can't step onto the path of life and death. What are you going to do? She remembered receiving Yi Qing's phone call. She remembered going to the capital for her son's engagement ceremony. She remembered going to find Yi Qing, and then going to the mental hospital to pick Yi Qing up. When Hai Shui opened her eyes again, she was in bed. The people keeping vigil by the bed were her son, and that Jiang Mingyu, whom she didn't really care for. Yes, she wanted to go back to the place in the capital where the engagement ceremony was being prepared and tell her son that it was Yi Qing who had harmed her. No, that's not right. She was talking about burning spirit money for the dead. So she really was dead. She desperately wanted to go back. To go back. Impossible. Going back means coming back to life after death. Once you're here, you're already dead. How could you possibly go back? If you miss the time and don't enter the city, you'll become a wandering ghost. The woman tried to pull Hai Shui again. But Hai Shui pulled her hand free. No, I don't want to enter the city. I'm not a solitary soul. I have a son and a daughter. I want to go back and find my children. She also wanted to go back to Hai Family Village and tell her daughter that there were still so many things she hadn't said to her. She remembered following Yi Qing to a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city, and with Yi Qing scheming, she had recorded a video showing her intention to commit suicide over her son's engagement. Yi Qing. Hai Shui frowned. She had a son and a daughter. How could she be a solitary soul? She remembered that after drinking the tea Yi Qing had poured, her stomach hurt terribly. No, Yi Qing had said that she wasn't surnamed Jiang, she was surnamed Nan. She was Nan Mingyu, the eldest daughter of the super noble Nan family. Her son and daughter didn't even know she was dead. How could they burn spirit money for her? Without money, she couldn't enter the city. What was she going to do? The woman who had called her a solitary soul tugged her along. I'll help you pay the entry fee. But just then, a vortex appeared in front of her, and she watched helplessly as it sucked Hai Shui in. Did she really go back? The woman gazed enviously at the disappearing vortex. Her children are really powerful people. A deep sense of guilt appeared in her eyes. She also remembered the things Yi Qing had said. She said that her son's engagement partner, Jiang Mingyu, was actually the true eldest daughter of the Nan family, Nan Mingyu. She said that Gu Dongxing had never let Yang Meiying attend his engagement ceremony. The people he had invited to oversee his engagement arrangements were his two aunts. She said that the reason her son hadn't notified her to come was simply because he knew she got carsick and didn't want to trouble her. She said that she had died in vain. No, there was also the conspiracy she hadn't spoken aloud. She wanted to use her death to ensure her son and daughter-in-law would never be happy. This chapter ends. Chapter 11:16. Yi Qing wants to harm you. Hai Shui reached out to take her son's hand, and he quickly placed his hand in hers. She then reached for Mengyu's hand. Mengyu hesitated for a moment before offering it to her. She pulled both of their hands to her chest and pressed them together. From now on, Mom will never again listen to others and doubt you. Nor will I cling to high-status families to elevate myself, trying to outshine young Meiying. You two get married, Mom blesses you. Receiving a blessing from an elder made Mengyu happy as well. Even if it came for other reasons, she was willing to accept it. Gu Dongxing asked eagerly, Mom, have you finally let it go? The reason Hai Shui had been so fixated on surpassing Yang Meiying, even seeking to use connections with the powerful to trample her underfoot, was that she had never truly let go of Gu Ming. I've let it go. After dying once, I realized that my children and family are the most important. All those other things are utterly useless. Gu Dongxing understood. His mother had died once and finally seen through it, releasing the obsession in her heart. But his heart ached. He had never had the power to seek justice for his mother, nor the evidence to do so. Yet he had never intended to let those who framed her off the hook. Mom, your real name is Shui, isn't it? Hai Shui fell silent. But how did her son know this? Even her adoptive parents in the Hai family were unaware that she was called Shui. Mom, The O family sent a brother and sister to the mainland to find the eldest daughter of the O family, O Shui. The girl who came to look for relatives happened to be on the same train as me from the south to the capital. Yes, the girl who came to find you is called O Xinjin. I didn't tell her that you are the aunt she's looking for, because I didn't know if you wanted to acknowledge the connection. But no matter how faint her memories were, she had never forgotten that she was O Shui, a young lady from a prominent family. That was why, when she was reported for concealing overseas connections, she had nothing to say. In her own memories, her childhood home was a large family in Hong Kong. It was just that when she followed her mother to the mainland to visit her grandmother, she got lost while going out with a maid, and was later adopted by the Hai couple. Those memories gradually faded. Moreover, the gold lock she wore at the time was engraved not only with the O family crest, but also with the character Shui. After a long pause, she finally said, "Let's talk about that after your engagement ceremony. For now, let's deal with Yiqing first. Son, Yiqing wants to harm you." Hai Shui's mouth fell open. "They came looking for me?" She said that the O family's legitimate daughter had two very distinctive features, a red mole between her eyebrows and a cinnabar mole on her chest. Hai Shui was shocked. "How do you know that?" Yes, Hai Shui was actually O Shui. When she got lost, she was already 5 years old and remembered her name. Hai Shui had been tricked by Yiqing into recording that video, and she didn't want Yiqing to use it to harm her son and daughter-in-law. So she started from the moment she received Yiqing's call, telling them everything, how she immediately took a train to the capital, picked Yiqing up from the mental hospital, and repeated all the words Yiqing had said to her. She told everything to her son and daughter-in-law. She now regarded Mingyu as her daughter-in-law. She even recounted how Yiqing had deceived her, prompted her to speak in front of the camera, poisoned her to death, and the words Yiqing had said to her just before she died. On one hand, Gu Dongxing silently resented his mother for not trusting him, but trusting Yiqing instead. On the other hand, he hated himself for not being thorough enough, allowing Yiqing to exploit the gap. But most of all, he hated Yiqing, that ungrateful snake, who dared to kill his mother. He shot up from his seat and was about to walk out when Mengyu grabbed him. "Are you going to find her?" This chapter ends. Chapter 11:17. I'm sorry. She deserves to die. Gu Dongxing's blazing gaze looked as if he could devour someone. "You won't find her," Mingyu said, grasping his hands. "Think about it. She's already certain that Aunt Hai is dead, and she has the videotape in her hands. Right now, she'll definitely try to hide somewhere and make sure no one can find her. Are we just going to let her get away with this?" Mingyu shook her head. "How could we let her get away?" "Dongxing, think about it. What is she planning to do with that recording?" Gu Dongxing pondered. "She'll show up at our engagement ceremony? And cause trouble there? How would she dare?" Mingyu nodded. "That's certain. Because in her mind, Aunt Hai is already dead, and she has the videotape. The content of that recording should be enough to prove that Aunt Hai committed suicide, and that she did it because of our engagement. So right now, she's afraid of being caught by us and having the tape confiscated. But if she waits until our wedding ceremony, what does she have to fear? She's a clever person. The capital is huge. If she wants to hide for the next couple of days, who could find her? But she probably didn't expect that instead of the grand engagement banquet we originally planned, we'll only have our families present. The effect she's hoping to achieve won't be so easy to pull off." Gu Dongxing's vision had been clouded by the hatred of his mother's murder. After Mingyu's analysis, he too realized that Yiqing would likely attend the engagement ceremony. But even if our engagement ceremony only involves our two families, she might still find a way to amplify the impact. As a military political commissar who could remain calm even when facing foreign leaders, he now felt a bit cautious. Since Mingyu still had exams to take, the time was set for the evening. After all, Mingyu was always the first to hand in her paper, so finishing the exam and returning home to prepare dinner worked perfectly. However, when he arrived at the small courtyard on Yang'an Hutong, he didn't see his in-law Nanxiao first. Instead, he encountered his ex-wife Hai Shui. Gu Dongxing agreed. "Yes, that's good. This was the eldest son of a super family's main branch after all." Gu Dongxing called Gu Ming to inform him, while Mingyu sent a message talisman to her father. Seeing Mingyu speak so confidently, Gu Dongxing wanted to pull her into his arms and hold her tight. But with his mother present, he could only reach out and ruffle her hair. Our little Ming is so clever. Even now, his cultivation had reached the peak of this secular world. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's not worry about her. You pretend you still haven't found Aunt Hai, and while you send people to search for her and Yiqing, prepare for the meeting between both sets of parents and arrange the engagement ceremony for the day after tomorrow. As for me, I'll go take my exam, and afterward, I'll search for Aunt Hai." Although rumors outside said he had been rescued deep in the mountains and had only returned late due to memory loss, his son had told him the truth. He had been saved by an elder from his family and taken into the immortal sect. only returning after achieving success in cultivation. Guming was quite nervous about meeting the bride's family. Minyu had originally been said to be an orphan, but now she had suddenly become the eldest daughter of the Nan family, and even her biological father had appeared. Having his mother act as the family representative to meet the bride's father was exactly what he wanted. When it came to the meeting between both sets of parents, Minyu said, "Since Aunt Hai is already here with me, and it's inconvenient for her to go out for now, why not invite your father and my father to meet here today? There's no need for anyone else to come." Having such an in-law made him feel immense pressure. When Hai Shui, who was tending to the flowers and plants, saw Guming, her body stiffened at first. Then she continued trimming the branches, speaking only indifferently, "You're here." Guming looked at Hai Shui, who had become even more beautiful after taking the Peiyuan pill Minyu had given her. His heart stirred with emotion. Have you been doing well all these years?" Hai Shui cut off some of the drooping branches of the pomegranate tree. "Well? How could I not be well? I have a son and a daughter. My son is accomplished, and my daughter is obedient and sensible. How could I not be well?" Guming sighed. "I'm sorry." The chapter ends. Chapter 11:18, Heart-Piercing Pain. Although the apology came late, Guming finally apologized. Hai Shui's hand stiffened for a moment, then she said, "It's all in the past. You don't need to say sorry anymore." Guming shook his head. "No, I truly wronged you. And I want to tell you, back then I didn't intend to betray you. I was set up by Yang Meiying." After a pause, he said in a low voice, "The elders of the Gu family pressured me to divorce you. I refused, had a few too many drinks, and fell asleep in the room. I clearly locked the door, but I don't know how Yang Mei got in. The next day, that's how Gu Xing came to be." Hai Shui sneered inwardly. Wasn't Gu Xing supposed to be her late husband's posthumous child? Yang Meiying had climbed into Guming's bed before their divorce was even finalized. They were the ones who should have been dealt with. But she claimed her pregnancy was from her late husband, and that's how she escaped disciplinary action. The one who had clearly committed a mistake went unpunished, while she, who had done nothing wrong, was expelled from the military. How could she not hate? Not resent? The most unforgivable one was herself. If she had only seized on the resemblance between Gu Xing and Gu Ming and insisted they had committed a moral offense, she could have brought them both down. But because she loved Gu Ming too much and worried about his future, she held back and let it go. Back then, Yang Meiying had also exploited that very weakness, hadn't she? That was why she acted without restraint. "I wronged you," Guming said, offering nothing but apologies. But after Hai Shui left the military, she returned to the Hai family village. Even if she wanted to do something, she couldn't. She could only take out her anger on her 6-year-old son, Gu Dongxing. She pushed Gu Dongxing so hard that, at such a young age, he ran away from home. Unfortunately, although he left, he managed to protect himself from being kidnapped by human traffickers and eventually returned to his mother's side. Yang Meiying also hated and somewhat regretted it, but Guming could bring her status, so she had no choice but to accept it. In her heart, she too deeply resented Hai Shui. But ordinarily, they lived apart. Yang Meiying knew why. Guming rarely touched her. She kept herself clean, but Guming grew even colder toward her. After Gu Xing was born, he hardly ever came home. Even when he did, it was strictly businesslike. But Hai Shui knew none of this. In truth, the only woman he had ever loved was Hai Shui. Yang Meiying was merely someone he had been forced to marry. But since he married her, he had to take responsibility. That was the heart-piercing pain. The entanglement of love and hate had forced her from a gentle, virtuous lady of a noble family into a calculating woman, whose only wish was for her son to rise above others and bring her pride. She knew she had been forced by the Gu family to leave Guming. She still loved him, and so she hated Yang Meiying. Because of her love for Guming, she had no choice but to let him go, which also meant letting Yang Meiying go. After getting drunk, Yang Meiying climbed into Guming's bed once, and Gu Xing was conceived. Later, she was set up by Yang Meiying again, and another child came. Hai Shui didn't know this, but Yang Meiying did. But this experience of being poisoned to death by Yi Qing made her see through everything. Decades of stubborn attachment were finally let go. So now, seeing Guming, although she still felt some stirring, it was no longer the same entanglement of love and hate. "You've already said sorry many times. I know you wronged me, and I no longer hate you. So you don't need to apologize to me anymore." When Guming heard her words, his heart ached. Without love, there is no hate. Now that she said she no longer hated him, did it mean she no longer loved him either? And looking at her demeanor, she seemed to have become calm. Had she truly stopped loving him? Today's update ends here. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 11:19, Holding in Higher Regard. In Guming's view, Hai Shui had not married for 20 years. Surely she still loved him in her heart, right? But why, then, could she simply stop loving him? Haha, clearly he no longer had the right to speak of love, yet when he realized she no longer loved him, he still felt a piercing pain in his heart. After Haishui finished pruning the pomegranate tree branches, she nodded politely at Guming. I'm going to help the girl with the cooking. Make yourself at home. Guming was startled when she called Mengyu the girl. This term showed that she had not only fully accepted Mengyu as her daughter-in-law, but also cherished her as a younger generation. When had she and Mengyu become so close? Just then, Nan Xiao arrived. Gu Dongxing quickly went out to greet him. Uncle, you've arrived. Please come in. Nan Xiao gave him a cold glance. This is my daughter's home and also my home. I am the master here. Gu Dongxing felt a bit awkward. Yes, this is Uncle's home, and I am a guest. But today, I'll pretend to be a waiter and serve you. Uncle, please have a seat. Uncle, please have some tea. Hello. Guming quickly extended his right hand. What was the point of a man like this still living? But for his daughter's sake, he still grasped the other man's hand and shook it. Nan Xiao looked down on Guming. A man who let go of the woman he loved but couldn't move on, and kept the woman he never truly cared for at home as a decoration. In the end, he hurt both women. Though divorced for many years, he still regarded Haishui as his woman and didn't want other men to notice her virtues. Haishui looked at Mengyu with a loving gaze. There are many people today. You'll be too tired alone. Let's do it together. Hello. He subtly shifted his body, blocking Nan Zhao's line of sight. In-laws, please have some tea. This tea is quite good. Haishui also extended her hand. Hello, in-laws. From now on, we're one family. Nan Xiao, disarmed by Gu Dongxing's words, turned his gaze to Guming. Haishui naturally stood up again. Let's do it together. Guming watched from the side, his eyes twitching. His son had never treated him like this. Gu Dongxing quickly made the introductions. Uncle, this is my father, Guming. Dad, this is Mengyu's father, Nan Xiao. He's a great hero. Her attitude was even more natural than Guming's, neither humble nor arrogant, earning a higher regard from Nan Xiao. Guming felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Nan Xiao look at Haishui with an appreciative gaze. Haishui, who had just stepped into the kitchen, came out again to greet them. In-laws have arrived. Gu Dongxing quickly introduced her as well. This is my mother, Haishui. Mom, this is Mengyu's father, Nan Xiao. Seeing that Haishui, with her gentle and charming demeanor and the air of a refined lady, did not sit back waiting to be served, but instead went into the kitchen to help Mengyu, Nan Xiao was even more satisfied. This in-law was quite good. Mengyu, who was processing ingredients inside, quickly came out to greet them. Seeing that her father hadn't used his authority to intimidate Guming, she felt a slight relief. She said, Uncle Gu, and hi, Dad, please sit. I'll go cook. Nan Xiao understood Guming's petty thoughts and felt even more contempt for him. My daughter's tea is naturally good. He picked up the tea and took a sip, immediately noticing that it was indeed excellent, and, in fact, it was spirit tea. He silently scolded Mengyu for having spirit tea but not saving it for him, instead serving it to these mortals. Yet he completely forgot that he himself was one of those being served today. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1120, The Stunning Betrothal Gifts Part 1. Actually, this tea was made by Mengyu herself. She transplanted a few ordinary tea trees into her space. The tea trees absorbed the spiritual energy of the space and, after being watered with spiritual spring water by Mengyu, underwent some mutation. The tea leaves contained a trace of spiritual energy, but they were not true spiritual tea. Nevertheless, even so, this tea was still better than ordinary tea, right? At least, Mengyu felt it was immeasurably better than that so-called Dahong Pao. In fact, the spiritual energy in this realm was gradually thinning, and true spiritual tea had become very rare. Mengyu did not realize that her tea leaves were already considered spiritual tea in this era. Guming took a sip of the tea and steeled himself to say, Our two families' children are getting engaged tomorrow. Does my fellow elder have any requirements regarding the betrothal gifts? Nan Xiao glanced at Gu Dongxing and said, I do have requirements. Can you meet them? Guming choked for a moment. His family was not extremely wealthy, but the other party was from a top-tier noble family. If the other party really made demands, could he fulfill them? But Gu Dongxing, acting very obsequiously, said, If my father-in-law has requirements, this son-in-law will naturally do everything possible to meet them. Nan Xiao snorted, deliberately making things difficult. We haven't even had the engagement yet. Calling me father-in-law is a bit premature. I want 999 high-grade spirit stones as the betrothal gift. Can you produce them? Even if they were left behind by cultivators, he would be reluctant to take them out. He was greatly shocked. You didn't dig up the spirit stone mine, did you? But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Dongxing took a pouch from his waist and presented it with both hands to Nan Xiao. Please, father-in-law, count them. Gu Dongxing quickly said, No, I just happened to encounter a cave dwelling left behind by a cultivator in the mortal world. There were some spirit stones in his storage ring. However, he deeply understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Since his father-in-law demanded 999 high-grade spirit stones as the betrothal gift, he handed over exactly 999 high-grade spirit stones, without adding a single extra one. High-grade spirit stones were now extremely rare. This Gu Dongxing had produced 999 of them at once. Nanshao swept his divine sense over them, and his eyes narrowed. The pouch indeed contained 999 high-grade spirit stones. Therefore, while these 999 high-grade spirit stones seemed like a lot to others, to him, they were merely a drop in the bucket. But he added, still, the proper betrothal gifts should be presented. Nowadays, the spiritual energy in noble families was gradually thinning, and forming spirit stones was difficult. 999 high-grade spirit stones, even the great cultivation families within the immortal sects probably couldn't produce them. What Nanshao didn't know was that in his past life, Gu Dongxing was an emperor-level cultivator who had seized the most resources, especially after robbing someone and taking over an entire sect's resources. He had stored all those resources in the palace space he created himself, which he happened to obtain in this life. He had said those words originally just to make things difficult for Gu Dongxing. Nanshao was satisfied with Gu Dongxing's generosity. It showed that he valued his daughter very much. He could rest assured and trusting her to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Dongxing brought out a chest. When opened, it contained 4 types of gifts, 6 packs of cigarettes, 6 bottles of wine, 6 kinds of candy, and 6 types of pastries. Additionally, there was a pair of wild geese, not alive, but made of jadeite. Their color and luster clearly indicated they were priceless. Before Nanshao could express any disdain, Gu Dongxing brought out another chest. When opened, it contained 4 items. 6 packs of dried sea cucumber, 6 packs of dried bird's nest, 6 packs of dried shark fin, and a cut of meat weighing 6 catties. This time, Nanshao was somewhat surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 1121, The Shocking Betrothal Gifts Part 2. What surprised Nanshao was not the nourishing items like sea cucumbers and shark fins, but the 6-gene piece of meat, which actually emitted spiritual energy. That was spirit beast meat, and judging by the spiritual energy radiating from it, it was high-grade spirit beast meat, at least from a beast that had formed a golden core, not the ordinary first or second-tier spirit beast meat found in immortal sect restaurants. As spiritual energy grew increasingly scarce, spirit beasts had also become rarer. Even in the immortal sects, obtaining high-grade spirit beast meat was difficult. Where did this young man get such meat? Seeing his future father-in-law staring at the flood dragon meat, Gu Dongxing explained, "This is the Nan family's flood dragon meat." He refused to say anything more. If it were now, he could easily slay that flood dragon, but back then, he had merely perished alongside it. In the end, it was only because Mingyu saved him. If his father-in-law found out, he might blame him for lacking skill. Therefore, he would never speak of it, even if it killed him. Afraid that his father-in-law would ask further, Gu Dongxing quickly took a small box from the large chest and opened it, revealing 6 pieces of jewelry. These 6 pieces of jewelry were clearly very valuable. But what shocked Nanshao was that all 6 pieces were magical artifacts. The bracelet, earrings, and ring were spatial artifacts. Though each only had a cubic meter of space, they were still storage spaces. The jade hairpin was an offensive artifact, and the necklace pendant was a defensive artifact. This betrothal gift could not be surpassed even in the immortal sects. He was an artifact refiner and a thunder spiritual root cultivator with formidable attack power. Such a son-in-law was worthy of his daughter. Nanshao was satisfied in his heart, but his face remained impassive. "Did you also obtain these artifacts from the cave dwelling left by that cultivator?" Unexpectedly, Gu Dongxing said, "I refined them myself." However, he would not reveal this matter. "Are you an artifact refiner?" Nanshao was finally moved. Being able to refine artifacts was already quite impressive. Unfortunately, he could only refine artifacts for now. Gu Dongxing remained humble. "Yes, but my craftsmanship is poor." Nanshao nodded inwardly. You're quite good. I agree to this marriage." Gu Dongxing's tense heart finally relaxed. He had personally heard his father-in-law agree to the marriage. But then Nanshao looked at Gu Ming. "Has Mingyu ever mentioned to you that your children must take the surname Nan?" Gu Dongxing glanced at his father. "In the mortal world, we can only have one child. Once we enter the immortal sect, we can have more." Gu Ming frowned. "Now there's family planning. Only one child is allowed." Gu Dongxing said, "Mingyu and I have discussed it. Our future children boys will take the surname Gu, and girls will take the surname Nan." For Gu Ming, the Gu family valued carrying on the male line. Girls would marry out anyway, so taking the other surname didn't matter. Hearing that Gu Dongxing and Mingyu had already agreed, neither parent said much more. Nanshao shook his head inwardly. Cultivators have difficulty conceiving. Mingyu has already formed her golden core, so pregnancy might not be easy. To him, having a daughter or a son was the same, having a daughter was fine too. Gu Dongxing then said to Nanshao, Mingyu and I have discussed it. At tomorrow's engagement ceremony, we will also hold the Taoist partner contract ritual. Nanshao initially wanted to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he agreed. This chapter ends. Chapter 1122, The Engagement Banquet. While cooking, Mingyu was keeping an eye on the living room, feeling a bit puzzled. She had discussed it with Xiaodao and decided to form a Dao companion contract during the engagement tomorrow, so she could obtain the lightning-type cultivation method without spending any merit points. But she was still hesitating, unsure how to bring it up to Gu Dongxing. Who would have thought that he would propose it first? Was this a case of hearts linked by a common thought, or had he been planning this all along? This guy. Seeing that the matter was settled, Mingyu began to focus on cooking. For lunch today, Mingyu decided to make just 4 dishes and 1 soup: steamed spirit fish meat, braised giant clam meat. These meats didn't contain much spiritual energy, so she didn't bother extracting it first, wild boar meat braised with space bamboo shoots, and roasted venison. The soup was space wild chicken and mushroom soup. As for the vegetables, they were also grown in her space. Her space was mainly for cultivating medicinal herbs and fruits, but she had also planted plenty of grains and vegetables. So everything was taken directly from the underground storage in her space, without needing to buy anything. When Nanshao tasted the giant clam and spirit fish meat, he was somewhat surprised. These were all spirit beast meats, though not as astonishing as the flood dragon meat. He thought that since Gu Dongxing had managed to catch a flood dragon, it wasn't strange that he had caught other spirit beasts. Back when the cultivation world moved into the Kunlun immortal sect, various spirit beasts and demon beasts had followed them in, but there were always some left behind. So it wasn't surprising that Gu Dongxing could hunt spirit beasts. The engagement gifts had already been given today. For the engagement ceremony tomorrow, both sides had agreed that the groom-to-be would put the engagement ring on the bride-to-be, and then the future mother-in-law would put a set of jewelry on her. Nanshao had originally been unwilling to let his daughter form a Dao companion contract so early, but after thinking about something, he changed his mind and agreed. This made Mingyu and Gu Dongxing very happy. Since it wasn't a wedding and they had decided to hold the banquet at a restaurant, there was no need to decorate a new room or anything, just the engagement attire. After the meal, both families discussed the engagement ceremony for the next day. The engagement banquet was scheduled for noon the next day at the Yue Tower. Because the timeline was too tight, there was no time to custom order anything, and they weren't satisfied with the clothes they could buy. So Gu Dongxing and Mingyu decided it was too much trouble to have things custom made and simply transformed the magical robes they were wearing into engagement attire. Mingyu noticed that the Nan family had sent 12 people, 6 men and 6 women, to show support. However, because Gu Dongxing had proposed forming a Dao companion contract, the contract ceremony was held before putting on the engagement ring. But even though she could let go, he couldn't. What could he do? A trace of worry appeared on his face. Little did he know that none of these things were obtained by Gu Dongxing, they were all Mingyu's doing. During the meal, Gu Ming repeatedly glanced at Hai Shui, but she handled it completely naturally, no longer having any extra emotions toward him. Gu Ming had to admit that Hai Shui had truly let him go. She was quite speechless. She hadn't even acknowledged her ancestral family yet, but it seemed she had no choice but to do so now. Among these 12 people were, of course, Mingyu's father Nanshao, Nan family head Nancheng, his wife Ding Linglong, and their 2 sons Nan Songdao and Nan Songda. The remaining spots were filled by members of the collateral branches. The Gu family also sent 10 people. Gu Ming and Gu Dongxing were definitely coming, along with the eldest Master Gu, the 3rd Master Gu, and the 4th Master Gu, plus 5 women. Fortunately, because Gu Dongxing had made it clear in advance, young Meiying did not come. But when Gu Dongxing saw the number of people the Gu family had sent, his face immediately darkened. End of chapter. Chapter 1123, A divorced woman is not qualified to attend the Gu family descendants' engagement banquet. When the Gu family arrived, Gu Dongxing swept his divine sense over them and saw that 10 people had come. He was angry and said to his father, didn't he say that only 9 Gu family members should come, and with his mother, that would make exactly 10? Why are there 10 people here? The engagement banquet had its rules. Regardless of whether it was the groom's or bride's side, the number of attendees must be an even number. With 10 people from the Gu family, wasn't that leaving no place for Hai Shui? Gu Ming was also helpless. He told my uncle, and my uncle said that my mother is no longer considered a member of our Gu family. The implication was that she wasn't a Gu family member, so she couldn't come to tomorrow's engagement banquet between the Nan and Gu families. In fact, Uncle Gu's exact words were, a divorced woman has no right to attend a Gu family descendants' engagement banquet. Anyway, the one we originally wanted to marry wasn't Mingyu, but Nan Mingzhu. Why don't we all just leave? For his engagement banquet, having his father and his mother stay in the east is enough. Dad, let me go talk to Uncle and ask him to send someone back. Seeing that Uncle Gu insisted on not allowing his mother to attend his own engagement banquet, Gu Dongxing was furious. He left the Gu family long ago. If the mother who raised him can't attend his engagement banquet, then none of us have any right to be there either. Gu Ming was a bit worried. But now that everyone has arrived at Diyue Tower, sending them back would be a loss of face. That's not appropriate either. Why not just have them call one more person to make it 12? Although Gu Ming was displeased with Gu Dongxing's statement that if she can't attend, then no one can, thinking that it diminished his father's standing in his heart, he reconsidered and felt Gu Dongxing had a point. Even if Hai Shui had divorced him and was no longer a Gu family member, she was still the groom's mother. She had raised her son, yet she couldn't attend his engagement ceremony. What kind of sense did that make? Moreover, if she couldn't attend the engagement ceremony tomorrow, it meant she wouldn't be allowed at the wedding either, nor could she receive the new bride's tea ceremony. How humiliating would that be? Seeing this, Gu Dongxing also felt some resentment toward his father. Why did he always listen to Uncle Gu? Even a biological father shouldn't be obeyed blindly, let alone an uncle who merely raised him. Gu Dongxing communicated with Mingyu through divine sense, and she said nonchalantly, "It's fine. We live in a society of gender equality now. No one suppresses anyone. Just tell them to send one more person." However, when Gu Ming brought it up to Uncle Gu, he firmly opposed it. What right does Hai Shui, a divorced woman, have to attend a Gu family descendant's engagement banquet? Originally, the engagement banquet was meant to have more women than men to show sincerity in seeking marriage. The plan was for 5 men on the groom's side and 6 on the bride's side. Adding one more man from the groom's side now would give the impression of suppressing the bride's side. Gu Dongxing was enraged. His mother may not be a Gu family member, but she is his mother. He was raised by her, and she is the one who should be here most of all. If she can't attend, then no one can. Besides, she's already arrived with them. When Uncle Gu saw that Gu Dongxing was trying to drive them away, he flew into a rage. That unfilial descendant of mine. Then he turned to Gu Ming and cursed, "Look at the fine son you've raised." Third Uncle Gu and fourth Uncle Gu also glared angrily at Gu Dongxing. Gu Ming was silent for a moment, then said, "Uncle, I think my son isn't wrong." Although Hai Shui is his ex-wife, Dongxing was raised by her. To him, her kindness is greater, so naturally, she holds more weight in his heart than we do. If the family forces him to choose between the Gu family and Hai Shui, he will unhesitatingly choose his mother. So, for this engagement banquet, Hai Shui must attend. End of today's update. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and comments. Your support is his motivation to keep writing. Thank you. Chapter end. Chapter 1124, Young Meiying is not allowed to enter. If it were anyone else, old Master Gu would have swept away in anger and left in a fury. But this person was Gu Dongxing, and most importantly, the girl Gu Dongxing married was Nan Mingyu, the true eldest daughter of the Nan family's main branch. How could they be willing to give up the chance to ally with the Nan family? Therefore, they absolutely would not leave. Unwilling to leave, they had no choice but to compromise. Old Master Gu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, then send someone else. We'll wait outside a bit longer and go in together when everyone's here." Gu Dongxing had no choice but to let them wait outside while he went back to entertain the Nan family. Before long, the replacement sent by the Gu family arrived. Gu Dongxing was just thinking how fast they had come when his divine sense swept out and his expression changed. The replacement was actually young Meiying. Was old Master Gu determined to make him look bad? First, he forbade his own mother from attending the engagement banquet, and now, when asked to send a replacement, he actually sent young Meiying. Although there was no evidence of her framing his mother back then, his gut told him young Meiying was behind it. What's more, she later used despicable means to climb into his father's bed and forced him to marry her with the child in her belly. She was his mother's enemy and his own enemy. How could he let her attend his engagement banquet? Gu Ming, seeing that it was young Meiying who had arrived, was also very displeased. "What are you doing here?" Old Master Gu, seeing young Meiying arrive, was about to call everyone up to Diyue Tower when he suddenly found the path blocked by a tall figure. Yang Meiying curled her lips. "The clan leader sent me." Young Meiying saw that Gu Dongxing would not allow her to attend the Nangu engagement banquet and was also very angry. However, she had said one thing at the time, "Fine, if Hai Shui doesn't attend, I won't attend. But if Hai Shui does attend, then I definitely will." He looked up and saw that the person blocking him was Gu Dongxing. At this moment, Gu Dongxing's eyes blazed with fury. Young Meiying is not allowed to enter. Even so, she still regretted not being able to attend the engagement banquet to get to know the Nan family and pave the way for her son to ally with them in the future. Originally, when Gu Ming had forbidden her from coming, she had already taken issue with it. If she didn't come, wouldn't the prospective bride's formal introduction to the parents mean Gu Ming would sit with Hai Shui? Could they rekindle their old flame? But old Master Gu said Hai Shui wouldn't attend either. Thinking that Hai Shui had raised Gu Dongxing yet wasn't even qualified to attend her own son's engagement banquet, she felt a sense of balance and stopped insisting on coming. I said, Yang Meiying is not allowed to enter. Gu Dongxing repeated. Old Master Gu tried to suppress Gu Dongxing with the authority of the clan leader. She is the current madam of the Gu family, your legitimate stepmother, and has the right to attend her stepson's engagement banquet. But when she heard old Master Gu call back to say they needed to send another person to the engagement banquet, she immediately argued with conviction. She was Gu Ming's wife, the nominal mother of the prospective groom, so she should be the one to attend. She directly took a taxi to the Yue Tower. But now, this stepson was saying she wasn't allowed in? She suppressed her anger and said, Dongxing, by tradition, I am your father's wife. No matter what, you should call me mother, according to custom. How can I, as your mother, not attend your engagement? Gu Dongxing glared at her. You only climbed into my father's bed by despicable means. You've never even been entered into the Gu family genealogy. If we're talking about qualifications, you're nothing but a concubine. How dare you pretend to be the mother of the Gu family's legitimate son? Good morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 1125, My Engagement Banquet, My Rules. Yang Meiying was furious upon hearing this, glaring viciously at Gu Ming. How dare you? Yes, even though she had climbed into Gu Ming's bed, obtained a marriage certificate with him, and become the socially recognized Mrs. Gu, he had never registered her name in the family genealogy. Even if the clan chief wanted to register her, he had to obtain Gu Ming's consent, and Gu Ming refused. Thus, according to tradition, the two children she bore could not be considered legitimate sons. They could only be regarded as concubine-born sons. Strictly speaking, by the Gu family's rules, anyone not listed in the genealogy was not considered a wife, not even a secondary wife, but merely a concubine. Modern society enforces monogamy and does not permit concubines, but within large families, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children remains clear. Yang Meiying suppressed her anger, forcing herself to sound more amiable. How can you speak like that, child? Your father and I have a marriage certificate recognized by law. So whether you acknowledge it or not, you have to call me mom. Gu Dongxing sneered. If the law recognizes you, go to the law. I will never acknowledge you as my stepmother. And today is my engagement banquet, my rules. I forbid you from attending, so you will not attend. He turned to his father. Dad, say something. Yang Meiying, go back on your own, Gu Ming said. Just as Uncle Gu was about to speak, Gu Dongxing cut in. My engagement banquet, my rules. I said you're not allowed in, so you're not allowed in. If you dare to come in, I'll dare to throw you out. As for my mother, do you even have the right to comment? Seeing Gu Ming telling her to leave, Yang Meiying grew enraged. Fine, I won't attend. But Hai Shui can't attend either. Uncle Gu quickly interjected, Dongxing, if you send your stepmother back, the number of Gu family members attending will become odd. Thus, Gu Mingxing was not short on money. Gu Dongxing was initially startled. Gu Mingxing, that reckless girl, had actually dared to take the train to the capital alone. A regular train would take 3 days, a slow one even 4. Slow trains were cheap, while express trains were much more expensive. Where did Mingxing get that much money? He didn't know that after following Mingyu, Mingxing had also joined in collecting antiques, earning points that could be exchanged for cash. Before Mingyu came to the capital for school, she had converted all of Mingxing's points into money. Just then, Mingyu sent a mental message to Gu Dongxing. Mingxing has arrived at the train station. Yang Meiying, seeing that Gu Dongxing was unmoved, turned to Uncle Gu. As for the 1 cubic meter dimensional pouch, she had given it to her sister-in-law as a gift. And arriving in just 2 days meant she must have taken an express train. The thought of Gu Ming and Hai Shui, as the groom's parents, receiving tea from the engaged couple was unbearable to her. Gu Dongxing, realizing the issue with the head count, immediately brightened. His sister was coming, so the even number problem was solved. But before he could announce Mingxing's arrival, Yang Meiying had already turned on Gu Ming. Gu Ming, are you just going to let your son bully your wife? Gu Ming said coldly, if you feel wronged, you don't have to be my wife. I'm tired of this anyway, let's just get a divorce. At the word divorce, Yang Meiying froze. Then, she erupted. How dare you? Had Gu Ming grown a pair? He actually dared to mention divorce? Wasn't he afraid she'd expose what happened back then? End of chapter. Chapter 1126, Yang Meiying also has a ruthless brother. Back then, Yang Meiying exploited Hai Shue's love for Gu Ming, knowing full well that Hai Shue feared making a scene. If she caused trouble, Yang Meiying would naturally not end up well, but Gu Ming would definitely face disciplinary action for his misconduct. It was precisely because Hai Shue was hesitant to act that Yang Meiying was able to use the child in her womb to force Gu Ming to divorce and marry her. But now he actually dared to mention divorce? Was he not afraid that she would reveal that Gu Xing was his biological son and bring up his past misconduct to get him demoted or even dismissed? Gu Ming coldly glanced at her. What's there to be afraid of? You know very well who was right and who was wrong back then. Yang Meiying choked. Yes, back then, she had bribed the Gu family to let her sneak in, climbed onto his bed while he was drunk. Her womb was lucky. She got pregnant in one try with Gu Xing, giving her the leverage to challenge Hai Shue. She used the child in her belly to force Gu Ming to divorce Hai Shue and marry her. Otherwise, Gu Ming would not have divorced Hai Shue just because she had concealed her overseas connections. Moreover, she had also realized that back then, misconduct was a serious issue. If it came to light that the child in her womb was Gu Ming's, he would definitely have been expelled. Even worse, if she insisted that he had raped her and gotten her pregnant, Gu Ming could have ended up in prison or even executed. But times had changed. If it were discovered that she had willingly climbed into Gu Ming's bed, the one facing punishment would be her, Yang Meiying. Is this true? Elder Gu frowned when he heard that Gu Ming had proposed divorce to Yang Meiying. Gu Ming, what's wrong with you? Bringing up divorce so easily. Yang Meiying has given the Gu family 2 sons. How can you casually talk about divorce? Gu Dongxing sneered. Of course it's true. Back then, someone reported my mother for having overseas connections. Wasn't it based on a golden lock? On one side of that lock was the emblem of the O family, and on the other was the character, Shui. That was my mother's proof of identity. She is the lost legitimate eldest daughter of the O family, O Shui. Yet they had driven Miss O out of the Gu family. Gu Dongxing sneered from the side. Back then, my mother also gave the Gu family a son and was pregnant with another. You still forced my father to divorce her. Why can't my father divorce her now? What does having overseas connections matter? When a couple marries, they should share life and death. Moreover, my mother is the legitimate daughter of the O family, a major Hong Kong dynasty. How is she unworthy of the Gu family? Elder Gu scolded. How is that the same? Your mother had overseas connections. Among the giant corporations entering the Shenzhen market was the O family. Their investments in Shenzhen alone exceeded 100 million. Elder Gu's eyes lit up. Gu Ming's discarded wife was actually the legitimate daughter of the O family. In truth, the Gu family was not worthy of the O family. When Elder Gu, Third Elder Gu, and Fourth Elder Gu heard Gu Dongxing's words, they were all shocked. Hai Shue was actually the daughter of the O family, a major Hong Kong dynasty. The O family of Hong Kong was a millennium-old dynasty. Their business spanned the globe, and it was said that their wealth ranked among the world's top. They turned to look at Yang Meiying. It was all this wicked woman's fault. Yang Meiying was startled. She noticed that the Gu family elders were looking at her with murderous intent. Her mind raced, and she understood. Hearing Gu Dongxing reveal that Hai Shue was the legitimate daughter of the O family, they regretted forcing Gu Ming to divorce and remarry, driving Hai Shue out. Moreover, they blamed her for Hai Shue's departure from the Gu family. End of chapter. Chapter 1127, Encountering Human Traffickers Again. Yang Meiying felt deeply wronged. Back then, it was clearly the elders of the Gu family who disliked that Hai Shue had overseas connections, believing it would affect Gu Ming's future. They forced Hai Shue to leave, and while Gu Ming was drunk, they created an opportunity for her to climb into his bed. She became pregnant as planned and used the pregnancy to force Gu Ming into marrying her. It could be said that without the help of the Gu family elders, could she have defeated Hai Shue, who was several times more beautiful than her. Now that they had heard Hai Shue was the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, a centuries-old clan in Xiangjiang, they blamed her? She suddenly felt something was off. The look in the elders' eyes wasn't just about shifting the blame for driving Hai Shue away onto her. They wanted Hai Shue to come back. She should have realized it long ago. Just as they had forced Gu Ming to divorce Hai Shue when her overseas connections became a problem, they would also force Gu Ming to divorce her and remarry Hai Shue once they discovered Hai Shue's powerful background. You, all of you, I'm telling you, if you think you can make Gu Ming divorce me, no way. My brother won't allow it. She no longer dared to insist on entering De Yue Tower to attend Gu Dongxing's engagement banquet and hurriedly left. She had to find her brother. This time, it wasn't to ask him to help with something bad, but to help her stay in the Gu family. Only then did the Gu family elders remember that Yang Meiying had a ruthless brother. Fourth Master Gu sighed, and now there's one fewer. She asked calmly, you didn't eat anything from others on the bus, did you? And did you give anyone else your food? Of course. Sister-in-law said never eat anything from others on the bus, so I definitely wouldn't. Then did you drink that cup of water later? Gu Mingxing finally sensed something was wrong. Water was hard to come by on the bus. I couldn't just not drink it because a child had taken a sip. What's wrong? Was there something in the water? It was just a child. Minyu said with frustration, a child? Within human trafficking rings, many children are the main force behind abductions. I told you, when you're out, never eat or drink anything given by others, or anything someone else has touched. Why don't you listen to me? How could you drink water someone else had touched? That child might have drugged you. You're lucky it didn't poison you. Gu Mingxing was first horrified, then smug. Even if they poisoned me, I wouldn't be afraid. Before I got on the bus, I took the detoxification prevention pill you gave me, sister-in-law. So they wasted their poison on me. End of this chapter. Chapter 1128. It's not easy to let them off. Mingyu chuckled. No wonder. They drugged you, but you didn't pass out. They thought the dose was too low, or that you had a special constitution and wouldn't fall easily. Afraid that their prey might collapse later and benefit someone else, they put tracking powder on you. Mingyu showed her the powder she had wiped from Gu Mingxing's hair. This powder emits a special scent. I suspect one of them has an unusually keen sense of smell and can detect it. Clearly, they were waiting for you to be knocked out so they could take you away. If we had more time, we could use you as bait to lure out and catch that human trafficking ring. Gu Mingxing was a bit shaken. Sister-in-law, it's a good thing you came to pick me up. Otherwise, they might have grabbed me. Let's hurry and leave. Alright, let's go now. This time, we'll have to let them off, Mingyu said. But just as they thought about letting others off, those others had no intention of letting them go. Mingyu was about to take Gu Mingxing to find a restroom and then fly back on the Five Elements fan when her spiritual sense swept over and spotted a man coming out of the exit, sniffing the air as he walked. She sneered inwardly. She had planned to let these traffickers go, but they were already on their trail. She said to Gu Mingxing, "The traffickers are coming. I'll step aside for a moment. Handle it and see what they have to say." She had once considered sketching their faces and reporting them to the authorities, but knowing they were ancient martial artists, she hesitated to act rashly and alert them. Gu Mingxing still couldn't believe she had caught the attention of traffickers. But now, seeing the man from the family of three who had sat next to her on the train, she understood. Her sister-in-law was right. She had been fooled by that family. The eldest, second, and third among them were likely skilled as well. When bystanders saw the man pestering a young woman, they cast wary glances his way. A look of anxious concern appeared on the man's face. "Wife, you've scolded and hit me all you want. Don't be angry anymore. Come with me. When we get home, I'll kneel on a washboard if I have to." Gu Mingxing spun her large travel bag around. "Who are you? Why would I go with you?" He reached for the bag in her hand. "Come on, the car's over there." He looked her up and down. She had clearly drunk his knockout drug. Why wasn't she passing out? She always seemed to attract traffickers. As soon as the man spotted Gu Mingxing, he rushed over and called out to her, "Hey, why did you run off so fast? I just went to get the car and you were gone." Then he turned and left Gu Mingxing. The leader of this trafficking ring was different from ordinary ones. The sixth member wasn't much, but the fifth was an ancient martial artist. Hearing his words, the bystanders relaxed. It was just a couple's quarrel, so they stopped paying attention. But some still advised, couples fight, quarrel in bed, make up in bed. Nothing that serious. Go home and talk it out. Yeah, your husband even promised to kneel on a washboard for you. Go back and live well together. Gu Mingxing felt sick at the man's shameless words. Dear readers, since I'll be traveling during the National Day holiday, from tomorrow until the 8th, I can only post 4 chapters a day. Please understand. End of chapter. Chapter 1129. Gu Mingxing shows off her might. When Gu Mingxing heard this man utter such despicable words, she was instantly disgusted. Although she was already 20 years old, because her parents had divorced while she was still in her mother's womb, she was born prematurely and had been frail ever since. As a result, she didn't start school until she was 10, and now at 20, she was still in high school. However, to save face for her, her mother deliberately changed her age when she enrolled her in school, altering it from 10 to 6. Because her physical development was somewhat slow, no one could tell the difference. After that, she herself deliberately gave herself a mental suggestion that she was only 6, and strangely enough, her appearance matched the age she believed herself to be. So, although she was now 20, she looked like a 16-year-old high school student. She then looked at the 2 women who had spoken. One of them, a woman with a child, was the same one who had pretended to be part of a family of 3 with this man on the train. Only now, the woman and the child had changed clothes. No, they had added a hooded jacket. The boy's face was hidden under the large hood, while the woman's face had become much paler. With the help of her clothing, she looked completely different from the rural woman she had appeared to be before. Earlier, she had pretended to be this man's wife, and now she was telling her to go back and live properly with him. Was she bullying her into thinking she wouldn't recognize her? She sneered inwardly, but her face showed a panicked expression. I don't know you. Get out of my way. I'm going to find my mom." The man didn't try to grab her bag anymore. Instead, he reached straight for her hand. "Wife, don't be stubborn. Be good and come back with me." The man immediately screamed in pain. You wretched woman, let go. Gu Mingxing sneered. Let go? If I were an ordinary girl, you would have succeeded by now. Calling me your wife? I'm only 16 and haven't even graduated high school yet. You don't even know my name, and you dare claim I'm your wife. The man struggled, but couldn't break free, so he looked at the two women beside him. What are you two standing there for? Drag this wretched woman back home. Let's see if she dares to run out and make a fool of herself again. The two women exchanged glances, then surrounded Gu Mingxing, trying to grab her. However, although her kicks sent them flying, she couldn't seriously injure them. So, the two women quickly got back up. The two women who had spoken earlier stood to the side, looking like they wanted to help but didn't dare. The moment the man's hand touched Gu Mingxing's hand, she grabbed it, twisted it, and pinned it behind his back, forcing his upper body toward the ground. With one hand still holding the man's arm behind his back and pressing him to the ground, Gu Mingxing saw the two women approaching. She quickly chopped the man's neck with the edge of her hand, then leaped up and kicked both women away, one after the other. The two women and the child, seeing how formidable Gu Mingxing was, became terrified and immediately tried to push through the crowd to escape. But just as they took a few steps, they all fell forward. If anyone had been paying attention, they would have noticed that a dime had struck the back of each of their knees. Even the child hadn't been spared. The woman holding the child, realizing she couldn't escape, began cursing loudly. You wretched woman. You married my brother, but didn't act like a proper wife, and now you dare to run away. The onlookers, hearing this woman's words, looked at Gu Mingxing with curiosity. Was this girl fleeing an arranged marriage? Good morning. Be careful when traveling during the National Day holiday. For chapters today, all posted by 8 a.m., end of this chapter. Chapter 1130, Empathy. Gu Mingxing was furious. You cunning human trafficker. Even now, you still dare to spout such nonsense. I don't know you at all. We just happened to share a train ride. On the train, didn't you claim to be a family of 3? You even had that little brat drug me. Luckily, I had taken an antidote beforehand, so you didn't succeed. Then you dared to sprinkle tracking powder on me and followed me all the way here. On the train, you claimed to be this man's wife, and now you're saying he's your brother? If I were an untrained girl, I would have been abducted by you by now, wouldn't I? When you sold me, you'd probably say I was your niece or something. Tell me, how many women and children have you trafficked using this method? Mingyu watched Gu Mingxing display her prowess, subduing the 3 traffickers, and felt deeply gratified. Gu Mingxing had once been deceived by a trafficker leader nicknamed Old Five, who went by the alias Director Zheng, and had nearly met a terrible fate before being saved by Mingyu at the last moment. That was also why she later began learning martial arts from Mingyu. She hadn't expected that traveling alone to the capital this time would make her a bit sharper. A single, pretty girl on a train was always a target for traffickers. It would have been better if she could have toned down her appearance a bit, since abducting a beautiful girl could fetch a high price, while an ordinary or even ugly girl sold to an old bachelor as a wife wouldn't bring in much money. Unfortunately, no girl wanted to make herself look ugly. Gu Mingxing naturally didn't want to do that either. Even without makeup, she inherited good genes, so she was still quite a beauty. When the crowd heard Gu Mingxing's words, they realized these people were traffickers. Everyone snapped to attention and began condemning them. Oh my god, are these really those wretched traffickers? Drugging someone. If this girl hadn't been alert and taken an antidote, she would have been in trouble. Didn't you hear? They followed her all the way from the train and even drugged her. For a moment, the crowd felt a shared sense of outrage, cursing the traffickers. Many even rushed forward to hit them. How terrifying. And they dared to pretend to be her husband. How despicable. Judging by what this pretty girl said, it must be true. Yeah. Weren't we just fooled into thinking he was really her husband and minding our own business? To dare grab someone in broad daylight, these traffickers are too brazen. Exactly, if this girl weren't so capable, she would have been taken. In public, if he didn't pretend to be her husband, how could he take her away? Thinking about the drugging, the crowd imagined their own daughters. If they went out, even if clever, they could be drugged and trafficked. Not to mention children. In that era, the power of the masses was formidable. Once public anger was roused, people were very united. In the end, under the crowd's escort, the 4 traffickers, 3 adults and 1 child, were taken to the local police station. When Gu Mingxing mentioned that her brother was about to get engaged to the eldest daughter of the Nan family, and that she had come from her hometown to attend the Gunan engagement ceremony, the police station leader immediately offered to send a car to take Gu Mingxing to Diyue Tower. Gu Mingxing was about to refuse when she received a telepathic message from Mingyu. Mingxing, I've already left ahead. Let them take you there. Remember, it's the biggest Diyue Tower in the capital. As for herself, she had already taken a taxi and left. End of chapter.